His arms lay folded across his chest as he studied their faces. Richard folded his arms across his own chest. "I would like to talk to you, if you are not afraid I might be a spirit." The Birdman's eyes went to hers as she translated, then back to Richard's. "I have seen spirits before," he said in a quiet voice. "They do not carry swords." Kalen translated. Richard laughed. She liked his easy laugh. "I also have seen spirits, and you are right. They do not carry swords." A small smile curled the corners of the Birdman's mouth. He unfolded his arms and stood up straight. "Strength to the seeker." He gave Richard a gentle slap. "Strength to the Birdman," he said, returning the easy slap. The Birdman took the bone carving that hung on the leather thong at his neck and put it to his lips. Kalen realized it was a whistle. His cheeks puffed out as he blew, but there was no sound. Letting the whistle drop back, he held his arm out while he continued to hold Richard's eyes. After a moment, a hawk wheeled out of the gray sky and alighted on his outstretched arm. It fluffed its feathers, then let them settle as its black eyes blinked and its head swiveled about in short, jerky movements. "Come," the Birdman said. "We will talk." He led them among the large communal buildings to a smaller one at the back, set away from the others. Kalen knew the building with no windows, although she had never seen it. It was the Spirit House, where the gatherings were held. The hawk stayed on his arm as the Birdman pulled the door open and motioned them inside. A small fire was burning in a pit at the back end, offering a little light to the otherwise dark room. A hole in the roof above the fire let the smoke out, although it did a poor job of it, and left the place with a sharp, smoky smell. Pottery bowls left from past meals lay about the floor, and a plank shelf along one wall held a good 24 ancestral skulls. Otherwise, the room was empty. The Birdman found a place near the center of the room where the rain wasn't dripping, and sat down on the dirt floor. Kalen and Richard sat side by side, facing him, as the hawk watched their movements. The Birdman looked at Kalen's eyes. She could tell he was used to having people be afraid when he looked at them, even if it wasn't warranted. She could tell because she was used to the same thing. This time he found no fear. "Mother Confessor, you have not yet chosen a mate." He gently stroked the hawk's head while he watched her. Kalen decided she didn't like his tone. He was testing. "No. Are you offering yourself?" He smiled slightly. "No. I apologize. I did not mean to offend you. Why are you not with a wizard?" "All the wizards save 2 are dead. Of those 2, one sold his services to a queen. The other was struck down by an underworld beast and lies in a sleep. There are none left to protect me. All the other confessors have been killed. We are in dark times." His eyes looked genuinely sympathetic, but his tone still was not. "It is dangerous for a confessor to be alone." "Yes, and it is also dangerous for a man to be alone with a confessor who is in great want of something. From where I sit, it would seem that you are in greater danger than I." "Perhaps," he said, stroking the hawk, his slight smile returning. "Perhaps. This one is a true seeker, one named by a wizard?" "Yes." The Birdman nodded. "It has been many years since I have seen a true seeker. A seeker who was not a real seeker came here one time. He killed some of my people when we would not give him what he wanted." "I am sorry for them," she said. He shook his head slowly. "Do not be. They died quickly. Be sorry for the seeker. He did not." The hawk blinked as it looked at her. "I have never seen a pretend seeker, but I have seen this one in the rage. Believe me, you and your people do not want to ever give this one cause to draw his sword in anger. He knows how to use the magic. I have seen him strike down evil spirits." He studied her eyes for a moment, seeming to judge the truth of what she said. "Thank you for the warning. I will remember your words." Richard spoke up at last. "Are you two about done threatening each other?" Kalen looked at him in surprise. I thought you couldn't understand their language. Can't, but I can understand eyes. If looks caused sparks, this place would be ablaze. Kalen turned back to the Birdman. The Seeker wishes to know if we are finished threatening each other. He glanced at Richard and then back to her. He is an impatient man, is he not? She nodded. I have told him so myself. He denies it. It must be a burden traveling with him. Kalen broke into a smile. Not at all. The Birdman returned her smile, and then addressed his gaze to Richard. If we choose not to help you, how many of us will you kill? Kalen interpreted the words as they spoke. None. The Birdman studied the hawk as he asked, and if we choose not to help Dark and Rahl, how many of us will he kill? Sooner or later, a great many. He took his hand away from the hawk and looked at Richard with his sharp eyes. It would seem you argue for us to help Dark and Rahl. A smile spread across Richard's face. If you choose not to help me and remain neutral, foolish as that would be, it is your right, and I will harm none of your people. But Rahl will. I will press on and fight against him with my last breath if need be. His face took on a dangerous expression. He leaned forward. If, on the other hand, you choose to help darken Rahl, and I defeat him, I will come back, and... He pulled his finger across his throat in a quick gesture that needed no translation. The Birdman sat stone-faced, no quick retort at hand. We wish only to be left alone, he said at last. Richard shrugged, looking down at the ground. I can understand that. I, too, wished only to be left alone. His eyes came up. Dark and Rahl killed my father and sends evil spirits that haunt me in my father's guise. He sends men to try to kill Kalen. He brings down the boundary to invade my homeland. His minions have struck down my two oldest friends. They lie in a deep sleep near death, but at least they will live, unless he is successful the next time. Kalen has told me of many he has killed. Children. Stories that would make your heart sick. He nodded, his voice soft, hardly more than a whisper. Yes, my friend, I too wished only to be left alone. On the first day of winter, if Darken Rahl gains the magic he seeks, he will have a power no one can stand against. Then it will be too late. His hand went to his sword. Kalen's eyes widened. If he were here in my place, he would pull this sword and have your help or have your head. He took his hand away. That, my friend, is why I cannot harm you if you choose not to help me. The Birdman sat quiet and still for a while. I can see now that I do not want Darken Rahl for an enemy. Or you. He got up and went to the door, casting the hawk into the sky. The Birdman sat once more, sighing heavily with the weight of his thoughts. Your words seem to flow true, but I cannot know for sure yet. It would also seem that although you want us to help you, you also wish to help us. I believe you are sincere in this. It is a wise man who seeks help by helping, and not by threats or tricks. If I wanted to get your help by tricks, I would have let you believe me to be a spirit. The corners of the Birdman's mouth turned up in a small smile. If we had held a gathering, we would have discovered you were not. A wise man would suspect that too. So which reason is it that made you tell the truth? You did not want to trick us? Or you were afraid to? Richard smiled back. In truth, both. The Birdman nodded. Thank you for the truth. Richard sat quietly, took a deep breath, and let it out slowly. So, Birdman, I have told you my tale. You must judge it true or not. Time works against me. Will you help? It is not that simple. My people look to me for direction. If you asked for food, I could say, give him food, and they would do so. But you have asked for a gathering. That is different. The Council of Seers are the 6 elders you spoke to, plus myself. They are old men, firm in the ways of their past. An outsider has never been given a gathering before, never been permitted to disturb the peace of our ancestors' spirits. Soon, these 6 will join the ancestor spirits, and they do not want to think they will be called from the spirit world for an outsider's needs. If they break the tradition, they will be forever burdened with the results. I cannot order them to do this. It is not only an outsider's needs, Kaelin said, telling them both her words. Helping us also helps the Mud People. Maybe in the end, the Birdman said, but not in the beginning. What if I were one of the Mud People? Richard asked, his eyes narrowing. Then they would call the gathering for you and not violate the tradition. Could you make me one of the Mud People? The Birdman's silver-gray hair glistened in the firelight as he considered. If you were to first do something that helped our people, something that benefited them with no advantage to you, proved you were a man of good intentions toward us, doing so without promise of aid for your help, and the elders wished it, I could. And once you named me as one of the Mud People, I could ask for a gathering and they would call it? If you were one of us, they would know you had our interests in your heart. They would call a council of seers to help you. And if they called the council, would they be able to tell me where the object I seek is located? I cannot answer that. Sometimes the spirits will not answer our questions. Sometimes they do not know the answers to our questions. There is no guarantee that we could help you, even if we held a gathering. All I could promise is that we would try our best. Richard looked down at the ground, thinking. With his finger, he pushed some dirt into one of the puddles where the rain dripped. Kaelin, he asked quietly, do you know of anyone else who would have the power to tell us where to look for the box? Kaelin had been giving this consideration all day. I do. But of all the ones I know of, I do not know of any who would be any more eager to help us than the Mud People are. Some would kill us just for asking. Well, of the ones who wouldn't kill us just for asking, how far away are they? 3 weeks at least, north, through very dangerous country controlled by Rahl. 3 weeks, Richard said out loud with a heavy tone of disappointment. But Richard, the Birdman is able to promise us precious little. If you could find a way to help them, if it pleases the elders, if they ask the Birdman to name you one of the Mud People, if the Council of Seers can get an answer, if the spirits even know the answer, if, many opportunities for a wrong step. Was it not you who told me I would have to win them over? He asked with a smile. It was. So what do you think? Do you think we should stay and try to convince them to help, or we should go to find the answers elsewhere? She shook her head slowly. I think you are the seeker, and you will have to decide. He smiled again. You are my friend. I could use your advice. She hooked some hair behind her ear. I don't know what advice to give, Richard, and my life, too, depends upon you making the right choice. But as your friend, I have faith that you will decide wisely. Will you hate me, he grinned, if I make the wrong choice? She looked into his gray eyes, eyes that could see into her, eyes that made her weak with longing. Even if you choose wrong, and it costs me my life, she whispered, swallowing back the lump in her throat, I could never hate you. He looked away from her, back down at the dirt a while, then once again up to the Birdman. Do your people like having roofs that leak? The Birdman raised an eyebrow. Would you like it if water dripped on your face when you were asleep? Smiling, Richard shook his head. Then why don't you make roofs that don't leak? The Birdman shrugged. Because it cannot be done. We have no materials at hand to use. Clay bricks are too heavy and would fall down. Wood is too scarce, it must be carried long distances. Grass is all we have, and it leaks. Richard took one of the pottery bowls and turned it upside down under one of the drips. You have clay from which you make pottery. Our ovens are small. We could not make a pot that big. And besides, it would crack, and then it too would leak. It cannot be done. It is a mistake to say something cannot be done simply because you don't know how to do it. I would not be here otherwise. He said this gently, without malice. Your people are strong and wise. I would be honored if the Birdman would allow me to teach his people how to make roofs that do not leak, and also let the smoke out at the same time. The Birdman considered this without showing any emotion. If you could do this, it would be a great benefit to my people, and they would give you many thanks. But I can make no promises beyond that. Richard shrugged. None asked for. The answer may still be no. You must accept that, if that is the answer, and bring no harm to my people. I will do my best for your people, and hope only that they judge me fairly. Then you are free to try, but I cannot see how you will make a roof of clay that will not crack and leak. I will make a roof for your spirit house that will have 1,000 cracks, but will not leak. Then I will teach you to make more for yourselves. The birdman smiled and gave a nod. Chapter 24. I hate my mother. The master, sitting cross-legged on the grass, looked down at the bitter expression on the boy's face, and waited a moment before he answered in a quiet voice. That is a very strong thing to say, Carl. I would not want you to say something you would come to regret when you had thought it over. I've thought it over plenty, Carl snapped. We've talked about it a long time. I know now how they've twisted me around, deceived me, how selfish they are. He squinted his eyes. How they are enemies of the people. Rahl glanced up at the windows, at the last tinge of fading sunlight, turning the wisps of clouds a beautiful deep reddish purple, frosted with tips of gold. Tonight. Tonight, at long last, would be the night he returned to the underworld. For most of long days and nights, he had kept the boy awake with the special gruel, allowing him to sleep for only brief spells, kept him awake to hammer away at him until his mind was empty and could be molded. He had talked to the boy endlessly, convincing him how others had used him, abused him, and lied to him. Sometimes he had left the boy to think over what he had been told, and used the excuse to visit his father's tomb and read the sacred inscriptions again, or to snatch some rest. And then last night he had taken that girl to his bed to get some relaxation, a small, momentary diversion. An interlude of gentleness to feel another's soft flesh against his, to relieve his pent-up excitement. She should have been honored, especially after he had been so tender with her, so charming. She had been anxious enough to be with him. But what did she do? She laughed. When she saw the scars, she laughed. As he thought of it now, Rahl had to strain to control his rage, strain to show the boy a smile, strain to hide his impatience to get on with it. He thought of what he had done to the girl, the exhilaration of his violence unleashed, her ripping screams. The smile came more easily to his lips. She would laugh at him no more. "What's the big grin for?" Carl asked. Rahl looked down at the boy's big brown eyes. "I was just thinking about how proud I am of you." His smile widened as he remembered the way her hot, sticky blood pumped and spurted as she screamed. Where was her haughty laughter then? "Me?" Carl asked, smiling shyly. Rahl's blond head nodded. "Yes, Carl, you. Not many young men of your age would be intelligent enough to see the world as it really is, to see beyond their own lives to the wider dangers and wonders all about, to see how hard I work to bring safety and peace to the people." He shook his head sadly. "Sometimes it hurts my heart to see the very ones for whom I struggle so hard turn their backs to me, reject my tireless efforts, or worse yet, join with the enemies of the people. I have not wanted to burden you with worry for me, but right now as I speak with you, there are evil people who plot to conquer us, to crush us. They have brought down the boundary that protected Dahara, and now the second boundary too. I fear they plot an invasion. I have tried to warn the people of the danger from Westland, to get them to do something to protect themselves, but they are poor and simple people. They look to me for protection." Carl's eyes widened. "Father Rahl, are you in danger?" Rahl brushed the matter away with a wave of his hand. "It's not me I fear for, it's the people. If I were to die, who would protect them?" "Die?" Carl's eyes filled with tears. "Oh, Father Rahl, we need you. Please don't let them get you. Please let me fight at your side. I want to help protect you. I couldn't stand the thought of you getting hurt." Rahl's breathing quickened, his heart raced. The time was near. It would not be long now. He smiled warmly at Carl as he remembered the girl's hoarse screams. I could not stand the thought of you being in danger for me. Carl, I have come to know you these last days. You are more to me than simply a young man who has chosen to help me with the ceremony. You have become my friend. I have shared my deepest concerns with you, my hopes, my dreams. I don't do that with many. It's enough to know you care. Tears in his eyes, Carl looked up at the master. Father Rahl, he whispered, I'd do anything for you. Please let me stay. After the ceremony, let me stay and be with you. I'll do anything you need, I promise, if I could just stay with you. Carl, that's so like you, so kind. But you have a life, parents, friends. And Tinker, don't forget your dog. Soon you will be wanting to go back to all that. Carl slowly shook his head, while his eyes stayed on Rahl. No, I won't. I only want to be with you. Father Rahl, I love you. I'd do anything for you. Rahl considered the boy's words, a serious look on his face. It would be dangerous for you to stay with me. Rahl could feel his heart pounding. I don't care. I want to serve you. I don't care if I might get killed. I only want to help you. I don't want to do anything else but help you in your fight with those enemies. Father Rahl, if I got killed helping you, it would be worth it. Please let me stay. I'll do whatever you ask. Forever. To help control his rapid breathing, Rahl took a deep breath and let it out slowly. His face was grave. Are you sure of what you are saying, Carl? Are you sure you really mean it? I mean, are you really sure you would give your life for me? I swear, I'd die to help you. My life is yours if you'll have it. Rahl leaned back a little, put his hands on his knees and nodded slowly, his blue eyes riveted on the boy. Yes, Carl, I will have it. Carl didn't smile, but shook slightly with the excitement of acceptance, his face set in determination. When can we do the ceremony? I want to help you and the people. Soon, Rahl said, his eyes getting wide and his speech slow. Tonight, after I have fed you. Are you ready to begin? Yes. Rahl rose, feeling the surge of blood through his veins. He strained to control the flush of arousal. It was dark outside. The torches gave off a flickering light that danced in his blue eyes, gleamed on his long blonde hair, and made his white robes seem to glow. Before going to the forge room, he placed the feeding horn near Carl's mouth. Inside the dark room, his guards waited, their massive arms folded across their chests. Sweat rolling from their skin left little trails in the light covering of soot. A crucible sat in the fire of the forge, an acrid smell rising from the dross. Eyes wide, Rahl addressed his guards. Is Damon back? For several days, master. Tell him to come and wait, Rahl said, unable to manage more than a whisper. And then I would like you two to leave me alone for now. They bowed and left through the back door. Rahl swept his hand over the crucible, and the smell changed to an appetizing aroma. His eyes closed as he offered silent prayers to the spirit of his father. His breathing was a shallow pant. In the fervor of his emotions, he was unable to control it. He licked his shaking fingertips and rubbed them on his lips. Affixing wooden handles to the crucible so as to lift it without burning himself, he used the magic to make its weight easy to maneuver, and went back through the door with it. The torches lit the area around the boy, the white sand with the symbols traced in it, the ring of grass, the altar set on the wedge of white stone. Torchlight reflected off the polished stone block that held the iron bowl with the shinga on its lid. Rahl's blue eyes took it all in as he approached the boy. He stopped in front of him by the mouth of the feeding horn. There was a glaze in his eyes as he looked down to Carl's upturned face. Are you sure about this, Carl? He asked hoarsely. Can I trust you with my life? I swear my loyalty to you, Father Rahl. Forever. Rahl's eyes closed as he drew a sharp breath. Sweat beaded on his face, stuck his robes to his skin. He could feel waves of heat rolling off the crucible. He added the heat of his magic to the vessel to keep its contents boiling. Softly, he began chanting the sacred incantations in the ancient language. Charms and spells whispered their haunting sounds in the air. Rahl's back arched as he felt power surging through his body, taking him with hot promise. He shook as he chanted, offering up his words to the spirit of the boy. His eyes opened part way, the visage of wanton passion burning in them. His breathing was ragged. His hands trembled slightly. He gazed down at the boy. Carl, he said in a husky whisper, I love you. I love you, Father Rahl. Rahl's eyes slid closed. Put your mouth over the horn, my boy, and hold tight. While Carl did as he was told, Rahl chanted the last charm, his heart pounding. The torches hissed and spit while they burned, the sound intertwining with that of the spell. And then he poured the contents of the crucible into the horn. Carl's eyes snapped wide, and he both inhaled and swallowed involuntarily when the molten lead hit him, searing into his body. Dark-and Rahl shuddered with excitement. He let the empty crucible slip from his hands to the ground. The master went on to the next set of incantations, the sending of the boy's spirit to the underworld. He said the words, every word in the proper order, opening the way to the underworld, opening the void, opening the dark emptiness. As his hands extended upward, dark forms swirled around him. Howls filled the night air with the terror of their calls. Dark-and Rahl went to the cold stone altar, knelt in front of it, stretched his arm across it, put his face to it. He spoke the words in the ancient language that would link the boy's spirit to him. For a short while, he cast the needed spells. When finished, he stood, fists at his side, his face flushed. Demin Na stepped forward out of the shadows. Rahl's vision focused on his friend. Demin, he whispered, his voice coarse. Master Rahl, he answered in greeting, bowing his head. Rahl stepped to Demin, his face drawn and sweat-streaked. Take his body from the ground and put it on the altar. Use the bucket of water to wash him clean. He glanced down at the short sword Demin wore. Crack his skull for me, no more, and then you may stand back and wait. He passed his hands over Demin's head. The air about shuddered. This spell will protect you. Wait for me then, until I return just before dawn. I will need you. He looked away, lost in his thoughts. Demin did as asked, going about the grim task while Rahl continued to chant the strange words, rocking back and forth, his eyes closed, as if in a trance. Demin wiped his sword clean on his muscular forearm and returned it to its scabbard. He took one last look at Rahl, who was still lost in the trance. I hate this part, he muttered to himself. He turned and went back into the shadows of the trees, leaving the master to his work. Dark-and Rahl went to stand behind the altar, breathing in deeply. Suddenly, he cast his hand down at the fire pit, and flames leapt up with a roar. He held out both hands, fingers contorted, and the iron bowl lifted and floated over, setting itself down on the fire. Rahl pulled his curved knife from its sheath and laid it on the boy's wet belly. He slipped his robes from his shoulders and let them drop to the ground, kicking them back out of the way. Sweat covered his lean form, ran down his neck in rivulets. His skin was smooth and taut over his well-proportioned muscles, except on his upper left thigh, across part of his hip and abdomen, and the left side of his erect sex. That was where the scar was, where the flames sent by the old wizard had tasted him. The flames of the wizard's fire that had consumed his father as he stood at his right hand. Flames that had licked him also, giving him the pain of the wizard's fire. It had been a fire unlike any other, burning, sticking, searing, alive with purpose, as he had screamed until he had lost his voice. Darkin Rahl licked his fingers and, reaching down, ran them wetly over the bumpy scars. How he had so badly wanted to do that when he had been burned. How he had so badly wanted to do it to stop the terror of the unrelenting pain and burning. But the healers wouldn't let him. They said he mustn't touch the burn, and so they bound him by his wrists to keep him from reaching down. He had licked his fingers and instead rubbed them on his lips as he shook to try to stop his crying, and on his eyes to try to wipe away the vision of having seen his father burned alive. For months he had cried and panted and begged to touch and soothe the burns, but they would not let him. How he hated the wizard. How he wanted to kill him. How he wanted to push his hand into the wizard's living body while he looked into his eyes and pull his heart out. Darkin Rahl took his fingers away from the scar and, picking up the knife, put the thoughts of that time out of his mind. He was a man now. He was the master. He put his mind back to the matter at hand. He wove the proper spell, and then plunged the knife into the boy's chest. With care, he removed the heart and put it into the iron bowl of boiling water. Next, he removed the brain and added it to the bowl. Last, he took the testicles and added them too. Then finally, he put the knife down. Blood mixed with the sweat that covered him. It dripped from his elbows. He laid his arms across the body and offered prayers to the spirits. His face lifted to the dark windows above as he closed his eyes and continued the incantations, rolling them out without having to think. For an hour he went on with the words of the ceremony, smearing the blood on his chest at the proper time. When he had finished with the runes from his father's tomb, he went to the sorcerer's sand where the boy had been buried for the time of his testing. With his arms, he smoothed the sand. It stuck to the blood in a white crust. Squatting, he carefully began drawing the symbols, radiating from the center axis, branching in intricate patterns learned in years of study. He concentrated as he worked into the night, his straight blonde hair hanging down, his brow wrinkled with intensity as he added each element, leaving out no line or stroke or curve, for that would be fatal. At last finished, he went to the sacred bowl and found the water almost boiled away as it should be. With magic, he floated the bowl back to the polished stone block and let it cool a little before he took a stone pestle and began grinding. He mashed, sweat running from his face, until he had worked the heart, brain, and testicles into a paste, to which he added magic powders from pockets in his discarded robes. Standing in front of the altar, he held up the bowl with the mixture while he cast the calling spells. He lowered the bowl when finished and looked around at the Garden of Life. He always liked to look upon beautiful things before he went to the underworld. With his fingers, he ate from the bowl. He hated the taste of meat and never ate anything but plants. Now, though, there was no choice. The way was the way. If he wanted to go to the underworld, he had to eat the flesh. He ignored the taste and ate it all, trying to think of it as vegetable paste. Licking his fingers clean, he set the bowl down and went to sit cross-legged on the grass in front of the white sand. His blonde hair was matted in places with dried blood. He placed his hands palm up on his knees, closed his eyes, and took deep breaths, preparing himself for meeting the spirit of the boy. At last ready, all preparation done, all charms spoken, all spells cast, the master raised his head and opened his eyes. "Come to me, Carl," he whispered in the secret ancient language. There was a moment of dead silence, and then a wailing roar. The ground shook. From the center of the sand, the center of the enchantment, the boy's spirit rose, in the form of the Shinga, the underworld beast. The Shinga came, transparent at first, like smoke rising from the ground, turning as if unscrewing itself from the white sand, lured by the drawing. Its head reared as it struggled to pull itself through the drawing, snorted steam from its flared nostrils. Rahl calmly watched as the fearsome beast rose, becoming solid as it came, ripping the ground and pulling the sand up with it. its powerful hind legs pulling through at last as it reared with a wail. A hole opened, black as pitch. Sand around the edges fell away into the bottomless darkness. The Shinga floated above it. Piercing brown eyes looked down at Raal. "Thank you for coming, Carl." The beast bent forward, nuzzling its muzzle against the master's bare chest. Raal came to his feet and stroked the Shinga's head as it bucked, calming its impatience to be off. When at last it quieted, Raal climbed onto its back and held its neck tight. With a flash of light, the Shinga, dark and Raal astride its back, dissolved back into the black void, corkscrewing itself down as it went. The ground shuddered, and the hole closed with a grating sound. The garden of life was left in the sudden silence of the night. From the shadows of the trees, Demin Nas stepped forward, forehead beaded with sweat. "Safe journey, my friend," he whispered. "Safe journey." Chapter 25. The rain held off for the time being, but the sky remained thickly overcast, as it had been for almost as long as he could remember. Sitting alone on a small bench against the wall of another building, Kaylin smiled to herself as she watched Richard construct the roof of the spirit house. Sweat ran off his bare back over the swell of his muscles, over the scars where the Gar's claws had raked his back. Richard was working with Savidlin and some other men, teaching them. He had told her he didn't need her to translate, that working with one's hands was universal, and if they had to partly figure it out themselves, they would understand it better and have more pride in what they had done. Savidlin kept jabbering questions Richard didn't understand. Richard just smiled and explained things in words the others couldn't understand, using his hands in a sign language he invented as needed. Sometimes the others thought it hilarious, and all would end up laughing. They had accomplished a lot for men who didn't understand each other. At first, Richard hadn't told her what he was doing. He just smiled and said she would have to wait and see. First, he took blocks of clay about 1 by 2 feet and made wave-like forms. Half the block's face was a concave trough, like a gutter, the other half a long, rounded hump. He hollowed them out and asked the women who worked the pottery to fire them. Next, he attached 2 uniform strips of wood to a flat board, 1 to each side, and put a lump of soft clay into the center. Using a rolling pin, he flattened the clay, the 2 strips of wood acting as a thickness gauge. Slicing off the excess at the top and bottom of the board, he ended up with slabs of clay of a uniform thickness and size, which he draped and smoothed over the forms the women had fired for him. He used a stick to poke a hole in the 2 upper corners. The women followed him around, inspecting his work closely, so he enlisted their help. Soon he had a whole crew of smiling, chatting women making the slabs and forming them, showing him how to do it better. When the slabs were dry, they could be pulled from the forms. While these were being fired, the women, by then buzzing with curiosity, made more. When they asked how many they should make, he said to just keep making them. Richard left them to their new work and went to the spirit house and began making a fireplace out of the mud bricks that were used for the buildings. Savidlin followed him around, trying to learn everything. "You're making clay roofing tiles, aren't you?" Kaylin had asked him. "Yes," he had said with a smile. "Richard, I have seen thatched roofs that do not leak." "So have I." "Then why not simply make their grass roofs over properly so they don't leak?" "Do you know how to thatch roofs?" "No." "Neither do I. But I do know how to make tile roofs, so that's what I have to do." While he was building the fireplace and showing Savidlin how to do it, he had other men strip the grass off the roof, leaving a skeleton of poles that ran the length of the building, poles that had been used to tie down each course of grass. Now they would be used to secure the clay tiles. The tiles spanned from one row of poles to the next, the bottom edge laid on the first pole, the top edge laid on the second, with the holes in the tiles used to lash them tight to the poles. The second course of tiles was laid so its bottom edge overlapped the top of the first, covering the holes that tied the tiles down and owing to their wave-like form, each interlocked with the one before. Because the clay tiles were heavier than the grass, Richard had first reinforced the poles from underneath with supports running up the pitch of the roof, with cross members bracing them. It seemed as if half the village was engaged in the construction. The Birdman came by from time to watch the work, pleased with what he saw. Sometimes he sat with Kaylin, saying nothing. Sometimes he talked with her, but mostly he just watched. Occasionally, he slipped in a question about Richard's character. Most of the time while Richard was working, Kaylin was alone. The women weren't interested in her offers of help. The men kept their distance, watching her out of the corners of their eyes, and the young girls were too shy to actually bring themselves to talk to her. Sometimes she found them standing, staring at her. When she would ask their names, they would only give their shy smiles and run away. The little children wanted to approach, but their mothers kept them well clear. She wasn't allowed to help with the cooking or the making of the tiles. Her approaches were politely turned down with the excuse that she was an honored guest. She knew better. She was a confessor. They were afraid of her. Kaylin was used to the attitude, the looks, the whispers. It no longer bothered her, as it had when she was younger. She remembered her mother smiling at her, telling her it was just the way people were, and it could not be changed, that she must not let it bring her to bitterness, and that she would come to be above it someday. She had thought she was beyond caring, that it didn't matter to her, that she had accepted who she was, the way life was, that she could have none of what other people had, and that it was all right. That was before she met Richard, before he became her friend, accepted her, talked to her, treated her like a normal person, cared about her. But then Richard didn't know what she was. Savidlin, at least, had been friendly to her. He had taken her and Richard into his small home with him, his wife Wesselan, and their young boy, Sidon, and had given them a place to sleep on the floor. Even if it was because Savidlin had insisted, Wesselan had accepted Kaylin into her home with gracious hospitality and did not show coldness when she had the chance, unseen by her husband, to do so. At night, after it was too dark to work, Sidon would sit wide-eyed on the floor with Kaylin, as she told him stories of kings and castles, of far-off lands, and of fierce beasts. He would crawl into her lap and beg for more stories and give her hugs. It brought tears to her eyes now to think of how Wesselan let him do that, without pulling him away, how she had the kindness not to show her fear. When Sidon went to sleep, she and Richard would tell Savidlin and Wesselan some of the stories of their journey from Westland. Savidlin was one who respected success in struggle and listened with eyes almost as wide as his son's had been. The Birdman had seemed pleased with the new roof. Shaking his head slowly, he had smiled to himself when he had seen enough to figure out how it would work. But the other 6 elders were less impressed. To them, a little rain dripping in once in a while seemed hardly enough to become concerned about. It had done so their whole life, and they were resentful of an outsider coming in and showing them how stupid they had been. Someday, when one of the elders died, Savidlin would become one of the 6. Kaylin wished he were one now, for they could use such a strong ally among the elders. Kaylin worried about what would happen when the roof was finished, about what would happen if the elders refused to ask to have Richard named one of the Mud People. Richard had not given her his promise that he wouldn't hurt them. Even though he was not the kind of person to do something like that, he was the Seeker. More was at stake than the lives of a few of these people, much more. The Seeker had to take that into account. She had to take that into account. Kaylin didn't know if killing the last man of the quad had changed him, made him harder. Learning to kill made you weigh matters differently, made it easier to kill again. That was something she knew all too well. Kaylin wished so much he had not come to her aid when he had, wished he had not killed that man. She didn't have the heart to tell him it was unnecessary. She could have handled it herself. After all, one man alone was hardly a mortal danger to her. That was why Rahl always sent 4 men after confessors, 1 to be touched by her power, the other 3 to kill him and the confessor. Sometimes only 1 was left, but that was enough after a confessor had spent her power. But 1 alone? He had almost no chance. Even if he was big, she was faster. When he swung his sword, she would have simply jumped out of the way. Before he could have brought it up again, she would have touched him, and he would have been hers. That would have been the end of him. Kayla knew there was no way she could ever tell Richard that there had been no need for him to kill. What made it doubly bad was that he had killed for her, had thought he was saving her. Kayla knew another quad was probably on its way. They were relentless. The man Richard had killed knew he was going to die, knew he didn't stand a chance alone against a confessor, but he came anyway. They would not stop, did not know the meaning of it, never thought of anything but their objective. And they enjoyed what they did to confessors. Even though she tried not to, she couldn't help remembering Denis. Whenever she thought of the quads, she couldn't help remembering what they had done to Denis. Before Kaylin had become a woman, her mother had been stricken with a terrible sickness, one no healer was able to turn back. She had died all too quickly of the awful wasting disease. Confessors were a close sisterhood. When trouble struck one, it struck all. Denis's mother took in Kaylin and comforted her. The two girls, best friends, had been thrilled that they were to be sisters, as they called themselves from then on, and it helped ease the pain of losing her mother. Denis was a frail girl, as frail as her mother. She did not have the strength of power that Kaylin did, and over time Kaylin became her protector, guardian, shielding her from situations that required more force than she could bring from within. After its use, Kaylin could recover the strength of her power in an hour or two, but for Denis, it sometimes took several days. On one fateful day, Kaylin had been away for a short time, taking a confession from a murderer who was to be hanged, a mission that was to have been Denis's. Kaylin had gone in her sister's place, because she wanted to spare Denis the torment of the task. Denis hated taking confessions, hated seeing the look in their eyes. Sometimes she would cry for days after. She never asked Kaylin to go in her stead. She wouldn't. But the look of relief on her face when Kaylin told her she would do it was words enough. Kaylin, too, disliked taking confessions, but she was stronger, wiser, more reflective. She understood and accepted that being a confessor was her power. It was who she was, and so it didn't hurt her the way it did Denis. Kaylin had always been able to place her head before her heart, and she would have done any dirty job in Denis's place. On the trail home, Kaylin heard soft whimpers from the brush at the side of the road, moans of mortal pain. To her horror, she discovered Denis thrown there, discarded. "I was coming to meet you. I wanted to walk back with you," Denis had said, as Kaylin cradled the girl's head in her lap. "A quad caught me. I'm sorry. I got one of them, Kaylin. I touched him. I got one of them. You would have been proud of me." In shock, Kaylin held Denis's head, comforted her, telling her it would be all right. "Please, Kaylin, pull my dress down for me." Her voice sounded as if it were coming from a faraway place, wet and weak. "My arms don't work." Past panic, Kaylin saw why. Denis's arms had been brutally broken. They lay useless at her sides, bent in places where they shouldn't be bent. Blood trickled from one ear. Kaylin pulled what was left of the blood-soaked dress over her sister, covering her as best she could. Her head spun with the horror of what the men had done. The choking feeling in her throat wouldn't let words come out. She strained to hold back her screams, fearful of frightening her sister any more. She knew she had to be strong for her this one last time. Denis whispered Kaylin's name, beckoning her closer. "Darken Rahl did this to me. He wasn't here, but he did this to me." "I know," Kaylin said, with all the tenderness she could gather. "Lie still. It will be all right. I will take you home." She knew it was a lie. Knew Denis would not be all right. "Please, Kaylin," she whispered. "Kill him. Stop this madness. I wish I were strong enough. Kill him for me." Anger boiled up in her. It was the first time Kaylin had ever wanted to use her power to hurt someone, to kill someone. She had gone to the brink of feeling something she had never felt before or since. A terrible wrath, a force from deep within, a frightening birthright. With shaking fingers, she stroked Denis' bloody hair. I will, she promised. Denis relaxed back in her arms. Kaelin took off the bone necklace and placed it around her sister's neck. I want you to have this. It will help protect you. Thank you, Kaelin. She smiled, tears rolling from her wide eyes down the pale skin of her cheeks. But nothing can protect me now. Save yourself. Don't let them get you. They enjoy it. They hurt me so much, and they enjoyed it. They laughed at me. Kaelin closed her eyes against the sickening sight of her sister's pain, rocked her in her arms, and kissed her forehead. Remember me, Kaelin. Remember the fun we had. Bad memories. Kaelin's head snapped up, jolted out of her thoughts. The Birdman stood beside her, having come up silently, unnoticed. She nodded, looking away from his gaze. Please forgive me for showing weakness, she said, clearing her throat as her fingers wiped the tears from her face. He regarded her with soft brown eyes and sat lightly beside her on the short bench. It is not a weakness, child, to be a victim. She wiped her nose on the back of her hand and swallowed back the wail that was trying to fight its way out of her throat. She felt so alone. She so missed Denis. The Birdman put his arm tenderly around her shoulder and gave her a short, fatherly hug. I was thinking of my sister Denis. She was murdered by order of Darken Ral. I found her. She died in my arms. They hurt her so bad. Ral is not content to kill. He must see to it that people suffer before they die. He nodded his understanding. Though we be different peoples, we hurt the same. With his thumb, he brushed a tear from her cheek, then reached into his pocket. Hold out your hand. She did as he asked, and he poured some small seeds in it. Surveying the sky, he blew the whistle that made no sound, the one that hung from his neck, and shortly a small, bright yellow bird lit with a flutter upon his finger. He placed his hand next to hers so it could climb over and eat the seeds. Kaelin could feel its tiny little feet gripping her finger while it pecked away at the seeds. The bird was so bright and pretty it made her smile. The Birdman's leathery face smiled with her. When it finished eating, the bird fluffed itself up and sat contentedly without fear. I thought you might like to gaze upon a small vision of beauty among the ugliness. Thank you, she smiled. Do you wish to keep him? Kaelin watched the bird a moment longer, its bright yellow feathers, the way it cocked its head, and then cast it into the air. I have no right, she said, watching the bird flit away. It should be free. A small smile brightened the Birdman's face as he gave a single nod. Leaning forward and resting his forearms on his knees, he looked over at the spirit house. The work was almost done, maybe one more day. Long silver-gray hair slipped off his shoulders and down around his face, hiding his expression from her. Kaelin sat a while and watched Richard working on the roof. She ached to have him hold her right now, and hurt all the more because she knew she couldn't allow it. You wish to kill him, this man Darken Ral? He asked, without turning to her. Very much. And is your power enough? No, she admitted. And does the Seeker's blade have enough power to kill him? No. Why do you ask? The clouds were getting darker as the day was drawing to an end. Light rain was beginning to fall once more, and the gloom among the buildings was deepening. As you said yourself, it is dangerous to be with a confessor who is in great want of something. I think this is also true of the Seeker, maybe even more so. She paused a moment, then spoke softly. I do not wish to put words to what Darken Ral did with his own hands to Richard's father. It would make you fear the Seeker all the more. But know that Richard would also have let the bird fly free. The Birdman seemed to laugh without sound. You and I are too smart for these tricks with words. Let us speak without them. He sat back and folded his arms across his chest. I have tried to tell the other elders what a wonderful thing the Seeker is doing for our people. How good it is that he is teaching us these things. They are not so sure, as they are set in their ways and can be stubborn, sometimes almost beyond my tolerance.
I fear what you and the Seeker will do to my people if the elders say no.
Richard has given you his word that he will not harm your people.
Words are not as strong as our father's blood, or as strong as our sister's.
Kaelin leaned back against the wall, pulling her cloak around her, shutting out the wet breeze. I'm a confessor because I was born so. I did not seek the power. I would have chosen otherwise, would have chosen to be like other people. But I must live with what I was given and make the best of it. Despite what you may think of the confessors, despite what most people think, we are here to serve the people, to serve the truth. I love all the people of the Midlands, and would give my life to protect them, to keep them free. That is all I wish to do. And yet I am alone.
Richard keeps his eyes on you. He watches over you, cares for you.
She looked over out of the corner of her eye. Richard is from Westland. He does not know what I am. If he knew... The birdman lifted his eyebrow at hearing this.
For one who serves the truth,
please do not remind me. It is trouble of my own making with consequences I must bear and fear greatly. And that only proves my words. The mud people live in a land distant from the other peoples. That has given them the luxury of being out of the reach of trouble in the past. This trouble has long arms. It will reach you. The elders can argue against helping all they want, but they will not be able to argue against the fangs of truth. All of your people will pay the price if these few put pride before wisdom. The birdman listened carefully, respectfully. Kaelin turned to him. I cannot honestly say at this moment what I will do if the elders say no. It is not my wish to harm your people, but to save them from the pain I have seen. I have seen what Darken Rahl does to people. I know what he will do. If I knew I could somehow stop Rahl by killing Savidlin's precious little boy, I would do it without hesitation, with my bare hands if need be, because as much as the doing of it would wound my heart, I know I would be saving all the other precious little children. It is a terrifying burden I carry, the burden of the war here. You are one who has killed other men to save others, and I know you take no joy in it. Darken Rahl takes joy in it, believe me. Please help me save your people without hurting any of them. Tears ran down her cheeks. I want so much not to hurt anyone. Tenderly, he drew her to him and let her sob against his shoulder.
The people of the Midlands are fortunate to have you as their warrior.
If we can find the thing we seek and keep it from Darken Rahl until the first day of winter, he will die. No one else will have to be hurt. But we must have help to find it.
The first day of winter. Child, that is not much time. This season withers away. The next will be here soon.
I do not make the rules of life, honored elder. If you know the secret to stopping time, please tell me that I might make it so. He sat quietly without an answer.
I have watched you among our people before. You have always respected our wishes, never acted to bring us harm. It is the same with the Seeker. I am on your side, child. I will do my best to win over the others. I only hope my words to them will be enough. I wish my people to come to no harm.
It is not the Seeker or me you must fear if they say no, she said as she lay against his shoulder, staring off at nothing in particular. It is the one from Dahara. He will come like a storm and destroy you. You have no chance against him. He will butcher you. That night, in the warmth of Savidlin's home, sitting on the floor, Kaelin told Sidon the story of the fisherman who turned into a fish and lived in the lake, cleverly stealing bait from hooks without ever being caught. It was an old story her mother had told her when she was as little as he. The wonder in his face made her remember her own excitement when she had first heard it. Later, while Wesselan cooked sweet roots, the pleasant aroma mingling with the smoke, Savidlin showed Richard how to carve proper arrow points for different animals, harden them in the coals of the cooking fire, and apply poison to their tips. Kaelin lay on a skin on the floor with Sidon curled up in a ball, snuggled asleep against her stomach as she stroked his dark hair. She had to swallow back the lump in her throat as she thought about how she had told the birdman she would even be willing to kill this little boy. She wished she could take back those words. She hated that it was true, but wished she had not put words to it. Richard hadn't seen her talking to the birdman, and she did not tell him of their conversation. She saw no point in worrying him. What would happen would happen. She only hoped the elders would listen to reason. The next day was windy and exceptionally warm, with occasional periods of driving rain. By early afternoon, a crowd had gathered at the Spirit House as the roof was completed and a fire started in the new fireplace. Cries of excitement and wonder rose from the people when the first wisps of smoke emerged from the chimney. They peeked in the doorway to see the fire burning without filling the room with smoke. The idea of living without smoke in their eyes seemed as thrilling as living without water dripping on their heads. A wind-driven rain like this was the worst. It went right through the grass roofs. Everyone watched with glee as water ran off the tiles of the roof and none went inside. Richard was in a good mood as he climbed down. The roof was finished. It didn't leak, the fireplace drew well, and everyone was joyous because of what he had done for them. The men who had helped were proud of what they had accomplished, what they had learned. They acted as guides, excitedly showing off the finer points of the construction. Ignoring the onlookers, stopping only to strap on his sword, Richard headed for the center of the village where the elders waited under one of the open pole buildings. Kalin fell into his left, Savadlin to the right, intending to stand up for him. The crowd watched him go, then swept behind, spilling around the buildings, laughing and shouting. Richard's jaw was set tight. "Do you think you need to take the sword?" she asked. He looked to her as he continued his long strides. He smiled crookedly. Rainwater ran from his wet, matted hair. "I am the Seeker." She gave him a disapproving look. "Richard, don't play games with me. You know what I mean." His smile widened. "I'm hoping it will serve as a reminder of why they should do the right thing." Kalin had a bad feeling in the pit of her stomach, that things were spinning beyond her control, that Richard was going to do something terrible if the elders turned him down. He had been working hard, from when he woke until he fell into bed, the whole time with the single thought that he would win them over. He had won over most people, but they were not the people who counted. She was afraid he hadn't given rational thought to what he would do if the word was no. Toffelar stood tall and proud at the center of the leaking pole structure. The rain dripping around him splashed in little puddles on the floor. Surin, Caldus, Arbrin, Bregendarin, and Hagenlet stood to his sides. They each wore their coyote hides, something Kalin had learned they did only when official events were taking place. It seemed as if the whole village was out. They spread around the open area, sitting under roofs of the open buildings, filling windows, all watching as work stopped and they waited to hear the elders speak of their future. Kalin caught sight of the birdman standing among some armed men to the side of a pole that held up the roof over the elders' heads. When their eyes met, her heart sank. She grabbed the sleeve of Richard's shirt, leaning toward him. "Don't forget, no matter what these men say, we must get out of here if we are to have a chance of stopping Rahl. We are two, they are many, sword or no sword." He ignored her. "Honored elders," he started in a loud, clear voice. She translated as he spoke. "It is my privilege to report to you that the Spirit House has a new roof that does not leak. It has also been my privilege to teach your people how to build these roofs so they may improve the other buildings of your village. I did this out of respect for your people, and I expect nothing in return. I only hope you are pleased." The six stood grim-faced as Kalin translated. There was a long silence when she finished. At last, Toffelar spoke in a determined voice.
"We are not pleased."
Richard's expression turned dark when she told him Toffelar's words. "Why?"
"A little rain does not melt the strength of the mud people. Your roof may not leak, but only because it is clever. Clever has the ways of outsiders. They are not our ways. It would only be the beginning of outsiders telling us what to do. We know what you want. You want to be named one of us, so we will call a gathering for you. Just another clever trick of an outsider to get from us what will serve you. You wish to draw us into your fight. We say no."
He turned to Savadlin.
The roof of the spirit house will be put back to the way it was, the way our honored ancestors wanted it.
Savidlin was livid, but he did not move. The elder, a slight smile on his pinched lips, turned back to Richard.
Now that your tricks have failed, he said with disdain, would you think to harm our people, Richard with the temper?
It was a taunt, aimed to discredit Richard. Richard looked as dangerous as she had ever seen him. His glare turned briefly to the Birdman, then back to the 6 under the shelter. She held her breath. The crowd was dead quiet. He turned slowly to them. "I will not harm your people," he said in an even voice. There was a collective sigh of relief when Kalin spoke his words. When it was quiet again, he went on. "But I will mourn for what is going to happen to them." Without turning back to the elders, his arm slowly lifted as he pointed to them. "For you 6, I will not mourn. I do not mourn the death of fools." His words came out like poison. The crowd gasped. Toffalar's face twisted into bitter rage. Whispers and fear spread through the onlookers. Kalin glanced over to the Birdman. He seemed to have aged years. She could see in his heavy brown eyes how sorry he was. For a moment, their eyes locked, and they shared the grief of what they both knew was going to sweep over all their lives. Then his gaze sank to the ground. In a sudden flash of movement, Richard spun toward the elders, pulling free the Sword of Truth. It was so fast, almost everyone, including the elders, flinched back a step in shock and then froze in place, the 6 faces reflecting the fear that kept them paralyzed. The crowd began creeping back. The Birdman had not moved. Kalin feared Richard's anger and understood it, too. She decided not to interfere, but to do what was necessary to protect the Seeker, whatever he did next. Not even a whisper was uttered. The only sound in the dead silence was the distinctive ringing of steel. With his teeth gritted, Richard pointed the glinting sword at the elders, its tip inches from their faces. "Have the courage to do one last thing for your people." Richard's tone sent a chill through her. Kalin translated out of reflex, too transfixed to do anything else. Then, unbelievably, he turned the sword around, holding it by the point, holding the hilt out to the elders. "Take my sword," he commanded. "Use it to kill the women and children. It will be more merciful than what Dark and Rahl will do to them. Have the courage to spare them the torture they will suffer. Give them the charity of a quick death." His countenance withered their expressions. Kalin could hear women starting to cry softly as they clutched their children. The elders, in the grip of a terror they hadn't expected, did not move. At last their eyes fled from Richard's glare. When it was clear to all they did not have the courage to take the sword, Richard painstakingly slid it back into its scabbard, as if slowly extinguishing their last chance at salvation. An unequivocal gesture that the elders had forfeited forever the aid of the Seeker. The finality of it was frightening. Then at last he broke his hot glare at them and turned to her, his face changing. When she saw the look in his eyes, she swallowed hard. It was a look of heartache for a people he had come to love but could not help. All eyes stayed on him as he closed the distance between them and took her gently by the arm. "Let's collect our things and get moving," he said softly. "We've wasted a lot of time. I only hope it wasn't too much." His gray eyes were wet. "I'm sorry, Kalin, that I chose wrong." "You did not choose wrong, Richard. They did." Her anger at the elders had a finality to it, too. A door closing on any hope for these people. She cut off her concern for them. They were the walking dead. They had been offered a chance and had chosen their own fate. When they passed Savidlin, the 2 men locked arms for a moment without looking at each other. No one else made a move to leave. They stayed and watched the 2 outsiders walk quickly among them. As they passed, a few reached out and touched Richard. He returned the wordless sympathy with a squeeze of his hand on their arms, unable to bear meeting their eyes. They gathered up their things from Savidlin's house, stuffing their cloaks into the packs. Neither spoke. Kalin felt empty, drained. When their eyes met at last, they suddenly came together in a wordless embrace, a shared grief for their new friends, for what they both knew would happen to them. They had gambled with the only thing they had, time, and lost. When they separated, Kaylin put the last of her things in the pack and closed the flap. Richard pulled his cloak back out. She watched as he pushed his hand inside and rummaged around, an urgency to his search. He went to the doorway for light and looked inside as he moved items roughly about. The arm holding the pack lowered and his face came up to hers, alarm in his expression. "The nightstone is gone." The way he said it frightened her. "Maybe you left it out somewhere." "No. I never took it out of my pack. Never." Kaylin didn't understand why he seemed so panicked about it. "Richard, we don't need it now. We are through the pass. I'm sure Addie will forgive its loss. We have more important things to worry about." He took a step closer to her. "You don't understand. We have to find it." "Why?" she frowned. "Because I think that thing can wake the dead." Her mouth fell open. "Kaylin, I've been thinking about it. Do you remember how nervous Addie was when she gave it to me? How she kept looking around until it was put away? And when did the shadow things in the past start coming for us? After I took it out, remember?" Her eyes were wide. "But even if someone else used it, she said it would only work for you." She was talking about it giving off light. She said nothing about waking the dead. I can't believe Addie wouldn't warn us. Kaylin looked away, thinking. Her eyes closed as a wave of realization swept over her. Yes, she did, Richard. She warned you with the sorceress's riddle. I'm sorry I never gave it a thought. That is the way of a sorceress. She will not always come right out with what she knows with a warning. She will sometimes put it in the form of a riddle. Richard turned to the door, glaring out. I can't believe it. The world is being sucked into oblivion, and that old woman gives us riddles. He pounded his fist against the doorframe. She should have told us. Richard, maybe she had a reason. Maybe it was the only way. He stared out the door, thinking. If you have need enough. That's what she said, like water. It is valuable only under the right conditions, that to a drowning man it is of little worth and great trouble. That was how she was trying to warn us. Great trouble. He turned back to the room, picking up the pack again, taking another look inside. It was here last night. I saw it. What could have happened to it? Together they looked up, their eyes meeting. Sidon, they both said at once. Chapter 26. Dropping their packs, they both ran out of the door, heading for the open area where they had last seen Savidlin. Both screamed out Sidon's name. As they ran, splashing through the mud, people scattered out of the way. By the time they reached the open area, the crowd was in a panic, not knowing what was happening, and were sweeping back for the shelter of the buildings. The elders retreated on the platform. The birdman stretched up trying to see. The band of hunters behind him knocked arrows to their bowstrings. She saw Savidlin, frightened and confused, that they were calling out his son's name. Savidlin! Kaylin screamed. Find Sidon! Don't let him open the pouch he has! Savidlin paled, whirled around, searching, then ran off in a half-crouch, looking for his son, his head darting among the running people. Kaylin didn't see Wesselon anywhere. Richard and Kaylin separated, widening their search. The area was turning to mass confusion. She had to push people out of her way. Kaylin's heart was in her throat. If Sidon opened the pouch... And then she saw him. As people cleared the center of the village, there he was, paying no attention to the panic all around him as he sat in the mud, shaking the leather pouch in his little fist, trying to get the stone out. Sidon, no! She yelled at him over and over, running toward him. He couldn't hear her screams. Maybe he wouldn't be able to get it out. He was just a defenseless little boy. Please, she begged in her mind, let the fates be kind to him. The stone dropped from the pouch and plopped into the mud. Sidon smiled and picked it up. Kaylin felt her skin go cold. Shadow things began to materialize all around. They turned like wisps of mist in the damp air as if looking about. Then they floated for Sidon. Richard ran for him, screaming over at her. Get the stone! Put it back in the pouch! His sword flashed through the air, cutting through the shadows as he ran in a straight line for Sidon. When the sword sliced through them, they howled in agony and spun apart. Upon hearing the terrifying wails, Sidon looked up and froze, wide-eyed. Kaelin yelled at him to put the stone back in the pouch, but he could not move. He was hearing other voices. She ran faster than she had ever run, weaving back and forth around the dense knots of shadows as they floated toward the boy. Something dark and small zipped past her, making her breath catch in her throat. Then another behind her. Arrows. The air suddenly became thick with arrows, the birdman having ordered his hunters to bring down the shadows. Every one went true and found its mark, but they simply passed through the shadow things as if they were whizzing through smoke. Poison-tipped arrows were flying wildly everywhere. She knew that if one even nicked her or Richard, they were dead. Now she had to dodge the arrows as well as the shadows. She heard another whistle past her ear as she ducked at the last second. One skipped in the mud and flew past her leg. Richard had reached the boy but couldn't grab the stone. All he was able to do was frantically strike down the advancing shadows. He couldn't pause to try for the stone. Kaelin was still a long way off, not able to run in as Richard had, cutting through them. She knew that if she inadvertently touched a shadow, she was dead. There were so many materializing around her, the very air was like a gray maze. Richard fought around the boy in a circle that got smaller all the time. He held the sword in both hands, swinging it wildly. He dared not slow for an instant, or they would close over him. There was no end to the shadow things. Kaelin couldn't make any headway. The shadows, floating past her from all around, and the arrows streaking by, cut her off at every turn, the arrows forcing her to jump back just as she went for an opening. She knew Richard wouldn't be able to hold out much longer. Hard as he fought, he was falling back in a tighter and tighter circle, closer to the boy. She was their only chance, and she wasn't even close. Another arrow zipped past, the feather flicking her hair. "Stop the arrows!" she yelled angrily at the birdman. "Stop shooting the arrows! You're going to kill us!" Frustrated, he recognized her plight and reluctantly called a halt to the archers. But then they all drew knives and quickly advanced on the shadows. They had no idea what they were up against. They would be killed to the last man. "No!" she screamed, shaking her fists. "If you touch them, you will die! Stay back!" The birdman held his arm up, stopping his men. She knew how helpless he felt as he watched her dart back among the shadows, angling slowly closer to Richard and Sidon. She heard another voice. It was Tofalar, yelling. "Stop them! They are destroying our ancestors' spirits! Shoot them with your arrows! Shoot the outsiders!" Hesitantly, looking at one another, the archers knocked arrows to their bows once again. They could not disobey one of the elders. "Shoot them!" he yelled, red-faced, shaking his fist. "You heard me! Shoot them!" They brought up their bows. Kaelin crouched, preparing to try to jump out of the way once the arrows were loosed. The birdman stepped in front of his men, holding his arm out across them, countermanding the order. There were words she couldn't hear between him and Tofalar. She wasted no time and took the opportunity to work her way forward, ducking under the outstretched arms of the floating shadow things. Out of the corner of her eye, she caught sight of Tofalar. He had a knife and was running toward her. She dismissed the danger. Sooner or later, he would run into a shadow and be killed. He stopped here and there to plead with the shadow things. She couldn't hear his words above the wails. The next time she looked, he had closed most of the distance. It was unbelievable that he hadn't run into one. Somehow the gaps just opened for him as he ran heedlessly, recklessly for her, his face contorted in rage. Still, she didn't worry that he could make it. Soon he had to touch one and would be dead. Kaelin gained the rest of the open ground, but found the ring of shadows around Richard and Sidon an impenetrable gray wall. There was no opening. She dodged right, then left, trying to find a way in, but couldn't get through. She was so close, yet so far, and the trap was closing around her, too. Several times she barely escaped by stepping back before shadows converged. Richard snatched glimpses to see where she was. He tried to fight through to her a number of times, but was forced to turn to the other side to keep the shadows from Sidon. With a start, She saw the knife slashing through the air. Toffelar had reached her. Lost in hate, he screamed things she couldn't even understand. But she understood the knife, what he intended. He intended to kill her. She dodged his slash. It was her opening. And then she made a mistake. She started to reach to touch Toffelar, but caught sight of Richard looking toward her. She faltered at the thought of him seeing her use her power. She hesitated, and let Toffelar have the instant he needed. Richard screamed her name in warning, then turned to fight back the shadows from behind him. Toffelar's knife came up, hitting her right arm, deflecting off the bone. Shock and pain ignited her rage at her own stupidity. She did not miss the opening a second time. Her left hand came up and caught Toffelar by the throat. She felt her grip cut off his air for an instant. She needed only to touch him. Grabbing him by the throat was a reflex of her rage, not her power. Though there were terrified screams and shouts coming from people all around, and the horrifying wails from the shadows Richard was destroying wholesale, her mind went suddenly quiet, calm. There was no sound in her head, only silence. The silence of what she was going to do. In the calm spark of an instant that to her twisted for an eternity, she saw the look of fear in Toffelar's eyes, the realization of his fate. She saw in his eyes his railing against that end, felt his muscles beginning to tense to fight her, his hand starting the ever so slow, hopeless journey to her grip at his throat. But he had no chance, not the slightest glimmer. She was in control now. Time was hers. He was hers. She felt no pity, no remorse, only deadly calm. As she had done countless times before, in her calm the mother confessor relaxed her restraint. Released at last, her power slammed into Toffelar's body. There was a hard impact to the air, thunder with no sound. Water in the puddles around her danced and flung muddy droplets into the air. Toffelar's eyes went wide, the muscles of his face went slack. His mouth fell open.
"Mistress,"
he called out in a reverent whisper. The calm expression on her face contorted with anger. With all her strength, she shoved Toffelar backward at the ring of shadows around Richard and Siddon. Arms flung in the air, he fell into the shadows and screamed at the contact before falling to the mud. Somehow, the contact opened a brief, small gap in the ring of shadows. Without hesitation, she dove for it, flinging herself through an instant before it closed behind her. Kaylin threw herself over Siddon. "Hurry!" Richard yelled. Siddon didn't look at her. His face was fixed on the shadows, his mouth open, all his muscles locked. She tried to get the stone from his tight little fist, but his fingers were fastened around it with the strength of his fright. She snatched the pouch from his other hand. Gripping the pouch and his wrist with her left hand, she started prying his little fingers off the stone with the right, begging him the whole time to let go. He didn't hear her. Blood ran down her arm to her shaking hand, mixing with the rain, making her fingers slippery. A shadowy hand reached for her face. She flinched back. The sword hissed past her face, through the shadow. It added its wail to the others. Siddon's eyes were transfixed on the shadows, all his muscles rigid. Richard was right over her, swinging the sword in weaving patterns all around. There was no more ground to give. It was just the three of them now. Siddon's slippery fingers wouldn't open. Gritting her teeth with an effort that sent searing pain through the wound in her right arm, she finally raked the stone out of Siddon's hand. Because of the blood and mud, it shot from her fingers like a melon seed, plopping in the mud by her knee. Almost instantly, her hand was over it, snatching it back up in a scoopful of mud. She jammed it in the pouch and yanked the drawstring closed. Gasping, she looked up. The shadows stopped. She could hear Richard's heavy breathing as he continued slashing at them. Slowly at first, the shadows began moving back as if confused, lost, searching. Then they dissolved back into the air, retreating to the underworld whence they had come. In a moment, they were gone. Except for Toffelar's body, the three of them were in an empty expanse of mud. Kaylin, rain running off her face, took Siddon into her arms, hugging him tight against her as he began crying. In exhaustion, Richard closed his eyes and collapsed to his knees, sitting back on his heels. His head hung down as he panted. Kalen, Sidon whimpered. They were calling my name. I know, she whispered in his ear, kissing it. It's all right now. You were very brave. Brave as any hunter. He hugged his arms around her neck as she comforted him. She felt weak, shaky. They had almost lost their lives to save a single one. Something she had told him the Seeker must not do, yet they had done it without a second thought. How could they not have tried? Having Sidon's arms around her made it all worth it. Richard was still holding the sword in both hands, its tip sunk in the mud. She reached over and put a hand on his shoulder. At the touch of her hand, his head instantly snapped up and the sword whipped around toward her, stopping in front of her face. Kalen jumped with surprise. Fury lit Richard's wide eyes. Richard, she said, startled, it's just me. It's over. I didn't mean to frighten you. He let his muscles go limp, let himself fall over onto his side in the mud. Sorry, he managed, still trying to catch his breath. When your hand touched me, I guess I thought it was a shadow. Legs were suddenly all about them. She peered up. The Birdman was there, as were Savidlin and Wesselan. Wesselan was sobbing loudly. Kalen stood and handed her her son. Wesselan passed the boy to her husband and threw her arms around Kalen, kissing her face all over. Thank you, Mother Confessor. Thank you for saving my boy, she bawled. Thank you, Kalen. Thank you. I know, Kalen hugged her back. It's all right now. Wesselan turned fearfully back to take Sidon in her arms. Kalen saw Tofalar lying close by, dead. She flopped down in the mud, exhausted, and pulled her knees up with her arms around them. She put her face against her knees and, losing control, started crying. Not because she had killed Tofalar, but because she had hesitated. It had almost cost her her life. Almost cost Richard and Sidon, everyone, their lives. She had almost given victory to Rahl because she hadn't wanted Richard to see what she was going to do, and had hesitated. It was the stupidest thing she had ever done, other than not telling Richard she was a confessor. Tears of frustration poured out as she cried in choking sobs. A hand reached under her good arm, pulling her up. It was the Birdman. She bit her quivering lip, forcing herself to stop crying. She could not let these people see her showing weakness. She was a confessor.
Well done, Mother Confessor, he said, as he took a strip of cloth from one of his men and started wrapping it around her wounded arm. Kalen held her head up. Thank you, honored elder.
This will need to be stitched together. I will have the gentlest healer among us do the work.
She stood numbly as he tightened the bandage, sending flames of pain through the deep cut. He looked down at Richard, who seemed content to lie there on his back in the mud, as if it were the most comfortable bed in the world. The Birdman lifted an eyebrow to her and gave a nod indicating Richard.
Your warning that I should not want to give the Seeker cause to draw his sword in anger was as true as an arrow from my finest archer.
There was a twinkle in his sharp brown eyes. The corners of his mouth curled in a smile. He looked down at the Seeker.
You made a good showing of yourself too, Richard with the temper. Fortunately, the evil spirits still have not learned to carry swords.
What did he say? Richard asked. She told him, and he gave a grim smile at their private joke as he came to his feet and put away the sword. He reached out and took the pouch from her hand. She hadn't even realized it was still clutched there. Richard put it in his pocket. May we never encounter spirits armed with swords. The Birdman nodded his agreement.
And now, we have business.
He reached down and grabbed a fistful of the coyote hide around Tofalar. The body rolled over in the mud as he tore it off. He turned to the hunters.
Bury the body.
His eyes narrowed.
All of it.
The men looked at each other, unsure.
Elder, you mean all of it except the skull? I said what I meant. All of it. We only keep the skulls of honored elders, to remind us of their wisdom. We do not keep the skulls of fools.
This sent a chill through the crowd. It was just about the worst thing you could do to an elder, a dishonor of the highest order. It meant his life had mattered for nothing. The men gave a nod. No one spoke up for the dead elder, including the 5 standing nearby.
We are short an elder, the birdman announced.
He turned, looking slowly to the eyes around him, then made his back straight and shoved the coyote hide against Savidlin's chest.
I choose you.
Savidlin put his hands around the muddy hide with the reverence due a gold crown. He gave a small, proud smile and a nod to the birdman.
Do you have anything to say to our people as their newest elder?
It was not a question. It was a command. Savidlin walked over and turned, standing between Kalin and Richard. He put the hide around his shoulders, beaming with pride at Wessalan, and then addressed the gathered people. Kalin looked out and realized that the whole village surrounded them.
Most honored among us, he addressed the birdman. These two people have acted selflessly in the defense of our people. In my life, I have never witnessed anything to compare with it. They could have left us to fend for ourselves when we foolishly turned our backs on them. Instead, they have shown us what manner of people they be. They are as fine as the best of us.
Almost everyone in the crowd was nodding agreement.
I demand that you name them Mud People.
The birdman smiled a small smile. The smile evaporated as he turned to the other 5 elders. Though he hit it well, Kalin could see the birdman's eyes flash with the ghost of his anger.
Step forward.
They gave one another sidelong glances, then did as ordered.
The demand made by Savidlin is extraordinary. It must be unanimous. Do you make the same demand?
Savidlin strode to the archers and snatched a bow from the hands of one. He smoothly knocked an arrow while he kept his squinted eyes on the elders. He put tension to the string, locking the arrow in place with the bow hand, then stepped in front of the 5.
Make the demand, or we will have new elders who will.
They stood grimly, facing Savidlin. The birdman made no movement to interfere. There was a long silence as the crowd waited, spellbound. At last, Caldus took a step forward. He put his hand on Savidlin's bow and gently lowered its point to the ground.
Please, Savidlin, allow us to speak from our hearts, not from the point of an arrow. Speak then.
Caldus walked to Richard, stopping in front of him, looking him in the eye.
The hardest thing for a man to do, especially an old man, he said in a soft voice, waiting for Kalin to translate, is to admit he has acted foolishly and selfishly. You have acted neither foolishly nor selfishly. The two of you are better examples of mud people for our children than I. I demand of the birdman that you be named Mud People. Please, Richard with the temper, and Mother Confessor, our people need you.
He held his palms out in an open gesture.
If you deem me unworthy of making this demand upon your behalf, please strike me down that one better than I might make the demand.
Head bowed, he dropped to his knees in the mud in front of Richard and Kalin. She translated it all word for word, omitting only her title. The other 4 elders came and knelt beside him, adding their sincere request to that of Caldus. Kalin sighed in relief. At last, they had what they wanted, what they needed. Richard stood over the 5 men with his arms folded, looking down at the tops of their heads, saying nothing. She couldn't understand why he wasn't telling them it was all right and to get to their feet. No one moved. What was he doing? What was he waiting for? It was over. Why wasn't he acknowledging their contrition? Kalin could see the muscle in his jaw tighten and flex. She went cold. She recognized the look in his eyes, the anger. These men had crossed a line against him and against her. She remembered how he had slid the sword away when he had last stood with them this very day. It had been final, and Richard meant it. He was not just thinking, he was thinking of killing. Richard's arms unfolded, his hand went to the hilt. The sword slid out as slowly, smoothly, as it had slid away for them the last time. The high-pitched sound of steel announced the blade's arrival in the silent air, sending a painful shiver through her shoulders and up the back of her neck. She could see Richard's chest beginning to heave. Kalin stole a glance at the birdman. He did not move, nor did he have any intention of moving. Richard did not know it, but under the law of the Mud People, these men were his to kill if he so wished. It was no false offer they had made. Savadlin had not been bluffing either. He would have killed them. In a blink. Strength, to the Mud People, meant the strength to kill your adversary. These men were already dead in the eyes of the village, and only Richard could give them back their lives. Even so, their law was irrelevant. The Seeker was a law unto himself, answering ultimately to no one but himself. There was no one present who could stop this. Richard's knuckles were white as he held the sword of truth level in both hands over the heads of the 5 elders. Kaelin could see the rage building in him, the hot need, the fury. The whole scene felt like a dream she could only watch helplessly, one she couldn't stop. Kaelin thought of all those she knew who had already died, both the innocent and those who had given their lives trying to stop Dark and Rahl. Denis, all the other confessors, the wizards, Shar, the Night Wisp, perhaps Zed and Chase. She understood. Richard was not deciding if he should kill them, but if he dared let them live. Could he trust these men with his chance of stopping Rahl? Trust that they were sincere? Could Richard trust them with his life? Or should he have a new council of elders, ones who might be more intent on his success? If he couldn't trust these men to send him in the right direction against Rahl, he would have to kill them and have ones he thought would be on his side. Stopping Rahl was all that mattered. The lives of these men must be forfeited if there was a chance they would jeopardize success. Kaelin knew that what Richard was doing was right. It was no less than she herself would do, no less than what the Seeker must do. She watched him as he stood over the elders. The rain had stopped. Sweat ran from his face. She remembered the pain he suffered when he had killed the last man of the quad. She watched the anger building, hoping it would be enough to protect him from what he was about to do. Kaelin understood why a Seeker was so feared. This was no game. He meant this. He was lost within himself, within the magic. If anyone were to try to stop him right now, he would kill them too. If that was, they got past her. The blade of the sword came up in front of Richard's face. His head tilted back, his eyes closed. He shook with wrath. The 5 did not move as they knelt before the Seeker. Kaelin remembered the man Richard had killed, remembered the way the sword had exploded through the man's head, the blood everywhere. Richard had killed him because of a direct threat. Kill or be killed, no matter that the threat was to her and not him. But this was an indirect threat, a different kind of killing, very different. This was an execution, and Richard was both judge and executioner. The sword lowered again. Richard glowered at the elders, then made a fist and pulled the blade in a slow sweep across the inside of his left forearm. He turned the blade, wiping both sides in the blood until it ran down, dripping off the tip. Kaelin snatched a quick glance around. The Mud People stood transfixed, gripped by the mortal drama played out before their eyes, not wanting to watch, yet unable to turn away. No one spoke. No one moved. No one even blinked. Every eye followed as Richard brought the sword up again, touching it to his forehead. "Blade, be true this day," he whispered. His left hand glistened with blood. She could see him shaking with need. The sword flashed in places between the red. He looked down at the men. "Look at me," he said to Caldus. The elder did not move. "Look at me while I do this," he yelled. "Look into my eyes." Still, Caldus did not move. "Richard," she said. His eyes came angrily to hers. Eyes looking at her from a different world. The magic danced in them. She kept her voice even, showed no emotion. "He cannot understand you." "Then you tell him." "Caldus?" He looked to her blank face. "The Seeker wishes you to look into his eyes while he does this." He didn't answer, but simply looked at Richard, held by the Seeker's glare. Richard inhaled sharply as the sword rose swiftly into the air. She watched the tip as it paused for only an instant. Some people turned away, others shielded their children's eyes. Kaelin held her breath and half turned to brace for an aftermath of fragments. The Seeker screamed as he brought down the sword of truth. Its tip whistled through the air. The crowd gasped. The sword stopped dead in the air, a scant inch from Caldus's face, just as it had stopped the first time Richard had used it, when Zed had him try to cut down the tree. For what seemed an eternity, Richard stood unmoving, the muscles in his arms hard as steel. Then at last they relaxed, and he withdrew the blade from over Caldus, withdrew his burning stare. His eyes unmoving, he asked Kaelin, "How do you say, 'I return your lives and your honor to you' in their language?" She answered quietly. "Caldus, Surin, Arbrin, Bregindaren, Hagenlet," he announced loud enough for all to hear. "I return your lives and your honor to you." There was a brief moment of silence. Then the mud people erupted in a wild cheer. Richard slid the sword back into its scabbard and then helped the elders to their feet. Pale, they gave him smiles, pleased with his action, and in no small measure relieved. They turned to the Birdman.
"We make a unanimous demand of you, most honored elder. What have you to say?"
The Birdman stood with his arms folded. He looked from the elders to Richard and Kaelin. His eyes showed the strain of the emotional ordeal he had just witnessed. Dropping his arms to his side, he approached Richard. The Seeker looked drained, exhausted. The Birdman put an arm around each of their shoulders as if to congratulate them on their courage, then put a hand on each of the elders' shoulders to let them know all was set straight. He turned and headed off, intending for them to follow. Kaelin and Richard walked behind him. Savadlin and the other elders followed behind, a royal escort. "Richard," she asked in a low voice, "did you expect the sword to stop?" He looked ahead as he walked, letting out a deep breath. "No." She had thought as much. She tried to imagine what this was doing to him. Even if he hadn't executed the elders, he had committed to it, expected it. Though he didn't have to live with the deed, he still had to live with the intent. She wondered if he had done the right thing, not killing them. She knew what she would have done in his place. She would not have allowed the option of clemency. Too much was at stake. But then she had seen more than he had. Maybe she had seen too much, was too ready to kill. You couldn't kill every time there was a risk. Risk was constant. It had to stop somewhere. "How's the arm?" he asked, bringing her out of her thoughts. "It throbs like mad," she admitted. "The Birdman says it must be stitched together." Richard looked deliberately ahead as he walked next to her. "I need my guide," he said quietly, without emotion. "You gave me a fright." It was as close as he would come to a reprimand. Her face burned, and she was glad he wasn't looking at her to see it. He didn't know what it was she could do, but he knew she had hesitated. She had almost made a fatal mistake, had put them all at risk because she hadn't wanted him to see. He hadn't pressed her when he had the chance, the right, just as now. He put her feelings first. Her heart felt as if it would break. The little group stepped onto the platform of the pole building. The elders stood in the back, the Birdman between the two of them as they faced the crowd. The Birdman regarded her with an intense expression.
"Are you prepared to do this?"
"What do you mean?" she asked, suspicious of his tone.
"I mean that if the two of you want to become mud people, then you must do that which is required of mud people. Respect our laws, our ways."
"I alone know what we are up against. I expect to die in the quest." She kept her tone deliberately hard. "I have already escaped death more times than anyone has a right to. What we want is to save your people. We are sworn on our lives to do so. What more could be asked of us than our lives?" The Birdman knew she was avoiding the question and didn't let her get away with it.
"This is not something I do lightly. I do it because I know you are true in your struggle, that you mean to shield my people from the storm that comes. But I must have your help in this. You must agree to our ways, not to please me, but out of respect for my people. They expect it."
Her mouth was so dry she could hardly swallow. "I do not eat meat," she lied. "You know that from when I have been here before."
Though you are a warrior, you are also a woman, therefore it may be excused. That much is within my power. Being a confessor excludes you from the other.
His eyes showed that this was as far as his compromise would go.
Not the seeker. He must do these things.
But
You have said you will not choose him as your mate. If he will call a gathering, it must be as one of us.
Kalin felt trapped. If she turned him down now, Richard would be furious for good reason. They would lose to Rahl. Being from Westland, Richard was not used to the ways of the different peoples of the Midlands. He might not willingly go along. She couldn't take the chance. Much was at stake. The birdman's eyes waited. "We will do what your law requires," she said, trying not to show what she really thought.
Don't you wish to consult the seeker on his feelings about these things?
She looked away, over the heads of the waiting crowd. "No." He took her chin in his hand and turned her face back to his.
Then it will be your responsibility to see to it that he does as required. By your word.
She could feel the heat of her anger rising. Richard leaned around the birdman. "Kalin, what's going on? What's wrong?" Her eyes went from Richard back to the birdman, and she gave him a nod. "Nothing. It's all right." The birdman released her chin and turned to his people, blowing the silent whistle he carried around his neck. He began talking to them of their history, their ways, why they avoided the influence of outsiders, how they had the right to be a proud people. As he talked, doves began coming in, landing among the people. Kalin listened without hearing, standing still on the platform, feeling like a trapped animal. When she had thought they could win over the Mud People, and have themselves named Mud People, she hadn't contemplated having to agree to these things. She had thought their initiation to be a mere formality, after which Richard could ask for a gathering. She hadn't given consideration to events going this way. Maybe she could simply not tell him some of it. He wouldn't even know. After all, he didn't understand their language. She would just keep quiet. It was for the best. But other things, she thought despondently, would be all too obvious. She could feel her ears turning red, could feel a knot in the pit of her stomach. Richard sensed that the words of the birdman were not yet something he needed to understand and didn't ask for a translation. The birdman finished his introductory remarks and arrived at the important part.
When these two came to us, they were outsiders. By their actions, they have proved their caring for our people, proved their worth. From this day forward, let all know that Richard with the Temper and Confessor Kalin are Mud People.
Kalin translated, dropping her title, as the crowd cheered. Smiling, Richard held his hand up to the people, and they cheered all the more. Savadlin reached out and gave him a friendly slap on the back. The birdman put a hand on each of their shoulders, giving hers a sympathetic squeeze, trying to relieve the sting of the agreement he had forced upon her. She took a deep breath, resigning herself to it. It would be over soon enough, and then they would be gone, on their way to stop Rahl. That was all that mattered. Besides, she of all people had no right to be upset about it.
There is one more thing, the birdman went on. These two were not born Mud People. Kalin was born a confessor, a matter of blood, not choosing. Richard with the Temper was born in Westland, across the boundary, of ways that are a mystery to us. Both have agreed to be Mud People, to honor our laws and ways from this day on, but we must understand that our ways may be a mystery to them. We must have patience with them. Understand that they are trying for the first time to be Mud People. We have lived our lives as Mud People. This is their first day. They are as new children to us. Give them the understanding you would give our children, and they will do their best.
The crowd buzzed with talk, heads nodding, all agreeing the birdman was wise. Kalin let out a sigh. The birdman had given himself and the two of them a sliver of room if things went wrong. He was indeed wise. He gave her shoulder another squeeze,
and she placed her hand over his, giving her own appreciative squeeze. Richard didn't waste a second. He turned to the elders. I am honored to be one of the Mud People. Wherever I may travel, I will uphold the honor of our people, to make you proud of me. Right now, there is danger to our people. I need help so I might protect them. I request a council of seers. I request a gathering. Kalen translated, and each elder in turn nodded his agreement.
Granted, the Birdman said. It will take 3 days to prepare for the gathering.
Honored elder, Richard said, restraining himself. The danger is great. I respect your ways, but is there any way it can be done faster? The lives of our people depend on this. The Birdman took a deep breath, his long silver hair reflecting the gloomy light.
In this special circumstance, we will do our best to help you. Tonight, we will hold the banquet. Tomorrow night, we will hold the gathering. This is as fast as it can be done. There are preparations that must be made for the elders to bridge the gap to the spirits.
Richard, too, took a deep breath.
Tomorrow night, then.
The Birdman blew the whistle again, and the doves took to the air. Kalen felt as if her hopes, impossible and foolish as they had been, took wing with them. Preparations were quickly set underway, and Savadlin took Richard to his home to care for his cuts and clean him up. The Birdman took Kalen to the healer to have her wound treated. Blood had completely soaked the bandage, and the cut hurt in earnest. He guided her through narrow passageways with his arm protectively around her shoulders. She was thankful he didn't speak of the banquet. He left her in the care of a stooped woman named Nissel, instructing her to care for Kalen as if she were his daughter. Nissel smiled little, mostly at the oddest times, and spoke little, other than instructions. Stand here, hold your arm up, put it down, breathe, don't breathe, drink this, lie here, recite the khandra. Kalen didn't know what the khandra was. Nissel shrugged and instead had her balance flat stones atop one another on her stomach while the wound was inspected. When it hurt and the stones started slipping, Nissel admonished her to try harder to keep the stones balanced. She was given bitter-tasting leaves to chew, while Nissel removed Kalen's clothes and bathed her. The bath did more for her than the leaves. She couldn't remember a bath feeling so good. She tried to let her depressing thoughts slough away with the mud. She tried very hard. While she was left to soak, Nissel washed her clothes and hung them by the fire, where a little pot of brown paste bubbled, smelling of pine pitch. Nissel dried her off, wrapped her in warm skins, and sat her on a bench built into the wall near the raised fire pit. The taste of the leaves seemed to get better the more she chewed them, but her head was beginning to spin. Nissel, what are the leaves for? Nissel turned from studying Kalen's shirt, which he thought very curious.
It will make you relax so you will not feel what I do. Keep chewing. Do not worry, child. You will be so relaxed you will not care when I stitch.
Kalen immediately spit out the leaves. The old woman looked at them on the floor, lifting an eyebrow to Kalen.
Nissel, I am a confessor. If I am relaxed in a manner like that, I might not be able to hold back the power. When you touch me, I could release it without wanting to.
Nissel frowned with curiosity.
But you sleep, child. You relax then.
That is different. I have slept from birth before my power grew in me. If I were to be too relaxed or distracted in a way I do not know, as with your leaves, I could touch you without intending it. Nissel gave a crooked nod. Then her eyebrows came up. She leaned closer.
Then how do you...
Kalen gave a blank expression that said nothing and everything. A look of sudden understanding came over Nissel's face. The healer straightened up.
Oh, I see now.
She stroked Kalen's hair sympathetically, then went to the far corner and came shuffling back with a piece of leather.
Put this between your teeth.
She patted Kalen's good shoulder.
If you are ever hurt again, be sure to have them bring you to Nissel. I will remember and know what not to do. Sometimes when you are a healer, it is more important to know what not to do. Maybe when you are a confessor, too? Hmm?
Kalen smiled and gave a nod.
Now, child, make teeth marks in this leather for me.
When she was finished, Nissel wiped the sweat from Kalen's face with a cold, wet cloth. Kalen was so dizzy and nauseated she couldn't even sit up. Nissel kept her lying down as she applied the brown paste and wrapped the arm with clean bandages.
You should sleep for a while. I will wake you before the banquet.
Kalen put her hand on the old woman's arm and made herself smile. Thank you, Nissel. She woke to the feel of her hair being brushed. It had dried while she slept. Nissel smiled at her.
You will find it hard to brush your pretty hair until your arm is better. Not many have the honor to have hair such as yours. I thought you would like it brushed for the banquet. It starts soon. A handsome young man waits for you outside.
Kalen sat up. How long has he been out there?
Almost the whole time. I tried to chase him away with a broom.
Nissel frowned.
But he would not go. He is very stubborn. Yes?
Yes. Kalen grinned. Nissel helped her put on her clean clothes. Her arm didn't hurt as much as before. Richard was leaning impatiently against the outside wall and stood up straight when she came out. He was washed and clean and fresh-looking, the mud all gone, and was dressed in simple buckskin pants and tunic, and, of course, his sword. Nissel was right. He did look handsome. How are you doing? How's the arm? Are you all right?
I'm fine, she smiled.
Nissel has made me well. Richard kissed the top of the old woman's head. Thank you, Nissel. I forgive you the broom. Nissel smiled at the translation, leaned forward, and gave him a deep look he found uncomfortable.
Shall I give him a potion? Nissel asked, turning to her. To give him stamina?
No, Kalen said, bristling. I am sure he will do just fine. Chapter 27. Laughter and the sound of drums drifted from the center of the village as Richard and Kalen walked among the huddled dark buildings. Black skies held back their rain, and the damp, warm air brought in the smell of the wet grasses that surrounded the village. Torches lit the platforms of the pole buildings, and large fires set about the open area snapped and popped, throwing off fluttering shadows. Kalen knew it was a lot of work to haul in wood for cooking in kiln fires, and most were kept small. This was an extravagance the mud people rarely witnessed. Wonderful aromas from the cooking fires drifted to her through the night air, but failed to spark her appetite. Women, dressed in their brightest dresses, rushed around, with young girls at their sides, tending to errands, seeing to it that all went well. The men wore their finest skins, ceremonial knives hung at their waists, and their hair was slicked down with sticky mud in traditional fashion. Cooking went on non-stop as people wandered by, sampling the fare, talking, sharing stories. Most people, it seemed, were either cooking or eating. There were children everywhere, playing and running and laughing, overflowing with excitement at the unexpected nighttime firelit gathering. Under grass roofs, musicians pounded drums and scraped paddles up and down ripples carved on boldas, long bell-shaped hollow tubes. The eerie strains, music meant to call ancestors' spirits to the banquet, carried far out into the grasslands. Other musicians sat on the opposite side of the open area, the sounds of the two groups sometimes joining, sometimes separating, calling to one another in haunting and occasionally frantic beats and knells. Men in costume, some dressed as animals, others painted as stylized hunters, jumped and danced, acting out stories of mud people legends. Gleeful children surrounded the dancers, imitating them and stamping their feet in time with the drumming. Young couples off in darker areas watched the activities as they nuzzled close together. Kalen had never felt so alone. Savadlin, his freshly cleaned coyote hide around his shoulders, found her and Richard, and dragged them off, slapping Richard's back the whole way to sit with the elders under their shelter. The Birdman was dressed in his usual plain buckskin pants and tunic. He was important enough not to have to wear anything more.
Wessalon was there, as were the wives of the other elders, and she came to sit next to Kaylin, taking her hand and asking with sincere concern how her arm was. Kaylin wasn't used to having people care about her. It felt good to be one of the mud people, even if it was only pretense. Pretense because she was a confessor. And as much as she wished it otherwise right now, it was not, and no decree could make it so. She did as she had learned to do at a young age. She put her emotions away and thought about the job that lay ahead, about Dark and Rawl and how little time they had left. And she thought about Denis. Richard, resigned to the fact that they would have to wait another day for the gathering, tried to make the best of it, smiling and nodding at chattered advice he couldn't understand. People streamed past the elders' shelter in a steady procession to greet the newest mud people with gentle slaps. In all fairness, Kaylin had to admit that they paid as much regard to her as to Richard. Woven trays and pottery bowls filled with various foods lay on the floor in front of where they sat cross-legged, greeting people, some of whom sat with them for a time. Richard sampled most of the food, remembering to use his right hand. Kaylin nibbled on a piece of tava bread so as not to appear impolite. "This is good," Richard said, taking another rib. "I think it's pork." "It is wild boar," she said, watching the dancers. "And the venison, it's good too. Here, have a piece." He tried to hand her a strip. "No, thank you." "You all right?" "Fine. I'm just not hungry." "You haven't eaten any meat since we've been with the mud people." "I'm just not hungry, that's all." He shrugged and ate the venison. After a time, the crowd of people greeting them thinned out, finally going off to other activities. From the corner of her eye, she saw the Birdman raise his hand in a signal to someone in the distance. Kaylin put a brake to her feelings and made her face betray nothing of the effort, as her mother had taught her. A confessor's face. 4 young women, all with shy smiles and short hair slicked down with mud, timidly approached. Richard greeted them with smiles and nods and gentle slaps as he had the other people. They stood, pushing against each other, giggling, whispering how fine he was to look upon. Kaylin glanced back at the Birdman. He gave her a single nod. "Why aren't they leaving?" Richard asked out of the side of his mouth. "What do they want?" "They are for you," she said in an even voice. The flickering firelight lit his face as he looked blankly at the 4 women. "For me? And what am I to do with them?" Kaylin took a deep breath as she looked at the fires for a moment. "I am only your guide, Richard. If you need instruction in this, you will have to seek it elsewhere." There was a moment of silence. "All 4 for me?" She turned back to him and saw a mischievous grin spreading on his face. She found his smile irritating. "No, you are to pick one." "Pick one?" he repeated, the stupid grin still on his face. She consoled herself with the fact that at least he wasn't going to cause trouble over this part. He looked from one girl to another. "Pick one. Now that will be hard. How long do I have to decide?" She looked off at the fire again and closed her eyes for a moment, then turned to the Birdman. "The Seeker wishes to know when he must decide which woman to pick." The Birdman looked a little surprised by the question.
"Before he goes to his bed, then he must pick one and give our people his child. In that way he will be joined to us by blood."
She told him what the Birdman said. Richard considered carefully what he was told. "Very wise." He looked back at the Birdman and smiled and nodded. "The Birdman is very wise." "The Seeker says you are very wise," she said to him, trying to control her voice. The Birdman and the other elders seemed pleased. Events were going as they wished. "Well, this will be a difficult decision. I'll have to think about it. It's not something I want to rush into." Kaylin pushed some of her hair back and turned to the girls. "The Seeker is having difficulty deciding." He gave the 4 a big grin and eagerly motioned them up on the platform. 2 sat to the far side of him, the other 2 squeezed between Kaylin and Richard, forcing her to move over as they sat down. They leaned against him, putting their hands on his arms, and felt his muscles as they giggled. They commented to Kaylin about how big he was, like her, and how he would make big children. They wanted to know if he thought they were pretty. Kaylin said she didn't know. They begged her to ask him. She took another deep breath. They want to know if you think they are pretty. Of course, they're beautiful, all of them. That's why I can't decide. Don't you think they're beautiful? She didn't answer his question, instead assuring the four that the seeker found them appealing. They gave their typical shy laughs. The birdman and the elders seemed pleased. They were still all smiles. They were in control of events. She stared numbly at the celebration, watching the dancers without seeing them. The four girls fed Richard with their fingers and giggled. He told Kaylin it was the best banquet he had ever been to and asked if she didn't think so too. She swallowed the lump in her throat and agreed it was wonderful as she looked away blankly at the fiery sparks swirling up into the blackness. After what seemed like hours, an older woman with her head bowed approached carrying a large, round, woven tray in front of her. It was neatly arranged with dark strips of dried meat. Kaylin snapped out of her distant thoughts. With her head still bowed, the woman respectfully approached the elders, silently offering each the tray. The birdman took some first, pulling off a piece with his teeth as each of the other elders took a strip. A few of the wives took some as well. Wessalon, sitting beside her husband, declined. The woman held the tray in front of Kaylin. She politely declined. The woman held the tray out to Richard. He took a strip. The four young women shook their bowed heads, declining, then watched Richard. Kaylin waited until he took a bite, met the birdman's eyes briefly, then turned once more to watch the fires. You know, I'm having a hard time deciding which one of these fine young women to pick, Richard said after he swallowed the first bite. Do you think you could help me, Kaylin? Which one should I choose? What do you think? Struggling to slow her breathing, she looked over at his grinning face. You are right. It is a difficult choice. I think I would rather leave it to you. He ate some more meat as she clenched her teeth and swallowed hard. This is kind of strange. I've never had anything like it before. He paused. His voice changed. What is it? The question had an edge to it that frightened her, almost made her jump. He had a threatening, hard look in his eyes. She hadn't intended to tell him, but the way he looked at her made her forget that pledge. She asked the birdman, then turned back to him. He says it is a firefighter. A firefighter? Richard leaned forward. What kind of animal is a firefighter? Kaylin looked into his piercing gray eyes. In a soft voice, she answered, one of Darken Rawl's men. I see. He leaned back. He knew. She realized he had known before he asked her the question. He wanted to see if she would lie to him. Who are these firefighters? She asked the elders how they had come to know about the firefighters. Savidlin was only too eager to tell the story. When he finished, she turned back to Richard. Firefighters are enforcers who travel the country to bring Rawl's decree that people are not allowed to use fire. They can be quite brutal in their task. Savidlin says 2 of them came here a few weeks back, told them that fire was outlawed, and then threatened them when the mud people wouldn't agree to follow the new law. They feared the 2 would go back and bring more men, so they killed them. The mud people believe they can gain their enemies' wisdom by eating them. To be a man among the mud people, to be one of them, you must eat it also. So you will have the knowledge of their enemies. It is the main purpose of banquets. That, and to call the ancestors spirits. And have I eaten enough of it to satisfy the elders? The expression in his eyes cut through her. She wished she could run away. Yes. With deliberate care, Richard laid down the piece of flesh. The smile returned to his lips, and he looked to the 4 young women as he spoke to her, wrapping his arms around the 2 closest to him. Kaylin, do me a favor. Go and get me an apple out of my pack. I feel like I need something familiar to clear this taste out of my mouth. Your legs work, she snapped. Yes, but I need to devote some time to deciding which one of these beautiful young women I will lie with. Rising to her feet, she shot the birdman a furious glare and then stormed off toward Savadlin's house. She was glad to be away from Richard, to be away from watching those girls pawing him. Her fingernails dug into her palms, but she didn't notice as she marched past the happy people. The dancers danced, the drummers drummed, the children laughed. People she passed wished her well. She wanted one of them to say something mean so she would have an excuse to hit someone. When she reached Savadlin's house, she went inside and flopped down on the skin that covered the floor, trying unsuccessfully to keep from crying. Just a few minutes, she told herself. That was all she needed to bring herself back under control. Richard was doing what the mud people demanded, what she herself had promised the birdman he would do. She had no right to be angry, none at all. Richard was not hers. She cried with deep pain. She had no right to feel this way, no right to be angry with him. But she was furious. She remembered what she had told the birdman. Trouble of her own making, with consequences she must bear, and feared greatly. Richard was just doing what was necessary to get a gathering, what was necessary to find the box and stop Rahl. Kaylin wiped the tears from her eyes. But he didn't have to be so delighted about it. He could do it without acting like... She snatched an apple from his pack. What did it matter? She couldn't change the way things were, but she didn't have to be happy about it. She bit her lip as she stomped out the door, trying to make her face once again show nothing. At least it was dark. When she had crossed the gauntlet of celebration, she found Richard with his shirt off. The girls were painting him with mud people symbols of the hunter. Their fingers were applying the black and white mud in jagged lines across his chest, in rings around his upper arms. They stopped when she stood over them, glaring down. Here. She slapped the apple in his hand and sat down in a huff. I still haven't been able to decide, he said, polishing the apple on his pants leg, looking from one girl to another. Kaylin, are you sure you don't have a preference? I could use your help. His voice lowered meaningfully, the hard edge returning. I'm surprised you didn't just pick one for me in the first place. Stunned, her eyes came up to his. He knew. He knew this, too, was a commitment she had made on his behalf. No. Whatever you decide will be fine, I'm sure. She looked away again. Kaylin, he asked, waiting until she turned back to him. Are any of these girls related to the elders? She looked again at their faces. The one at your right arm. The birdman is her uncle. Uncle? His smile widened as he continued to polish the apple on his leg. Well then, I guess I'll pick her. It will be a sign of respect for the elders that I picked the birdman's niece. He took the girl's head in both of his hands, kissing her on the forehead. She beamed. The birdman beamed. The elders beamed. The other girls left. Kaylin glanced back at the birdman, and he gave her a look of sympathy, a look that said he was sorry. She turned, staring absently, painfully, out into the night. So now Richard had picked. So now, she thought bleakly, the elders would perform a ceremony and the happy couple would be going off somewhere to make a baby. She watched the other couples walking hand in hand, happy to be together. Kaylin swallowed back the lump, the tears. She heard the snap as Richard bit into his stupid apple. And then she heard a collective gasp from the elders and their wives, then shouts. The apple. In the Midlands, red fruit was poison. They didn't know what an apple was. They thought Richard was eating poison. She spun around. Richard was holding his arm back to the elders, commanding silence and for them to stay put. But he was looking right into her eyes. Tell them to sit down, he said in a quiet voice. Wide-eyed, she looked back at the elders and told them what Richard had said. They lowered themselves uncertainly back in place. He leaned back, turning casually to them, an innocent expression on his face. You know, back in Heartland, in Westland, where I am from, we eat these things all the time. He took a couple more bites. Their eyes were wide. Have for as long as anyone knows. Men and women both eat them. We have healthy children. He snapped off another piece, turning and watching her as she translated. He chewed slowly, prolonging the tension. He looked over his shoulder at the Birdman. Course, it could be that it makes a man's seed poison to any woman other than one of our own. Never been put to the test, far as I know. He let his gaze settle back on Kaylin as he took another bite, letting his words sink in after she translated. The girl next to him was getting nervous. The elders were getting nervous. The Birdman showed no emotion. Richard had his arms half folded, one elbow resting in his other hand, so he could hold the apple near his mouth where everyone could see it. He started to take a bite, then stopped, thinking to offer a bite to the Birdman's niece. She turned her head away. He looked back at the elders. I find them quite good, really, he shrugged. But then there is the thing about them maybe making my seed poison. But I don't want you to think I'm not willing to try. I just thought you should know, that's all. I wouldn't want it to be said I wasn't willing to go along with the duties that go with becoming a mud person. I am. More than willing. He ran the back of his finger down the girl's cheek. I assure you it would be an honor. This fine young woman will make a splendid mother for my child, I am sure. Richard let out a sigh. If she lives, of course. He took another bite. The elders looked apprehensively from one to another. None spoke. The mood on the platform had definitely changed. They were no longer in control. Richard was. It had happened in a blink. They were now afraid to move much more than their eyes. Without looking at them, Richard went on. Course, it's up to you. I'm willing to give it a try, but I thought you should know of the ways of my homeland. I didn't think it would be fair not to tell you. Now Richard turned to them, his eyebrows set in a menacing frown, his voice carrying a thread of threat. So, if the elders in their wisdom wish to ask me not to perform this duty, I will understand and with regret comply with their wishes. He held them in his hard gaze. Savadlin grinned. The other 5 were of no mind to challenge Richard and turned to the Birdman, beseeching direction. He sat still, a bead of sweat rolling down the leathery skin of his neck, silver hair limp on the buckskin shoulders of his tunic, holding Richard's eyes for a short time. His mouth turned up in a small smile that showed in his eyes, too, and he nodded slightly to himself.
Richard with the temper.
His voice was even and strong, for not only the elders but also the crowd that had gathered around the platform were listening.
Since you are from a different land, and your seed could be poisonous to this young woman.
He lifted one eyebrow, leaning the slightest bit forward.
My niece.
He looked to her, then back to Richard.
We beg that you not hold us to this tradition, that you not take her as your wife. I am sorry to have to ask this of you. I know you were looking forward to giving us your child.
Richard nodded seriously. Yes, I was. But I will just have to live with my failing and try to make the mud people, my people, proud of me in other ways. He was closing the deal with a condition of his own. They were not going to be allowed to back out now. He was a mud person, and this would not change it. There was a collective sigh of relief from the other elders. They all nodded, only too happy to have the matter settled to his liking. The young woman smiled with relief at her uncle and left. Richard turned to Kaylin. His face showed no emotion. Are there any other conditions that I don't know about? No. Kaylin felt confused. She didn't know if she felt happy because Richard had gotten out of taking a wife, or if she was heartbroken because he felt she had betrayed him. He turned to the elders. Is my presence required any longer tonight? The 5 were delighted to grant him his wish to leave. Savadlin seemed a little disappointed. The Birdman said that the Seeker had been a great savior of his people, had performed his duties with honor, and that if he was tired from the struggles of the day, he could be excused. Richard stood slowly, towering over her. His boots were right in front of her. Kaylin knew he was looking down at her, but she fixed her eyes on the floor.
Piece of advice, he said in a voice that surprised her with its gentleness. Since you have never had a friend before. Friends don't bargain away another friend's rights, or their hearts. She couldn't bring herself to look up at him. He dropped the apple core in her lap and walked off, disappearing in the crowd. Kaylin sat on the elder's platform in a fog of loneliness, watching her fingers shake. The others watched the dancers. With supreme effort, she counted the drum beats and used the count to help her control her breathing and keep from crying. The Birdman came and sat next to her. She found herself cheered by the company. He raised an eyebrow to her, leaning closer.
Someday, I would like to meet the wizard who named that one. I would like to know where he finds such seekers.
Kaylin was surprised she could still laugh. Someday, she said, smiling at him, if I live and we win, I promise I will bring him here to meet you. In many ways, he is as remarkable as Richard. He lifted an eyebrow.
I shall hone my wits to defend myself in the encounter.
She leaned her head against him and laughed until she started to cry. He put his arm protectively around her shoulders. I should have listened to you, she sobbed. I should have asked him his wishes. I had no right to do as I did.
Your desire to stop Dark and Rahl made you do what you thought necessary. Sometimes making the wrong choice is better than making no choice. You have the courage to go forward. That is rare. A person who stands at the fork unable to pick will never get anywhere.
But it hurts so much to have him angry at me, she cried.
I will tell you a secret you might not otherwise learn until you are too old to benefit from the knowledge.
Wet eyes looked up at a smile.
It hurts him just as much to be angry at you as it hurts you when he is that angry.
Really? He laughed silently and nodded.
Take it on faith, child.
I had no right. I should have seen that before. I am so sorry I did it.
Don't tell me. Tell him.
She pushed away, looking at his weathered face. I think I will. Thank you, honored elder.
And while you are offering apologies, offer mine also.
Kaylin frowned. For what? He sighed.
Being old, being an elder, does not exclude you from holding foolish ideas. Today, I, too, made a mistake. For Richard and for my niece. I, too, had no right. Thank him for me. For keeping me from imposing deeds I should have questioned, but did not.
He took his whistle from around his neck.
Give him this gift with my thanks for opening my eyes. May it serve him well. Tomorrow, I will show him how to use it.
But you needed to call the birds, he smiled.
I have others. Go now.
Kaylin took the whistle, clutching it tightly in her hand. She wiped the tears from her face. In my whole life, I've hardly ever cried. Since the boundary to Dahara came down, it seems as if that's all I do.
We all do, child. Go.
She kissed his cheek quickly and left. Searching the open area, she found no sign of Richard. People she asked hadn't seen him. She walked around in circles looking. Where was he? Children tried to draw her into their dancing. People offered her food. Others wanted to talk to her. She politely turned them all down. At last, she went off to Savidlin's home, deciding that that was where he would be. But the house was empty. She sat down on the floor skin, thinking, would he leave without her? Her heart panicked. Her eyes searched around the floor. No. His pack was still there, where she had left it, when she had gotten him the apple. Besides, he wouldn't leave before the gathering. Then it came to her. She knew where he was. She smiled to herself, took an apple out of his pack, and headed through the dark walkways between the buildings of the Mud People's village, headed for the spirit house. Light flared suddenly in the darkness, lighting the walls around her. At first, she didn't realize what it was. Then, looking out between the buildings, she saw lightning. Lightning at the horizon in every direction, all around.
lacing its angry fingers into the sky, into the dark clouds, lighting them from inside with boiling colors. There was no thunder. And then it was gone, leaving darkness once more. Was there no end to this weather, she wondered? Would she ever again see stars or the sun? Wizards and their clouds, she thought, shaking her head. She wondered if she would ever see Zed again. At least the clouds protected Richard from Dark and Rahl. The spirit house sat in the dark, away from the sound and activity of the banquet. Cautiously, Kaelin pulled back the door. Richard sat on the floor in front of the fire. His sword in its scabbard lay at his side. He didn't turn at the sound. "Your guide wishes to speak with you," she said meekly. The door squeaked closed behind her as she kneeled down, sitting back on her heels next to him, her heart pounding. "And what does my guide wish to tell me?" He smiled, she thought in spite of himself. "That she made a mistake," she said softly, picking at a string on her pants. "And that she is sorry. Very, very sorry. Not just for what she did, but mostly for not trusting you." The insides of his elbows were hooked around his knees, one hand holding the other. He turned to face her, the warm red glow of firelight reflecting in his gentle eyes. "I had a whole speech rehearsed in my mind, but now I can't remember a word of it. You have that effect on me." He smiled again. "Apology accepted." Relief swept through her. She felt as if her heart were mending. From under her eyebrows, she looked up at him. Was it a good speech? His grin widened. "It seemed so at the time, but now I don't think so." "You are pretty good at speeches. You nearly scared the wits out of the elders, including the Birdman." Reaching out, she placed the whistle over his head, around his neck. Unclasping his hands, he touched it with his fingers. "What's this for?" "It is a gift from the Birdman, with his apology for what he tried to make you do. He said he, too, had no right and wishes to thank you with this gift for opening his heart's eyes. Tomorrow he will teach you to use it." Kaelin turned to sit with her back to the fire, facing him, close against him. It was a warm night, and with the heat of the fire, Richard glistened with sweat. The symbols painted across his chest and around his upper arms gave him a wild, savage appearance. "You have a way of opening people's eyes," she said in a coy voice. "I think you must have used magic." "Maybe I did. Zed says that sometimes a trick is the best magic." The sound of his voice resonated with something deep inside her, made her feel weak. "And Addie said you have the magic of the tongue," she whispered. The look in his gray eyes penetrated her, impaling her with its power, making her breathing quicken. Haunting sounds of the boldas carried in from the distance, mingling with the sound of the fire, of his breathing. She had never felt this safe, this relaxed, and this tense all at the same time. It was confusing. Her gaze wandered from his eyes, feasting on other places on his face. The shape of his nose, the angle of his cheeks, the line of his chin. Her eyes stopped on his lips. Suddenly she was aware of how hot it was in the spirit house. She felt lightheaded. Probing his gaze again, she withdrew the apple from her pocket and took a slow, juicy bite, dragging her teeth across the meat. The iron look in his eyes never wavered. Fluidly, impulsively, she put the apple to his mouth and held it there as he took a big, wet bite. If only it were possible for him to put his lips on her like that, she thought. And why not? Was she to die in this quest without being allowed to be a woman? Must she be only a warrior? Fight for everyone's happiness but her own? Seekers in the best of times died all too quickly, and these were not the best of times. These were the end of times. She ached at the thought of him dying. She pushed the apple harder against his teeth as she watched his eyes. Even if she took him, she reasoned, he could still fight on, at her side, maybe with even more resolve than he had now. It would be for different reasons, but he would be just as deadly, maybe more so. He would be different, though, not the same person he was now. That person would be gone forever. But at least he would be hers. She wanted him so desperately, in a way she had never wanted anything before, a way that was painful.
Were they both to die without being allowed to live? She felt a tingling weakness with the need of him. Teasingly, she took the apple from his mouth. Juice ran down his chin. Slowly, deliberately, she leaned over and licked the sweet juice from his chin. He didn't move. Their faces were inches apart. She shared his breath, quick and warm. So close was she that her eyes could scarcely focus on his. She had to swallow the wetness in her mouth. Reason was rapidly evaporating from her mind, being replaced with feelings that tantalized her with promise, gripped her with hot need. She released the apple, brought her wet fingers to his lips, and watched, her own tongue on her upper lip, as he let each finger slide into his mouth, slowly sucking the juice from them one at a time as she offered them. The feeling of the inside of his mouth, wet and warm, sent shivers through her. A small sound escaped her lips. Her heart pounded in her ears. Her chest heaved. She ran her wet fingers down his chin, his neck, to his chest, lightly gliding them over the symbols painted on him, tracing them with her fingers, feeling the hills and valleys of him. Coming to her knees above him, she circled a fingertip around the hardness of one of his nipples, firmly caressed his chest as she let her eyes slide closed for a moment while gritting her teeth. Gently but forcefully, she pushed him down on his back. He went easily, without protest. She leaned over him, with her hand still on his chest for support. The feeling of him surprised her, the rigid hardness of his muscles, sheathed with yielding, velvety soft skin, the wetness of his sweat, the coarseness of his hairs, the heat. His chest rose and fell with his heavy breathing, with the life in him. Leaving one knee next to his hip, she put the other between his legs as she looked down into his eyes, her thick hair cascading down around his face, as she continued to support herself with the hand on his chest, not wanting to move it, to lose the connection with his moist flesh, a connection that was igniting her with its heat. Between her knees, the muscles of his thigh flexed, sending her pulse racing even faster. She had to open her mouth to get her breath. She lost herself in his eyes, eyes that felt as if they were probing her soul, stripping it bare. They sent fire raging through her. With her other hand, she smoothly unbuttoned her shirt and pulled out the tails. She put her hand behind his strong neck, still holding herself up, away from him, with the other on his chest. Her fingers slid into his damp hair, tightened into a fist, held his head to the ground. A big, powerful hand slipped under her shirt to the small of her back, stroking in little circles, then slowly slid up the line of her spine, sending shivers through her, before coming to a stop between her shoulder blades. Her eyes half closed as she flexed her back against his hand, wanting him to draw her against him. Her breathing was so fast she was almost panting. She drew her knee up his leg until it wouldn't go any farther. Little sounds escaped with some of her breaths. His chest heaved against her hand. As he lay under her, she thought he had never seemed so big to her before. "I want you," she panted in a breathless whisper. Her head lowered. Her lips brushed against his. A look of pain seemed to cross his eyes. "Only if you first tell me what you are." The words cut through her, bringing her eyes open wide. Her head moved back a little, but she was touching him. He could not stop her, she thought. She didn't want him to stop her. She barely had a grasp on the power as it was, and it was slipping from her hold. She could feel it. She brought her lips back to his, another small sound escaping with her breath. The hand on her back moved up under her shirt, took a fistful of her hair, gently pulling her head away. "Kaylin, I mean it, only if you tell me first." Reason flooded back into her mind, washing coldly through her, drowning her passion. She had never cared for anyone like this. How could she touch him with her power? How could she do this to him? She pushed back. What was she doing? What was she thinking? She sat back on her heels, taking her hand from his chest, putting it over her mouth. The world crashed in around her. How could she tell him? He would hate her. She would lose him. Her head spun sickeningly. Richard sat up, put his hand gently on her shoulder. "Kaylin," he said softly, drawing her panicked eyes to his. "You don't have to tell me if you don't want to. Only if you want to do this." Her eyebrows wrinkled together as she tried to keep from crying. "Please," she could hardly get the words out. "Just hold me." He drew her tenderly to him, held her head to his shoulder. Pain of who she was, reached its icy fingers back into her. His other arm wrapped protectively around her, holding her tight against him as he rocked her. "That's what friends are for," he whispered in her ear. She was too drained even to cry. "I promise, Richard, I will tell you, but not tonight. Tonight just hold me, please." He slowly lay back down, embracing her tightly against him with his strong arms, as she bit one of her knuckles and clutched him with her other hand. "When you want to, not before," he promised. The horror of what she was wrapped her in its cold embrace, too. She shook with the chill of it. Her eyes refused to close for a long time, until at last she went to sleep, her last thoughts of him. Chapter 28.
"Try once more," the birdman said, "and stop thinking of the bird you want.
He tapped Richard's head with his knuckles.
From here."
He jabbed a finger in Richard's abdomen.
"Think of it here."
Richard nodded at Kalen's translation and put the whistle to his lips. His cheeks puffed out as he blew. As usual, there was no sound. The birdman, Richard, and Kalen looked around the flat country. The hunters who had escorted them out onto the plain, their heads swiveling nervously, leaned against spears, planted point up in the grassy ground. Seemingly from nowhere, starlings, sparrows, and small field birds, thousands of them, descended, diving and swooping on the small company. The hunters ducked, laughing as they had all day. The air was filled with small birds flying wildly about in a frenzy. The sky was black with them. The hunters fell to the ground, covering their heads, laughing hysterically. Richard rolled his eyes. Kalen turned her face from him as she laughed. The birdman frantically put his own whistle to his lips and blew over and over again, his silver hair flying, trying desperately to send the birds back. At last they heeded his calls and vanished once more. Quiet returned to the grassland, except, of course, for the hunters, who still rolled on the ground in laughter. The birdman took a deep breath and put his hands on his hips.
"I give up. We have been trying all day, and it is the same now as when we started. Richard with the temper," he announced, "you are the worst bird caller I have ever seen. A child could learn it in 3 tries, but there is not enough breath in you for the rest of your life to learn. It is hopeless. The only thing your whistle says is, 'Come, there is food here.'"
"But I was thinking hawk. I really was. Every kind of bird you named, I thought it hard as I could, honest." When Kalen translated, the hunters laughed all the more. Richard scowled over at them, but they kept laughing. The birdman folded his arms with a sigh.
"It is no use. The day ends. The gathering will be soon."
He put his arm around the shoulders of a frustrated seeker.
"Keep the gift of the whistle anyway. Though it will never aid you, let it serve as a reminder that while you may be better at some things than most people, in this, even a child is better than you."
The hunters roared. Richard sighed and gave the birdman a nod. Everyone collected their things and headed back to the village. Richard leaned toward her. "I was trying my best, really." "I don't understand it." She grinned, taking his hand in hers. "I am sure you were." Though the light was fading, the cloudy day had been the brightest in longer than she could remember, and it had helped to lift her spirits. Mostly, though, what helped her was the way Richard had treated her. He had let her have time to recover from last night without asking her anything. He had just held her, let her be. Even though nothing more had happened, she felt closer to him than she ever had, but at the same time, she knew that was not a good thing. It only deepened her dilemma. She had almost made a very big mistake last night, the biggest mistake of her life. She was relieved that he had pulled her back from the brink. At the same time, part of her wished he hadn't. When she woke this morning, she didn't know how he would feel about her, if he would be hurt, angry, or hate her.
Even though she lay bare-chested against him all night, she turned her back to him in embarrassment while she buttoned her shirt. As her fingers slipped the buttons back in place, she told him that no one had ever had a friend as patient as the one she had. She said she only hoped that someday she could prove to be as good a friend as he was. You already have. You have placed your trust, your life, in my hands. You have pledged your life in defense of me. What more proof could I have? She turned and, resisting mightily the urge to kiss him, thanked him for putting up with her. I will have to admit, though, he said, smiling, that I will never look at an apple in quite the same way. That made her laugh, partly in embarrassment, and they both laughed together a long time. Somehow it made her feel better, and took away what could have been a thorn. Suddenly, Richard stopped in his tracks. She stopped, too, as the others walked on. Richard, what is it? The sun. He looked pale. For a moment, a shaft of sunlight was on my face. She turned to the west. All I see are clouds. It was there, a small opening, but I don't see it either now. Do you think it means something? He shook his head. I don't know, but it's the first time I've seen even the slightest break in the clouds since Zed put them up there. Maybe it's nothing. They started walking again, the eerie sounds of the boldas carrying to them across the wind-swept, flat grasslands. By the time they reached the village, it was dark. The banquet was still going on, as it had all last night, as it would tonight, until the gathering was over. Everyone was still going strong, except the children, many of whom walked around in a sleepy stupor, or slept contentedly in corners here and there. The 6 elders were on their platform, their wives gone. They were eating a meal being served by special women, cooks who were the only ones allowed to prepare the gathering feast. Kaylin watched them pour a drink for each of the elders. It was red, different from any other drink at the banquet. The eyes of the 6 were glazed, far off, as if they were seeing things others didn't. Kaylin felt a chill. Their ancestors' spirits were with them. The Birdman spoke to them. When he seemed satisfied by whatever it was they told him, he nodded and the 6 rose, walking in a line toward the spirit house. The sound of the drums and the boldas changed in a way that ran bumps up her arms. The Birdman strode back to them, his eyes as sharp and intense as ever.
It is time, he told her. Richard and I must go now.
What do you mean, Richard and I? I'm going too.
You cannot.
Why?
Because a gathering is only men.
I am the Seeker's guide. I must be there to translate. The Birdman's eyes shifted about in an uncomfortable manner.
But a gathering is only men, he repeated,
seemingly unable to come up with a better reason. She folded her arms. Well, this one will have a woman. Richard looked from her face to the Birdman's, and back again, knowing by the tone of her voice that something was going on, but deciding not to interfere. The Birdman leaned a little closer to her, lowered his voice.
When we meet the spirits, it must be as they are.
Her eyes narrowed. Are you trying to tell me that you can't wear clothes? He took a deep breath and nodded.
And you must be painted with mud.
Fine, she said, holding her head up. I have no objections. He leaned back a little.
Well, what about the Seeker? Maybe you would like to ask him what he feels about you doing this.
She held his eyes for a long time, then turned to Richard. I need to explain something to you. When a person calls a gathering, they are sometimes asked questions by the spirits, through the elders, to be sure they are acting of noble intent. If you answer a question in a way that a spirit ancestor finds dishonorable or untruthful, they may kill you. Not the elders, the spirits. I have the sword, he reminded her. No, you won't. If you want a gathering, you must do as the elders do, face the spirits with nothing but yourself. You can wear no sword, no clothes, and you must have mud painted on you. She took a breath, pushed some hair back over her shoulder. If I am not there to translate, you may get killed simply because you cannot answer a question you don't understand. Then Rahl wins. I must be there to interpret. But if I'm there, I, too, can wear no clothes. The Birdman is in a fret and wishes to know what you think of this. He is hoping you will forbid me from doing this. Richard folded his arms, looking her in the eye. I think you are bound and determined one way or another to have your clothes off in the spirit house. The corners of his mouth turned up, and his eyes sparkled. Kaelin had to bite her lower lip to keep from laughing. The Birdman looked from one to the other, confused. Richard? She spoke his name in a rising tone of caution. This is serious. And don't get your hopes up, it will be dark. Still, she could hardly keep from laughing. Richard's face regained its seriousness as he turned to the Birdman. I called the gathering. I need Kaelin there. She could almost see him flinch at the translation.
You two have been stretching my limits from the moment you arrived.
He gave a loud sigh.
Why should it change now? Let's go.
Kaelin and Richard walked side by side, following the Birdman's silhouette as he led them off through the dark passageways of the village, turning to the right several times, then the other way. Richard's hand found hers. Kaelin was a lot more nervous about this than she let on, about sitting naked with 8 naked men. But she was not about to let Richard go into the gathering without her. This was no time to let it all slip away from them. They had worked too hard. Time was too short. She put on her confessor's face. Before they reached the spirit house, the Birdman took them through a narrow doorway into a small room in a building nearby. The other elders were there, sitting cross-legged on the floor, staring blankly ahead. She smiled at Savidlin, but he didn't respond. The Birdman picked up a small bench and 2 clay pots.
When I call your name, come out. Wait until then.
As the Birdman took his bench and pots with him, squeezing sideways out the door, Kaelin told Richard what he had said. In a while, he called Caldus's name, and after a time, each of the other elders in turn. Savidlin last. Savidlin did not speak to them or even acknowledge that he knew they were there. The spirits were in his eyes. Kaelin and Richard sat in silence in the empty dark room, waiting. She picked at the heel of her boot, trying not to think what it was she had committed herself to, yet unable to think of anything else. Richard would be unarmed, without his sword, his protection. But she would not be without her power. She would be his protection. Though she had not spoken it, that was the other reason she had to be in there. If anything went wrong, it was going to be she who died, not him. That much she knew. She would see to it. She steeled herself, went into herself. She heard the Birdman call out Richard's name. He rose to his feet. Let's hope this works. If it doesn't, we're in a lot of trouble. I'm glad I'll have you there. It was a warning to stay alert. She nodded. Just remember, Richard, these are our people now. We belong. They want to help us. They will be doing their best. Kaelin sat hugging her knees, waiting until her name was called, then went out into the cool, dark night. The Birdman sat against the wall of the spirit house on the little bench. She could see in the dark that he was naked, symbols painted in jagged lines, stripes, and whorls all over his body, his silver hair down around his bare shoulders. Chickens roosted on a short wall nearby, watching. A hunter stood near the Birdman. Coyote hides, clothes, and Richard's sword lay at his feet.
Remove your clothes, the Birdman said.
What is this? She asked, pointing at the hunter.
He is here to take the clothes. They are taken to the Elder's platform for the people to see that we are in a gathering. Before dawn, he will return them to let the people know that the gathering is at an end.
Well, tell him to turn around. The Birdman gave the order. The hunter turned around. She gripped the tongue of her belt, yanked it free from the catch. She paused, looking down at the Birdman.
Child, he said softly, tonight you are neither man nor woman. You are a mud person. Tonight, I am neither man nor woman. I am a spirit guide.
She nodded, removed her clothes, and stood before him, the cold night air on her naked flesh. He scooped a handful of white mud from one of the pots. His hand paused before her. She waited. He was clearly skittish about doing this, despite what he said. Seeing was one thing, touching quite another. Kaelin reached out, took his hand, and pulled it firmly against her belly, feeling the cold mud squish against her. "Do it," she ordered. When finished, they pulled the door open and went inside. He sitting among the circle of painted elders, she opposite him next to Richard. Black and white lines swept diagonally across Richard's face in dramatic tangles, a mask they all wore for the spirits. The skulls that had sat on the shelf were arranged in the center of the circle. A small fire burned slowly in the fireplace behind her, giving off an odd, acrid smell. The elders stared fixedly ahead as they rhythmically chanted words she couldn't understand. The birdman's far-off eyes came up. The door closed of its own accord.
From now until we are finished, near dawn, no one may go out. No one may come in. The door is barred by the spirits.
Kalen's eyes swept the room but saw nothing. A shiver ran up her spine. The birdman took a woven basket sitting near him and reached inside. He pulled out a small frog, then passed the basket to the next elder. Each took a frog and began rubbing its back against the skin of his chest. When the basket reached her, she held it between her hands and looked up at the birdman. "Why do we do this?"
These are red spirit frogs, very hard to find. They have a substance on their backs that makes us forget this world and allows us to see the spirits.
"Honored elder, I may be one of the mud people, but I am also a confessor. I must always hold back my power. If I forget this world, I may not be able to do that."
It is too late to back out now. The spirits are with us. They have seen you, seen the symbols on you that open their eyes. You may not leave. If one is here who is blind to them, they will kill that person and steal their spirit. I understand your problem, but I cannot help you. You will just have to do your best to hold back your power. If you cannot do so, then one of us will be lost. It is a price we will have to pay. If you want to die, then leave your frog in the basket. If you want to stop Dark and Rahl, take it out.
She stared wide-eyed into his hard face, then reached into the basket. The frog wriggled and kicked in her hand as she passed the basket to Richard, telling him what to do. Swallowing hard, she pushed the cold, slimy back of the frog against her chest, between her breasts, to the one place on her where there were no symbols painted, pushed it around in circles as the others had done. Where the slime touched her skin, it felt tingly, tight. The feeling spread through her. The sounds of the drums and the boldas grew in her ears until it seemed as if the sound was the only thing in the world. Her body vibrated with the beat. In her mind, she took hold of her power, held it tightly, concentrated on her control of it. Then, hoping it was enough, she felt herself drift away. Everyone took the hand of the person to each side. The walls of the room swam away from her vision. Her consciousness undulated, like ripples on a pond, floating, bobbing, pitching. She felt herself beginning to spin in a circle with the others, around and around the skulls in the center. The skulls brightened, lighting the faces of everyone in the circle. They were all swallowed in a soft void of nothingness. Shafts of light from the center spun with them. All around, shapes closed in. In terror, she recognized what they were. Shadow things. Unable to get a scream out, her breath caught in her throat. She squeezed Richard's hand. She had to protect him. She tried to get up to throw herself over him so they couldn't touch him, but her body wouldn't move. She realized with horror that it was because hands of the shadow things were on her. She struggled to get up to protect Richard. Her mind raced with panic. Had they already killed her? Was she dead? Was she no more than a spirit now, unable to move? The shadow things stared down at her. Shadow things didn't have faces. These did. Mud people faces. They weren't shadow things, she realized with a wave of relief. They were the ancestors' spirits. She caught her breath, eased the panic back down, relaxed herself. Who calls this gathering? It was the spirit speaking, all of them, together. The sound, hollow, flat, dead, almost took her breath away. But it was the birdman's mouth that moved. Who calls this gathering? They repeated. "This man does," she said. "This man beside me, Richard with the temper." They floated between the elders, gathering into the center of the circle.
"Release his hands."
Kalin and Savadlin let go of Richard's hands. The spirits spun in the center of the circle. Then, in a rush, they came out in a line, passing through Richard's body. He inhaled sharply, threw his head back, and screamed in agony as they swept through him. Kalin jumped. The spirits all hovered behind him. The elders all closed their eyes.
"Richard!"
His head came back down.
"It's all right. I'm all right," he managed in a hoarse voice, but he was clearly still in pain.
The spirits moved around the circle behind the elders, then settled into their bodies, both spirit and man, in the same place at the same time. It gave the elders a soft, indefinite appearance around the edges. Their eyes came open.
"Why have you called us?"
The Birdman asked, in their hollow, harmonic voices. She leaned a little toward Richard, keeping her eyes on the Birdman. "They want you to say why you called this gathering." Richard took a few deep breaths, recovering from what they had done to him. "I called this gathering because I must find an object of magic before Dark and Rawl finds it, before he can use it." Kalin translated as the spirits talked to Richard through the elders.
"How many men have you killed?"
Savadlin asked with spirit voices. Richard answered without hesitation. "2.
"Why?"
Hagenlet asked in their haunting tones. "To keep them from killing me."
"Both?"
He thought a moment. "The first one I killed in self-defense. The second I killed in defense of a friend."
"Do you think the defense of a friend gives you the right to kill?"
Arbrin's mouth moved this time. "Yes."
"Suppose he was going to kill your friend only to defend the life of his friend?"
Richard took a deep breath. "What's the point of the question?"
"The point is, according to what you believe, that you think it is justified to kill in the defense of a friend, then if he was killing to defend a friend, he had the right to kill your friend. He was justified. Since he was justified, that would void your right, would it not?"
"Not all questions have answers."
"Maybe not all questions have answers you like."
"Maybe." Kalin could tell by his tone that Richard was getting angry. All the eyes of the elders, the spirits, were on him.
"Did you enjoy killing this man?"
"Which one?"
"The first."
"No."
"The second."
Richard's jaw muscles tightened. "What is the point of these questions?"
"All questions have a different reason for being asked."
"And sometimes the reasons have nothing to do with the question?"
"Answer the question."
"Only if you first tell me the reason for it."
"You came here to ask us questions. Shall we ask your reasons?"
"It would seem you are."
"Answer our question, or we will not answer yours."
"And if I answer it, will you promise to answer mine?"
"We are not here to make bargains. We are here because we were called. Answer the question, or the gathering is over."
Richard took a deep breath, letting it out slowly as he stared up at the void. "Yes, I enjoyed killing him because of the magic of the Sword of Truth. That is how it works. If I had killed him in another manner without the sword, I would not have enjoyed it."
"Irrelevant."
"What?"
"If is irrelevant. Did is not. So now you have given two reasons for killing the second man. To defend a friend and because you enjoyed it. Which is the true reason?"
"Both. I killed him to protect a friend's life, and because of the sword, I enjoyed it."
"What if you did not need to kill to protect your friend? What if you were wrong in your assessment? What if the life of your friend was not, in fact, in danger?"
Kalin tensed at this question. She hesitated a moment before translating it. "In my mind, the deed is not as important as the intent. I truly believed my friend's life was in danger, therefore I felt justified in killing to protect her. I had only a moment to act. In my mind, indecision would have resulted in her death." If the spirits think I was wrong in killing, or that the one I killed may have been justified, voiding my right, then we have a disagreement. Some problems have no clear solution. Some problems don't provide the time to analyze them. I had to act with my heart. As a wise man once told me, every murderer thinks he is justified in killing. I will kill to prevent myself or a friend or an innocent from being killed. If you feel that is wrong, tell me now, so we can put an end to these painful questions and I may go in search of the answers I need.
As we said, we are not here to make bargains. You said that to your mind, the deed is not as important as the intent. Is there anyone you have intended to kill, but have not?
The sound of their voices was painful. Kaylin felt as if it was burning her skin. You have misinterpreted the context of what I said. I said I killed because I thought I had to, that I thought his intent was to kill her. Therefore, I thought I had to act or she would die. Not that my intent equates to the deed. There is probably a long list of people who at one time or another I have wanted to kill.
If you wanted to, why have you not done so?
Many reasons. For some, I had no true justification. It was only a mind game, a fantasy, to counter the sting of an injustice. For some, though I felt justified, I was able to escape without killing. Some, well, it just turned out that I didn't, that's all.
The 5 elders?
Richard sighed. Yes.
But you intended to.
Richard didn't answer.
Is this a case where the intent is as the deed?
Richard swallowed hard. In my heart, yes. That I intended it wounds me almost as much as the deed would have.
So then we have not, it would seem, gotten what you said entirely out of context.
Kaylin could see tears in Richard's eyes. Why are you asking me these questions?
Why do you want the object of magic?
To stop Dark and Rawl.
And how will getting this object stop him?
Richard leaned back a little. His eyes went wide. He understood. A tear ran down his cheek. Because if I can get the object and keep it from him, he whispered, he will die. I will kill him in that way.
What you are really asking us, then, is for our aid in killing another.
Their voices echoed around her in the darkness. Richard only nodded.
That is why we are asking you these questions. You are asking for our aid in killing. Do you not think it fair we should know what kind of person it is we would be helping in his attempt to kill?
Sweat was rolling off Richard's face. I guess so. He closed his eyes.
Why do you want to kill this man?
Many reasons.
Why do you want to kill this man?
Because he tortured and killed my father. Because he has tortured and killed many others. Because he will kill me if I don't kill him. Because he will torture and kill many more if I don't kill him. It is the only way to stop him. He cannot be reasoned with. I have no option but to kill him.
Consider the next question carefully. Answer with the truth, or this gathering will end.
Richard nodded.
What is the reason above all others why you want to kill this man?
Richard looked down and closed his eyes again. Because, he whispered at last, tears running down his face, if I don't kill him, he will kill Kaylin. Kaylin felt as if she had been hit in the stomach. She could barely bring herself to translate the words. There was a long silence. Richard sat naked in more ways than one. She was angry at the spirits for doing this to him. She was also deeply distraught by what she was doing to him. Shar had been right.
If Kaylin were not a factor, would you still try to kill this man?
Absolutely. You asked the reason above all others, I told you.
What is the object of magic you seek?
They asked suddenly. Does that mean you agree with my reasons for killing?
No. It means that for our own reasons we have decided to answer your question, if we can. What is the object of magic you seek?
One of the 3 boxes of Orden. When Kalen translated, the spirit suddenly howled as if in pain.
We are not allowed to answer that question. The boxes of Orden are in play. This gathering is over.
The elder's eyes began to close. Richard jumped to his feet. You would let Darken Rahl kill all those people when you have the power to help?
Yes.
You would let him kill your descendants, your living flesh and blood. You aren't spirit ancestors to our people, you are spirit traitors.
Not true.
Then tell me.
Not allowed.
Please. Don't leave us without your help. Let me ask another question.
We are not allowed to disclose where the boxes of Orden are. It is forbidden. Think and ask another question.
Richard sat down, pulling his knees up. He rubbed his eyes with the tips of his fingers. The symbols painted all over him made him look like some kind of wild creature. He put his face in his hands, thinking. His head snapped up. You can't tell me where the boxes are. Are there any other restrictions?
Yes.
How many boxes does Rahl already have?
2.
He looked at the elders evenly. You have just disclosed where 2 of the boxes are. That is forbidden, he reminded them. Or maybe it is simply a gray shade of intent. Silence.
That information is not restricted. Your question?
Richard leaned forward like a dog on scent. Can you tell me who knows where the last box is? Richard already knew the answer to this question, she suspected. She recognized his manner of slicing the loaf the other way.
We know the name of the person who has the box, and the names of several other people nearby, but we cannot tell you the names because that would be the same as telling you where it is. That is forbidden.
Then can you tell me the name of a person other than Rahl, who is not in possession of the last box, who is not near it, but who knows where it is?
There is one we can name. She knows where the box is. If we tell you her name, that would not lead you to the box, only to her. This is allowed. It will be up to you, not us, to get whatever information you might.
That is my question, then. Who is it? Name her. When they uttered the name, Kalen froze with a jolt. She didn't translate. The elders shook at the mere name, spoken aloud. Who is it? What's her name? Richard demanded of her. Kalen looked up at him.
We are as good as dead, she whispered.
Why? Who is it? Kalen sank back into herself.
It is the witch woman, Shota.
And do you know where she is? Kalen nodded, her brow wrinkled in terror.
In the Agaden Reach.
She whispered the name as if even the words tasted of poison.
Not even a wizard would dare to go into the Reach.
Richard studied the visage of fear in her face and looked to the elders as they shook. Then we go to Agaden Reach, to this witch woman, Shota, he said in an even voice, and find out where the box is.
We wish you kind fates,
the spirit said through the birdman.
The lives of our descendants depend upon you.
Thank you for your help, honored ancestors, Richard said. I will do my best to stop Rahl, to help our people.
You must use your head. That is Darken Rahl's way. Meet him on his terms, and you will lose. It will not be easy. You will have to suffer, as will our people, as will other people, before you even have a chance to succeed. And in all probability you will still fail. Heed our warning, Richard with the temper.
I will remember the things you say. I pledge to do my best.
Then we will test the truth of your pledge. There is something else we would tell you.
They paused for a moment.
Darken Rahl is here. He looks for you.
Kalen translated in a rush, jumping to her feet. Richard came up beside her. What?
He is here now? Where is he? What is he doing?
He is in the center of the village. He is killing people.
Fear raged through Kaelin. Richard took a step forward. I have to get out of here. I have to get my sword. I have to try to stop him.
If you wish, but hear us out first. Sit, they commanded.
Richard and Kaelin sank back down, looking wide-eyed at each other, clutching each other's hands. Tears welled up in her eyes. Hurry then, Richard said.
Darkenral wants you. Your sword cannot kill him. Tonight, the balance of power is on his side. If you go out there, he will kill you. You will have no chance. None. In order to win, you must change the balance of power, something you cannot do this night. The people he kills tonight will die whether or not you go out to fight him. If you do go out, more will die in the end. Many more. If you are to succeed, you must have the courage to let these die tonight. You must save yourself to fight at another time. You must suffer this pain. You must heed your head rather than your sword, if you are to have a chance to win.
But I have to go out sooner or later.
Darkenral has loosed many dark terrors. He must balance many things, including his time. He does not have the time to wait all night. He is confident, with good reason, that he can defeat you at any time of his choosing. He has no reason to wait. He will be gone soon to tend to other dark matters, to look for you another day. The symbols painted upon you open our eyes to you so we may see you. They close his eyes to you. He cannot see you unless you draw your sword. That he will be able to see. Then he would have you. As long as the symbols are upon you, and the magic of your sword remains in its scabbard, while you are in Mud People territory, he cannot find you.
But I can't stay here.
Not if you wish to stop him. When you leave our territory, the power of the symbols will be gone, and he will be able to see you again.
Richard breathed hard. His hands shook. Kaelin could see by the look on his face that he was close to disregarding the warning, close to going out to fight.
The choice is yours, the spirit said. Wait in here while he kills some of our people, and when he is gone, go after the box to kill him. Or go out now and accomplish nothing.
Richard closed his eyes tight, swallowed hard. His chest rose and fell with his labored breathing. I will wait, he said in a voice she could barely hear. Kaelin threw her arms around his neck, putting her head against his, as they both cried. The circle of elders began spinning around again. That was the last thing she remembered until she and Richard were shaken awake by the Birdman. She felt as if she were coming out of a nightmare as she recalled the things the spirit said about the killing of the Mud People, and that to find the box they had to go into Agaden Reach, to Shota. She recoiled at the thought of the witch woman. The other elders were standing over them and helping both of them up. All wore grim faces. Tears tried to come to her again. She forced them back. The Birdman pushed the door open to the cold night air, to a clear starlit sky. The clouds were gone, even the snake-like cloud. Dawn was less than an hour away, and already the eastern sky had a hint of color to it. A solemn-faced hunter handed them their clothes, and Richard his sword. Wordlessly, they dressed and went out. A phalanx of hunters and archers protectively surrounded the spirit house. Many were blooded. Richard pushed in front of the Birdman. "Tell me what happened," he ordered in a quiet voice. A man with a spear stepped forward. Kaelin waited next to Richard to translate. Rage flared in the man's eyes.
"The red demon came from the sky carrying a man. He wanted you."
Fire in his eyes, he pushed his spear point against Richard's chest. The Birdman, stone-faced, put his hand on the spear, raising the point away from Richard.
"When he could only find your clothes, he began killing people. Children."
His chest was heaving with anger.
"Our arrows would not touch him. Our spears would not touch him. Our hands would not touch him. Many of those who tried were killed by magic fire. Then he became even more angry when he saw that we use fire. He made all the fires go out.
Then he climbed back on the red demon and told us that if we use fire again, he will come back and kill every child in the village. With magic, he floated Sidon into the air and took him under his arm. A gift, he said, for a friend. Then he flew away. And where were you and your sword?
Savidlin's eyes filled with tears. Kaelin put her hand against the ripping pain in her heart. She knew who the gift was for. The man spat on Richard. Savidlin went for him, but Richard held his arm out, held Savidlin back.
I heard the voices of our ancestors' spirits, Savidlin said. I know this is not his failing.
Kaelin put her arms around Savidlin and comforted him. Be strong. We have saved him once when it seemed he was lost. We will save him again. He nodded bravely as he pulled back. Richard asked softly what she had told Savidlin. A lie, she answered, to ease his pain. Richard nodded his understanding and turned to the man with the spear. Show me the ones he killed, he said without emotion.
Why?
The man demanded. So I will never forget why I am going to kill the one who did this. The man gave the elders an angry glance and then led them all to the center of the village. Kaelin put on her blank expression to shield herself from what she knew she would see. She had seen it too many times before in other villages, other places. And as she expected, it was the same as she had seen before. Lined up in terrible disarray beside a wall were the torn and ripped bodies of children, the burned bodies of men and dead women, some without arms or jaws. The birdman's niece was among them. Richard showed no emotion as he walked among the chaos of screaming and wailing people, past the dead, looking, the calm in the eye of the hurricane. Or maybe, she thought, the lightning about to strike.
This is what you brought us, the man hissed. This is your fault.
Richard watched as others nodded their agreement, then turned his eyes on the man with the spear. His voice was gentle. If it eases your pain to think so, then blame me. I choose to blame the one whose hands have the blood on them. He addressed the birdman and the other elders. Until this is over, don't use fire. It will only invite more killing. I swear to stop this man or die in the attempt. Thank you, my friends, for helping me. His eyes turned to Kaelin. They were intense, reflecting his anger over what he had just seen. He gritted his teeth. Let's go find this witch woman. They had no choice, of course, but she knew of Shota. They were going to die. They might as well go ask Dark and Rahl to tell them where they could find the box. Kaelin walked up to the birdman, then suddenly threw her arms around him. Remember me, she whispered. When they separated, the birdman looked around at the people, his face drawn.
These two need some men to guard them safely to the edge of our land.
Savidlin stepped forward instantly. Without hesitation, a band of 10 of his best hunters came to stand with him. Chapter 29. Princess Violet turned suddenly and slapped Rachel's face. Hard. Rachel had done nothing wrong, of course. The princess just liked to slap her when she least expected it. The princess thought it was fun. Rachel didn't try to hide how much it hurt. If it didn't hurt enough, the princess would slap her again. Rachel put her hand over the sting, her bottom lip quivering, tears welling up in her eyes, but she said nothing. Turning back to the shiny, polished wall of little wooden drawers, Princess Violet put her stubby finger through a gold handle and slid open another drawer, taking out a sparkling silver necklace studded with large blue stones. This one's pretty. Hold my hair up. She turned to the tall, wood-framed mirror, admiring herself as her fingers hooked the clasp behind her plump neck while Rachel held her long, dull brown hair out of the way for her. Rachel eyed herself in the mirror, inspecting the red mark on her face. She hated looking at herself in the mirror, hated seeing her hair, how it looked when the princess chopped it off short. She wasn't allowed to let her hair grow, of course. She was a nobody, but she wished so much it could at least be cut even. Almost everyone else had their hair cut short, but it was even. The princess liked chopping it for her, liked making it all jagged. Princess Violet liked it when other people thought Rachel was ugly. Rachel shifted her weight to her other foot and rolled her free ankle around to ease its stiffness. They'd been in the Queen's jewel room all afternoon, the princess trying on one piece of jewelry after another, then primping and turning in front of the tall mirror. It was her favorite thing to do, trying on the Queen's jewelry and looking at herself in the mirror. Being her playmate, Rachel was required to be with her, to make sure the princess was enjoying herself. Dozens of the little drawers stood open, some a little, some a lot. Necklaces and bracelets hung halfway out of some like sparkling tongues. More were scattered around the floor, along with brooches, tiaras, and rings. The princess looked down her nose and pointed to a blue stone ring on the floor. "Give me that one." Rachel slipped it over the finger held in front of her face. Then the princess watched herself in the mirror as she turned her hand this way and that. She ran her hand over her pretty pale blue satin dress, admiring the ring. Letting out a long, bored sigh, she walked over to the fancy white marble pedestal that stood by itself in the opposite corner of the jewel room. She was looking up at her mother's favorite object, one she fawned over at every opportunity. Princess Violet's pudgy fingers reached up, pulling the gold, jewel-encrusted box off its honored resting place. "Princess Violet!" Rachel blurted out before she had a chance to think. "Your mother said you mustn't touch that." The princess turned with an innocent expression, then tossed her the box. Rachel gasped, catching the box, horrified it might crash against the wall. Terrified that she had it in her hands, she immediately set it down on the floor as if it were a hot coal. She backed away, fearful of getting whipped just for being caught near the Queen's precious box. "What's the big deal?" Princess Violet snapped. "Magic keeps it from being taken from this room. It's not like anyone's going to steal it or anything." Rachel didn't know anything about any magic, but she knew she didn't want to be caught touching the Queen's box. "I'm going down to the dining room," the princess said, lifting her nose, "to watch the guests arrive and wait for dinner. Clean up this dreadful mess, then go to the kitchen and tell the cooks I don't want my roast cooked like leather, like the last time, or I'll tell my mother to have them beaten." "Of course, Princess Violet," Rachel curtsied. The princess held her big nose up. And thank you, Princess Violet, for bringing me and letting me see how pretty you look in the jewelry." "Well, it's the least I can do. You must get tired of looking at your ugly face in the mirror. My mother says we must do kind things for the less fortunate." She reached in a pocket and brought out something. "Here, take the key and lock the door when you're finished putting everything back." Rachel curtsied again. "Yes, Princess Violet." While the key was dropping into Rachel's outstretched hand, the princess's other hand came out of nowhere, slapping Rachel's face unexpectedly, and unexpectedly hard. She stood stunned as Princess Violet walked out of the room, laughing a high, squeaky, snorting laugh. Princess Violet's laugh hurt almost as much as the slap. Tears fell from her face as she crawled around on the floor on her hands and knees, picking up fingerfuls of rings from the carpets. She stopped and sat back a moment, carefully touching her fingertips to the place where she had been slapped. It hurt like anything. Rachel deliberately worked around the Queen's box, giving it sidelong glances, afraid to touch it, yet knowing she would have to, because she had to put it back. She worked slowly, meticulously, laying the jewelry in its place, carefully pushing the drawers closed, hoping somehow she wouldn't finish, so she wouldn't have to pick up the box. The Queen's favorite thing in the whole world. The Queen wouldn't be happy at all if she knew that some nobody had touched it. Rachel knew the Queen was always having somebody's head chopped off. Sometimes the princess made Rachel go with her to watch, but Rachel always closed her eyes. The princess didn't. When all the jewelry was put away, the last drawer closed, she looked out of the corner of her eye, down at the box sitting on the floor. She felt as if it were looking back, as if it might somehow tell the Queen. Finally, squatting down, eyes wide, she picked it up. Holding it at arm's length, she carefully shuffled her feet over the edges of carpets, terrified she might drop it. She set the box in its place as slowly as she could, carefully, gingerly, fearing a jewel might fall out or something. She quickly drew her fingers away, relieved. Turning back, she caught sight of the hem of a silver robe that touched the floor. Her breath caught in her throat. She hadn't heard footsteps. Her head slowly, almost involuntarily, rose up the line of the robe to the hands stuck in the opposite sleeves, to the long pointed white beard, to the bony face, the hooked nose, the bald head, and the dark eyes looking down at her startled face. The wizard. "Wizard Giller," she whined, fully expecting to be struck dead any second. "I was only putting it back, I swear. Please, please don't kill me." Her face wrinkled up as she tried to make herself back away, but her feet wouldn't move. "Please." She stuck the hem of her dress in her mouth, biting it as she whimpered. Rachel scrunched her eyes closed and shook as the wizard began sinking, lowering himself to the floor.
"Child,"
he said in a soft voice. Rachel cautiously opened one eye, surprised to find he was sitting on the floor, his face even with hers.
"I am not going to hurt you."
She opened the other eye just as cautiously. "You're not?" She didn't believe him. She saw with a start that the big heavy door was closed, her only escape route blocked.
"No,"
he smiled, shaking his bald head.
"Who took the box down?"
"We were playing. That's all, just playing. I was putting it back for the princess. She's very good to me, so very good. I wanted to help her. She's a wonderful person. I love her. She's so kind to me." He put a long finger over her lips to gently silence her.
"I get the point, child. So, you are the princess's playmate, then?"
She nodded in earnest. "Rachel." His grin got bigger.
"That's a pretty name. Glad to meet you, Rachel. I'm sorry I frightened you. I was only coming to check on the Queen's box."
No one had ever told her that her name was pretty, but he had shut the big door. "You're not going to strike me dead? Or change me into something horrid?"
"Oh, dear, no," he laughed.
He turned his head, peering at her with one eye.
"Why are there red marks on your cheeks?"
She didn't answer, too scared to say. Slowly, carefully, he reached out, his fingers touching one cheek, then the other. Her eyes opened wide. The sting was gone. "Better?" She nodded. His eyes seemed so big, the way they looked at her up close like this. They made her feel like telling him, so she did. "The princess hits me," she admitted, ashamed.
"So, she is not so kind to you, then?"
She shook her head, casting her eyes downward. Then the wizard did something that absolutely stunned her. He reached around and gave her a gentle hug. She stood stiffly for a moment, then put her arms around his neck, hugging him back. His long white whiskers tickled the side of her face and neck, but she still liked it. He looked at her with sad eyes.
"I'm sorry, dear child. The princess and the queen can be quite cruel."
His voice sounded so nice, she thought, like Brophy's. A big grin spread beneath his hooked nose.
"Tell you what, I have something here that might help."
A thin hand reached into his robes, and he looked up into the air while his hand felt around. Then his hand found what it was looking for. Her eyes went wide as he pulled out a doll with short hair the same color as hers. He patted the doll's tummy.
"This is a trouble doll."
"Trouble doll?" she whispered.
"Yes,"
he nodded. There were deep wrinkles at the ends of his smile.
"When you have troubles, you tell them to the doll and she takes them away for you. She has magic. Here, try it out."
Rachel could hardly take a breath as she reached out with both hands, her fingers carefully clutching the doll. She pulled it to her chest, cautiously, and hugged it. Then, tentatively, slowly, she held it out, looking at its face. Her eyes got all watery.
"Princess Violet says I'm ugly,"
she confided in the doll. The face on the doll smiled. Rachel's mouth dropped open.
"I love you, Rachel,"
it said in a tiny little voice. Rachel gasped in surprise. She giggled in glee. She hugged the doll to her as tight as she could. She laughed and laughed, swinging her body back and forth as she hugged the doll to her chest. Then she remembered. She pushed the doll back at the wizard, turning her face away. "I'm not allowed to have a doll. The princess said so. She would throw it in the fire, that's what she said. If I had a doll, she would throw it in the fire. She could hardly speak because of the lump in her throat.
Well, let me think, the wizard said, rubbing his chin. Where do you sleep?
Most of the time I sleep in the princess's bedroom. She locks me in the box at night. I think that's mean. Sometimes, when she says I've been bad, she makes me leave the castle for the night, so I have to sleep outside. She thinks that's even meaner, but I really like it because I have a secret place in a wayward pine where I sleep. Wayward pines don't have locks on them, you know. I can go potty whenever I have to. It's pretty cold sometimes, but I got a pile of straw, and I climb under it to keep warm. I have to come back in the morning before she sends the guards to look for me, so they won't find my secret place. I don't want them to find it. They would tell the princess, and she wouldn't send me out anymore. The wizard tenderly cupped his hands around her face. It made her feel special.
Dear child, he whispered, that I could have been a party to this.
His eyes were wet. Rachel didn't know wizards could get tears. Then his big grin came back, and he held up a finger.
I have an idea. You know the gardens? The formal gardens?
Rachel nodded. I go through them to go to my secret place when I'm put out at night. The princess makes me go through the outer wall at the garden gate. She doesn't want me to go out the front past the shops and people. She's afraid someone might take me in for the night. She told me I mustn't go to the town or the farmland. I must go to the woods as punishment.
Well, as you walk down the central path of the garden, there are short urns on both sides with yellow flowers in them.
Rachel nodded. She knew where they were.
I will hide your doll in the third urn on the right. I will put a wizard's web over it. That's magic, so no one but you will find it.
He took the doll and carefully tucked it away back in his robes as her eyes followed it.
The next time you are put out for the night, you go there, and you will find your doll. Then you can keep it at your place, your wayward pine, where no one will find it or take it from you. And I will also leave you a magic fire stick. Just build a little stack of sticks, not too big now, with stones around it, and then hold the magic fire stick to it and say, "Light for me," and it will burn, so you can keep warm.
Rachel threw her arms around him, hugging and hugging him as he patted her back. Thank you, Wizard Giller.
You may call me Giller when we are alone, child. Just Giller. That is what all my good friends call me.
Thank you so much for my doll, Giller. No one ever gave me anything so nice before. I'll take the bestest care of her. I have to go now. I'm to scold the cooks for the princess. Then I have to sit and watch her eat. She grinned. Then I have to think of something bad to do so the princess will put me out tonight. The wizard laughed a deep laugh as his eyes sparkled. He mussed her hair with his big hand. Giller helped her with the heavy door and locked it for her, then handed the key back to her. I so hope we can talk again sometime, she said, looking up at him. He smiled at her.
We will, Rachel, we will. I'm sure of it.
Waving back at him, she ran off down the long, empty hall, happier than she had been since she first came to live at the castle. It was a long way through the castle down to the kitchen, down stone stairs and halls with rugs on the floors and paintings on the walls, through big rooms with tall windows hung with gold and red drapery, and chairs of red velvet with gold legs, long carpets with pictures on them of men fighting on horseback, past guards who stood still as stone at some of the big fancy doors or marched in twos, and by servants who rushed everywhere carrying linens, trays, or brooms, and rags and buckets of soapy water. None of the guards or servants gave her a second look, even though she was running. They knew she was Princess Violet's playmate, and had seen her running through the castle many times before on errands for the princess. She was winded when she finally reached the kitchens, which were steamy and smoky and filled with noise. Helpers were scurrying around, carrying heavy sacks, big pots, or hot trays, all trying not to bump into one another. People chopped things she couldn't see on the high tables and huge chopping blocks. Pans clanged, cooks yelled orders, helpers took pans and metal bowls off hooks overhead and put others back. There was a constant rapping of spoons, mixing and whipping food, the sharp hiss of oil and garlic and butter and onions and spices in hot pans, and everyone seemed to be yelling at the same time. This chaotic place smelled so good it made her head spin. She tugged on the sleeve of one of the two head cooks, trying to tell him she had a message from the princess, but he was arguing with another cook and told her to go sit and wait until they were finished. She sat down nearby on a little stool by the ovens, her back pressed against the hot brick. The kitchen smelled so good, and she was so hungry, but she knew she would get in trouble if she asked for food. The head cooks were standing over a big crock, waving their arms around, yelling at each other. Suddenly, the crock fell to the floor with a big thunk, splitting in two, sending light brown liquid flooding all over. Rachel jumped up on the stool so it wouldn't get on her bare feet. The cooks stood still, their faces almost as white as their coats.
"What are we going to do now?" the short one asked. "We don't have any more of the ingredients Father Rawl sent."
"Wait a minute," the tall one said, holding his hand to his forehead. "Let me think." He put both hands to his face, squishing it together. Then he put both arms in the air. All right, I've got an idea. Get me another crock, and just keep your mouth shut. Maybe we can keep our heads. Get me some other ingredients."
"What ingredients?"
the short one yelled, red-faced. The tall cook leaned over him. "Brown ingredients!" Rachel watched while they ran around, snatching up things, pouring in bottles of liquid, adding ingredients, stirring, tasting. At last, they both smiled. All right, it'll work, I think. Just let me do the talking," the tall one said. Rachel stepped tiptoed across the wet floor and tugged on his sleeve again. You still here? What do you want?" he snapped. "Princess Violet said not to make her roast dry again, or she would have the queen make those men beat you." She looked down at the ground. "She made me say that." He looked down at her a minute, then turned to the short cook, shaking his finger. I told you. This time, slice hers from the center, and don't mix up the plates or we'll both end up losing our heads." He looked back down at her. "And you didn't see any of this," he said, stirring his finger around in the air over the crock. "Cooking? You don't want me to tell anyone I saw you cooking? All right," she said, a little confused, and started tiptoeing across the wet floor again. "I won't tell anyone, I promise. I don't like to see people getting hurt by those men with the whips. I won't tell." "Wait a minute," he called after her. "Rachel, isn't it?" She turned and nodded. "Come back here." She didn't want to, but she tiptoed back anyway. He took out a big knife that scared her at first, then turned to a platter on the table behind him and cut off a big, juicy piece of meat. She had never seen such a piece of meat, without fat and gristle all over it, at least not up close. It was a piece of meat like the queen and the princess ate. He handed it down to her, put it right into her hand. "Sorry I yelled at you, Rachel. You sit on that stool over there and eat this. And then let us be sure you're cleaned up, so no one will be the wiser. All right?" She nodded and ran off to the stool with her prize, forgetting to tiptoe. It was the best, most delicious thing she had ever eaten. She tried to eat it slowly while she watched all the people running around, clanging pots and carrying things, but she couldn't. Juice ran down her arms and dripped off her elbows. When she was finished, the short cook came and wiped her hands and arms and face with a towel. Then he gave her a slice of lemon pie, placing it right in her hands the way the tall cook had done with the meat. He said he baked it himself, and he wanted to know if it was good. She told him quite truthfully that it was just about the bestest thing she had ever had. He grinned. This had been just about the best day she could ever remember. 2 good things in the same day, the trouble doll and now the food. She felt like a queen herself. Later, as she sat in the big dining room on her little chair behind the princess, it was the first time ever that she hadn't been so hungry that her stomach made noises while the important people ate. The head table where they sat was 3 steps higher than all the other tables, so if she sat up straight she could see the whole room even from her little chair. Servers were dashing all about, bringing in food, taking out dishes with food still left on them, pouring wine, and exchanging half-full trays on the tables with full ones from the kitchen. She watched all the fine ladies and gentlemen dressed in pretty dresses and colorful braided coats, sitting at the long tables, eating from the fancy plates, and for the first time she knew how the food tasted. She still didn't understand, though, why they needed so many forks and spoons to eat with. One time, when she had asked the princess why there were so many forks and spoons and things, the princess had said it was something a nobody like her would never need to know. Mostly, Rachel was ignored at the banquets. The princess only turned to look at her once in a while. She was just there because she was Princess Violet's playmate, for looks, she guessed. The queen had people standing or sitting behind her when she ate, too. The queen said Rachel was for the princess to practice on, to practice leadership. She leaned forward and whispered, "Is your roast juicy enough, Princess Violet? I told the cooks it was mean to give you bad meat, and you said not to do it again." Princess Violet looked back over her shoulder, gravy dripping from her chin. "It's good enough to keep them from getting whipped. And you're right, they shouldn't be so mean to me. It's about time they learned." Queen Milena sat at the table, as she always did, with her tiny little dog held in one arm. It kept pushing its skinny little stick legs against her fat arm as it shook, making little dents with its feet. The queen fed it scraps of meat that were better than any Rachel had ever been fed. Before today, that is, she thought with a smile. Rachel didn't like the little dog. It barked a lot, and sometimes when the queen set it on the floor, it would run over to her and bite her legs with its tiny sharp teeth, and she didn't dare to say anything. When the dog bit her, the queen always told it to be careful not to hurt itself. She always used a funny, high, sweet voice when she talked to the dog. While the queen and her ministers talked about some kind of alliance, Rachel sat jiggling her legs, knocking her knees together, thinking about her trouble doll. The wizard stood behind and to the right of the queen, offering his advice when asked. He looked grand in his silver robes. She had never paid much attention to Giller before. He had just been another one of the queen's important people, always there with her like her little dog. People were afraid of him, too, the way she was afraid of the dog. Now, as she watched him, he seemed like just about the nicest man she had ever seen. He ignored her through the whole dinner, never once looking her way. Rachel figured he didn't want to draw attention to her and make the princess mad. That was a good idea. Princess Violet would be cross if she knew Giller had said he thought Rachel's name was pretty. The queen's long hair hung down behind her fancy-carved chair, shaking in waves when her important people talked to her and she nodded her head. When the meal was finished, servers rolled out a cart with the crock she had seen the cooks mixing. Goblets were filled from a ladle and carried to all the guests. Everyone seemed to think it was pretty important. The queen stood, holding her goblet in the air and the little dog in her other arm. "Lords and ladies, I present you with the drink of enlightenment, that we may see the truth. This is a very precious commodity. Few are offered the opportunity of enlightenment. I have availed myself of it many times, of course, that I might see the truth, the way of Father Rahl, in order to lead my people to the common good. Drink up." Some people looked like they didn't want to, but only for a minute. Then they all drank. The queen drank after she saw that everyone else had, then sat back down with a funny look on her face. She leaned to a server, whispering. Rachel started to get worried. The queen was frowning. When the queen frowned, people got their heads chopped off. The tall cook came out smiling. The queen motioned to him with her finger hooked to lean closer. There was sweat on his forehead. Rachel guessed it was because the kitchen was so hot. She was sitting behind the princess, who sat at the left arm of the queen, so she could hear them talking. "This does not taste the same," she said in her mean voice. She didn't always talk in her mean voice, but when she did, people got scared. Well, Your Majesty, you see, in truth, well, it's not, you see. Not the same, that is." Her eyebrows lifted, and he talked faster. "You see, in truth, well, I knew this was a very important dinner. Yes, I knew, you see, that you wouldn't want anything to go wrong, you see. Wouldn't want anyone to fail to be enlightened, to fail to see your brilliance about all this, business. So, you see, well..." He leaned a little closer and lowered his voice to speak confidentially. "So, I took the liberty of making the drink of enlightenment stronger. Much stronger, actually, you see. So, no one would fail to see the rightness of what you say. I assure you, Your Majesty, it is so strong, no one will fail to be enlightened." He leaned even closer, lowered his voice even more. In fact, Your Majesty, it is so strong that anyone who fails to be enlightened and opposes you after drinking it, well, they could only be a traitor.
Really? The Queen whispered in surprise. Well, I thought it was stronger.
Very perceptive, Your Majesty, very perceptive. You have a very refined palate. I knew I wouldn't be able to fool you.
Indeed. But are you sure it isn't too powerful? I can feel the enlightenment sweeping through me already.
Your Majesty. His eyes shifted among the guests. Where your mandate is concerned, I feared to make it any weaker. His eyebrows lifted up. Lest any traitor go unfound. She smiled at last and nodded.
You are a wise and loyal cook. From now on, I put you exclusively in charge of the drink of enlightenment.
Thank you, Your Majesty. He bowed a bunch of times and left. Rachel was glad he didn't get in trouble.
Lords and ladies, a special treat. Tonight, I had the cook prepare the drink of enlightenment extra strong, so none loyal to their queen could fail to see the wisdom of Father Rawls' ways.
The people all smiled and nodded how pleased they were about this. Some told how they could already feel the special insights the drink was giving them.
A special treat, lords and ladies, for your entertainment.
She snapped her fingers.
Bring in the fool.
Guards brought in a man and made him stand in the center of the room, directly in front of the Queen, all the tables around him. He was big and strong-looking, but he was bound with chains. The Queen leaned forward.
We here have all agreed that an alliance with our ally, Dark and Rawl, will bring great benefits to all our people, that we will all profit together, that the little people, the workers, the farmers, will benefit the most, that they will be freed from the oppression of those who would only exploit them for profit, for gold, for greed, that from now on we all will be working for the common good, not individual goals.
The Queen frowned.
Please tell all these ignorant lords and ladies, she swept her hand around the room, how it is that you are smarter than they, and why you should be allowed to work only for yourself instead of your fellow man.
The man had an angry look on his face. Rachel wished he could change it before he got in trouble.
The common good, he said, sweeping his hand around the room like the Queen had done, except his hands had chains on them. This is what you call the common good? All your fine people look to be enjoying the good food, the warm fire. My children go hungry tonight because most of our crops have been taken for the common good, for those who have decided not to bother to work, but to eat the fruit of my labor instead. The people laughed.
And you would deny them food simply because you are fortunate that your crops grew better? The Queen asked. You are a selfish man.
Their crops would grow better if they would plant seeds in the ground first.
And so you have so little care for your fellow man that you therefore would condemn them to starve?
My family starves to feed others, to feed Rawl's army, to feed you fine lords and ladies who do nothing but discuss and decide what to do with my crop, how to divide the product of my labor among others.
Rachel wished the man would keep still. He was going to get his head chopped off. The people and the Queen thought he was funny, though.
And my family goes cold, he said, and his face looked even more angry, because we aren't allowed to have fire.
He pointed at a few of the fireplaces.
But here there is fire to warm the people who tell them we are all equal now, how there will no longer be some put before others, and I must therefore not be allowed to keep what is mine. Isn't it odd that the people who tell me how we are all to be the same under the alliance with Dark and Rawl and do not work other than to divide up the fruit of my labors are all well fed and warm and have fine clothes on their backs, but my family goes hungry and cold?
Everyone laughed. Rachel didn't laugh. She knew what it was like to be hungry and cold.
Lords and ladies, the Queen said with a chuckle, did I not promise you royal entertainment? The drink of enlightenment lets us see what a selfish fool this man truly is. Just think, he actually believes it is right to profit while others starve. He would put his profit above the lives of his fellow man. For his greed, he would murder the hungry.
Everyone laughed with the Queen. The Queen smacked her hand down on the table. Plates jumped and a few glasses fell over, spilling a red stain across the white tablecloth. Everyone fell silent, except the little dog who barked at the man. This is the kind of greed that will be ended when the People's Peace Army comes to help rid us of these human leeches that suck us all dry. The Queen's round face was as red as the stains on the tablecloth. Everyone cheered and clapped for a long time. The Queen sat back, smiling at last. The man's face was as red as hers. Odd, isn't it, now that all the farmers, the workers in town are all working for the common good, that there isn't enough good to go around, like there used to be, or enough food? The Queen jumped to her feet. Of course not, she shouted, because of greedy people like you. She took some deep breaths, till her face wasn't quite so red, then turned to the princess. Violet, dear, you must learn matters of state sooner or later. You must learn how to serve the public good for all our people. Therefore, I will put this matter in your hands, so you may gain experience. What would you do with this traitor to our people? You choose, dear, and it will be done. Princess Violet stood. Smiling, she looked around at the people. I say, she said, as she leaned forward a little across the table to look at the big man in chains. I say, off with his head. Everyone cheered and clapped again. Guards dragged the man away as he called them names Rachel didn't understand. She was sad for him and for his family. After the assembled crowd talked for a while longer, they all decided to go watch the man get his head chopped off. When the Queen left and Princess Violet turned to her and said it was time to go watch, Rachel stood up in front of her with fists at her side. You're really mean. You're really mean to say to chop off that man's head. The princess put her hands on her hips. Is that so? Well, you could just spend the night outside tonight. But Princess Violet, it's so cold out tonight. Well, while you're freezing, you can just think about how you dared to speak to me in that tone. And so you remember the next time, you are to stay out all day tomorrow and tomorrow night, too. Her face looked mean, like the Queen's did sometimes. That should teach you some respect. Rachel started to say something else. Then she remembered the trouble doll, and that she wanted to go out. The princess pointed at the archway toward the door. Go on, right now, with no supper. She stomped her foot. Rachel looked at the ground to pretend she was sad. Yes, Princess Violet, she said, as she curtsied. She walked with her head down through the archway and down the big hall, with all the rugs hung on the high walls. She liked to look at the pictures on the rugs, but she kept her head down this time, in case the princess was watching. She didn't want to look happy about being put out. Guards wearing shiny armor breastplates and swords and holding pikes opened the great tall iron doors for her without saying anything. They never said anything to her when they let her out, or when they let her back in. They knew she was the princess's playmate, a nobody. When she got outside, she tried not to walk too fast in case anyone was watching. The stone was as cold as ice on her bare feet. Carefully, and with each hand under the other armpit to keep her fingers warm, she went down the wide steps and terraces, taking them one at a time so she wouldn't fall, at last reaching the cobblestone walk at the bottom. More guards patrolled outside, but they ignored her. They saw her all the time. The closer she got to the gardens, the faster she walked. Rachel slowed on the main garden path, waited until the guards' backs were turned. The trouble doll was right where Giller said it would be. She put the fire stick in her pocket, then hugged the doll to her as tight as she could before hiding it behind her back. She whispered to it, a warning to be still. She couldn't wait to get to her wayward pine so she could tell the doll how mean Princess Violet was to have that man's head chopped off. She looked around in the darkness. There was no one watching. No one to see her take the doll. At the outer wall, more men were patrolling the high walks, and the Queen's guards were at the gate, standing stiffly in their armor. They wore their fancy uniforms over the armor, sleeveless red tunics with the Queen's mark, a black wolf's head, emblazoned in the center. As they lifted the heavy iron bar and two of them pulled the squeaky door open for her, they didn't even look to see what she had behind her back. When she heard the clang of the bar dropping back in place and turned around to see the backs of the guards on the wall, then at last she smiled and started to run. It was a long way. In a high tower, dark eyes watched her go. watched her pass through the heavy guard without raising the slightest suspicion or interest, like a breath through fangs. Through the outer wall garden gate that had kept determined armies out and traitors in, watched her cross the bridge where hundreds of foes had died in battle yet failed to gain, watched her run across the fields barefoot, unarmed, innocent, and into the forest, to her secret place. Furious, Zed slapped his hand to the cold metal plate. The massive stone door slowly grated closed. He had to step over the bodies of Daharan guards as he walked to the low wall. His fingers came to rest on the familiar smooth stone as he leaned forward, looking out over the sleeping city below. From this high wall on the mountainside, the city looked peaceful enough, but he had already slipped through the darkened streets and seen the troops everywhere. Troops that were there at the cost of many lives on both sides. But that wasn't the worst of it. Dark and Rahl had to have been here. Zed pounded his fist to the stone. It had to be Dark and Rahl who had taken it. The intricate web of shields should have held, but they hadn't. He had been away too many years. He had been a fool. "Nothing is ever easy," the wizard whispered.
Chapter 30. Kalin, Richard asked, remember when we were back with the Mud People, and that man said Rahl had come riding a red demon? Do you know what he was talking about? They had traveled 3 days across the plains, with Savadlin and his hunters, then had bid him goodbye with a promise to his sad eyes to do whatever they could to find Sidon. And they had spent the past week climbing up into the high country, into the Rang Shada, the vast spine of rock that Kalin had said ran northeast across the back of the Midlands, and cradled in its mountains the remote place known as Agaden Reach. A place she said was surrounded by jagged peaks, like a wreath of thorns, meant to keep all away. "You don't know?" She looked a little surprised. When he shook his head, she slumped down on a hump of rock to take a break. Richard slipped his pack off with a tired groan and flopped on the ground, leaning against a short rock, putting his arms back on it to stretch them into a different position. She looked different to him, now that the black and white mud had been washed off her face. He had gotten used to it over those 3 days. "So what was it?" he asked again. "A dragon." "A dragon? There are dragons in the Midlands? I didn't think there really were such things." "Well, there are." She frowned over at him. "I thought you knew." He gave a single shake of his head. "I guess you wouldn't, since Westland has no magic. Dragons have magic. I believe that's how they fly, with the aid of magic." "I thought dragons were just legends, old tales." He flicked a pebble between his thumb and second finger, watching it bounce off a boulder. "Old tales of things remembered, maybe. Anyway, they are real enough." With her thumbs, she lifted her hair away from the back of her neck to cool it and closed her eyes. "There are different kinds. Gray, green, red, and a few others, less common. The gray ones are the smallest, rather shy. The green are a lot bigger. The smartest and the biggest are the red ones. Some peoples of the Midlands keep the gray ones as pets and for hunting. No one keeps green ones. They're rather dumb and have bad tempers and can be quite dangerous." Her eyelids slid open, and she tilted her head to look up from under her arched eyebrows. "The red ones are something altogether different. They will fry you and eat you in a blink, and they are smart." "They eat people!" Richard pressed the heels of his hands to his eyes and gave a groan. "Only if they're hungry enough, or angry enough. We wouldn't make much of a meal for them." When he took his hands away and opened his eyes, her green eyes were looking at him. "The thing I don't understand is what Rahl was doing on one." Richard remembered the red thing in the sky that flew over him in the Upper Ven forest, just before he found Kalin. He tossed another pebble at the boulder. "That must be how he covers so much territory." She shook her head slowly. "No, I mean I don't understand why a red dragon would submit to it. They are fiercely independent, take no sides in human affairs. In fact, couldn't care less. They would rather die than be subjugated. And they would make a good fight of it, believe me. As I said, they have magic,
and could deal even the one from Dahara quite a match, for a time anyway. Even if he threatened them with death from some of his own magic, they wouldn't care. They would rather die than be ruled. They would simply fight until they killed or were killed. She leaned a little toward him and lowered her voice meaningfully. The idea of one flying Raal around on its back is very odd. It's impossible for me to imagine anyone ruling a red dragon. She watched him a moment, then straightened and picked at the lichen on a rock. Are these dragons a threat to us? He felt stupid asking if a dragon was dangerous. Not likely. I have only seen red ones up close a few times. Once I was walking on a road and one swooped down close in the field right next to me and grabbed 2 cows, carried them off, one in each claw. If we came upon one, a red one, and it was in a foul temper, I suppose it could be big trouble, but that is not very likely. We have already come upon a red one, he reminded her in a quiet voice, and it was big trouble. She didn't answer. By her expression, the memory obviously pained her as much as it did him. "Well, there you two are," a stranger's voice called out. They both jumped. Richard sprang to his feet with his hand on the sword. Kalin was in a half-crouch, ready for anything. "Sit, sit," the old man motioned with both hands as he walked down the path toward them. "I didn't mean to give you a fright." His white beard shook when he laughed. "It's just old John. Come looking for the two of you. Sit. Sit." His large round belly jiggled under his dark brown robes as he laughed. White hair was parted neatly down the middle, and long curly eyebrows and drooping lids shaded his brown eyes. His jolly round face wrinkled with a wide smile as he waited. Kalin cautiously eased herself back down. Richard lowered himself part way to sit lightly on the rock he had been leaning against. He kept his hand on his sword. "What do you mean you have been looking for us?" Richard asked, in a not entirely friendly tone. "My old friend, the wizard, sent me looking for you." Richard jumped back to his feet. "Zed? Zed sent you?" Old John held his stomach as he laughed. "How many old wizards do you know, my boy? Of course, old Zed." He gripped his beard, pulling it a little as he peered at them with one eye. "He had important business to attend to, but he needs you. Needs you with him now. So he came and asked me if I'd go get you. Had nothing better to do, so I told him I'd do it. He told me where I'd find you. Looks like he was right, as usual." Richard smiled at that. "Well, how is he? Where is he? What's he want us for?" Old John pulled a little harder on his beard, nodding and smiling. "He told me you asked a lot of questions. He's just fine. Thing is, I don't know why he wants you. When old Zed's in a fret, you don't ask questions. You just do as he asks. So I did, and here I am." "Where is he? How far?" Richard was excited about seeing Zed again. Old John scratched his chin and leaned forward a little. "Depends. How long you plan on standing there wagging your tongue?" Richard grinned, then snatched up his pack, his weariness forgotten. Kalin gave him one of her special tight-lipped smiles as they followed old John up a rocky trail. Richard let Kalin walk ahead of him as he watched the surrounding woods. She had told him that they weren't far from the witch woman. He was excited about seeing Zed again. He hadn't realized how tense he had been, deep down inside, with worry about his old friend. He knew Addie would have taken good care of him, but she had made no promise that he would be all right. He hoped this meant Chase was well, too. He felt overwhelmed with cheer about seeing Zed again. He had so much to tell him, to ask him. His mind raced. "So he's all right, then?" Richard called ahead to old John. "He's recovered? He didn't lose any weight, did he? Zed can't afford to lose any weight." "No," old John laughed without turning as he walked. "He looks the same as always." "Well, I hope he didn't eat you out of your larder." "Not to worry, my boy. How much could one skinny old wizard eat?" Richard smiled to himself. Zed might be all right, but he couldn't be fully recovered. or old John wouldn't have a scrap of food left. After a couple of hours during which they hurried to keep pace with old John, the woods became thicker, darker, the trees bigger and closer together. The trail was rocky, hard to walk over, especially at this pace. Calls of strange birds echoed from the murk. The three came to a fork in the trail. Old John took to the right without a pause and kept going. Kalin followed him. Richard stopped, uncertain about something, but he couldn't quite seem to squeeze it out of the back of his mind. Every time he tried, he found himself thinking again of Zed. Kalin heard him stop and turned, then walked back. "Which way to the witch woman?" he asked her. "Left," Kalin answered, a note of relief in her voice because the old man had gone right. She hooked a thumb under the front of her pack's shoulder strap and pointed with her chin to several stark spines of rock he could just see through the upper branches of the trees. "Those are some of the peaks that surround Agadan Reach." The snow-covered caps shone brightly in the high, thin air. He had never seen such inhospitable-looking mountains. Ring of thorns, indeed. Richard looked off down the left trail. It looked to be little traveled, and disappeared quickly into the thick forest. Old John stopped and turned, his hands on his hips.
"You two coming?"
Richard looked back down the left trail. They had to get the last box before Raoul did. Even if Zed needed them, they had to find out where the box was. That was his first duty. "Do you think Zed could wait?" Old John shrugged, then pulled on his beard.
"Don't know. But he wouldn't have sent me if it wasn't important. It's up to you, my boy. But Zed is this way."
Richard wished he didn't have to make this decision. He wished he knew if Zed could wait. He wished he knew what Zed wanted. Stop wishing and start thinking, he told himself. He frowned up at the old man. "How far?" Old John looked up at the late afternoon sun off through the trees as he tugged some more on his beard.
"If we don't stop early, and don't sleep late, we'll be there by midday tomorrow."
He looked back to Richard, waiting. Kalin said nothing, but he knew what she was thinking. She would rather not go anywhere near Shota. And even if they went to Zed first, it wasn't that far. They could always come back if they had to. And maybe Zed knew where the box was. Maybe he even had the last box, and they wouldn't have to go into Agadan Reach. It made more sense to go after Zed. That was what she would say. "You're right," he said to her. She looked confused. "I said nothing." Richard gave her a big grin. "I could hear you thinking. You're right. We'll go with old John." "I didn't know my thoughts were that loud," she muttered. "If we don't stop at all," he called up to old John, "we could be there before morning."
"I'm an old man," he complained, then sighed loudly. "But I know how anxious you are, and I know how badly he needs you."
He wagged his finger at Richard.
"I should have listened when Zed warned me about you."
Richard laughed a little as he let Kalin walk ahead of him. She strode fast to catch up with the old man, who was already on his way. He watched her absently as she walked, watched as she pulled a spider web off her face, spit some of it out of her mouth. Something nagged at him. Something was wrong. He wished he could figure out what it was. He tried for a minute, but all he could think about was Zed, how much he wanted to see him again, how he couldn't wait to talk to him. He ignored the feeling that there were eyes watching him. "Mostly, I miss my brother," she said to her doll. She looked away. "They said he died," she confided softly. Rachel had been telling her doll her troubles for most of the day. All her troubles she could think of. When she got tears, the doll said she loved her, and it made her feel good. Sometimes it made her laugh. Rachel put another small stick in the fire. It felt so good to be able to get warm and have light. But she kept the fire small, just like Giller had told her. The fire kept her from being so afraid in the woods, especially at night. It would be night again soon. Sometimes there were noises in the woods at night that made her scared, made her cry. But being out here in the lonely woods was still better than being locked in the box. "That was when I lived in that place I told you about, with the other children, before the Queen came and picked me. I liked it there a lot better than living with the princess. They were nice to me there." She looked over at the doll to see if she was listening. There was a man, Brophy, who came sometimes. People said mean things about him, but he was nice to us children. He was nice like Giller. He gave me a doll, too, but the Queen wouldn't let me take it with me when I went to live at the castle. I didn't care, though, because I was so sad my brother died. I heard some people say he got murdered. I know that means he got killed. Why do people kill children? The doll just smiled. Rachel smiled back. She thought about the new little boy she had seen the Queen having locked up. He talked funny and looked funny, but his presence still had reminded her of her brother. That was because he seemed so afraid. Her brother was always getting afraid, too. Rachel could always tell when her brother was getting afraid because he would fidget and squirm. She felt so sorry for the new boy. She wished she was important so she could help him. Rachel put her hands toward the fire to warm them for a minute, then stuck one in her pocket. She was hungry. A few berries were all she had been able to find to eat. She held a big one out, offering it to her doll. The doll didn't seem hungry, so she ate it herself, then a handful more until they were gone. She was still hungry, but she didn't want to look for more. The place where they grew wasn't close, and it was getting dark. She didn't want to be out in the woods when it was dark. She wanted to be in her wayward pine with her doll, by the warm fire, by the light. Maybe the Queen will be nicer when she gets her alliance, whatever that is. That's all she talks about, how she wants her alliance. Maybe she'll be happier then, and won't say to chop off people's heads. The princess makes me go with her, you know, but I don't like to watch. I close my eyes. Now even Princess Violet says to chop off people's heads. She gets meaner every day. Now I'm afraid that she'll say to chop off my head. I wish I could run away. She looked over at her doll. I wish I could run away and never come back, and I'd take you with me. The doll smiled.
I love you, Rachel.
She picked up the doll and gave it a long hug, then kissed it on its head. But if we run away, Princess Violet would send the guards to find me, and then she would throw you in the fire. I don't want her to throw you in the fire. I love you.
I love you, Rachel.
Rachel hugged her doll tight and crawled into the hay with the doll next to her. Tomorrow she had to go back, and the princess would be mean to her some more. She had to leave her doll when she went back, she knew, or it would get thrown in the fire. You're the bestest friend I ever had, you and Giller.
I love you, Rachel.
She started to worry what would happen to her doll, all alone here in the wayward pine. The doll would be lonely. What if the princess never sent her out again? What if she somehow found out that she wanted to be sent out and kept her in the castle just to be mean? Do you know what I should do? She asked the doll as she looked up at the firelight flickering on the dark branches inside the tree.
Help Giller,
the doll said. She rolled over on one elbow and looked at the doll. Help Giller? The doll nodded.
Help Giller.
Rays from the setting sun ahead reflected off the layer of leaves, making the path bright and shiny between the dark mass of woods to each side. Richard could hear Kalen's boots scuffing across rocks hidden under the colorful mat. A light scent of rot was in the air, fallen leaves beginning to decompose in the low, damp places and the thick piles in the laps of rocks where the wind had collected them. Even though it was getting cold, neither Richard nor Kalen wore their cloaks, being warm from the exertion of the pace old John was setting. Richard kept trying to think about Zed, but his train of thought was constantly being interrupted by having to lope to keep up. The realization that he was getting winded finally made him push Zed from his mind. But one thought wouldn't leave him. Something didn't feel right. At last he allowed that caution to blossom in his mind. How could an old man be out walking like this, yet look fresh and relaxed? Richard felt his forehead, wondering if he was sick or had a fever. He did feel hot. Maybe he wasn't well. Maybe there was something wrong with him. They had been pushing hard for days, but not this hard. No, he felt fine, simply winded. For a while he watched Kalen walking ahead of him. She, too, was having difficulty keeping up. She pulled another spiderweb off her face, then trotted to keep up. He could see that, like him, she was breathing hard. For some reason, Richard's caution was igniting into foreboding. He caught a brief glimpse of something off to the left in the woods, keeping pace. Just a small animal, he thought, but it looked like something with long arms skittering along the ground. Then it was gone. His mouth felt dry. It must just be his imagination, he told himself. He turned his attention back to old John. The path was wide in some places, narrow in others, with branches that reached in tight. When Kalin and Richard went past, they both sometimes brushed against them, or simply pushed them out of the way. Not the old man. He stayed to the center of the trail, avoiding any errant limb, his arms clutching his cloak tightly to him. Richard's eye was caught by the strands of a spiderweb, glistening golden in the setting sun, stretched across the path in front of Kalin. The web parted against her upper leg when she walked through it. The sweat on his face instantly turned ice cold against his skin. How could old John not have broken the web? He looked up and saw a branch, its tip sticking out in the path. The old man skirted it, but not the tip. The tip passed through his arm as it would pass through smoke. Breathing faster, he glanced down at the footprints Kalin made through an open patch of soft ground. There were none from old John. Richard's left hand shot forward, seized a fistful of Kalin's shirt, and yanked her behind him, causing her to cry out in surprise. He tossed her backward as his right hand pulled the sword free. Old John stopped and half turned at the sound of the sword's ringing.
"What is it, my boy? See something?"
His voice came like the hiss of a snake. Indeed. Richard gripped the sword in both hands, his legs set in a defensive stance, his chest heaving. He felt the anger flooding his fear. How is it that you don't break spider webs when you walk through them or leave footprints? Old John gave a slow, sly smile, appraising him with one eye. "Did you not expect that an old friend of a wizard would have special talents?" "Maybe," Richard said, his eyes darting left and right, checking. "But tell me, old John, what is your old friend's name?" "Why, it's Zed." His eyebrows lifted. "How else would I know if he weren't my old friend?" His cloak was pulled tightly around him. His head had sunken into his shoulders. "I'm the one who foolishly told you his name was Zed. Now you tell me your old friend's last name." Old John watched him with a dark frown, his eyes moving slowly, appraising, measuring. Eyes of an animal. With a sudden roar that made Richard flinch, the old man turned, his cloak flinging open. In the time it took to complete the turn, he mushroomed to twice his previous size. An impossible nightmare came to life, fur and claws and fangs where an old man had been an instant before. A creature of snarl and snap. Richard gasped as he looked up at the gaping maw of the beast. It roared and abruptly took a giant step forward. Richard took 3 back. He gripped the sword so hard it hurt. The woods echoed with the ear-splitting cry of the thing, deep, savage, vicious. The mouth stretched wide with each roar. It leaned over him, deep-set red eyes glowing, snapping its huge teeth. Richard urgently backed up, retreating behind the sword. He took a quick glance, but didn't see Kalin behind him. All at once it came for him. Richard didn't have a chance to swing the sword. He tripped on a root, falling backwards, sprawling across the ground. He couldn't get his breath. Instinctively, he brought the sword up to impale the thing, expecting it to fall on him. Sharp, wet teeth reached over the sword, snapping viciously at his face. He drove the sword up, but the beast stayed clear. Furious red eyes glared at the sword. It backed away and looked toward the woods to its right, its ears laid back as it snarled at something. It picked up a rock twice the size of Richard's head, put its blunt snout high in the air, took a deep breath, and with a roar squeezed the rock in its claw. Corded muscles tightened. The rock split with a loud crack that reverberated through the forest. Dust and flakes of rock filled the air. The beast looked about, turned, and swiftly slipped into the trees. Richard lay on his back, panting, watching the woods with wide eyes, expecting the beast to reappear. He called out Kaylin's name. She didn't answer. Before he could scramble fully to his feet, something ashen with long arms leapt on him, knocking him to his back again. It screamed with rage. Powerful, gnarled hands gripped his, trying to pry the sword from his grip. One of the arms backhanded him across the jaw, nearly slamming him senseless. Bloodless white lips curled back, exposing sharp teeth as it howled. Bulging yellow eyes snatched glances back at him. It tried desperately to kick his face. Richard held onto the sword with all his strength, trying to twist away from the painful grip of the long fingers.
My sword, it snarled. Gimme my sword.
Locked desperately together, the two of them rolled across the ground, leaves and sticks flying. One of the powerful hands reached back, grabbing Richard by the hair, whacking his head on the ground, aiming for a rock. With a grunt, suddenly it reached again for the hilt, pulling one of Richard's sweating hands from the sword, slapping its own hand to the hilt with Richard's other. Its shrill screams split the forest quiet. Sinewy fingers started clawing his left hand off the hilt, sharp nails dug into his flesh. Richard knew he was losing. The wiry little creature, despite its size, was stronger than he was. He had to do something or he would soon lose the sword.
Gimme,
it hissed, in a flash turning its pallid head back to his, snapping, trying to bite his face. Spaces between its teeth were packed with spongy gray debris. Its heavy breath reeked of rot. The hairless, waxy head had dark splotches. The next time they rolled across the ground, Richard desperately reached to his belt and pulled his knife. In a rush, he had it to the folds of the thing's neck.
Please, it howled. No kill, no kill.
Then let go of the sword, now. The thing, slowly, reluctantly, released its grip. Richard was on his back, the putrid-smelling creature on his chest. It went limp against him.
Please no kill me,
it repeated in a whimper. Richard untangled himself from the disgusting creature, laying it on its back. He put the point of the sword hard against its chest. Its yellow eyes went wide. The anger from the sword, which had somehow seemed confused and lost, at last charged into him. If I even think you're about to do something I don't like, Richard jabbed, I'll push. Understand? It nodded vigorously. Richard leaned closer. Where did your friend go?
Friend?
That big thing that almost had me before you did.
The calthrop, not friend, it whined. Lucky man. Calthrop kills at night. Was waiting till night to kill you. It has power in the night. Lucky man.
I don't believe you. You were with it.
No,
it winced.
I only followed till it kills you.
Why? Bulging eyes went to the sword.
My sword. Gimme, please.
No. Richard looked around for Kaylin. Her pack lay on the ground a short distance behind him, but he didn't see her. Suddenly, Richard was cold with worry. His eyes swept the area in quick jerks. He knew the calthrop didn't have her. It had gone into the woods alone. He continued to hold the point of the sword against the creature on the ground while he yelled out her name, hoping she would return his desperate calls. No answer.
Mistress has the pretty lady.
Richard's face snapped back to the yellow eyes. What are you talking about?
Mistress. She took pretty lady.
Richard pushed the sword harder, indicating that he wanted to hear more, and right now.
We were following you, watching the calthrop play with you to see what would happen.
His bulging yellow eyes went to the sword again. To steal the sword, Richard glared.
Not steal. Mine. Gimme.
Its hand started to go for it again until Richard pushed the sword a little, making the creature freeze. Who's your mistress?
Mistress!
It shook, pleading for rescue.
Mistress is Shota.
Richard's head twitched back a little. Your mistress is the witch woman Shota? The creature nodded vigorously. His hand tightened on the hilt. Why did she take the pretty lady?
Don't know. Maybe to play with her. Maybe to kill her.
The thing peered up at him.
Maybe to get you.
Turn over, Richard said. The creature cringed. Turn over or I'll run you through. It flipped over, trembling. Richard leaned his boot into the small of its back, below the sharp, raised projections of its spine. He reached in his pack, pulling out a length of rope. He ran a loop with a slip knot around its neck. Do you have a name?
Companion. I am mistress's companion, Samuel.
Richard pulled him to his feet. Leaves stuck to the gray skin of his chest. Well, Samuel, we're going after your mistress. You're going to lead the way. If you make one wrong move, I'll snap your neck with this rope. Understand? Samuel nodded quickly, then, giving a sidelong glance at the rope, nodded slowly.
Agaden reach, companion take you there. No kill me?
If you take me there to your mistress, and if the pretty lady is all right, I won't kill you. Richard put tension to the rope to let Samuel know who was in charge, then put away the sword. Here, you carry the pretty lady's pack. Samuel snatched the pack out of Richard's hands.
Mine! Gimme!
Big hands started rummaging through it. Richard gave a sharp tug on the rope. That doesn't belong to you. Keep your hands out of it. Bulging yellow eyes, filled with hate, looked up at him.
When mistress kills you, then Samuel eats you.
If I don't eat you first, Richard sneered. I'm pretty hungry. Maybe I'll have a little Samuel stew along the way. The look of hate changed to a look of wide, yellow-eyed terror.
Please, no kill me. Samuel take you to mistress, to pretty lady, promise.
He put the pack to his shoulder and took a few steps until he ran out of slack.
Follow Samuel, hurry,
he said, wanting to prove his worth alive.
No cook Samuel, please,
he muttered over and over as they went back down the trail. Richard couldn't begin to imagine what sort of creature Samuel was. There was something familiar, unsettling about him. He wasn't very tall, but he was powerfully strong. Richard's jaw still throbbed from where Samuel had hit him, and his neck and head ached from having his head pounded on the ground. Long arms nearly reached the ground as Samuel walked along in an odd waddle, muttering over and over that he didn't want to be cooked. Short, dark pants held up with straps were all he wore. His feet were as disproportionately large as his hands and arms. His belly was round and full with what, Richard could only wonder. There was no hair on him anywhere, and his skin looked as if it hadn't been in the sunlight in years. From time to time, Samuel would snatch up a stick or a rock and say, "Mine! Gimme!" to no one in particular, only to soon lose interest and drop his latest find. Keeping a sharp eye on both the woods and Samuel, Richard followed the companion, prodding him to move faster. He was afraid for Kalin, and he was furious at himself. Old John, or the Calthrop, or whatever it was, had completely taken him in. He couldn't believe how stupid he had been. He had fallen for the story because he had wanted to believe, had wanted so badly to see Zed. The very thing he had always told others not to do. And there he was, giving the monster the information it then repeated back to him as proof. He was furious at how stupid he had been. He was also painfully ashamed. People believe things because they want to, he had told Kalin, and so had he. And now the witch woman had her. The very thing she had been so afraid of, and because he had been so stupid, had let his guard down. It seemed that every time he let his guard down, she was the one who paid the price. If the witch woman harmed Kalin, she would find out what the wrath of a seeker was all about, he vowed to himself. Once again he reprimanded himself. He was letting his imagination get away from him. If Shota wanted to kill her, she would have done so on the spot. She wouldn't be taking her back to Agaden Reach. But why take her back to the Reach? Unless, as Samuel put it, she wanted to play with her. Richard tried to put that thought out of his mind. It had to be him she wanted, not Kalin. That was probably why the Calthrop left so quickly. The witch woman had scared it off. When they reached the fork they had passed before, Samuel took them immediately down the left path. It was getting dark, but the companion didn't slow. The trail started climbing up steep switchbacks, and soon they were out of the trees onto an open trail across the rock, climbing steadily toward the jagged snow-covered peaks. In the moonlit snow, Richard could see two sets of footprints, one of them Kalen's. A good sign, he thought. She was still alive. It didn't look like Shota intended to kill her, at least not right away. Skirting the bottom of the snowcaps, the path led over the bottom fringes of the snow, which was wet, heavy, and hard to walk through. Without Samuel leading the way, knowing where this pass was, Richard realized it would take days to make it over these peaks. The cold wind whipped through the gaps in the rock, pulling away long, thin clouds of their breath in the frigid air. Samuel was shivering. Richard put on his cloak, then pulled Kalen's out of the pack Samuel was carrying. "This belongs to the pretty lady. You may wear it for now to keep warm." Samuel snatched the cloak out of his hands.
Mine! Gimme!
"If you're going to be like that, then I won't let you wear it." Richard pulled the rope taut and yanked the cloak back.
Please, Samuel Cold, he whined. Please, wear the pretty lady's cloak.
Richard handed it back. This time the companion took it slowly and put it around his shoulders. The little creature made Richard's skin crawl. He took out a piece of tava bread and ate it as they walked along. Samuel kept looking over his shoulder, watching Richard eat. When he could stand it no longer, Richard offered Samuel a piece. The big hands reached out.
Mine! Gimme!
Richard pulled the bread back out of reach. Pleading yellow eyes looked up at him in the moonlight.
Please.
Richard carefully put the bread into his eager hands. Samuel made small talk as they trudged through the snow. He had eaten the bread in one bite. Richard knew if given the chance, Samuel would slit his throat without a second thought. He seemed to be a creature devoid of any redeeming qualities. "Samuel, why does Shota keep you around?" He looked back over his shoulder, his yellow eyes set in a puzzled frown.
Samuel, companion.
"And won't your mistress be angry with you for leading me to her?" Samuel made a gurgling sound that Richard took for laughter.
Mistress not afraid of seeker.
Near dawn, at the edge of a descent into a dark wood, Samuel's long arm pointed downward.
Agaden reach,
he gurgled. He looked back over his shoulder with a taunting grin.
Mistress.
The heat was oppressive in the wood. Richard took off his cloak and put it in his pack, then stuffed Kalen's back in hers. Samuel watched without protest. He seemed happy, confident to be back in the reach. Richard pretended he could see where they were going, not wanting to give the companion any idea that he was almost blind in the thick darkness. Richard let himself be guided along by the rope like a blind man. Samuel loped along as if it were bright as midday. Whenever he turned his hairless head back to Richard, his yellow eyes shone like twin lanterns. As the light of dawn slowly suffused the wood, Richard could begin to see large trees all about, trailers of moss wafting down, boggy patches with vapor rising from the black, murky water, pairs of eyes that watched and blinked from the shadows. Hollow calls echoed through the mist and vapor as he stepped carefully over the tangle of roots. The place reminded him a little of the Scow Swamp. It smelled just as rank. "How much farther?"
Close,
Samuel grinned. Richard took up the slack on the rope. "Just remember, if anything goes wrong, you die first." The grin faded from the bloodless lips. Here and there in the mud, Richard could see the same pair of footprints that he had seen in the snow. Kalen was still walking. Dark forms followed, keeping to the shadows, the thick brush, sometimes letting out whoops and howls. Richard wondered and worried if they were more things like Samuel, or worse. Some followed in the treetops just beyond sight. Despite his best efforts to halt it, a shiver went up his spine. Samuel skirted off the path around the twisted roots of a squat, fat-trunked tree. "What are you doing?" Richard asked, pulling the companion to a halt. Samuel grinned back at him. "Watch!" He picked up a stout stick, big as his wrist, and threw it with an underhand swing into the roots of the tree. The roots whipped out, knotting around the stick, pulling it under the tangled mass. Richard heard it snapping apart. Samuel gurgled with laughter. As the sun climbed higher, the woods of Agaden Reach seemed to become even darker. Dead branches twisted together overhead, and mist occasionally drifted across their way. At times, Richard couldn't even see Samuel on the other end of the wet rope. But always he could hear things, scratching, clawing, whistling, things clicking at them from just out of sight. Sometimes the mist twirled and spun at the passing of creatures darting by, near but unseen. Richard remembered what Kaelin had said. They were going to die. He tried to put the thought out of his head. She had told him she had never met the witch woman, only heard others speak of her. But what she had heard had terrified her. Those who went in never came out. Not even a wizard would go into Agaden Reach, she had said. But still, it was second-hand knowledge. She hadn't ever met Shota. Maybe the stories were exaggerated. His eyes scanned the menacing, forbidding woods. And maybe not. From ahead, through the tangled mass of trees, came light, sunlight, and the sound of rushing water. The farther they went, the brighter it became. Soon they reached the edge of the dark wood. The trail simply ended. Samuel gurgled with glee. Spread out far below was a long valley, green, bright, lit by the sun. Gigantic rocky peaks soared almost straight up all around it. Fields of golden grasses, among stands of oak, beech, and maple, set in rich autumn colors, rippled in the breeze. In the dark forest where they stood, it felt like standing in night, looking out on day. Water tumbled off the rocks beside them, down the vertical drop, disappearing soundlessly through the air, until it reached the clear pools and streams below, where it made a distant roar and a hiss. Spray drifted up past them, wetting their faces. Samuel pointed down into the valley. "Mistress." Richard nodded and had him move on. Samuel led him through a labyrinth of brush, tight trees, and fern-covered boulders to a place Richard would never have found without his little guide. A trail hidden behind rocks and vines at the edge of the precipice, leading down the wall of the valley. As they descended, the trail offered panoramic views of the beautiful country below, the trees looking small in patches over the gentle hills, the streams meandering among the fields and banks, the sky a bright blue overhead. In the center of it all, set among a carpet of grand trees, was a beautiful palace of breathtaking grace and splendor. Delicate spires stretched into the air. Wispy bridges spanned the high gaps between towers. Stairs spiraled around turrets. Colorful flags and streamers atop every point snapped lightly and flew lazily in the wind. The magnificent palace seemed to be reaching joyously to the sky. Richard stood silent for a moment, mouth agape, staring, hardly able to believe what he was seeing. He loved his home of Heartland, but there was no place there to compare to this. This was quite simply the most beautiful place he had ever seen. He never would have imagined that a vision of such exquisite loveliness even existed. The two of them started off again down the valley's edge. In places there were steps, thousands of them, cut from the stone of the wall, twisting, tunneling, and turning downward, sometimes spiraling back on themselves, going underneath the ones above. Samuel sprang down them as if he had done it 1,000 times before. He was obviously thrilled to be home again, near the protection of his mistress. At the bottom, in the sunlight, a road led off through the tree-dotted hills and warm grass fields. Samuel bounded along in his odd gait, gurgling to himself. Richard took in the slack once in a while to remind him who still held the other end of the rope. As they crossed the valley floor, following a clear stream for a time, moving ever closer to the palace, the trees became a little thicker, closer together, each a magnificent specimen, shading road or field from the bright sun. The road took them gently uphill. At the top of a rise, the trees seemed as if they were gathered, sheltering, surrounding a place before them. Richard could see the spires of the palace off through the branches ahead. They entered a shady, still, enveloping cathedral of trees. Richard could hear the gentle sound of water running through mossy rock. Hazy streamers of sunlight penetrated the quiet, muted area. There was the sweet smell of grass and leaves. Samuel's arm stretched out. Richard looked where he pointed, to the center of the open, sheltered place. There sat a rock. Water bubbling up from a spring in its center ran down the sides into a little stream dotted with rich green mossy rocks. A woman in a long white dress, soft brown hair, with her back to him, sat on the edge of the rock in the dappled sunlight, running her fingers through the clear water. Even from the back, she looked somehow familiar.
"Mistress,"
Samuel said, glassy-eyed. He pointed again off to the side of the road closer to them.
"Pretty lady."
Richard could see Kaylin standing stiffly. There was something odd about her. Something was on her, moving. Samuel turned his blotchy head back, pointed a long gray finger at the rope. He looked up at Richard with one yellow eye.
"Seeker promises,"
he said in a low growl. Richard untied the rope, took Kaylin's pack off the companion's shoulder, and laid it on the ground. Samuel curled his bloodless lips up at Richard, hissing, then abruptly skittered off into the shadows, sitting in a squat to watch. Richard swallowed hard as he walked to Kaylin, a tight knot in his stomach. With a jolt, he saw at last what it was that was moving on her. Snakes. Kaylin was covered by a writhing mass of snakes. The ones he recognized were all poisonous. Big fat ones were wrapped around her legs. One coiled tightly around her waist, constricting. Others were wrapped around her arms, which hung at her sides. Small snakes squiggled, tunneling through her thick hair, flicking their tongues out. Others curled around her neck, still more slithered down the front of her shirt, poking their heads out between the buttons. He struggled to control his breathing as he approached her. His heart was pounding. Tears ran down Kaylin's cheeks, and she shook the slightest bit. "Be still," he said in a quiet voice. "I'll get them off."
No,
she whispered back. Her eyes, wide with panic, met his. "If you touch them, or if I move, they will bite me." "It's all right," he tried to reassure her. "I'll get you out of this."
Richard, she said in a pleading whisper, I'm dead. Leave me. Get out of here. Run.
He felt as if an invisible hand were constricting his throat. In her eyes, he could see how she was struggling to control her panic. He tried to look as calm as he could to hearten her. "I'm not leaving you," he breathed.
Please, Richard, she whispered hoarsely. For me, before it's too late. Run.
A thin, poisonous, banded viper, its tail coiled in her hair, dropped its head down in front of her face. The red tongue flicked at her. Kaylin closed her eyes, and another tear ran down her cheek. The snake wriggled around the side of her face, down over her collarbone. The banded body disappeared into her shirt. She gave out the slightest whimper. I'm going to die. You can't save me now. Please, Richard, save yourself. Please. Run. Run while you still have a chance. Richard was afraid she would move deliberately to be bitten to try to save him, thinking he then would have no reason to stay. He had to convince her that that would do no good. He gave her a sober look. No. I came here to find out where the box is. I'm not leaving until I know. Now be still. She opened her eyes wide at what the snake was doing in her shirt. She bit her bottom lip hard. Her eyebrows wrinkled together. Richard swallowed back dryness in his mouth. Kaylin, just hold on. Try to think of something else. In a rage, he strode over to the woman sitting on the rock with her back still to him. Something inside warned him not to pull the sword, but he could not, would not, hold back his anger at what she was doing to Kaylin. He breathed through gritted teeth. When he reached her, she stood and gently turned to him, speaking his name in a voice he recognized. His heart leapt into his throat when he saw the face that matched the voice. Chapter 31. It was his mother. Richard felt as if a bolt of lightning had struck him. His whole body went rigid. His rage flinched, and the anger dropped its grip from him, recoiling at the idea of lethal intent and his mother in the same mental image. "Richard," she smiled sadly at him, showing in that smile how much she loved and missed him. His mind raced, trying to grasp what was happening, unable to fit what he was seeing with what he knew. This couldn't be. It was simply impossible. "Mother?" he breathed in a whisper. Arms he knew, remembered, slipped around him, comforted him, brought tears to his eyes, a lump in his throat. "Oh, Richard," she said soothingly, "how I've missed you." She ran her fingers through his hair, gentling him. "How I've missed you so." Reeling, he fought to regain control of his emotions. He struggled to focus his mind on Kaylin. He couldn't let her down again, let himself be fooled again. She was in this trouble because he had allowed himself to be fooled. This wasn't his mother, it was Shota, a witch woman. But what if he was somehow wrong? "Richard, why have you come to me?" Richard put his hands on her small shoulders, gently pushing her back a little. Her hands slipped to his waist, squeezing with familiar affection. She was not his mother, he forced himself to say in his mind. She was a witch woman who knew where the last box of Orden was, and he had to know the answer to that. But why would she be doing this? And what if he was wrong? Could this somehow be true? His finger went to the little scar above her left eyebrow, tracing the familiar bump. A scar he had put there. He had been at swordplay with Michael, with their wooden swords, and had just jumped off the bed, taking a foolish and wild swing at his older brother, when his mother came through the door. His sword had caught her across the forehead. Her cry had terrified him. Even the whipping his father had given him didn't hurt as much as the thought of what he had done to his mother. His father had sent him to bed without supper, and that night when it was dark, she had come to sit on the side of his bed, run her fingers through his hair as he cried. He had sat up and asked her if it hurt a lot. She had smiled at him and said, "Not as much as it hurts you," the woman in front of him whispered. Richard's eyes went wide. Bumps ran up his arms. "How do you—" "Richard!" came an even, cautioning voice from behind him, jolting him again. "Stand away from her!" It was Zed's voice. His mother's hand cupped the side of his face. He ignored it and turned his head, looking back up the road to the top of the rise. It was Zed, or at least he thought it was Zed. It looked just like Zed, but then this looked just like his mother. Zed was standing there with a look he recognized, a look of cold danger, warning. "Richard," came Zed's voice again. "Do as I say. Stand away from her, now." "Please, Richard," his mother breathed. "Don't leave me. Don't you know me?" Richard turned to her soft face. "Yes, you are Shota." He took her wrists, pulled her hands from his waist, and stepped back from her. Near tears, she watched him move away. Suddenly, she spun toward the wizard. Her hands snapped up. With an ear-splitting crack, blue lightning erupted from her fingers, streaking toward Zed. The wizard's hands instantly brought up a shield, like glass, reflecting light in its gloss. The lightning from Shota hit it with a thunderous peal and glanced off, striking a huge oak, snapping its trunk in a shower of splinters. The tree crashed to earth. The ground shuddered. Zed's hands were already up. Wizard's fire shot from his curled fingers. It shrieked as it came, tumbling through the air with howling fury. "No!" Richard screamed. The ball of liquid flame harshly illuminated the shady area with intense blue and yellow light. He couldn't let this happen. Shota was the only way to find the box, the only way to stop Rahl. The fire wailed as it expanded, heading right for Shota. She stood motionless. "No!" Richard yanked the sword free and jumped in front of her. Gripping the hilt in one hand, the point in the other, with arms locked, he held it up horizontally in front of himself as a shield. The magic raced through him. Wrath took him. The fire was upon him. The roar filled his ears. He turned his face, closed his eyes, held his breath, gritted his teeth, fully expecting that he might die. But there was no choice. The witch woman was their only chance. He couldn't let her be killed. The impact staggered him back a step. He felt the heat. Even with his eyes tightly closed, he could see the light. The wizard's fire wailed in rage as it struck the sword, exploding around him. And then there was silence. He opened his eyes. The wizard's fire was gone. Zed wasted no time. Already he was throwing a handful of magic dust. It sparkled as it came. Richard saw something coming from behind him, magic dust from the witch woman. It shimmered like ice crystals, taking the sparkle from Zed's dust, and slammed into him. Zed stood frozen, unmoving, one hand in the air. "Zed!" There was no reply. Richard spun to the witch woman. She was no longer his mother. Shota wore a wispy dress with variegated shades of gray across its gauzy surface, its folds and loose points floating in the light breeze. Her full, thick hair was a wavy auburn, her smooth skin flawless. Almond eyes shone up at him. She was as beautiful as the palace that stood behind her, the valley around her. She was so attractive it almost took his breath away, and would have, were it not for the rage he was feeling. "My hero," she said, in a voice that was no longer his mother's, but silky, clear, easy. A sly smile came to her full lips. "Totally unnecessary, but it's the thought that counts. I am impressed." "And who is this supposed to be? Another vision from my mind, or is this the real Shota?" Richard was enraged. He recognized all too well the anger from the sword, but decided to keep the weapon out. Her smile widened. "Are those clothes really you?" she teased. "Or are they something you wear for a time to serve a purpose?" "What's the purpose of who you are now?" Her eyebrow lifted. "Why, to please you, Richard, that's all." "With some illusion." "No." Her voice softened. "This is no illusion. It's the way I appear to myself, most of the time anyway. This is real." Richard ignored her answer, pointing up the road with the sword. "What have you done to Zed?" She shrugged, looking away with a demure smile. "Merely prevented him from harming me. He is all right. For the moment, anyway." Almond eyes sparkled up from under her eyebrows. "I will kill him later, after you and I have talked." His grip on the sword tightened. "And Kalen?" Shota redirected her gaze to Kalen, who stood still, pale, her mouth trembling. Her eyes locked on Shota's every move. Richard knew Kalen feared this woman more than she feared the snakes. Shota frowned. Then it melted back into a coy smile as she returned her gaze to him. "She is a very dangerous woman." Her eyes flashed with knowing that went well beyond the years she appeared to be. "More dangerous than even she knows. I have to protect myself from her." She shrugged again, deftly catching the corner of a floating wisp of her dress. When she did, the rest of the dress settled down, as if the breeze had died. "So I did that to keep her still. If she moves, they will bite her. If she doesn't, they won't." Shota thought a moment. "I will kill her later, too." Her voice seemed too gentle, too pleasant for the words she spoke. Richard considered using the sword to take off the witch woman's head. His rage demanded it. He visualized it powerfully in his mind, hoping Shota could see it too. Then he put the fury down a little, but still at the ready. "And me? Are you not afraid of me?" Shota gave a little laugh, a smile. "A seeker?" Her fingers went to her lips as if to try to hide her amusement. "No, I don't think so." Richard could barely contain himself. "Perhaps you should be." Perhaps. Perhaps in normal times, but these are not normal times. Otherwise, why would you be here? To kill me? You have just saved me. She gave him a look that said he should be ashamed of himself for saying something so stupid, then walked around him one full turn. He turned with her, keeping the sword between them, although she seemed unconcerned by it. These are times that demand strange alliances, Richard. Only the strong are wise enough to recognize this. She stopped, folded her arms, appraising him with a thoughtful smile. My hero. Why, I can't remember the last time anyone thought to save my life. She leaned toward him. Very gallant. It truly was. She slipped an arm around his waist. Richard wanted to stop her, but somehow he didn't. Don't flatter yourself. I had my motives. He found her easy manner unnerving and fiercely attractive. He knew he had no reason to feel attracted to her. She had just said she was going to kill his two best friends, and by Kalen's manner he knew it was no vain boast. Worse, he had the sword out, the sword's anger out. He realized that even its magic was being bewitched. He felt as if he were drowning, and to his surprise was finding the experience pleasant. Her smile widened, making her almond eyes sparkle. As I said, only the strong are wise enough for the alliances needed. The wizard wasn't wise enough. He tried to kill me. She isn't wise enough. She would also. She didn't even want to come here. Only you were wise enough to see that these times demand an alliance such as ours. Richard struggled to maintain a level of outrage. I make no alliances with those who would kill my friends. Even if they tried to kill me first? Have I no right to defend myself? Am I to lay down and die because it's your friends who would do the killing, Richard? She said, shaking her head with a frown and a smile. Think about what you are saying. Look at it from my eyes. He thought about it but said nothing. She gave his waist an affectionate squeeze. But you were very gallant. You, my hero, have done a very rare thing. You have put your life at risk for me, a witch woman. That kind of thing does not go unrewarded. You have earned a wish. Anything you want, simply name it, and it will be granted. With her free hand, she made gliding motions in the air. Anything, on my word. Richard started to open his mouth, and Shota put a finger gently to his lips, her warm body, firm beneath the thin dress, pressed against him. Don't spoil my opinion of you by answering too quickly. You may have anything you want. Don't waste the wish. Think it over carefully before you ask. It's an important wish, offered for a reason, and perhaps the most important wish you will ever have. Haste could mean death. Richard was seething in spite of how strangely attracted he was to this woman. I don't have to think it over. My wish is for you not to kill my friends, to leave them unharmed and let them go. Shota sighed. I'm afraid that would complicate things. Oh? So your word means nothing? She gave him a reproachful glare. Her voice had a hint of harshness to it. My word means everything. I simply want you to know it would complicate matters. You came here for the answer to an important question. You have a wish coming. You have merely to ask the question as your wish, and I will grant it. Isn't that what you really want? Ask yourself what's more important. How many will die if you fail in your duty? She squeezed his waist again, her beautiful smile returning. Richard, the sword is confusing you. The magic is interfering with your judgment. Put it away, then think again. If you are wise, you will heed my warning. It is not without reason. Richard angrily thrust the sword back into its scabbard to show her he wouldn't change his mind. He looked back at Zed, standing frozen in place. He looked over at Kalen, snakes writhing all over her. When their eyes met, his heart ached for her. He knew what Kalen wanted him to do. He could see it in her eyes. She wanted him to use the wish to find the box. Richard turned away from her, unable to witness her torment another moment. He regarded Shota with determination. I've put the sword away, Shota. It changes nothing. You are going to answer my question anyway. Your life, too, depends upon my knowing the answer. You have as much admitted it. I'm not wasting my wish. To use it to get an answer you already intend to give me would be a waste of my friends' lives. Now grant my wish." Shota regarded him with ancient eyes. "Dear Richard," she said softly, "a seeker needs his anger, but don't let it fill your head to the exclusion of wisdom. Do not judge too quickly actions you do not fully understand. Not all acts are as they seem. Some are meant to save you." Her hand came up slowly to the side of his face, reminding him again of his mother. Her gentleness made him feel calm and somehow sad. In that moment, he felt his fear of her wane. "Please, Shota," he whispered. "I have made my wish. Grant it." "Your wish, dear Richard, is granted," she said in a sad whisper. He turned to Kalin. The snakes were still on her. "Shota, you made a promise." "I promised I would not kill her and that she could leave. When you go, she may go with you. I will not kill her. But she is still a danger to me. If she remains, still the snakes will not harm her." "You said Kalin would have tried to kill you. That isn't true. She guided me here seeking your help, the same as me. Even though she intended you no harm, you would have killed her. And now you do this to her." "Richard," she touched a finger to her chin, thinking, "you come here thinking me evil, didn't you? Even though you knew nothing of me, you were ready to bring harm to me based on what you invented in your head. You have committed to belief that which you have heard from others." There was no malice in her voice. "People who are jealous or afraid say these things. People also say that to use fire is wrong, and that those who use fire are evil. Does that make it true? People say the old wizard is evil, and that people die because of him. Does that make it true? Some of the mud people say you brought death to their village. Does that make it true because fools say it is so?" "What kind of person would try to make me think she was my dead mother?" he asked bitterly. Shota looked genuinely hurt. "Do you not love your mother?" "Of course." "What greater gift could anyone give than the return of a past loved one? Did it not give you joy to see your mother again? Did I ask for anything in return? Did I demand payment? For a moment I gave you something beautiful, pure, a living memory of your love for your mother and hers for you, at a cost to myself you could never fathom, and you see this too as evil? And in payment, you would think to take my head off with your sword?" Richard swallowed hard, but didn't answer. He looked away from her eyes, feeling suddenly, unexpectedly ashamed. "Is your mind that poisoned by the words of others, their fears? All I ask is to be judged by my deeds, to be seen for who I am, not what others say of me. Richard, don't be a soldier in this silent army of fools." Richard stood speechless at hearing the words of his own beliefs coming back at him. "Look around," Shota said, sweeping her hand through the air. "Is this a place of ugliness, evil?" "It's the most beautiful place I've ever seen," Richard admitted in a soft voice. "But that doesn't prove anything. And what about the place up there?" He pointed with his chin toward the dark wood above. She took a brief glance. "Think of it as my moat." Shota smiled proudly. "It keeps away fools who would harm me." Richard saved the hardest question for last. "And what of him?" He glanced toward the shadows where Samuel sat, watching with glowing yellow eyes. She held Richard's gaze as she spoke, her voice heavy with regret. "Samuel, come here." The disgusting creature skittered across the grass to his mistress's side, pushing against her, making an odd, throaty gurgle. Samuel's eyes locked on the sword and stayed there. Her hand reached down, stroking his gray head affectionately. Shota gave Richard a warm, brave smile. "I guess a formal introduction is in order. Richard, may I introduce Samuel, your predecessor, the former seeker?" Richard looked down, wide-eyed, speechless to the companion.
"My sword! Give me!"
Samuel started to reach out. Shota spoke his name in caution without taking her gaze from Richard, and the little creature instantly withdrew his arms, nuzzling back against her hip. "My sword," he complained to himself in a low voice. "Why does he look like that?" Richard asked cautiously, afraid of the answer. "You really don't know, do you?" Shota lifted an eyebrow as she studied his face. Her sad smile returned. "The magic. Did the wizard not warn you?" Richard shook his head slowly, unable to form words. His tongue stuck to the roof of his mouth. "Well, I suggest you have a talk with him." He forced himself to speak, but barely. "You mean the magic will do this to me?" "I'm sorry, Richard, I can't answer that." She gave a heavy sigh. "One of my talents is that I have vision for the flow of time, the way events flow into the future. But this is a type of magic, wizard's magic, that I cannot see. I am blind to it. I can't see how it flows forward. Samuel was the last seeker. He came here many years back, desperate for help, but I could do nothing for him, other than take pity on him. Then the old wizard came, suddenly one day, and took the sword." She lifted an eyebrow meaningfully. "It was a very unpleasant experience for both of us. I'm afraid I must admit I do not think kindly of the old wizard." Her face softened again. "To this day Samuel thinks of the Sword of Truth as his, but I know better. The wizards for all ages are the caretakers of the sword, and therein its magic, and only assign it to mere seekers for a time." Richard remembered Zed telling him that while the last pretend seeker was distracted by a witch woman, he had gone and taken the sword back. This was the seeker. This was the witch woman. Kaelin was wrong. There was at least one wizard who would dare to go into Agadan Reach. "Maybe it's because he wasn't a real seeker," Richard managed, trying to reassure himself. His tongue still felt thick. Her face was set in a frown of true concern. "Maybe. I just don't know." "That must be it," he whispered. "It has to be. Zed would have warned me otherwise. He's my friend." She gave him a grave expression. "Richard, there are more important things at stake than friendship. Zed knows this, and so do you. After all, you chose these things over his life when you had to." Richard looked up at Zed. How he wanted to talk to him. He needed him so badly right now. Could that be true? Could he have chosen finding the box over Zed's life that easily without a second thought? "Shota, you promised to let him go."
Shota's eyes studied his face a moment.
"I'm sorry, Richard."
She waved her hand through the air in the direction of Zed. Zed wavered and then disappeared.
"That was only a little deception, a demonstration. It wasn't really the old wizard."
Richard thought he should feel angry, but he didn't. He felt just a little hurt at the deception, yet sad that Zed wasn't here with him. Then a wave of icy dread washed through him, raised bumps on his arms again. "Is that really Kaelin? Or have you already killed her and presented me with her image, another trick, another demonstration?" Shota's breast rose and fell as she took a deep breath.
"I'm afraid," she sighed, "that she is real enough, and therein lies the problem."
Shota put her arm through his, taking him to stand in front of Kaelin. Samuel followed and stood by them. His arms were so long that as he stood erect, his yellow eyes moving warily back and forth between them, he casually drew lines and circles in the dirt of the road with his fingers. Shota regarded Kaelin for a moment, seemingly lost in thought, as if pondering a dilemma. Richard just wanted the snakes off her. Despite the witch woman's words of help and friendship, Kaelin was still terrified, and it wasn't the snakes. It was Shota that her eyes followed, the way the eyes of an animal in a trap follow the trapper, not the trap.
"Richard," Shota asked, while she held Kaelin's stare, "would you be able to kill her if you had to? If she was a threat to your success, would you have the courage to kill her, if it meant the lives of everyone else? The truth now."
Despite the disarming tone of Shota's voice,
Her words went through him like an ice dagger. Richard met Kalen's widening eyes, then looked to the woman beside him. "She is my guide. I need her," he said simply, offhandedly. Big almond eyes stared back at him. "That, Seeker, is not the question I asked." Richard didn't say anything. He tried to betray nothing with his face. Shota gave a smile of regret. "As I thought. And that is why you made a mistake with your wish." "I made no mistake," Richard protested. "If I hadn't used it as I did, you would have killed her." "Yes," Shota nodded grimly. "I would have. The image of Zed was a test. You passed the test, and as a reward I gave you a wish, not that you might have something you want, but that I might do an onerous deed for you because you lack the required courage. That was your second test. That test, dear boy, you failed. I must honor your wish. That is your mistake. You should have let me kill her for you." "You're mad. First you try to tell me how you're not evil, how I should judge you by your actions, and now you prove your true self by telling me how I made a mistake by not allowing you to kill Kalen. And for what? Some perceived threat? She has done nothing to threaten you, nor would she. She wishes only to stop Dark and Rahl, same as me, same as you." Shota listened patiently until he finished. The timeless look passed across her eyes again. "Were you not listening when I said not all acts are as they seem? That some are meant to save you? Once again you judge too quickly without knowing all the facts." "Kalen is my friend. That is the only fact that matters." Shota took a breath, as if she were trying to remain patient, as if she were trying to teach something to a child. Her expression made him feel somehow stupid. "Richard, listen to me. Darken Rahl has put the boxes of Orden in play. If he succeeds, there will be no one with the power to restrain him, ever. A great many people will die. You, me. It's in my own interest to help you because you are the only one who has a chance to stop him. How or why, I don't know, but I can see the flow of power. You are the only one with a chance. That does not mean you will succeed, only that you have the chance, no matter how small it is within you. Know also that there are forces to defeat you before you could bring your chance to bear. The old wizard does not have the power to stop Rahl. That's why he gave you the sword. I do not have the power to stop Rahl, but I do have the power to be of aid to you. That's all I wish to do. In so doing, I help myself. I do not want to die. If Rahl wins, I will. I know all this. That's why I said you would answer my question without my having to use the wish." "But there are other things I know, Richard, that you do not." Her beautiful face studied him with a sadness that hurt. Her eyes had the same fire in them that Kalen's had, the fire of intelligence. Richard felt the need in her, the need to help him. He feared suddenly what it was she knew, because he realized that it wasn't meant to hurt him, it was simply truth. Richard saw Samuel watching the sword and became aware of his own left hand resting around the hilt, aware of how tightly he was gripping it, and how the raised letters of the word truth were pressing painfully into his palm. "Shota, what are these things you know?" "The easiest first," she sighed. "You know the way you stopped the wizard's fire with the sword. Practice the move. I gave you that test for a reason. Zed will use the wizard's fire against you. Only the next time, it will be for real. The flow of time does not say who will prevail, only that you have a chance to beat him." Richard's eyes widened. "That can't be true." "True," she said, clipping off his words, "as a tooth given by a father to show the keeper of the book, to show the truth of how it was taken." That rattled him to his bones. "And no, I don't know who the keeper is." Her eyes burned into him. "You will have to find him yourself." Richard could hardly draw a breath, could hardly make himself ask the next question. If that was the easy part, then what is the hard? Auburn hair tumbled off her shoulder as Shota looked away from his eyes to Kalin, who stood stone still while the snakes writhed on her. I know what she is, and how it is she is a threat to me. Her voice trailed off. She turned back to him. It is obvious you do not know what she is, or perhaps you would not be with her. Kalin has a power. Magic power. That much I know, Richard offered cautiously. Richard, Shota said, trying to find the words for something she found difficult. I am a witch woman. As I said, one of my powers is that I can see things as they will come to pass. It is one reason fools fear me. Her face drew closer to his, uncomfortably close. Her breath smelled of roses. Please, Richard, don't be one of these fools. Don't fear me because of things I have no control over. I'm able to see the truth of events that will come to be. I do not dictate or control them, and just because I see them, that does not mean I'm at all happy about them. It is only by action in the present that we can change what otherwise will come to pass. Have the wisdom to use the truth to your advantage. Don't simply rail against it. And what truth do you see, Shota? He whispered. Her eyes had an intensity that halted his breath, her voice the sharp edge of a blade. Kalin has a power. And if she isn't killed, she will use that power against you. She watched his eyes carefully as she spoke. There can be no doubt of the truth of this. Your sword can protect you from the wizard's fire, but it will not protect you from her touch. Richard felt the stab of her words as if they cut through his heart. No, Kalin whispered. They both looked at her, her face wrinkled with pain at Shota's words. I wouldn't. Shota, I swear I couldn't do that to him. Tears ran down her cheeks. Shota stepped close to her and reached through the snakes, touching her face tenderly to comfort her. If you are not killed, child, I am afraid you will. As a tear rolled down, her thumb brushed it back. You have already come close once, Shota said with surprising compassion. Within a breath. She nodded slightly to herself. This is true, is it not? Tell him. Tell him if I am speaking the truth. Kalin's eyes snapped to Richard. He looked into the depths of her green eyes and remembered the 3 times she had touched him when he had been holding the sword, and how that touch made the magic jump in warning. The last time, with the mud people, when the shadow things had come, the magic's reaction had been so strong that he almost put the sword through her before he realized who it was. Kalin's eyebrows wrinkled together, her eyes shrinking from his gaze. She bit her bottom lip as a little moan escaped her throat. Is this true? Richard asked in a whisper, his heart in his throat. Have you come within a breath of using your power against me, as Shota says? Kalin's face drained of color. She let out a loud, painful moan. She closed her eyes and cried in a long, agonizing wail. Please, Shota, kill me. You must. I am sworn to protect Richard, to stop Rahl. Please, she cried in choking sobs. It's the only way. You must kill me. I cannot, Shota whispered. I have granted a wish, a very foolish one. Richard could hardly stand the pain of seeing Kalin like this, asking to die. The lump in his throat threatened to choke him. Kalin suddenly cried out and threw up her arms to make the snakes bite her. Richard lunged for them, but they were gone. Kalin held out her arms, looking for snakes that were no longer there. I'm sorry, Kalin. If I were to let them bite you, it would break the wish I granted. Kalin collapsed to her knees, crying with her face against the ground, her fingers digging into the earth. I'm so sorry, Richard, she wept. Her fists grabbed at the grass, then his pants legs. Please, Richard, she sobbed. Please, I'm sworn to protect you. So many have already died. Take the sword and kill me. Do it. Please, Richard, kill me. Kalin, I could never. He couldn't make any more words come. Richard, Shota said, nearly in tears herself,
If she isn't killed, then before Rahl opens the boxes, she will use her power against you. There is no doubt of this. None. It cannot be changed if she lives. I granted your wish. I cannot kill her, so you must. No, he shrieked. Kaelin wailed in anguish and pulled her knife. As she brought it up to plunge it into herself, Richard grabbed her wrist. Please, Richard, she cried, falling against him. You don't understand. I have to. If I live, I will be responsible for what Rahl will do, for everything that will happen. Richard pulled her up by her wrist, held her to him with one arm as she cried, held her arm twisted behind her back so she couldn't use the knife on herself. He glared angrily at Shota, who stood with her hands loose at her sides, watching. Was any of this possible? Could it be true? He wished he had listened to Kaelin and never come here. He relaxed his pressure on Kaelin's arm when he realized by the way she cried that it was hurting her. He wondered numbly if he should let her kill herself. His hand shook. Please, Richard, Shota said, tears in her own eyes. Hate me for who I am if you will, but do not hate me for telling you the truth. The truth as you see it, Shota, but maybe not the truth as it will be. I will not kill Kaelin on your word. Shota nodded sadly, looking at him through wet eyes. Queen Malena has the last box of Orden. She spoke in a voice barely more than a whisper. But heed this warning. She will not have it for long, if that is you choose to believe the truth as I see it. She turned to her companion. Samuel, she said gently, guide them out of the reach. Do not take anything that belongs to them. I would be very displeased if you did. That includes the sword of truth. Richard saw a tear run down her cheek as she turned without looking at him and began walking up the road. She stopped in mid-stride and stood a moment. Her beautiful auburn hair lay upon her shoulders and partway down the back of the wispy dress. Her head came up, but didn't turn back to him. When this is over, she said in a voice that broke with emotion, and if you should happen to win, don't ever come here again. If you do, I will kill you. She walked on toward her palace. Shota, he whispered hoarsely, I'm sorry. She did not stop or turn, but continued on. Chapter 32. When she came around the corner, she almost bumped into his legs. He was walking so quietly. She looked up the long silver robes to his face, far up in the air. Giller, you scared me. His hands were each stuck in the other sleeve. Sorry, Rachel. I didn't mean to frighten you. He looked both ways down the hall, and then lowered himself to the floor. What are you about? Errands, she told him, letting out a deep breath. Princess Violet says I'm to go yell at the cooks for her, and then I'm to go to the washwomen and tell them that she found a gravy stain on one of her dresses, and that she would never get gravy on one of her dresses, and that they must have done it, and if she ever finds they do that again, she'll have their heads chopped off. I don't want to say that to them. They're nice. She touched the pretty silver braiding on the sleeve of Giller's robes. But she said that if I don't say it, I'll be in a lot of trouble. Giller nodded. Well, just do as she says. I'm sure the washwomen will know they aren't really your words. Rachel looked in his big dark eyes. Everyone knows she gets her own gravy on her own dresses. Giller laughed a quiet laugh. You're right. I've seen her do it myself. But it brings no fortune to pull the tail of a sleeping badger. She didn't understand and made a face. That means you will get in trouble if you point it out to her, so it's best to keep still. Rachel nodded. She knew that that was true. Giller looked up and down the hall again, but there was no one else there. He leaned closer and whispered, I'm sorry I haven't been able to talk to you, to check. Did you find your trouble doll? She nodded with a smile. Thank you so much, Giller. She's wonderful. I've been put out twice more since you gave her to me. She told me how I mustn't talk to you unless you say it's safe, so I just waited,
Like she said, we talked and she made me feel so much better. I'm glad, child, he smiled. I named her Sarah. A doll's got to have a name, you know. Is that so? He lifted an eyebrow. I never knew that. Well, Sarah is a fine name for her, then. Rachel grinned. She was happy that Giller liked her doll's name. She put one arm around his neck and her face by his ear. Sarah's been telling me her troubles, too, she whispered. I promised her I would help you. I never knew you wanted to run away, too. When can we leave, Giller? I'm getting so afraid of Princess Violet. His big hand patted her back while she hugged him. Soon, child. But there are things we must prepare first, so we aren't found out. We wouldn't want anyone to follow us, to find us and bring us back, now would we? Rachel shook her head against his shoulder. Then she heard footsteps. Giller stood up, looking down the hall. Rachel, it would be very bad if we were seen talking. Someone might find out about the doll, about Sarah. I better go, she said in a hurry. No time. Stand against the wall. Show me how brave and quiet you can be. She did what he told her, and he stood in front of her, hiding her behind his robes. Rachel heard the clinking of armor. Just some guards, she thought. Then she heard the little barks. The Queen's dog. It must be the Queen and her guards. They would be in a fine mess if the Queen found her hiding behind the wizard's robes. She might find out about the doll. She scrunched up tighter in the dark folds. The robes moved a little when Giller bowed. Your Majesty, Giller said, as he stood back up. Giller, she said in her mean voice, what are you doing lurking about up here? Lurking, Your Majesty? It was my understanding I was in your employ to see to it there was no lurking going on. I was merely checking the magic seal on the jewel room to make sure it hadn't been tampered with. Rachel heard the little dog sniffing around the bottom of Giller's robes. If it is your wish, Your Majesty, I will leave matters to the fates and not investigate where I feel a worry. The little dog came around the side of the robes, close to her. She could hear the sniff, sniff, sniff. Rachel wished he would leave before she got found out. We will all just go to bed at night with a simple prayer to the good spirits that when Father Rahl arrives all will be well, and if anything is amiss, well, we can simply tell him we didn't want to have any lurking about, so we didn't check. Perhaps he will be understanding. The little dog started to growl. Rachel was getting tears in her eyes. Don't get your feathers ruffled, Giller. I was simply asking. Rachel could see the little black nose sticking under the robes. Precious, what have you found there? What is it, my little precious? The dog growled and gave out a little bark. Giller backed up a little, pushing her tighter to the wall. Rachel tried to think about Sarah, wishing she were with her right now. What is it, precious? What do you smell? I'm afraid, Your Majesty, I have also been lurking about in the stables. I'm quite sure that is what your dog smells. Giller's hand went into his robes right by her head. The stables? Her mean voice wasn't quite gone. What could there possibly be for you to investigate in the stables? Rachel could hear her voice getting louder. The Queen was bending over to get her dog. What are you doing there, precious? Rachel sucked the hem of her dress to keep from making a noise as she shook. Giller's hand came out of his robe. She saw a pinch of something between his thumb and finger. The dog pushed his head under the robe and started barking. Giller opened his fingers and sparkling dust dropped down on the dog's head. The dog started sneezing. Then Rachel saw the Queen's hand come and pull him away. There, there, my little precious, it's all right now, poor little thing. Rachel could hear her kissing the dog's nose the way she liked to do all the time. Then she sneezed too. As you were saying, Giller, what business does a wizard have in the stables? As I was saying, Your Majesty. Giller's voice could get kind of mean too, but Rachel thought it was funny when it was the Queen he was sounding mean to.
If you were an assassin and you wanted to come into a queen's castle and put a big fat arrow through her, do you think you would rather walk right in the main gate bold as day? Or would you rather ride with your longbow in a wagon hiding maybe under some hay or behind some sacks, then come out in the dark of the stables? Well, But do you think... Have you found something? But since you don't want me lurking about in the stables either, well, I'll just scratch that off my list too. But if you don't mind, from now on, when we are in public view, I will be standing well clear of you. I don't want to be in the way if some of your subjects choose to show their love for their queen from afar. Wizard Giller, her voice got real nice, like when she talked to the dog. Please forgive me. I have been on edge lately, what with Father Rahl coming soon. I just want everything to go well. Then we will all have what we want.
I know you only have my best interest at heart. Please do carry on and forget the momentary foolishness of a lady.
As you wish, Your Majesty. He bowed again. The Queen started hurrying away down the hall, sneezing. Then Rachel heard her thumping footsteps and the clinking armor stop. By the way, Wizard Giller, she called back, did I tell you? A messenger came. He said Father Rahl will be here sooner than expected. Much sooner. Tomorrow, in fact. He will be expecting the box, of course, to seal the alliance. Please see to it. Giller's leg jerked so hard it almost knocked Rachel over. Of course, Your Majesty. He bowed again. Giller waited until the Queen was gone, and then pulled Rachel up with big hands around her waist, and held her against his hip with an arm. His cheeks weren't red as they usually were. They were more white. He put his finger against her lips, and she knew he wanted her to keep quiet. He stretched his neck, looking up and down the hall again. Tomorrow, he muttered to himself. Curse the spirits, I'm not ready. What's wrong, Giller? Rachel, he whispered, his big hooked nose close to hers. Is the princess in her room right now? No, Rachel whispered back. She went to pick out fabric for a new dress, for when Father Rahl comes to visit. Do you know where the princess keeps her key to the jewel room? Yes. If she doesn't have it with her, she keeps it in the desk, in the drawer on the side by the window. He started off down the hall, toward Princess Violet's room. His feet were so quiet on the carpets that she couldn't even hear his footsteps as he carried her. Change of plans, child. Can you be brave for me? And Sarah? She nodded that she could and put her arms around his neck to hold on as he walked fast. He went past all the dark wooden doors that were pointed at the tops until he got to the biggest one, a double door set back in a little hall, with stone carving all around. That was the princess's room. He squeezed her tight. All right, he whispered. You go in and get the key. I'll stay out here and stand guard. He set her down on the floor. Hurry now. He closed the door behind her. The curtains were pulled back, letting in the sunlight, so she could see right away that the room was empty. None of the servants were cleaning or anything. The fire was burned out, and the servants hadn't yet come and made another for tonight. The princess's big canopy bed was already made up. Rachel liked the bed cover with all the pretty flowers. It matched the gathered canopy and curtains. She always wondered why the princess needed such a big bed. It was big enough for 10 people. Where she came from, 6 girls slept together in a bed half the size of this one, and the bed cover was plain. She wondered what the princess's bed felt like. She had never once even sat on it. She knew Giller wanted her to hurry, so she crossed the room, walking over the fur rug to the polished desk with the pretty swirled wood. She put her fingers through the gold handle and slid the drawer open. It made her nervous to do it, even though she had done it before when the princess had sent her to get the key. But she had never done it before without being told to by the princess. The big key to the jewel room was lying in the red velvet pocket, right next to the little key to her sleeping box. She put the key in her pocket and slid the drawer closed again, making sure it was shut all the way. As she started for the door, she looked at the corner where her sleeping box was. She knew Giller wanted her to hurry, but she ran over to the box anyway. She had to check. She crawled inside, into the dark, and went to the back corner where the blanket was pushed up in a pile. Carefully, she pulled the blanket back. Sarah looked back at her. The doll was right where she had left her. "I have to go quick," she whispered. "I'll be back later." Rachel kissed the doll's head and covered her back up with the blanket, hiding her in the corner so no one would find her. She knew it was trouble to bring Sarah to the castle, but she couldn't bear to leave her in the Wayward Pine all alone. She knew how lonely and scary it got in the Wayward Pine. Finished, she ran to the door, pulled it open a crack, and looked up at Giller's face. He nodded to her and motioned with his hand that it was all right to come out. The key? She pulled it out of the pocket where she kept her magic fire stick to show him. He smiled and called her a good girl. No one had ever called her a good girl before, at least not for a long time. He picked her up again and walked fast down the hall and then down the dark, narrow servants' stairs. She could hardly even hear his footsteps on the stone. His whiskers tickled her face. At the bottom he set her down again. "Rachel," he said, squatting down close to her. "Listen carefully. This is very important. This is no game. We must get out of the castle, or we will both get our heads chopped off, just like Sarah told you. But we must be smart about it, or we will get caught. If we run away too quickly without doing the right things first, we will be found out. If we are too slow, well, we just better not be too slow." She started to get tears in her eyes. "Giller, I'm afraid to get my head chopped off. People say it hurts terribly bad." Giller hugged her tight. "I know, child, I'm afraid too." He put his hands on her shoulders, holding her up straight while he looked in her eyes. "But if you trust me and do exactly as I say and are brave enough, we will get away from here. And go to where no one ever chops off people's heads or locks them in boxes, and where you can have your doll and people will let you, and they will never take Sarah away from you or throw her in the fire. All right?" Her tears started to go away. "That would be wonderful, Giller." "But you must be brave, and do just as I tell you. Some of it will be hard." "I will, I promise." "And I promise, Rachel, that I will do whatever I must to protect you. We are in this together, you and me, but a lot of other people are depending on us, too. If we do a good job, we will be able to fix it so a lot of other people, innocent people, won't get their heads chopped off anymore." Her eyes got wide. "Oh, I would like that, Giller. I hate it when people get their heads chopped off. It scares me fierce." "All right, then. The first thing I need you to do is to go scold the cooks, just like you're supposed to. And while you are down in the kitchen, get a big loaf of bread, the biggest you can find. I don't care how you get it. Steal it if you have to. Just get it. Then bring it up to the jewel room. Use the key and wait inside for me. I must tend to some other things. I'll tell you more then. Can you do that?" "Sure," she nodded. "Easy." "Off with you then." She went through the door into the big hall on the first floor, while Giller disappeared up the steps without making a sound. The stairs to the kitchen were at the other end, on the other side of the grand stairs in the middle that the Queen used. Rachel liked going up the grand stairs with the princess because they had carpets and weren't cold like the stone steps she was supposed to use when she was on errands. The hall was open in the middle, where the grand stairs came down to a big room with black and white marble squares on the floor. They were very cold under her feet. She was trying to think of a way she could get a big loaf of bread without stealing it, when she saw Princess Violet coming across the room to the grand stairs. The royal seamstress and two of her helpers were following behind, carrying bolts of pretty pink cloth. Rachel looked quick for a place to hide, but the princess had already seen her. "Oh, good! Rachel," the princess said. "Come here." Rachel went and curtsied. "Yes, Princess Violet?" "What are you doing?" "I was doing my errands. I was just going to the kitchen now." "Well, don't bother." "But, Princess Violet, I have to." The princess frowned. "Why? I just said you didn't." Rachel bit her lip. The princess's frown scared her. She tried to think of how Giller would answer. "Well, if you don't want me to, I won't," she said. But your lunch was simply dreadful, and I would hate to see you eating another dreadful meal. You must be starving for something good. But if you don't want me to go tell them, I won't." The princess thought this over a minute. "On second thought, go ahead. It was dreadful. Just be sure to tell them how angry I am, too." "Yes, Princess Violet." She curtsied. She turned and started to leave. "I'm going for a fitting." Rachel turned back to her. "Then I want to go to the jewel room and try on some things to go with my new dress. When you're finished with the cooks, go get the key and wait for me in the jewel room." Rachel's mouth felt as if it were stuck together. "But, Princess, wouldn't you rather wait until tomorrow when the dress is finished to see how pretty the jewelry will look with the dress?" Princess Violet looked surprised. "Well, yes, that would be good to see the jewels with the dress." She thought another minute, then started up the steps. "I'm glad I thought of that." Rachel let out a breath, then headed off to the servants' stairs. The princess called down to her. "On second thought, Rachel, I need to pick out something for tonight's dinner, so I need to go to the jewel room anyway. Meet me there in a little while." "But, Princess—" "But nothing. After you deliver my message to the cooks, go get the key and wait for me in the jewel room. I'll be there as soon as I'm done with the fitting." The princess went up the grand stairs and disappeared. What was she going to do now? Giller was going to meet her in the jewel room, too. She was breathing hard as if she was going to cry. What was she going to do? She was going to do as Giller said, that's what. She was going to be brave, so those people didn't get their heads chopped off. She stopped herself from crying and went down the steps to the kitchen. She wondered what Giller wanted a big loaf of bread for. "Well, what do you think?" he whispered. "Any ideas?" Kaylin was lying close, next to him on the ground, frowning while she looked over the edge to the scene below. "I can't even imagine," she whispered back. "I have never seen so many short-tailed gars together in one place." "What could they be burning?" "They're not burning anything. The smoke is coming from the ground. This place is called Fire Spring. Those are vents where steam comes up from the ground, and from other openings water boils up from below, and more over there where other things boil. Foul-smelling yellow liquid and thick mud. The fumes keep people away from this place. I have no idea what gars would be doing here." "Well, look there, near the back where the hill rises up, where the biggest vent is. There's something on top of it, something egg-shaped, with steam coming out around it. They keep going up to look at it, to touch it." She shook her head. "Your eyes are better than mine. I can't tell what it is or even that it's round." Richard could hear and feel rumbles from the ground, some followed by great belches of steam roaring from the vents. The awful suffocating smell of sulfur wafted up to where they hid in the stunted trees of the high ridge. "Maybe we should go have a closer look," he whispered, half to himself, as he watched the gars moving about below. "That would be beyond foolhardy," she whispered harshly. "It would be just plain stupid. One gar would be trouble enough. Or have you forgotten so quickly? There must be dozens down there." "I guess," he complained. "What's that behind them, just above on the side of the hill? A cave?" Her eyes went to the dark maw. "Yes, it's called the Shadrin's Cave. Some say it goes all the way through the mountain to the valley on the other side. But I don't know of anyone who knows for sure, or who would want to find out." He watched the gars tearing an animal apart, fighting over it. "What's a Shadrin?" "The Shadrin is a beast that is supposed to live in the caves. Some say it's just a myth, others swear it is real, but nobody wants to go find out for sure." He looked over at her as she watched the gars. "And what do you think?" Kaylin shrugged. "I don't know. There are many places in the Midlands where there are supposed to be beasts. I have been to many and found no beasts. Most of these stories are just that, stories. But not all." Richard was glad she was talking. It was the most she had said in days. The odd behavior of the gars seemed to have overwhelmed her with curiosity and brought her for the moment out of her withdrawal. But they couldn't lie there talking. They were wasting time. Besides, if they stayed too long, the gars' flies would find them. They both crawled backward, clear of the edge, then crept farther away, keeping their heads down and their movements quiet. Kaylin withdrew once again into silence. Once away from the Gars, they started down the road again to Tamarang, the borderland of the wilds, the land ruled by Queen Melena. Before they had gone far, they came to a divide in the road. Richard assumed they would go to the right, as Kaelin had said that Tamarang lay to the east. The Gars and Fire Spring had been off to their left. Kaelin went down the left road. "What are you doing?" He had had to watch her like a hawk since leaving Agaden Reach. He couldn't trust her anymore. All she wanted to do was die, and he knew she would manage it if he didn't watch her every move. She looked back at him with the same blank expression she had worn for days. "This is called an inverted fork. Up ahead, where it's hard to see because of the lay of the land and the heavy woods, the roads cross over each other and switch directions. Because of the thick trees, it's hard to tell where the sun is, which direction you are going. If we take the right fork here, we will end up with the Gars. This one, to the left, goes to Tamarang." He frowned. Why would anyone go to the trouble to build a road like that? "It's just one little way the old rulers of Tamarang used to help confuse invaders from the wilds. Sometimes it slowed them down a little, gave the defenders time to retreat and regroup if they needed to, then to fall on the attackers again." He studied her face a moment, trying to judge if she was telling the truth. It infuriated him that he had to worry about whether Kaelin was telling him the truth. "You're the guide," he said at last. "Lead on." At his word, she turned without comment and walked on. Richard didn't know how much more of this he could take. She would only talk when it was required, wouldn't listen when he tried to make conversation, and backed away whenever he got close. She acted as if his touch would be poison, but he knew it was really her touch she worried about. He had hoped that the way she was talking when they had spotted the Gars signaled a change, but he was wrong. She had quickly reverted to her dark mood. She had reduced herself to a prisoner on a forced march, had reduced him to a reluctant jailer. He kept her knife in his belt. He knew what would happen if he gave it back to her. With every step she was drifting farther and farther from him. He knew he was losing her, but didn't have the slightest idea what to do about it. At night, when it was time for her watch, for him to sleep, he had to tie her hands and feet to prevent her from killing herself when he wasn't watching. When he bound her, she endured it limply. He endured it with great pain. Even then, he had to sleep with one eye open. He slept by her feet, so if she saw or heard something, she could wake him. He was dead tired from the strain. He wished they had never gone to Shota. The idea that Zed would turn on him was unthinkable. The idea that Kaelin would was unbearable. Richard took out some food. He kept his voice cheerful, hoping to perk her up. "Here, have some of this dried fish?" He smiled. "It's really awful." She didn't laugh at his joke. "No, thank you. I'm not hungry." Richard struggled to keep the smile on his face, struggled to keep his voice from betraying his anger. His head was pounding. "Kaelin, you've hardly eaten for days. You have to eat." "I said I don't want any." "Come on, for me," he coaxed. "What are you going to do next? Hold me down and force it in my mouth?" The calmness in her voice infuriated him, but he covered it as best he could with his tone, if not his words. "If I have to." She spun at him, her chest heaving. "Richard, please, just let me go. I don't want to be with you. Just let me go." It was the first emotion she had shown since leaving Agaden Reach. It was his turn to hide his emotions. No. She glared at him with fire in her green eyes. "You can't watch me every minute. Sooner or later, every minute, if I have to." They stood glaring angrily at each other. Then the emotion on her face was gone, and she turned back to the road, walking on. They had only stopped for a few minutes, but it had been enough for the thing that followed them to make another mistake, a rare one. It had let its guard down briefly, and let itself get too close. Close enough for Richard to see its fierce yellow eyes again, if only for an instant. He had been aware that they were being followed since the second day out of the Reach. Years spent alone in the woods made him aware when he was being followed, tracked. It was a game he and the other guides had played sometimes in the Heartland woods, seeing how far they could follow each other without being detected. Whatever followed now was good at the game, but not as good as Richard. 3 times now he had seen the yellow eyes, when no one else would have. He knew it wasn't Samuel. The yellow was different, darker, and the eyes were closer together, and it was smarter. It couldn't be a hardhound. They would have been attacked long before now. Whatever it was, it only watched. Richard was sure Kaylin hadn't seen it. She was too far lost in her own dark thoughts. Sooner or later, the thing would make itself known, and Richard would be ready. But with Kaylin the way she was right now, he had his hands full, and he didn't need more trouble. So he didn't turn and look, to show it that he suspected, didn't backtrack, and didn't snap a circle, as he and the other guides had called the maneuver, but rather he let his eyes catch the glimpses when they did without forcing a glance. He was reasonably sure the thing that followed didn't know he was aware of it, for now that's the way he wanted to keep it. It left the advantage with him. He watched Kaylin as she walked, with her shoulders slumped, and wondered what he was going to do in a few days when they reached Tamarang. Whether he liked it or not, she was winning this slow battle, simply because things couldn't go on like this. She could fail time and again. She had only to succeed once. He had to win every time. To slip just once would let her end her life. In the end he knew he couldn't win, knew he was going to lose, and could think of nothing to change that. Rachel sat on the short footstool in front of the tall chair that was covered with red velvet and buttons and gold carving, waiting, knocking her knees together. "Hurry, Giller," she kept saying to herself. "Hurry before the princess comes." She looked up at the Queen's box. She hoped that when Princess Violet came to try on jewelry, she didn't touch the box again. Rachel hated it when she did that. It scared her. The door opened a little. Giller poked his head in. "Hurry, Giller," she whispered loudly. The rest of him came in. He stuck his head back out, looking up and down the hall. Then he shut the door. He looked down at her. "Did you get the bread?" She nodded. "I got it here." She pulled the bundle out from under the chair and set it on the footstool. "I took a towel and wrapped it around the bread so no one would see." "Good girl." He smiled as he turned around, away from her. She smiled up at him, then frowned. "I had to steal it. I never stole anything before." "I assure you, Rachel, it's for a good cause." He was looking at the box. "Giller, Princess Violet is coming here." He turned back, his eyes big. "When?" "She said after she has the fitting for her new dress. She's pretty fussy, so it may take a while, but maybe not. She likes to try jewelry on and look at herself in the mirror." "Curse the spirits," Giller whispered. "Nothing is ever easy." He turned around again and snatched the Queen's box off the marble stand. "Giller, you mustn't touch that. It's the Queen's." He looked a little mad when he looked down at her. "No, it's not. Just wait and I will explain." He set the box down on the stool next to the bread. His hand reached into his robes and pulled out another box. "How's it look?" With a smile on one side of his mouth, he held the new box toward her. "It looks just the same." "Good." He put it on the stand where the real one had been, then sat down on the floor next to her in the footstool. "Now, listen to me very carefully, Rachel. We don't have much time, and it is very important that you understand." She could tell by the way his face looked that he meant it. She nodded. "I will, Giller." He laid his hand on the box. "This box has magic, and it does not belong to the Queen." She frowned. "It doesn't? Who does it belong to?" "I don't have time to explain that right now. Maybe after we are away from here. The important thing is that the Queen is a bad person." Rachel nodded. She knew that was true. "She chops off people's heads just because she wants to. She doesn't care about anyone but herself. She has power. Power means she can do whatever she wants. This box has magic, and it helps give her power. That is why she took it." "I understand, like the way the princess has power so she can slap me and chop my hair crooked and laugh at me." He nodded. "That's right. Very good, Rachel. Now, there is a man who is even meaner than the Queen. His name is Darkenral." "Father Ral?" She was confused. "Everyone says he's nice. The princess says he is the nicest man in the world." The princess also says she doesn't spill gravy on her dresses. He lifted an eyebrow. That's a lie. Giller put his hands on her shoulders real soft. You listen very carefully. Darken Rall, Father Rall, is the meanest man that ever was. He hurts more people than the Queen could even think of. He is so mean that he even kills children. Do you know what that means, to kill someone? She felt sad and scared. It means you chop off their head or something and make them dead. Yes. And just as the princess laughs when she slaps you, Darken Rall laughs when he kills people. You know the way when the princess is at dinner with all the lords and ladies, she is real nice and polite, but when she is alone with you, she slaps you? Rachel nodded. She had a lump in her throat. She doesn't like them to know she's really mean. Giller held his finger up. That's right. You're a very bright girl. Well, Father Rall is the same way. He doesn't want people to know he is really mean, so he can be very polite and make it seem like he is the nicest man in the world. Whatever you do, Rachel, you stay away from him if you can. I will, for sure. But if he talks to you, just be polite right back. Don't let him know that you know. You must not let people know all the things you know. That keeps you safe. She smiled. Like Sarah. I don't let people know about her so they can't take her away from me. It keeps her safe. He put his arms around her and gave her a quick hug. The spirits be praised, you are a smart child. It made her feel really good that he said that. No one ever told her that she was smart. Now, listen close. This is the important part. She nodded again. I will, Giller. He put his hand back on the box. This box has magic. When the Queen gives it to Father Rall, he will be able to use the magic to hurt even more people. He will chop off a lot more people's heads. The Queen is a mean person and wants him to do it, so she is going to give him the box. Her eyes got real big. Giller, we mustn't let her give him the box, or all those people will get their heads chopped off. A big smile spread under his hooked nose. He held her chin in his hand. Rachel, you are the smartest girl I have ever met. You truly are. We have to hide it. Hide the box like I hide Sarah. And that's just what we are going to do. He pointed up at the box he had put on the stand. That is a fake. That means it's not the real thing. It's just pretend. So they will be fooled for a while, and we can get away before they find out the real one is gone. She looked up at the fake box. It looked just like the real one. Giller, you're the most clever man I ever did know. His smile went away a little. I'm afraid, child, that I am too clever for my own good. His smile came back. Here is what we are going to do. Giller took the loaf of bread she had stolen from the kitchen and broke it in half. With his big hands, he scooped out some of the insides. Part of it he stuffed in his mouth. His cheeks puffed out, there was so much. He stuffed some in her mouth. She chewed as fast as she could. It was good, still warm. When they finished eating the middle, he took the real box and pushed it into the middle of the bread and put the two halves back together. He held it up for her to look at. What do you think? She made a face. It's all cracked. People will know it's been broken. He shook his head. Smart. You are really smart. Well, since I'm a wizard, perhaps I could do something about that. What do you think? She nodded. Maybe. He put the bread in his lap and made his hands go all around in the air over it. He took his hands away and held the bread up in front of her face again. The cracks were gone. It looked just like new. No one will know now for sure, she giggled. Let's hope you're right, child. I have put a wizard's web, a magic spell, in the bread to be sure no one will be able to see the magic of the box inside it. He spread the cloth out on top of the stool and put the bread on it, then pulled up all four corners and tied them in the middle on top. He lifted up the bundle by the knots and put it in the palm of his other hand in front of her. He looked her in the eyes, and he didn't smile. He looked almost sad. Now, here's the hard part, Rachel. We have to get this box away from here. We can't hide it in the castle, or it might be found. You remember where I hid your doll in the garden?" She smiled proudly. She remembered. "Third urn on the right." He nodded. "I will hide this there, just like I hid your doll. You must go and get it, just like you did with your doll, and then take it out of the castle." He leaned a little closer. "You have to do it tonight." She started twisting her finger in the hem of her dress. She started to get tears in her eyes. "Killer, I'm scared to touch the Queen's box." "I know you're afraid, child, but remember, it's not the Queen's box. You do want to help keep all those people from getting their heads chopped off, don't you?" "Yes," she whined, "but couldn't you take it away from the castle?" "If I could, I swear to you, Rachel, I would, but I can't. There are some who watch me and don't want me to go out of the castle. If they found me with the box, then Father Rahl would get it, and we can't have that, now can we?" "No." Then she got real scared. "Killer, you said you were going to run away with me. You promised." "And I mean to keep that promise, believe me. But it may take a couple of days for me to sneak out of Tamarang. It's very dangerous for the box to be here another day, and I can't get it out myself. You must get it away. Take it to your secret place, your wayward pine. You wait there for me until I can cover our escape, and I will come get you." "I guess I can. If you say it's important, I'll try." Giller moved up and sat on the stool. He pulled her up with his hands around her waist and set her on his knee. "Rachel, you listen to me. If you live to be 100 years old, you will never again do anything as important as this. You must be brave, braver than you have ever been before. You must not trust anyone. You must not let anyone get the box. I will come get you in a few days. But if something goes wrong and I don't come, you must hide with the box until winter. Then everything will be all right. If I knew of anyone else to help you, I would get them to do it. But I don't. You are the only one who can do this." She watched him with big eyes. "I'm just little," she said. "That is why you will be safe. Everybody thinks you are a nobody. But that isn't true. You are the most important person in the world, but you can trick them because they don't know. You must do this, Rachel. I need your help so much, and so does everyone else. I know you're smart enough and brave enough to do it." She could see that his eyes were wet. "I'll try, Giller. I'll be brave and do it. You're the bestest man in the whole world, and if you say to do it, I will." He shook his head. "I have been a very foolish man, Rachel. I have been far from the bestest man in the world. If only I had been wiser before and remembered the things I was taught, my true duty, the reason I became a wizard in the first place, maybe I wouldn't have to ask you to do this. But just as this is the most important thing you will ever do, it is also the most important thing I will ever do. We must not fail, Rachel. You must not. No matter what happens, you must not let anyone stop you. Not anyone." He put a finger on each side of her forehead, and she felt a safe feeling in her head. She knew she would be able to do it, and she would never have to do as the princess said again. She would be free. Giller suddenly pulled his fingers away. "Someone comes," he whispered. He kissed her head real quick. "Good spirits protect you, Rachel." He stood up and put his back to the wall behind the door. He slipped the loaf of bread into his robes and put his finger over his lips. The door opened, and Rachel jumped to her feet. It was Princess Violet. Rachel curtsied. When she came back up, the princess slapped her, then laughed. Rachel looked down at the ground, and while she rubbed her cheek holding back the tears, she saw a piece of bread between Princess Violet's feet. She took a quick glance at Giller, who stood pressed against the wall behind the door. His eyes went to the bread. Quieter than a cat, he bent down and snatched up the bread, put it in his mouth, then slipped out the door behind Princess Violet's back without her ever seeing him. Kaelin held her arms out to him, hands made into fists. the insides of her wrists pressed together, waiting for him to bind them with the rope. Her unblinking eyes stared off at nothing. She had said she wasn't tired, but Richard surely was. His head pounded so hard it made him feel sick. So she was going to take the first watch. What good her watch was, the way she stared blankly, he didn't know. He held the rope taut between his shaking fists, his mind feeling the last of his hope finally abandoning him. Nothing was changing. Nothing was getting any better as he had hoped. It was one long, endless battle with her. She wanting to die, he trying constantly to prevent it. "I can't do this anymore," he whispered, looking down at her wrists in the light of the small fire. "Kaylin, you may be the one who wishes to die, but it is me you are killing." Her green eyes came up to his, the firelight flickered in them. "Then let me go, Richard. Please, if you care at all for me, then show it. Let me go." He lowered the rope and let it drop. With trembling hands, he slowly pulled her knife from his belt and looked at it for a minute in the palm of his hand. The glint of the blade was blurred in his vision. He clenched the handle tightly in his fist and jammed the knife in the sheath at her belt. "You win. Get out of here. Get out of my sight." "Richard," I said, "get out of here." He pointed back the way they had come. "Go back and let the guards do the job. You may botch it with that knife. I'd hate to think you slipped and didn't finish it properly. I hate to think that after all this you might not be dead." He turned his back to her and sat on a windfall spruce that lay in front of the fire. She stood watching him in silence, then moved off a few paces. "Richard, after all we have been through together, I don't want it to be finished like this." "I don't care what you want. You have forfeited that right." He struggled to make the words come out. "Get out of my sight." Kaylin nodded and looked down at the ground. Richard leaned over, elbows on his knees, his face in his shaking hands. He thought he might throw up. "Richard," she said in a soft voice, "when this is all ended, I hope you can think well of me. Remember me more fondly than you do right now." That was it. He came over the log with a boost of one boot on top. In a blink, he had her shirt in his fists. "I will only remember you for what you are, a traitor to all those who have died, all those who will die." Her eyes were wide as she tried to back away from him, but he held her with a vengeance. "A traitor to all the wizards who have given their lives, to Shar, to Sidon, and all the mud people who were killed. A traitor to your sister." "That's not true." "A traitor to all those and more. If I fail and Rahl wins, we will all have you to thank, and so will Darken Rahl. It is you who aids him." "I do this to help you. You heard what Shota said?" She was getting angry now, too. "That won't work. Not for me. Yes, I heard what Shota said. She said that both Zed and you would turn against me somehow. She did not say you both would be wrong." "What do you mean?" "This is not a quest for me. It's to stop Rahl. How do you know that once we have the box, it might not be me who would deliver it to him? What if it's me who would betray us, and the only chance to keep the box from Rahl is for you and Zed to stop me?" "That doesn't make any sense." "Does it make any more sense that both you and Zed would try to kill me? That would require two to be wrong. This would require only one. It's just the stupid riddle of a witch woman. You're letting yourself die for a stupid riddle. We can't know how the future will come about. We can't know the meaning of what she said, how it will be true, or if. Not until it happens. Only then can we know what it means and deal with it." "I only know I cannot allow myself to live, to carry out the prophecy. You are the thread that weaves this struggle together." "And thread can't get there without the needle. You're my needle. Without you, I wouldn't have gotten this far. At every turn, I needed you. Today, at the inverted fork, I would have chosen wrong without you. You know the Queen, I don't. Even if I manage to get the box without you, what then? Where will I go? I don't know the Midlands. Where will I go, Kaylin? Tell me. How will I know where it's safe? I could walk right into Rahl's hands, carry the box right to him." "Shota said you are the only one with a chance. Without you, all is lost. Not me. You. She said that if I live... Richard, I can't allow that. I won't." "You are a traitor to us," he whispered viciously. She shook her head slowly. "Despite what you think, Richard, I do this for you." Richard screamed and threw her backward as hard as he could. She fell to the ground on her back. He came and stood above her, glaring down, dust rising around his boots. "Don't you dare say that!" he yelled, both hands in fists. "You do this for yourself because you haven't got the stomach for what victory entails. Don't you dare to say you do this for me." She came to her feet, keeping her eyes on him. "I would give almost anything, Richard, for you not to remember me in this way. But what I do because I must. For you. For you to have a chance. I have sworn to protect the Seeker with my life. The payment has come due." Tears ran down her face, through the dust on her cheeks. As he watched her turn and vanish into the darkness, Richard felt as if a plug inside him had been pulled, and his whole self was draining away. He went to the fire, slid his back down the log until he sat on the ground. He pulled his knees up with his arms around them, put his face against them, and cried as he had never cried. Chapter 33. Rachel sat on her little chair behind the princess, knocking her knees together, thinking about how she would get the princess to put her out so she could take the box away with her and never come back. She kept thinking about the loaf of bread with the box in it, waiting for her in the garden. She was afraid, but excited too. Excited that she was going to be helping all those people so they wouldn't get their heads chopped off. It was the first time she had ever felt like an important person. She twisted the hem of her dress. She could hardly wait to get away. All the lords and ladies were drinking their special drink. They all seemed happy to be doing it. Giller was standing behind the queen with her other advisers. He was talking quietly to the court artist. She didn't like the artist. He scared her. He always smiled funny at her. And he only had one hand. She had heard the servants talking before, that they were afraid the artist would draw a picture of them. The people started getting scared looks on their faces. They were looking at the queen. They started to stand up. Rachel looked over at the queen and saw that the people weren't looking at her. They were looking at something else, behind her. Her eyes got wide when she saw the two big men. They were the biggest men she had ever seen. Their shirts didn't have sleeves, but their arms had metal bands on them with sharp things sticking out. The men had big muscles all over and yellow hair. They looked like the meanest men she had ever seen, meaner even than any of the dungeon guards. The men looked around the room at the people, then went and stood on each side of the big archway behind the queen and folded their arms. The queen huffed and turned around in her chair to see what was happening. A man with blue eyes and long yellow hair and white robes and a gold-handled knife at his belt came through the archway. He was the handsomest-looking man she had ever seen. He smiled at the queen. She jumped to her feet. "What an unexpected surprise," she said in her nicest dog voice. "We are honored, but we weren't expecting you until tomorrow." The man again smiled a pretty smile at her. "I couldn't wait to get here to see your lovely face again. Forgive me for being early, Your Majesty." The queen giggled as she held her hand out for him to kiss. She was always having people kiss her hand. Rachel was surprised at what the nice-looking man had said. She never knew anyone who thought the queen was lovely. The queen took his hand in hers and brought him forward. "Lords and ladies, may I introduce Father Rall?" Father Rall! She looked around to see if anyone had seen her jump, but no one had. They were all looking at Father Rall. She was sure he was going to look at her and see that she was going to run away with the box. She looked at Giller, but he didn't look back. His face was white. Father Rall was here before she had run away with the box. What was she going to do? She was going to do what Giller had told her to do, that's what. She was going to be brave and save all those people. She had to think of a way to get out. Father Rall looked around at all the people who were standing up now. The little dog barked. He turned to the source of the sound, and it stopped barking. Instead, it began to whine softly. He turned back to the people. It got real quiet. "Dinner is over. You will excuse us now," he said in a soft voice. Everyone started whispering. His blue eyes watched. The whispering stopped as they started to leave, first slow, then faster. Father Rawl looked at some of the royal advisers, and they left, looking glad to be doing it. A few he didn't look at, including Giller, stayed. Princess Violet stayed too, and Rachel tried to stay behind her so she wouldn't be noticed. The Queen smiled and held her arm out to the table. "Won't you sit, Father Rawl? I'm sure you have had a strenuous journey. Let us bring you something to eat. We have a lovely roast tonight." He looked at her with blue eyes that didn't blink. "I don't approve of butchering helpless animals and then consuming their flesh." Rachel thought the Queen was going to choke. "Well, then, we also have a lovely turnip soup and some other things, I'm sure. There must be something. If there isn't, the cooks will make whatever. Perhaps some other time. I am not here to eat. I'm here for your contribution to the alliance." "But this is sooner than expected. We haven't finished drawing up the agreements. There are many papers to be signed, and you will want to have them looked over first, surely." "I will only be too happy to sign anything you have ready, and offer my word that I will sign whatever additional documents you might have drawn up. I trust your honesty to deal with me fairly." He smiled. "You don't have any intention of tricking me somehow with these agreements, do you?" "Well, no, Father Rawl, of course not. Of course not." "There you have it, then. Why would I need anyone to look over these papers if you are being fair with me? You are being fair, you say?" "Well, of course I am. I guess there is no need, but this is most unusual." "So is our alliance. Let's be on with it, then." Yes, of course." She turned to one of her advisers. "Go get whatever of the alliance treaty you have ready and bring it. Bring ink and pens. And my seal." He bowed and left. The Queen turned to Giller. "Wherever you have secreted the box, go and get it." He bowed. "Of course, Your Majesty." Rachel felt alone and afraid when she saw him go through the door, his silver robes flying behind him. While they waited, the Queen introduced the princess to Father Rawl. Rachel stood behind Princess Violet's chair after she went to have her hand kissed. Father Rawl bowed to her and kissed her hand and told her how she was as pretty as her mother. The princess grinned and held the hand he had kissed to her breast. The advisor came back with his helpers. They each carried armfuls of papers. They moved plates aside and laid the papers all over the head table, pointing to where the Queen and Father Rawl should sign their names. One of the helpers dripped red wax on the papers, and the Queen pressed her seal into it. Father Rawl said he didn't have a seal, and that his written name would do, that he was sure he would recognize his own writing in the future. When Giller came back, he stood off to the side and waited until they finished. The men started gathering up all the papers, arguing with each other about which order they went in. The Queen motioned Giller forward. "Father Rawl," Giller said with his finest smile, "may I present you with Queen Milena's box of Orden?" He held the fake box out in both hands, careful, just as if it were the real one. The jewels all sparkled real pretty. Father Rawl smiled a little smile as he reached out and carefully lifted the box from Giller's hands. He turned it around a minute, looking at the pretty jewels. Then he motioned one of the big men with all the muscles to come forward. When he did, Father Rawl looked him in the eye and handed him the box. With one hand, the man squeezed the box. It shattered. The Queen's eyes got real big. "What is the meaning of this?" she asked. Father Rawl's face got scary looking. "That would be my question, Your Majesty. This box is a counterfeit." "Why, that's simply not possible. There is no way. I know for a fact—" The Queen turned her head to Giller. "Giller, what do you know of this?" He held his hands in the opposite sleeves of his robes. "Your Majesty, I don't understand. No one has tampered with the magic seal. I saw to that myself. I assure you this is the same box I have guarded ever since you put it in my hands. It must have been a fake from the first. We have been tricked. That is the only possible explanation." Father Rawl's blue eyes stayed on the wizard the whole time he talked. Then they slid to one of his men. The man came and grabbed the robes at the back of Giller's neck. He lifted Giller off the ground with that one hand. "What are you doing? Let go of me, you big ox! Have respect for a wizard or you will regret it, I can assure you." His feet were dangling in the air. Rachel had a lump in her throat, tears in her eyes. She tried to be brave and not cry. She knew that if she did, they might notice her. Father Raw licked his fingertips. "Not the only possible explanation, wizard. The real box has magic, a particular type of magic. The magic of this box is wrong. A queen would not be able to see it to know if it was the real box, but a wizard would." Father Rawl smiled a small smile to the queen. "The wizard and I are going to go now and have a private conversation." He turned and walked out of the room, white robes flying behind him. The man holding Giller up in the air followed Father Rawl. The other man stepped in front of the door and folded his arms. Giller's feet didn't touch the ground as he was carried away. Rachel wanted to run after Giller. She was so scared for him. She saw his head turn back and look at the people. His dark eyes were wide, and for a second they looked right at her, right into her eyes. When they did, she heard his voice in her head, as clear as if he had yelled to her. The voice in her head screamed only one word. "Run." Then he was gone. Rachel wanted to cry. Instead, she sucked the hem of her dress. All the people around the queen started talking at once. James, the court artist, started picking up some of the pieces of the fake box, turning them over in his one hand, looking at them, holding them against the stump of his other. Princess Violet took one of the big pieces from him and looked at the jewels, running her fingers over them. Rachel kept remembering the voice in her head, Giller's voice, yelling at her to run. She looked around. No one was paying any attention to her. She went around the tables, keeping her head down below the tabletop so they wouldn't be able to see her. When she got to the other side of the room, she poked her head up to see if anyone was looking. They weren't. She reached up and took some food off the plates, a piece of meat, 3 bread rolls, and a big piece of hard cheese. She stuffed them all in her pockets, then checked the people again. Then she ran for the hall. She kept herself from getting tears to be brave for Giller. Her bare feet ran down the carpets, past the picture rugs hanging on the walls. Before she got to the guards at the doors, she slowed down so they wouldn't see her running. When they saw her coming, they pulled up the big bolt and didn't say anything as she went through the door. The guards on the outside of the door just glanced at her as she came through, then looked back out, watching the grounds. Rachel wiped some tears off her face as she went down the cold stone steps. She had tried to keep them from coming, but a few got out before she could stop them. The guards on patrol ignored her as she walked fast over the cobblestones toward the garden. Away from the torches hung on the walls outside the castle, it was dark, but she knew her way. The grass was wet on her bare feet. At the third urn, she knelt down, looking to see that no one was watching, then reached under the flowers. She felt the cloth around the bread and pulled it out. Untying the knots, she laid the 4 corners back, then reached in her pockets and put the meat, the 3 hard rolls, and the cheese on top of the bread, and tied the corners of the cloth back up. Just before she started running for the outer gate, she remembered and made a little gasp. She froze stiff, her eyes wide. She had forgotten Sarah. Her doll was still in her sleeping box. Princess Violet would find her doll. She would throw Sarah in the fire. Rachel couldn't leave her doll there. She was running away and not coming back. Sarah would be afraid without her. Sarah would get burned up. She pushed the bundle with the bread back under the flowers, looked around, and ran for the castle. She had to slow down and walk when she got close, back into the torchlight. One of the guards at the door looked down at her. "I just let you out," he said. She swallowed hard. "I know, but now I have to go back in for a few minutes." "Forget something?" She nodded and managed to make herself say, "Yes." He shook his head and lifted the little window. "Open the door," he said to the guard inside. She heard the heavy bolt open. Once back inside, she looked down the hall. The big room with the black and white floor and the grand stairs was ahead, a few turns down some long halls and through a couple of big rooms. One of the big rooms was the dining room. That was the shortest way. But the queen or the princess might be there, or even Father Rawl. They might see her. She couldn't let them see her. Princess Violet might take her up to her room and lock her in the sleeping box. It was late.
She turned and went through the little door on the right. That was the servants' passageway. It was a lot longer, but no one important would be in the servant halls or on the servant stairs. None of the servants would stop her. They all knew she was the princess's playmate, and they didn't want the princess mad at them. She would have to go down through the place where the servants stayed, down under the big rooms and under the kitchen. The stairs were all stone, worn smooth on the front edges. One window at the top was uncovered, and it let in rain, and the steps always had water leaking from the stone walls running down them. Some places it was just a little, some places more, and there was green slime on some of the steps. She always had to step careful to keep from stepping in the slime. Torches and iron brackets made the stone and the steps look red and yellow. There were some people in the halls on the bottom floor, servants carrying linens and blankets, washwomen with buckets of water and mops, and men carrying bundles of firewood for the fireplaces upstairs. Some of the people stopped and whispered to each other. They seemed excited. She heard Giller's name, and it made her get a lump in her throat. When she went past the servants' quarters, all the oil lamps were burning, hung from the big beams of the low ceilings, and there were bunches of people gathered around, telling each other what they had seen. Rachel saw one of the men talking loud with mostly women, but some men too, standing around him. It was Mr. Sanders, the man who wore the fancy coat and greeted the fine ladies and gentlemen when they came to dinner, and announced their names when they came in.
Heard it myself from those two that stand watch over the dining room. You know what I'm talking about, the young one, Frank, and the other with the limp, Jenkins. Said the Daharan guards told them personal that there's going to be a search of the castle, top to bottom.
What are they looking for?
A woman asked. Don't know, at least they didn't tell Frank and Jenkins. But I wouldn't want to be the one that had whatever they're after. Those men from Dahara could give you nightmares when you were wide awake. Wish they'd find whatever it is under Violet's bed, somebody else said. It'd do her up right to get a nightmare for a change instead of giving 'em.
Everyone laughed. Rachel went on through the big storeroom with all the columns. Barrels were on one side, all piled up in rows on top of one another. Boxes and crates and sacks were stacked up on the other side. The room smelled damp and musty, and she could always hear mice scratching about. She went down the middle, past the lamps hung on the side of columns, to the heavy door at the other end. The iron strap hinges creaked when she strained and pulled on the iron ring and opened the door. Rust from the ring got on her hands, so she wiped them on the stone. Another big door to the right led to the dungeon. She went up the stairway. It was dark, with only one torch at the top, and she could hear water go plink, 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 and echo. Through the door at the top that stood open a crack, she went down the stone block halls like the wind that was always in them. She was too scared to cry. She wanted Sarah to be safe, with her, and away from here. On the top floor at last, she peeked her head around the door, looking up and down the hall that ran past Princess Violet's room. The hall was empty. Tiptoeing across the carpet with the pictures of the boats on it, she reached the entryway set back from the hall. She snuck into it, checking the hall again. Carefully, she opened the door a sliver. The room was dark. She slipped in and shut the door tight. There was a fire in the fireplace, but no lamps were lit. She sneaked across the floor, feeling the fur rug on her bare feet. She got down on her hands and knees and crept into her sleeping box and pulled the blanket back with one hand. She gasped. Sarah wasn't there. She felt just as if a cold wind had blown across her skin. "Looking for something?" It was Princess Violet's voice. For a minute she couldn't move. She started to breathe hard, but she kept the tears from coming. She couldn't let Princess Violet see her cry. She backed out of the box and saw there was a black form standing in front of the fire. It was the princess. She took a step forward away from the fireplace toward Rachel. Her hands were behind her back. Rachel couldn't see what she had. "I was just coming up to get in my box to go to sleep." "Is that so?" Rachel could see better in the dark now, could see the smile on Princess Violet's face. "You wouldn't happen to be looking for this, would you?" She slowly pulled her hands out from behind her back. She had Sarah. Rachel's eyes went wide, and she suddenly felt like she had to go potty. "Princess Violet, please," she whined. Her hands reached out, pleading. Come here and we'll talk about it. Rachel stepped slowly to the princess, stopping in front of her, twisting her finger in the hem of her dress. The princess suddenly slapped her, harder than she had ever slapped her before. It was so hard that it made Rachel give out a little scream as she was knocked a step backward. She put her left hand over the stinging pain. Tears welled up in her eyes. She jammed her fist into her pocket, determined that she would not cry this time. The princess stepped to her and hit her across the other cheek with the back of her hand. Her knuckles hurt more than the first slap. Rachel gritted her teeth and clutched her fist around something in her pocket to keep from letting the tears come. Princess Violet stepped back to the fireplace. What did I tell you I would do if you ever had a doll? Princess Violet, please don't. She was shaking because her face hurt so much and because she was so scared. Please let me keep her. She's no harm to you. The princess laughed her awful laugh. No, I'm going to throw it in the fire, just like I told you I would, to teach you a lesson. What's her name? She doesn't have a name. Well, no matter, she'll burn just as well. She turned around to the fire. Rachel's fist was still clutched around the thing in her pocket. It was the magic fire stick Giller had given her. She pulled it out of her pocket and looked at it. Don't you dare throw my doll in the fire, or you'll be sorry. The princess spun around. What did you say? How dare you talk to me in that tone of voice? You're just a nobody. I'm a princess. Rachel touched the magic fire stick to the doily on a small round marble table next to her. Light for me, she whispered. The doily burst into flames. The princess's face looked surprised. Rachel touched the fire stick to a book on a short marble table. She looked quickly to the princess's eyes to make sure she was watching, then whispered again, and with a roar it too burst into flames. Princess Violet's eyes were wide. Rachel picked up the book by a corner and threw it in the fireplace while the princess watched her. Rachel spun around, took a step, and put the fire stick against the princess. Give me my doll, or I'll burn you up. You wouldn't dare. Right now. If you don't, I'll set you on fire and your skin will burn up. Princess Violet pushed the doll at her. Here, please, Rachel, don't burn me. I'm afraid of fire. Rachel took the doll with her left hand, hugging it to her, still holding the fire stick against the princess. Rachel was starting to feel sorry for her. Then she thought about how much her face hurt, more than it had ever hurt before. Let's just forget all about this, Rachel. You may keep the doll, all right? Her voice was getting real nice now, not mean like before. Rachel knew it was a trick. As soon as there were guards around, she knew the princess would say to chop her head off. Then Princess Violet would really laugh at her and burn Sarah up too. Get in the box, Rachel said. Then you can see how you like it. What? Rachel pushed the fire stick a little harder. Right now, or I'll burn you up. Princess Violet walked across the floor slow with the fire stick at her back. Rachel, think about what you're doing. Are you really... Be quiet and get inside unless you want me to burn you. The princess got down on her knees and crawled inside. Rachel looked in at her. Go to the back. She did as she was told. Rachel shut the door with a clang and went to the drawer and got the key. She locked the iron door on the iron box, then put the key in her pocket. She got down on her knees and looked inside through the little window. She could hardly see the princess's eyes looking back in the dark. Good night, Violet. Go to sleep. I'm going to sleep in your bed tonight. I'm sick of your voice. If you make any noise at all, I'll come over and light your skin on fire. Do you understand? Yes, came back the weak voice from the dark hole in the door. Rachel set Sarah down while she pulled the fur rug close and turned it over on the box, covering it all up. She went and bounced on the bed to make it squeak, to make Princess Violet think she was going to sleep in it. Rachel smiled and tiptoed all the way to the door as she hugged Sarah. After she had gone all the way back the way she had come, through the servants' passageways and to the door at the end, she looked carefully into the hall and went down to the big door with the guards. Rachel didn't say anything. She couldn't think of anything to say. She just stood and waited for them to open the door.
So that's it. A doll you forgot, the guard said.
She just nodded. She heard the door clang shut behind as she went into the dark, to the garden. There were more guards than she was used to seeing. The regular guards had new ones with them, dressed different. The new ones looked at her more than the old ones did, and she could hear the regular ones telling them who she was. She tried not to let them see her looking back as she walked with her doll, holding it tight against her, trying to keep her feet from running. The bundle with the bread with the box in it was where she had left it, under the flowers. Rachel pulled it out, holding it in one hand by the knot, while she held Sarah to her chest with the other. As she walked through the garden, she wondered if Princess Violet still thought she was sleeping in the big bed, or if she knew it was a trick and was yelling for help. If she yelled for help and the guards had come and found her in the box, they might already be looking for her. She had had to go the long way. It had taken a lot of time for her legs to take her under the whole castle and back up again. Rachel listened carefully for shouts to see if they were looking for her yet. She could hardly breathe, hoping she could get out of the castle before they chased after her. She remembered Mr. Sanders saying they were going to search the castle. She knew what they were looking for. They wanted the box. She had promised Giller she would get it away so they couldn't have it and hurt all those people. A lot of men were on the walk, at the top of the wall. When she got almost to the door through the wall, she slowed down. Before, there were always 2 of the Queen's Guard there. Now there were 3 men. 2 she recognized. They wore the red tunics with the black wolf's head, the Queen's Guard. But the other was dressed different, in dark leather, and he was a lot bigger. He was one of the new men. Rachel didn't know if she should keep going or run away. But run away where? She had to get through the wall before she could really run away. Before she could decide what to do, they saw her, so she kept going. One of the regular guards turned to lift the bolt. The new man put his arm up to stop him.
It's just the princess's playmate. The princess puts her out sometimes.
No one goes out, the new man said to him. The regular guards stopped opening the door. Sorry, little one, but you heard him. No one goes out. Rachel stood there with her mouth stuck shut. Her eyes stared at the new man while he looked down at her. She swallowed. Giller was depending on her to get the box out. There was no other way out. She tried to think what Giller would do. Well, all right, she said at last. It's cold tonight. I'd rather stay in anyway.
Well, there you go then. You get to stay in tonight, the regular guard said.
What's your name? Rachel asked. He looked a little surprised.
Queen's Lancer Reed.
With her doll in her hand, Rachel pointed at the other regular guard. What's yours?
Queen's Lancer Walcott.
Queen's Lancer Reed and Queen's Lancer Walcott, she repeated to herself. All right, I think I can remember. She pointed at the new man, the doll swinging back and forth by its arm when she did. And what's your name? He hooked his thumbs in his belt. What do you want to know for? She hugged Sarah back to her chest. Well, the princess yelled at me to tell me to be put out tonight. If I don't go out, she'll be spitting mad and want to chop my head off for not doing as she said, so I want to tell her who wouldn't let me be put out. I want your name so she won't think I'm making it up, so she can come and ask you herself. She scares me. She's been starting to say to have people's heads chopped off. All 3 of them stood back up a little and looked at each other.
That's true enough, Queen's Lancer Reed said to the new man. The princess is turning into her mother's daughter. A little handful, what with the queen letting her cut her teeth on the axe now.
No one goes out. Those are our orders, the new man repeated.
Well, the 2 of us are for doing as the princess orders.
Queen's Lancer Reed turned a little and spat.
Now, if you want her kept in, that's fine by us, so long as it's clear whose neck's on the block.
If it comes down to it, we told you to let her out just like the princess said. We're not going to the block with you. The other guard, Walcott, nodded that he agreed. Not for the threat from a little girl no taller than that. He held his hand out, level with the top of her head.
I'll not tell them we 3 big strong soldiers all agreed we thought she was dangerous. It's your call, but it'll be your head, not ours, if you go against the princess.
You'll answer to the Queen's Axeman, not us. The new man looked down at her. He seemed a little mad. He looked back at the other 2 a minute, then down at her again. Well, it's obvious she's no threat. The orders were meant to protect from threat, so I guess Queen's Lancer Walcott started lifting up the heavy bolt on the door. "But I want to know what she's got there," the new man said. "Just my supper and my doll," Rachel said, trying to make it sound unimportant. "Let's have a look." Rachel laid the bundle down on the ground and untied the knots, laying the corners back. She handed Sarah up to him. He took Sarah in his big hand, turning her around, looking. He turned her upside down and lifted her dress with his big finger. Rachel kicked him in the leg, hard as she could. "Don't do that! Don't you have no respect?" she yelled. The other two guards laughed. "You find anything dangerous under there?" Queen's Lancer Reed asked. The new man looked over at the other two, handing Sarah back down to her. "What else have you got there?" "I told you my supper." He started to bend over. "Well, a little thing like you has no need for a whole loaf of bread." "That's mine," she yelled. "Leave it be." "Leave it alone," Queen's Lancer Walcott told the new man. "She gets little enough. It look to you like the princess overfeeds her?" The new man straightened up. "I guess not." He let out a deep breath. "Go on, get out of here." Rachel tied the cloth back over the bread and other food as fast as she could. She held Sarah tight to her with one hand and held the bundle just as tight with the other, as she went between the men's legs and out the door. When she heard it clang shut, she started running. She ran as fast as she could, not looking back, too afraid to know for sure if anyone was chasing her. After a time, she had to know and finally stopped to check. No one. Out of breath, she sat down to rest on a fat root in the path. She could see the outline of the castle against the starry sky, the notched top edge of the wall, the towers with lights in them. She was never going back there again, never. Her and Giller were going to run away to where people were nice, and they were never going to come back. While she was panting, she heard a voice. "Rachel?" It was Sarah, she realized. She laid Sarah in her lap on top of the bundle. "We're safe now, Sarah. We got away." Sarah smiled.
I'm so glad, Rachel.
"We're never going back to that mean place again."
Rachel, Giller wants you to know something.
She had to lean close. She could hardly hear Sarah's voice. "What?"
That he can't come with you. You must go on without him.
Rachel started to get tears. "But I want him to come with me."
He would like to more than anything, child, but he must stay and keep them from finding you so you can get away. It's the only way to keep you safe.
"But I'll be afraid by myself."
You won't be by yourself, Rachel. You will have me with you always.
"But what am I to do? Where am I to go?"
You must run away. Giller says not to go to your old wayward pine. They will find you there.
Rachel's eyes got big when she heard this.
Go to a different wayward pine, then the next day another. Just keep running away and hiding until the winter comes. Then find some nice people who will take good care of you.
"All right. If Giller says so, that's what I'll do."
Rachel, Giller wants you to know he loves you.
"I love Giller too," Rachel said, "more than anything." The doll smiled. All at once, the woods lit up with blue and yellow light. She looked up. Then came a sudden loud bang that made her jump. Her mouth dropped open. Her eyes were as wide as they could go. A giant ball of fire came up from the castle from behind the walls. The ball of fire lifted into the air. Sparks dropped from it and black smoke rolled away. The fire turned to black smoke as it went higher until it was all dark again. "Did you see that?" she asked Sarah. Sarah didn't say anything. "I hope Giller is all right." She looked down at the doll, but she didn't say anything or even smile back. Rachel hugged Sarah to her and picked up the bundle. "We'd better get going like Giller said." When she went past the lake, she threw the key to her sleeping box as far as she could, out into the water, and smiled when she heard it splash. Sarah didn't say anything as they rushed away from the castle down the path. Rachel remembered what Giller said, that she shouldn't go to the same wayward pine. She turned and went down a deer trail through the bramble in a new direction. West. Chapter 34. There was a sound, small, soft, spitting. In the fog of half-sleep, half-wake, it made no sense no matter how hard he tried to understand it. Slowly at first, then with accelerating urgency he came awake, aware of the aroma of cooking meat. Immediately he regretted the experience of being conscious, the memories of what had happened, his longing for Kaylin. His knees were pulled up to his chest with his head resting against them. The bark of the tree at his back dug painfully into his flesh, and his muscles were cramped to near paralysis from sleeping in the same position all night. With his head against his knees he couldn't see anything, except that it was only just beginning to lighten with dawn. There was someone or something near him. Continuing to feign sleep, he took assessment of where his hands were in relation to his weapons. The sword was a goodly reach, and then a long pull to draw it. The knife wasn't. His fingertips were touching the hickory handle. Flexing his fingers, slowly, carefully, he worked the handle into his palm, tightening his grip around it. Whatever it was near to his left side. A spring and a thrust with the knife, he thought. He took a careful peek. With a shock, he saw that it was Kaylin. She was sitting, leaning against the log, watching him. A rabbit was cooking on the fire. He sat up straight. "What are you doing here?" he asked cautiously.
"Is it all right if we talk?"
Richard slid the knife back into its sheath, stretched his legs, rubbing the cramps from them. "I thought we did all our talking last night." He immediately winced at his own words. She gave him an unreadable look. "I'm sorry," he said, softening his tone. "Of course we can talk. What do you want to talk about?" She shrugged in the dim light. "I've been doing a lot of thinking." She had a length of birch branch that she had cut the night before for the fire and was stripping off pieces of white bark. "Last night, after I left, well, I knew you had a headache." "How did you know that?" She shrugged again. "I could always tell by the look in your eyes when you have a headache." Her voice was soft, gentle. "I knew you hadn't been getting much sleep lately and that it was my fault, so I decided that before I left I would stand watch for you while you slept, so I went over there," she pointed with the branch, "in those trees where I could keep my eye on you." She looked down at the branch as she peeled off strips of bark. "I wanted to make sure you got some sleep." "You were there the whole night?" Richard was afraid to hope at what this meant. She nodded but didn't look up. "While I was watching, I decided to make a snare like you taught me to see if I could catch you some breakfast. While I was sitting there, I did a lot of thinking. Mostly, I cried for a long time. I couldn't stand it that you thought those things about me. It hurt that you thought of me like that. It made me angry, too." Richard decided it was best not to say anything while she struggled to find the words. He didn't know what to say and was afraid if he said anything, it might make her leave again. Kaylin pulled off a curl of birch bark and tossed it in the fire, where it sizzled and flared to flame. "Then I thought about what you said, and I decided there were some things I needed to tell you, about how to conduct yourself when you are with the Queen. And then I remembered some things I needed to tell you about which roads to avoid, and about where you might go. I just keep thinking about things I needed to tell you, things you need to know. Before I knew it, I realized you were right. About everything." Richard thought she looked like she was near tears, but she didn't cry. Instead, she picked at the branch with her fingernail and avoided his eyes. Still, he kept quiet. Then she asked him a question he wasn't expecting. "Do you think Shota is pretty?" He smiled. "Yes, but not as pretty as you." Kaylin smiled and pushed some hair back over her shoulder. "Not many would dare to say that to a—" She caught herself again. Her secret stood between them like a third person. She started again. "There is an old woman's proverb, maybe you've heard it before. Never let a beautiful woman pick your path for you when there is a man in her line of sight." Richard laughed a little and stood to stretch his legs. "No, I've not heard that before." He half leaned, half sat against the log as he folded his arms. He didn't think Kaylin needed to worry about Shota stealing his heart. Shota had said she would kill him if she ever saw him again. Even without Shota's vow, Kaylin had no cause for worry. She tossed the branch aside and stood next to him, leaning her hip against the log. She looked into his eyes at last, her eyebrows wrinkled together. "Richard," her voice was low, almost a whisper. Last night I figured out I was being very stupid. I had been afraid the witch woman would kill me, and all of a sudden I realized she was about to succeed, only I was doing it for her, letting her pick my path for me. You were right about it all. I should have known better than to disregard the things a seeker says. She looked back down at the ground before her green eyes came back up to his. If it's not too late, I would like my job back as your guide. Richard couldn't believe it was over. He had never been this happy, this relieved in his life. Instead of answering, he reached out and pulled her into his arms, hugged her tight to him. Her arms slipped around him as she laid her head against his chest for a moment. Then she pushed away. Richard, there is one other matter. Before you can say you will take me back, you must hear the rest of it. I can't go on anymore without telling you about me, about what I am. It's cleaving my heart because I'm supposed to be your friend. I should have told you from the beginning. I have never had a friend like you before. I didn't want it to end. Her gaze left his. But now it must, she added faintly. Kaylin, I've told you before, you're my friend and nothing can change that. This secret can. Her shoulders were slumped. This is about magic. Richard wasn't sure anymore that he wanted to hear her secret. He had just gotten her back. He didn't want to lose her again. He squatted down in front of the fire, picking up the roasting stick with the rabbit. Sparks swirled up into the waning darkness. He felt proud of her for catching the rabbit on her own, the way he had taught her. Kaylin, I don't care what your secret is. I care about you. That's all that matters. You don't have to tell me. Come on, the rabbit is done. Come and have some. Cutting off a piece with his knife, he handed it to her as she sat on the ground next to him, pulling her hair back off her face. The meat was hot, so she held it lightly with her fingertips and blew to cool it. Richard cut a piece for himself and sat back. Richard, when you first saw Shota, did she really look like your mother? He looked over to Kaylin's face, lit by the fire, and nodded before he took a bite. Your mother was very pretty. You have her eyes in her mouth. Richard smiled a little at the memory, but it wasn't really her. So you felt angry that Shota was pretending to be someone she could not be? That she was deceiving you? She took a bite of the rabbit, breathing in through her mouth because the meat was still hot. She watched him carefully. Richard shrugged, feeling the sting of sorrow. I guess. It wasn't fair. Kaylin chewed a minute and then swallowed. That is why I must tell you who I am, even if you hate me for it, because you have been my friend, although I have not been the kind of friend you deserve. That is the other reason I came back, because I didn't want someone else to tell you. I wanted you to hear it from me. After I tell you, if you want me to, I will leave. Richard looked up at the sky, at the color coming slowly to it. He suddenly wished Kaylin weren't telling him what she was. He wished things could stay the way they were. Don't worry, I'm not sending you away. We have a job to do. Remember what Shota said? The Queen won't have the box long. That can only mean someone will take it from her. Better us than Dark and Rahl. Kaylin put her hand on his arm. I don't want you to decide until you hear what I have to say. Until you hear what I am. Then if you want me to leave, I will understand. She looked intently into his eyes. Richard, I just want you to know that I have never cared for anyone the way I care for you, nor will I ever again. But it is not possible for it to go beyond that. Nothing can ever come of it. Nothing good, anyway. He refused to believe that. There was a way. There had to be. Richard took a heavy breath, letting it out slowly. All right, then. Out with it. She nodded. Remember when I told you that some who lived in the Midlands were creatures of magic, and that they couldn't give up that magic because it was part of them? He nodded to her. Well, I am one of those creatures. I am more than a woman. So, what are you? I am a confessor. Confessor. Richard knew that word. Every muscle in his body went stiff. His breath caught in his throat. The Book of Counted Shadows suddenly flooded through his mind. Verification of the truth of the words of the Book of Counted Shadows, if spoken by another rather than read by the one who commands the boxes, can only be ensured by the use of a confessor. His mind raced. as if flipping the pages in his mind's eye, scanning the words, trying to remember the whole book, trying to remember if confessor was mentioned again. No, it wasn't. He knew every word in the book, and confessor was in it only once, at the beginning. He could remember puzzling over what a confessor could be. He hadn't even been sure before that it was a person. He felt the weight of the tooth hanging around his neck. Kalen frowned at the look on his face. "Do you know what a confessor is?" "No," he managed. "I heard the word before, that's all, from my father, but I don't know what it means." He struggled to regain control of himself. "So what does it mean to be a confessor?" Kalen pulled her knees up, hugging her arms around them, withdrawing just a little. "It's a power, magic power, that is passed from mother to daughter, going back almost as far as there have been the lands, back beyond the dark time." Richard didn't know what the dark time was, but didn't interrupt. "It is something we are born with, magic that is part of us, and cannot be separated from us any more than you could be separated from your heart. Any woman who is a confessor will bear children who are confessors, always. But the power is not the same in all of us. In some it is weaker, in some stronger." "So you can't get rid of it even if you wanted to. But what sort of magic is it?" She looked away to the fire. "It's a power invoked by touch. It's always there inside us. We don't bring it out to use it. Instead, we must always hold it in, and use it by releasing our grip of it, relaxing our hold and letting it come forth. Sort of like holding your stomach in?" She smiled at his analogy. "Sort of." "And what does this power do?" She twisted the corner of her cloak. "It does not reveal itself well in words. I never thought it would be this troublesome to explain, but to someone who is not from the Midlands, well, it's difficult to put into words. I have never had to do this before, and I'm not even sure it can be done accurately. It's a little like trying to explain fog to a blind person." "Try." She nodded and stole a look into his eyes. "It is the power of love." Richard almost laughed. "And I'm supposed to be afraid of the power of love?" Kalen's back stiffened. Indignation flared in her eyes. Indignation and the kind of timeless look Addie and Shota had flashed him, one that said that his words were disrespectful, that even his small smile was insolent. It was a countenance he was not used to seeing her direct at him. He felt a cold realization that Kalen was not used to having anyone smile about her power and who she was. Her look said more to him about her power than any words could have. Whatever her magic was, it was definitely not something to be smiled about. His small grin withered. When she seemed sure he was not about to say anything else flippant, she went on. "You don't understand. Do not take it lightly." Her eyes narrowed. "Once touched by it, you are no longer the person you were. You are changed forever. Forevermore you are devoted to the one who touches you, to the exclusion of all else. What you wanted, what you were, who you were, no longer means anything to you. You would do anything for the one who touches you. Your life is no longer yours, it is hers. Your soul is no longer yours, it is hers. The person you were no longer exists." Richard felt bumps on the skin of his arms. "How long does this magic, whatever it is, how long does it last?" "As long as the one I touch is alive," she said evenly. Richard felt the chill run the rest of the way through him. "So it's sort of like you bewitch people." She let out a breath. "Not exactly, but if it helps you to understand, I guess you could put it that way. But the touch of a confessor is much more powerful and final. A bewitching could be removed. My touch cannot. Shota was bewitching you, even though you did not realize it. It's an incremental thing. Witches cannot help it. It's their way. But your anger, and the anger from the sword, protected you. The touch of my power is all at once and final. Nothing could protect you. The person I touch cannot be brought back, because once I touch them, that person is no longer there. That person is gone forever. Their free will is gone forever. One reason I was afraid to go to Shota was because witches hate confessors. They are fiercely jealous of our power, jealous that once touched, the person is totally devoted. the one touched by a confessor would do anything she says. She gave him a hard look. Anything. Richard felt his mouth go dry as his thoughts scattered in every direction at once, trying desperately to hold on to his hopes, his dreams. The only way he could hold it together and gain time to think was to ask questions. Does it work on everyone? Everyone human, except Darken Rahl. The wizards warned me that the magic of Orden protects him from our touch. He has nothing to fear from me. On those who are not human, it mostly doesn't work because they don't have the capacity for compassion, which the magic requires in order to work. A Gar, for example, would not be changed by my touch. It works on some other creatures, but not exactly the same as it does a human. He watched her from under his eyebrows. Shar, you touched her, didn't you? Kayla nodded and leaned back a little, the slump settling back into her shoulders. Yes. She was dying and lonely. She was suffering the pain of being away from her kind, the pain of dying alone. She asked me to touch her. My touch took her fear and replaced it with a love for me that left no room for her own pain, for her own loneliness. Nothing was left of her except her love for me. What about when I first met you, when the quad was chasing us? You touched one of those men, didn't you? Kaelin nodded, leaning back the rest of the way against the log, pulling her cloak around her, looking into the fire. Even though they are sworn to kill me, once I touch one of them, they are mine, she said with finality. They will fight to the death to protect me. That is the reason Rahl sends 4 men to kill a confessor. It's expected she will touch one. Then there are 3 left to kill him and her. It takes the 3 left because the one will fight so fiercely he usually kills 1, often 2, but that still leaves at least 1 to kill the confessor. On a rare occasion, he will kill the remaining 3. That happened to me with the quad that chased me before the wizard sent me across the boundary. A quad is the most economical unit to send. They almost always succeed, and if they don't, Rahl will simply send another. We weren't killed on the cliff because you separated them. The one I touched killed the other with him, while you held off the other 2. Then he went after the remaining 2, but you had pushed 1 off the edge, so he used his own life to take the leader over the cliff. He did that because then there wouldn't be any chance of losing in a sword fight. It meant his life too, but that didn't matter to him after I touched him. It was the only way for him to be sure he protected me. Can't you simply touch all 4? No. The power is expended with each use. It takes time for it to recover. He felt the hilt of his sword against his elbow, and a sudden thought came to him. When we came through the boundary, and that last man of the quad was after you, and I killed him, I wasn't really saving you, was I? She was silent for a moment before answering. 1 man, no matter how big or strong, is no threat to a confessor, even a weak confessor, much less me. If you hadn't come when you did, I would have dealt with him. I'm sorry, Richard, she whispered, but there was no need for you to have killed him. I could have handled it. Well, he said dryly, at least I saved you from having to do it. She didn't answer, only looked sadly at him. It seemed she had nothing to say that could bring him any comfort. How much time, he asked. How much time does it take to recover after a confessor has used her power? In every confessor the power is different. In some it is weaker, and it may take several days and nights to recover. In most it takes about 1 day and 1 night. Richard looked over at her. And in you? She looked up at his eyes, almost as if she wished he hadn't asked the question. About 2 hours. He turned back to the fire, not liking the sound of her answer. Is that unusual? She let out a breath. So I have been told. Her voice sounded weary. Shorter time to recover the power also means the power is stronger, works more powerfully in the one touched. That is why some of the quad members I touch are able to kill the other 3. It would not be so for a confessor with a weaker power. Confessors have position according to their power, because the ones with the strongest power will bear daughters who have the best chance of having that stronger power. There is no jealousy among the confessors for those with the strongest power, only deeper affection and devotion in times of trouble. Like since Rahl came through the boundary, the lower ranks will protect the higher, with their lives if need be. He knew she wasn't going to say it unless he asked, so he did. And what is your rank? Her eyes stared unblinkingly at the fire. All confessors follow me. Many laid down their lives to protect mine. Her voice caught for a moment. That I might survive, and somehow use my power to stop Rahl. Of course there are none to follow me now. I am the only one left. Darken Rahl has killed every last one. I'm sorry, Kaelin, he said softly. He was only just beginning to comprehend the importance of the woman she was. So, do you have a title? What do people call you? I am the Mother Confessor. Richard tensed. The sound of Mother Confessor had the chill of terrible authority to it. Richard felt a little overwhelmed. He had always known Kaelin was important, but he had dealt with important people when he was a guide and had learned not to be awed by them. But he never knew she was someone of such prominence. Mother Confessor. Even if he was just a guide and she was this important, he didn't care. He could live with that. Surely she could too. He wasn't going to lose her, or send her away because of who she was. I don't know what that means. Is it something like a princess or a queen? Kaelin lifted an eyebrow to him. Queens bow down to the Mother Confessor. Now he felt intimidated. You are more than a queen, he winced. The dress I wore when you first saw me, that is a confessor's dress. We all wear them, so there can be no mistaking who we are, although most people of the Midlands would recognize us no matter how we were to dress. All confessors, no matter their age, wear a confessor's dress that is black, except the Mother Confessor. Her dress is white. Kaelin seemed a little annoyed by having to explain her eminence. It feels very odd to me to explain all this, Richard. Everyone in the Midlands knows it all, so I have never had to think about how to put it all into words. It sounds so, I don't know, so arrogant when I put words to it. Well, I'm not from the Midlands. Just try. I need to understand. She nodded and looked back up at him. Kings and queens are masters of their land. They each have their own domain. There are a number of them in the Midlands. Other lands are ruled in different manners, such as by councils. Some are places of magic creatures, the night wisps, for example. No humans live in their lands. The place where the confessors live, my home, is called Aidendrill. It is also the home of the wizards and the central council of the Midlands. Aidendrill is a beautiful place. It's been a long time since I have been home, she said wistfully. The confessors and the wizards are closely linked, bonded, much the way the old one, Zed, is linked with the Seeker. No one holds claim to Aidendrill. No ruler would dare to lay claim to it. They all fear it, fear the confessors and the wizards. All the lands of the Midlands contribute to the support of Aidendrill. They all pay tribute. Confessors are above the law of any one land, much the same way the Seeker is ultimately above any law but his own. Yet at the same time, we serve all the people of the Midlands through the Central Council. In the past, arrogant rulers had thought to make the confessors submit to their word. In those times, there were far-sighted confessors, now revered as legends, who knew they must lay the foundation for our independence or forever submit to domination. So the Mother Confessor took the rulers with her power. The rulers were removed from their thrones and replaced with new rulers who understood that confessors were to be left alone. The old rulers, those who were taken, were kept in Aidendrill as little more than slaves. The confessors took these old rulers with them when they traveled to the different lands, made them carry the provisions and luxuries of travel. Back then, there was more ceremony surrounding the confessors than there is now. Anyway, it made the intended impression. I don't understand, Richard said. Kings and queens must be powerful leaders. Didn't they have protection? Didn't they have guards and others to keep them safe? How could a confessor get near to a king or queen to touch them? Yes, they have protection. A lot, in fact. But it's not as difficult as it sounds. A confessor touches one person, maybe a guard. Then she has an ally. He takes her to another. He is taken. Soon she is inside. Each person she touches can get her close to one of higher rank and gains her more allies. Working her way up through the trusted positions and advisors, she can be at the king or queen sooner than you would think. and often before so much as an eyebrow is raised, much less an alarm. Any confessor could do it. The mother confessor even easier. The mother confessor with a band of her sisters would sweep through a castle like the plague. Not that such an effort is without danger. Many confessors died, but the goal was seen as worth it. This is the reason no land is closed to a confessor, though it may be to every other. Closing a land to a confessor is tantamount to an admission of guilt, and is sufficient cause for the leader to be taken from power. This is why the mud people, for example, allow me in, even though they do not often let other outsiders in. Not allowing a confessor access would raise questions and suspicions. A leader involved in any sort of plot would gladly grant a confessor free access to try to hide their involvement in any subversion. In those times, there were some among the confessors who were more than willing to use their power as they wanted to root out wrongdoing as they saw it. The wizards exerted their influence to bring this under control, but the confessor's zeal showed the people what a confessor was capable of. But those were different times. Taking a ruler from power. Different times or not, Richard found all this hard to take, to justify. What gave these confessors the right? She shook her head slowly. What we are doing now, you and I, is it much different from what has been done in the past? Taking a ruler from power? We all do what we think we must, what we think is right. He shifted his weight uncomfortably. I see your point, he admitted. Have you done this before? Removing a ruler? She shook her head. Still, the leaders of the lands are all keen to avoid my attention. It is much the same way with the Seeker. At least it used to be, before you and I were born. Then, Seekers were more feared and respected than confessors. She gave him a meaningful look. They, too, have dethroned kings. Now, though, because the old one was ignored, and the sword had become a political favor, they are seen as less, little more than pawns, thieves. I'm not sure that has changed, Richard said, more to himself than to her. Much of the time I feel as if I am nothing more than a pawn being moved by others, even by Zed, and... He shut his mouth and didn't finish. She did it for him. And by me. I don't mean it that way, it's just that sometimes I wish I had never heard of the Sword of Truth. But at the same time, I can't allow Rahl to win, so I'm stuck with my duty. I guess I have no choice, and that's what I hate. Kaelin smiled sadly as she folded her legs under her. Richard, as you come to understand what I am, I hope you can remember it's the same with me. I, too, have no choice. But with me it's worse because I was born with my power. At least when this is all done, you can give the sword back if you want. I am a confessor for as long as I live. She paused, then added, Since I have come to know you, I would pay any price to be able to give it up and just be a normal woman. Richard didn't know what to do with his hands, so he picked up a stick and started drawing lines in the dirt. I still don't understand. Why are you called confessors? What does confessor mean? He was able to look up at her only with great difficulty. Kaelin took on an expression of pain that made him feel sorry for her. It is what we do. We are the final arbiters of truth. It is the reason the wizards gave us the power, back in times long forgotten. It is how we serve the people. Final arbiter of truth, he repeated with a frown. Something like a seeker. She nodded. Seekers and confessors are linked in purpose. In a way, we are the opposite ends of the same magic. The wizards of long ago were almost like rulers, and they became frustrated by the corruption about them. They hated the lies and deception. They wanted a way to prevent corrupt leaders from using their power to deceive and subvert the people. You see, these unscrupulous leaders would simply accuse their political enemies of a crime and have them executed for it, at once dishonoring them and eliminating them. The wizards wanted a way to put a stop to this. They needed a way that left no room for doubt, so they created a magic and gave it a life of its own. They created the confessors from a select group of women. They picked the women carefully because once brought to life in these women, the power had a life of its own and would pass to their offspring forever. She looked down at the stick, idly watching him draw lines. We use our power to find the truth when the truth is important enough. Mostly now it is used to make sure a person sentenced to death is really guilty. When a person is condemned to death, we touch them, and then once they are ours, we have them confess. Richard found himself leaning over the stick frozen in place. He forced himself to move it as she went on. Once touched, even the most vile of murderers will do as we command and will confess his crimes. Occasionally, the courts are not sure they have the right man, and so a confessor is called in to find the truth. In most lands, the law states that none can be put to death without first giving a confession, so all can be sure they are putting the right man to death and not letting the guilty escape, and that it's not an act of political revenge. Some peoples of the Midlands won't use a confessor, the mud people, for example. They don't want what they see as outside interference, but they still fear us because they know what we can do. We respect the wishes of these people. There is no law forcing them to use our services. But still, we would force it on them if we suspected there was deception involved. Most lands, though, do use us. They find it expedient. The confessors were the ones who first uncovered the plotting and subversion taking place on behalf of Dark and Rahl. Discovering important truths such as this is the very reason wizards created confessors and seekers in the first place. Dark and Rahl was not happy we discovered his scheming. In rare cases, someone who is to be put to death without the use of a confessor will call for a confessor to be brought in, so that he may give a true confession, and thus prove his innocence. In all of the Midlands, this is the right of the condemned. Her voice became softer, weaker. I hate that the most. No one who is guilty would call for a confessor. It would only prove them to be guilty. Even before I touch these men, I know they are innocent, but I must do it anyway. If you ever saw the look in their eyes when I touch them, you would understand. So when we are called, and even though these men are innocent, they are left. Richard swallowed. How many confessions have you taken? She shook her head slowly. Too many to count. I have spent half my life in prisons and dungeons with the most vicious and loathsome animals you could imagine. Yet most look to be nothing more than a kindly shopkeeper or brother or father or neighbor. After I touch them, I have heard them all tell me the things they have done. For a long time in the beginning, it gave me such nightmares I feared sleeping. The stories of the things they had done. You can't even imagine. Richard tossed the stick aside and took her hand in his, squeezing it tightly. She was starting to cry. Kaelin, you don't have to. I remember the first man I killed. Her lip quivered. I still have dreams about him. He confessed to me the things he had done to his neighbor's 3 daughters. The oldest was only 5. He looked up at me with wide eyes after he'd told me the most ghastly things you could imagine. And he said, "What is your wish, my mistress?" And without thinking, I said, "My wish is for you to die." She wiped some of the tears off her cheek with trembling fingers. He dropped dead on the spot. What did the people there say? What would they dare say to a confessor who has just made a man drop dead in front of their eyes simply by her command? They all just backed up and got out of our way when we left. It is not something every confessor can do. It even scared my wizard speechless. Richard frowned. You're a wizard? She nodded as she finished wiping the tears away. Wizards see it as their duty to protect us, as we are universally feared and hated. Confessors almost always travel with the protection of a wizard. One was assigned to each of us when we were called to take a confession. Rahl managed to separate us from our wizards, and now they are dead too, except Zed and Giller. Richard picked up the rabbit. It was getting cold. He cut off another piece and handed it to her, then tore off a piece for himself. Why would the confessors be feared and hated? The relatives and friends of the man to be executed hate us because they often don't believe their loved one would do the things they confess to. They would rather believe we somehow trick them into confessing. She picked at the meat, pulling off little pieces and chewing them slowly. I have found that people do not often want to believe the truth. It is of little value to them. Some have tried to kill me. This is one of the reasons a wizard was always with us, to protect us until our power is recovered. Richard swallowed his mouthful. That doesn't sound like enough reason to me. It is more than simply what we do. This must all sound very strange to someone who has not lived with it. The ways of the Midlands, of magic, must seem very odd to you. Odd was not the right word, he thought. Frightening was more like it. Confessors are independent. People resent that. Men resent that none of them can rule us, or even tell us what to do. Women resent that we do not live the kind of life they do, that we do not live in the traditional role of women. We do not take care of a man or submit to one. We are seen as privileged. Our hair is long, a symbol of our authority. They are made to keep their hair short, as a sign of submission to their man, and every other person of higher status than they. It may seem a small matter to you, but to our people, no matter having to do with power is small. A woman who allows her hair to grow beyond the length appropriate to her status is forced to forfeit some of that status in punishment. In the Midlands, long hair on a woman is a sign of authority, bordering on defiance. It is a sign that we have the power to do as we wish, and that none may command us, that we are a threat to all. Much as your sword tells people the same thing. No confessor would wear her hair short, and that rankles people, that none could dare make us do so. It is ironic that we are less free than they, yet they don't see that part of it. We do their distasteful tasks for them, and yet we are not free to choose what we will do with our own lives. We are prisoners of our power. Kaelin ate the rest of the meat he had given her while he thought about how ironic it also was that the confessors brought love to the most hateful of criminals. Yet they could not bring it to ones with whom they would choose closeness. He knew there was something else she was trying to explain. "I think your long hair is pretty," he said. "I like it the way it is." Kaelin smiled. "Thank you." She tossed the bones into the fire, watching it for a time, then looked down at her hands as she clicked her thumbnails together. "And then there is the matter of choosing a mate." Richard finished his piece of meat and threw the bone in the fire. He leaned back against the log, not liking the sound of this. "Choosing a mate? What do you mean?" She studied her hands, as if trying to find refuge in them. "When a confessor reaches the age to be a proper mother, she must choose a mate. A confessor may choose any man she wishes, even one already married. She may roam the Midlands searching for a proper father to her daughters, one who is strong, and maybe one who is handsome to her eyes, whatever she wants. Men are terrified of a confessor who is looking for a mate, because they don't want to be chosen, to be touched by her. Women are terrified because they don't want their man or their brother or their son to be taken. They all know they have no say in the matter. Any who stood in the way of a confessor's choosing would be taken by her. People are afraid of me, first because I am the mother confessor, and second because I am long past the time I should have chosen a mate." Richard still clung tenaciously to his hopes and dreams. "But what if you care about someone and they care for you?" Kaelin shook her head sadly. "Confessors have no friends but other confessors. It is not a problem. No one would ever have feelings for a confessor. Every man is afraid of us." She left unsaid that it was a problem now. Her voice was choking up again. "We are taught from a young age that the mate we choose must be a man of strength, so that the children we bear will be strong. But it must not be someone we care for, because we would destroy him. That is why nothing can come of us." "But why?" He felt himself fighting against her words, her power. "Because—" She looked away, her face unable to mask her pain, her green eyes filling with tears. "Because in the throes of passion a confessor's hold on the power would relax, and she would release it into him even though she didn't mean to, and then he would no longer be the person she cared for. There is no way for her to prevent herself from doing it. None. He would be hers, but not in the same way. The very one she cared for would be with her, but only because of the magic. No longer by his choice, and not because he wanted to. He would only be a shell, holding what she had put into him. No confessor would want that for a man for whom she cared. That is why confessors, since time long forgotten, have shut themselves away from men for fear they would grow to care for one. Though we are seen as heartless, it is not true. We all fear what our touch would do to a man we held dear. Some confessors choose men who are disliked or even hated, so as not to destroy a kind heart. Though it is only the choice of a few, it is the way they deal with it, and is their right. No other confessor would criticize one who has chosen in this manner. We all understand it. Her tearful eyes looked at him, pleading for him to understand. But I could... He could think of no defense for his heart. I could not. For me, it would be the same as you wanting to be with your mother and instead having Shota appearing to be your mother. But she wasn't. It would just be an illusion of love. Do you understand? She cried. Would that bring you any true joy? Richard felt the hopes of his world collapsing in the flames of his understanding. His heart sank into the ashes. The spirit house, he asked in a dry voice. Is that what Shota was talking about? Is that when you came within a breath of using your power on me? His tone was a little colder than he wished it to be. Yes. Her voice broke with emotion as she tried to keep from crying. I'm sorry, Richard. She knitted her fingers together. I have never before cared for anyone the way I care for you. I wanted to be with you so badly. I almost forgot who I was. I almost didn't care. Tears started running down her cheeks. Do you see now how dangerous my power is? Do you see how easily I could destroy you? If you hadn't stopped me when you did, you would have been lost. He felt an agony of compassion for her, for what she was, and for the fact that she couldn't do anything about it. And he felt the ache of his own pain at the feeling of loss, even though he realized now that there was nothing to lose. She could never have been his, or more precisely, he hers. It all had just been a fantasy in his mind. Zed had tried to warn him, tried to save him this pain. Why couldn't he have listened? Why did he have to be so stupid and think he would be smart enough to figure something out? He knew why. He stood slowly and took a step to the fire so she wouldn't see his tears. He kept swallowing so he could try to talk. Why do you always say she, her, daughter? Why always women? What of the men? Don't confessors bear male children? He realized his voice sounded as if it were scraping over gravel. He listened to the fire crackling for a long time as she didn't answer. He turned back to her when he heard her crying. She looked up and held her hand out for him to help her up. Once up, she leaned against the log, pulled her long hair back from her face, and then folded her arms below her breasts. Yes, confessors bear male children, not as often as in the past, but they still do. She cleared her throat. But the power is stronger in them. They need no time to recover. Sometimes the power becomes everything to them, corrupts them. This is the mistake the wizards made. They chose women for this very reason, but didn't give sufficient thought to how the power would take on a life of its own. They didn't foresee how the power would be passed on to the offspring and be so different in men. Long ago, a few male confessors joined forces and brought about a terrible reign of cruelty. It was called the Dark Time. They were the cause of it. It was a time something like now with Dark and Rahl. At last, the wizards hunted them all down and killed them. Many of the wizards died too. From that time, the wizards withdrew from trying to rule the lands. Too many of them had been killed anyway. Instead, now they only try to serve the people, to help where they can. But they no longer interfere with rulers if they can help it. They have learned bitter lessons. Kaelin looked down, away from his eyes as she went on. For some reason, it takes the unique compassion of a woman to handle the power, to be free from its corrupting influence. The wizards don't know the reason for this. It is similar with the Seeker. He must be the right one, one found by a wizard, or he will use the power for corrupt reasons. That is why Zed was so angry at the Council of the Midlands for taking the naming away from him. Male confessors, not all but most, cannot retain their sense of balance with the power. They don't have the strength to hold it back when they should. She peered up at him. When they wanted a woman, they simply used the power and took her. Many women. They had no restraint, no sense of responsibility for what they were doing. From what I have been told, the Dark Time was one long night of terror. Their reign lasted for years. The wizards had to do a lot of killing. They eventually killed all the offspring of this lust, to prevent the power from spreading uncontrolled. To say the wizards were displeased would not touch it. "So what happens now?" he asked warily. "What happens when a confessor bears a male child?" She cleared her throat again, swallowing back her sobs. "When a boy is born to a confessor, he is brought to a special place in the center of Aidendrill, where his mother places him on the stone." She shifted her weight. She was clearly having difficulty telling him about this. He took her soft hand in both of his and rubbed the back of it with his thumbs, even though he felt for the first time that he had no business touching her in a familiar manner. "As I told you, a man touched by a confessor will do whatever she tells him." She could feel her hand trembling. "The mother commands her husband in what he is to do, and he places a rod over the baby's throat, and he steps on both ends." Richard released her hand. Running the fingers of both hands through his hair, he returned to the fire. "Every boy child?" "Yes," she admitted in a voice he could hardly hear. "No chance can be taken that any male confessor lives, because he might be one who could not handle the power and would use it to gain dominance for himself. Bring back the dark times. The wizards and the other confessors watch carefully any confessor who is with child, and do everything they can to comfort her if it is a boy, and therefore must be—" Her voice trailed off. Richard suddenly realized that he hated the Midlands, hated it with a vengeance second only to what he felt toward Dark and Rahl. For the first time he understood why those in Westland had wanted a place to live without magic. He wished he could be back there, away from any magic. Tears came to his eyes when he thought of how much he missed the Heartland woods. He vowed to himself that if he stopped Rahl, he would see to it that the boundary was put back up. Zed would help with that, there was no doubt. Richard understood now why Zed, too, had wanted to be away from the Midlands, and when the boundary went back up, Richard would be on the other side for as long as he lived. But first, there would be the matter of the sword. He would not give back the Sword of Truth. He would destroy it. "Thank you, Kaelin," he forced himself to say, "for telling me. I wouldn't have wanted to hear this from another." He felt his world withering to nothing. He had always seen stopping Rahl as the beginning of his life, a point where he went forward and anything was possible. Now stopping Rahl was an end, not only of Rahl but of him too. There was nothing beyond that. Everything beyond was dead. When he stopped Rahl and Kaelin was safe, he would go back to the Heartland woods alone and his life would be over. He could hear her crying behind him. "Richard, if you want me to leave, please do not be afraid to tell me so. I will understand. It is something a confessor is used to." He looked down at the dying fire for a moment and then closed his eyes tight, forcing back the lump in his throat, the tears. Pain seared through his chest as it sank with his labored breathing. "Please, Kaelin, is there any way," he asked, "any way at all that we could, for us?" "No," she moaned. He rubbed his shaking hands together. Everything was lost to him. "Kaelin," he managed at last, "is there any law or rule or something that says we can't be friends?" She answered in a whining cry. "No." He turned numbly to her and put his arms around her. "I could really use a friend right now," he whispered. "Me too," she cried against his chest as she hugged him back. "But I can be no more." "I know," he said as tears ran down his cheeks. "But, Kaelin, I love—" She put her fingers to his lips to silence him. "Don't say that!" she cried. "Please, Richard, don't ever say that." She could stop him from saying it out loud, but not in his mind. She clung to him, sobbing, and he remembered when they had been in the Wayward Pine after they first met and the underworld had almost reclaimed her. She had clung to him, and he had thought at the time that she was not used to having anyone hold her. Now he knew why. He laid his cheek against the top of her head. A small flame of his anger flickered in the ashes of his dreams. "Have you picked your mate yet?" She shook her head. "There are more important things to worry about right now. But if we win and I live, then I must." "Make one promise for me." "If I can." His throat felt so hot he had to swallow twice to talk. promise me you won't pick him until I'm back in Westland. I don't want to know who it is." She sobbed for a moment before she answered, her fingers clutching tighter at his shirt. "I promise." After a time of standing, holding her, trying to get control of himself, fighting back the blackness, he forced a smile. "You're wrong about one thing." "And what would that be?" "You said no man can command a confessor. You are wrong. I command the mother confessor herself. You are sworn to protect me. I hold you to your duty as my guide." She laughed a painful little laugh against his chest. "It would appear you are right. Congratulations, you are the first man ever to have done so. And what does my master command of his guide?" "That she doesn't give me any more trouble about ending her life. I need her. And that she gets us to the Queen and the box before Rawl, and then sees us safely away." Kaelin nodded her head against his chest. "By your command, my lord." She separated from him, put her hands on his upper arms, and gave them a squeeze as she smiled through her tears. "How is it that you can always make me feel better, even at the worst times of my life?" He shrugged, forced himself to smile for her, even though he was dying inside. "I am the Seeker. I can do anything." He wanted to say more, but his voice failed him. Her smile widened as she shook her head. "You are a very rare person, Richard Cypher," she whispered. He only wished he were alone so he could cry.
Chapter 35. With his boot, Richard pushed little piles of dirt over the dying embers of the fire, snuffing out the only heat in the dawn of the cold new day. The sky was brightening into an icy blue, and a sharp wind blew from the west. Well, at least the wind would be at their backs, he thought. Near his other boot lay the roasting stick that Kaelin had used to cook the rabbit she had caught herself with the snare he had taught her to make. He felt his face flush with the thought of that, the thought of him, a woods guide, teaching her things like that. The mother confessor. More than a queen. Queens bow to the mother confessor, she had said. He felt as foolish as he had ever felt in his life. Mother confessor. Who did he think he was? Zed had tried to warn him, if he had only listened. Emptiness threatened to consume him. He thought of his brother, his friends, Zed and Chase. Though it didn't fill the void, at least he had them. Richard watched Kaelin shouldering her pack. She had no one, he thought. Her only friends, the other confessors, were dead. She was alone in the world, alone in the Midlands, surrounded by people she was trying to save who feared and hated her, and enemies who wanted to kill her or worse, and not even her wizard to protect her. He understood why she had been afraid to tell him. He was her only friend. He felt even more foolish for thinking only of himself. If her friend was all he could be, then that's what he would be, even if it killed him. "It must have been hard to tell me," he said, as he adjusted the sword at his hip. She pulled her cloak around her against the gusts of cold wind. Her face had resumed once more the calm expression that showed nothing, except that, as well as he knew her, he could now read the trace of pain in it. "It would have been easier to have killed myself." He watched as she turned and started off, then followed after her. If she had told him in the beginning, he wondered, would he still be with her? If she had told him before he had come to know her, would he have been too afraid to be near her, same as everyone else? Maybe she had been right in being afraid to tell him sooner. But then, if she had, it might have spared him what he was feeling now. Near to midday, they came to a juncture of trails, marked with a stone half again as tall as he. Richard stopped, studying the symbols cut into the polished faces. "What do they mean?" "They give direction to different towns and villages and their distances," she said, warming her hands under her armpits. She inclined her head toward a trail. "If we want to avoid people, this trail is best." "How much farther?" She looked at the stone again. "I usually travel the roads between towns, not these less traveled trails. The stone does not give the distance by the trail, only by the roads, but I would guess a few more days." Richard drummed his fingers on the hilt of his sword. "Are there any towns near?" She nodded. "We are an hour or two from Horner's Mill. Why?" "We could save ourselves time if we had horses." She looked up the trail toward the town, as if she could somehow see it. Horner's Mill is a lumber town, a sawmill. They would have a lot of horses, but it may not be a good idea. I have heard their sympathies lie with Dahara. Why don't we go have a look? If we had horses, it could save us a day at least. I have some silver and a piece or two of gold. Maybe we could buy some. I guess if we are careful, we could go have a look. But don't you dare pull out any of your silver or gold. It is Westland marked, and these people view anyone from across the western boundary as a threat. Stories and superstition. Well, how will we get horses then? Steal them? She lifted an eyebrow. Have you forgotten so soon? You are with the Mother Confessor. I have but to ask. Richard covered his displeasure as best he could with a blank face. Let's go have a look. Horner's Mill sat hard on the edge of the Calicidron River, drawing both power for the sawmills and transportation for the logs and lumber from the muddy brown water. Spillways snaked through the work areas, and ramshackle mill buildings loomed over the other structures. Stickered stacks of lumber lay row upon row under roofs of open buildings, and even more lay under tarps, waiting for either barges to take them by river or wagons to take them by road. Houses squatted close together on the hillside above the mill, looking as if they had started life as temporary shelter, and as the years had worn on, became unfortunately permanent. Even from a distance, Richard and Kaylin both knew that something was wrong. The mill was silent, the streets empty. The whole town should have been alive with activity. There should have been people at the shops, on the docks, at the mill, and in the streets. But there was no sign of beast or man. The town hunched in quiet, except for some tarps flapping in the wind, and a few squeaking and banging tin panels on the mill buildings. When they got close enough, the wind brought something other than flapping tarps and banging tin. It brought the putrid smell of death. Richard checked that his sword was loose in its scabbard. Bodies, puffy and swollen, nearly ready to burst, stretched buttons and oozed fluid that attracted clouds of flies. The dead lay in corners and up against buildings like autumn leaves blown into piles. Most had ghastly wounds. Some were pierced through with broken lances. The silence seemed alive. Doors smashed in and broken hung at odd angles from a single hinge, or lay in the street with personal belongings and broken pieces of furniture. Windows in every building were shattered. Some of the buildings were nothing more than cold, charred piles of beams and rubble. Richard and Kaylin both held their cloaks across their noses and mouths, trying to shield themselves against the stench as their eyes were pulled to the dead. "Rahl?" he asked her. She studied different tumbled bodies from a distance. "No. This is not the way Rahl kills. This was a battle. Looks more like a slaughter to me." She nodded her agreement. "Remember the dead among the mud people? That is what it looks like when Rahl kills. It is always the same. This is different." They walked along through the town, staying close to the buildings, away from the center of the street, occasionally having to step over the gore. Every shop was looted, and what wasn't carried off was destroyed. From one shop, a bolt of pale blue cloth, with evenly spaced dark stains, had unwound itself across the road, as if it had been thrown out because its owner had ruined it in death. Kaylin pulled his sleeve and pointed. On the wall of a building was written a message, in blood. "Death to all who resist the Westland." "What do you suppose that means?" she whispered, as if the dead might hear her. He stared at the dripping words. "I can't even imagine." He started off again, turning back twice to frown at the words on the wall. Richard's eye was caught by a cart sitting in front of a grain store. The cart was half loaded with small furniture and clothes, the wind whipping at the sleeves of little dresses. He exchanged a glance with Kaylin. Someone was left alive, and it looked as if they were preparing to leave. He stepped carefully through the empty doorframe of the grain store, Kaylin close at his back. Streamers of sunlight coming through the door and window sent shafts through the dust inside the building, falling on spilled sacks of grain and broken barrels. Richard stood just inside the doorway to one side with Kalen to the other until his eyes adjusted to the dark. There were fresh footprints, mostly small ones through the dust. His eyes followed them behind a counter. He gripped the hilt of his sword but didn't draw it, and went to the counter. People cowered behind, trembling. "I'm not going to hurt you," he said in a gentle voice. "Come out."
"Are you a soldier with the People's Peace Army here to help us?" came a woman's voice from behind the counter.
Richard and Kalen frowned at each other.
"No," she said. "We are just travelers passing through."
A woman with a dirty, tear-stained face and short, dark, matted hair pushed her head up. Her drab brown dress was ragged and torn. Richard took his hand away from his sword so as not to frighten her. Her lip quivered and her hollow eyes blinked at them in the dim light as she motioned others to come out. There were 6 children, 5 girls and 1 boy, another woman, and an old man. Once they were out, the children clinging woodenly to the 2 women, the 3 adults glanced at Richard, then stared openly at Kalen. Their eyes went wide and they all shrank back as one against the wall. Richard frowned in confusion. Then he realized what they were staring at. Her hair. The 3 adults collapsed to their knees, heads bowed, each with their eyes to the floor. The children buried their faces silently in the women's skirts. With a sideways glance at Richard, Kalen quickly motioned with her hands for them to get up. They had their eyes fixed on the floor and couldn't see her frantic gesturing.
"Get up," she said. "There is no need for that." "Get up."
Their heads came up, confused. They looked at her hands, urging them to get to their feet. With great reluctance, they complied.
"By your command, Mother Confessor," one woman said in a shaking voice. "Forgive us, Mother Confessor. We did not recognize you by your clothes at first. Forgive us, we are only humble people. Forgive us for—"
Kalen gently cut her off. "What is your name?" The woman bowed deeply from the waist, remaining bent.
"I am Regina Clark, Mother Confessor."
Kalen grabbed her by her shoulders and straightened her. "Regina, what has happened here?" Regina's eyes filled with tears, and she cast a shrinking glance toward Richard as her lip trembled. Kalen looked back to him. "Richard," she said softly, "why don't you take the old man and the children outside?" He understood. The women were too afraid to talk in front of him. He gave a helping arm to the stooped old man and herded 4 of the children out. 2 of the youngest girls refused to leave the women's skirts, but Kalen nodded to him that it was all right. The 4 children clung together in a clump as they sat on the step outside, eyes empty and distant. None would answer when he asked their names or even look at him, except with frightened peeks to make sure he didn't come any closer. The old man only stared blankly ahead when Richard asked his name. "Can you tell me what happened here?" Richard asked him. His eyes widened as he looked out over the street.
"Westlanders."
Tears welled up, and he wouldn't say anything else. Fearing to get any more forceful, he decided to let the old man be. Richard offered him a piece of dried meat from his pack, but he ignored it. The children shrank back from his hand as he held it out with the same offer. He put the meat back in his pack. The oldest girl, just nearing womanhood, looked at him as if he might slay them or eat them on the spot. He had never seen anyone so terrified. Not wanting to frighten her or the other children more than they were, he kept his distance, smiled reassuringly, and promised he wouldn't hurt them or even touch them. They didn't look as if they believed him. Richard turned toward the door often. He was uncomfortable and wished Kalen would come out. At last she did, her face an intense mask of calmness, a spring wound too tight. Richard stood and the children ran back into the building. The old man stayed where he was. She took Richard's arm, walking him away. "There are no horses here," she said, watching fixedly ahead as she walked back the way they had come. "I think it best if we stay off the roads, stay to the less traveled trails." "Kalen, what's going on?" He looked back over his shoulder. "What happened here?" She glared at the bloody message on the wall as they went past. "Death to all who resist the Westland."
"Missionaries came.
telling the people of the glory of Darkenral. They came often, telling the town council of the things they would have when Dahara rules all the lands, telling everyone of Ral's love for all the people.
That's crazy, Richard whispered harshly.
Nonetheless, the people of Horner's Mill were won over. They all agreed to declare the town a territory of Dahara. The People's Peace Army marched in, treating everyone with the utmost respect, buying goods from the merchants, spending silver and gold with abandon. She pointed back at the rows of lumber under tarps. The missionaries were as good as their word. Orders came down for lumber, a lot of lumber, to build new towns where people would live in prosperity under the glowing rule of Father Ral.
Richard shook his head in wonderment. Then what?
Word spread. There was more work here than the town people could handle. Work for Father Ral. More people came in to work the orders for lumber. While all this was going on, the missionaries told the people of the threat to them from Westland. The threat to Father Ral from Westland.
From Westland? Richard was incredulous.
She nodded. Then the People's Peace Army moved out, saying they were needed to fight the Westland forces, to protect the other towns that had sworn allegiance to Dahara. The people begged for some to stay for protection. In return for their loyalty and devotion, a small detachment was left behind. Richard ushered her back onto the trail ahead of him, as he gave one last puzzled glance over his shoulder.
So it wasn't Ral's army that did this?
The trail was wide enough, so she waited until he was next to her before she went on. No. They said that everything was fine for a while. Then, about a week ago, at sunrise, a military unit of the Westland Army swept in, killing the Dahara detachment to a man. After that, they went on a rampage, killing people indiscriminately and sacking the town. As the Westland soldiers killed, they yelled that this was what happens to anyone following Ral, to anyone who resists Westland. Before the sun set, they were gone. Richard grabbed a fistful of shirt at her shoulder, jerking her to face him.
That's not true. Westlanders wouldn't do this. It wasn't them. It couldn't be.
She blinked at him. Richard, I did not say it was true. I am merely telling you what I was told. What those people back there believe.
He released his grip on her shirt, his face having a second reason for its flush. He couldn't help himself from adding, "No Westland army did this." He started to turn back to the trail, but she took his arm, halting him. That is not the end of it. By her eyes, he knew he didn't want to hear the end of it. He nodded for her to go on. Those left alive began leaving at once, taking what they could carry. More left the next day, some after burying members of their families. That night, a detachment of Westlanders came back, maybe 50 men. There were only a handful of townspeople left by that time. The people were told that resistors to Westland are not allowed to be buried, that they are to be left for animals to pick clean as a reminder to all of what will happen to any who resist the rule of Westland. To make their point, they collected all the men still left, even the boys, and executed them. By Kalen's inflection of the word executed and making no mention of the manner, he knew he didn't want to know. The little boy and the old man back there were somehow overlooked, or they would have been killed too. The women were made to watch. She paused. How many women were left? She shook her head. I don't know, not many. She peered back up the trail, staring off toward the town a moment before her intensely angry eyes returned to his. The soldiers raped the women. And the girls. Her eyes burned into his. Each one of those girls you saw back there was raped by at least... Westlanders did not do this. She studied his face. I know, but who? Why? Her expression cooled back to calm. He stared back at her in frustration. Isn't there anything we can do for them? Our job is not to protect a few people or the dead. It is to protect the living, by stopping Darkenral. We do not have the time to give. We must get to Tamarang. Whatever trouble is about, we had best stay off the roads. You're right, he admitted reluctantly, but I don't like it. Nor do I. Her features softened. Richard, I think they will be safe.
Whatever army it was that did this is not likely to return for a couple of women and children. They will be off to hunt bigger game. Some solace that was, that the killers would be off to hunt larger groups of people to hurt in the name of his homeland. Richard thought about how he hated all this, and remembered how, when he was back in Heartland, his biggest trouble was his brother always telling him what to do. A group of soldiers that big isn't going to be traveling by trail through a thick wood such as this. They'll stay to the roads, but I think it best if we start looking for wayward pines at night. No telling who could be watching. She nodded her agreement. Richard, many people of my homeland have joined with Rahl and done unspeakable crimes. Does that make you think less of me? He frowned. Of course not. And I would think no less of you were it Westland soldiers. It is no crime upon you to have your countrymen do things you abhor. We are at war. We are trying to do as our ancestors have done in the past, seekers and confessors alike, dethrone a ruler. In this, there are only two we can count on, you and me. She studied him with an intense, timeless expression. He realized he was gripping the hilt of his sword tightly. A time may come when it is only you. We all do as we must. It was not Kalin who had spoken. It was the mother confessor. It was a hard, uncomfortable moment before she released his eyes, turning at last and starting off. He pulled his cloak tight, chilled from without and within. It was not Westlanders, he muttered under his breath, following behind her. Light for me, Rachel said. The little pile of sticks with rocks all around burst into flame, lighting the inside of the wayward pine with a bright red glow. She put the fire stick back in her pocket, and with a shiver warmed her hands at the fire as she looked down at Sarah lying in her lap. We'll be safe here tonight, she told her doll. Sarah didn't answer. She hadn't talked since the night they ran away from the castle. So Rachel just pretended the doll was talking, telling her she loved her. She gave Sarah silent words an answering hug. She pulled some berries from her pocket, eating them one at a time, warming her hands in between each one. Sarah didn't want any berries. Rachel nibbled on the piece of hard cheese. All the other food she had brought from the castle was gone. Except the loaf of bread, of course, but she couldn't eat that. The box was hidden inside it. Rachel missed Giller something fierce, but she had to do as he had said. She had to keep running away, finding a new wayward pine every night. She didn't know how far she was from the castle. She just kept going while it was day, the sun at her back in the morning and in her face at evening. She had learned that from Brophy. He called it traveling by the sun. She guessed that was what she was doing, traveling. A pine bough moved by itself, making her start. He saw a big hand holding it back, then the shiny blade of a longsword. She stared, her eyes wide. She couldn't move. A man stuck his head in. What have we here? He smiled. Rachel heard a whine and realized it was coming from her throat. Still, she couldn't move. A woman pushed her head in beside the man's. She pulled the man back behind her. Rachel clutched Sarah to her chest. Put the sword away, the woman scolded. You're scaring her. Rachel pulled the partly unbundled loaf of bread close to her hip. She wanted to run, but her legs didn't work. The woman pushed into the wayward pine, came close and knelt down, sitting back on her heels, the man right behind her. Rachel's eyes looked up at her face. Then she saw the woman's long hair, lit by the firelight. Her eyes went even wider, and another cry came from her throat. At last, her legs worked, at least a little. They scooted her backward against the trunk of the tree, pulling the bread with her. Women with long hair were always trouble. She bit down on Sarah's foot, panting, a whine coming with each breath. She squeezed Sarah with all her strength. She tore her eyes from the woman's hair. She darted glances to the sides, looking for a place to run. I'm not going to hurt you, the woman said. Her voice sounded nice, but Princess Violet said the same thing sometimes, just before she slapped her. The woman reached out and touched Rachel's arm. She jumped with a cry, pulling back. Please, she said, her eyes filling with tears, don't burn Sarah up.
"Who's Sarah?" the man asked. The woman turned and made him hush. She turned back, her long hair falling from her shoulder. Rachel's eyes fixed on it. "I won't burn Sarah," she said in a nice voice. Rachel knew that when a woman with long hair talked in a nice voice, it meant she was probably lying. Still, her voice did sound like it was really nice. "Please," she whined, "can't you just leave us be?" "Us?" The woman glanced around. She looked back right to Sarah. "Oh, I see. So this is Sarah?" Rachel nodded, biting down harder on Sarah's foot. She knew she would get a hard slap if she didn't answer a woman with long hair. "She's a very nice-looking doll." She smiled. Rachel wished she wouldn't smile. When women with long hair smiled, it usually meant there was going to be trouble. The man stuck his head around the woman. "My name's Richard. What's yours?" She liked his eyes. "Rachel." "Rachel, that's a pretty name. But I have to tell you, Rachel, you have the ugliest hair I've ever seen." "Richard," the woman squawked, "how could you say such a thing?" "Well, it's true. Who cut it all crooked like that, Rachel? Some old witch?" Rachel giggled. "Richard," the woman squawked again, "you're going to frighten her." "Oh, nonsense. Rachel, I have a little scissors here in my pack, and I'm pretty good at cutting hair. Would you like me to fix your hair for you? At least I can make it straight. If you leave it like that, you might scare a dragon or something." Rachel giggled again. "Yes, please. I would like to have my hair straight." "All right, then. Come over here and sit on my lap, and we'll fix it right up." Rachel got up and walked around the woman, watching her hands, keeping far away, at least as far away as she could inside the wayward pine. Richard picked her up with a big hand on each side of her waist and set her on his lap. He pulled some strands of hair out. "Let's have a look at what we have here." Rachel kept an eye toward the woman, fearing a slap. He looked over, too. He pointed with the scissors. "This is Kaylin. She scared me at first, too. She's awfully ugly, isn't she?" "Richard, where did you learn to speak to children like this?" He smiled. "Picked it up from a boundary warden I know." Rachel giggled at him. She couldn't help it. "I don't think she's ugly. I think she's the prettiest lady I ever saw." That was the truth, but Kaylin's long hair scared her something fierce. "Well, thank you, Rachel. And you are very pretty, too. Are you hungry?" Rachel wasn't ever supposed to tell anyone with long hair, any lord or lady, that she was hungry. Princess Violet said it was improper, and punished her one time for telling someone she was hungry when she was asked. She looked up at Richard's face. He smiled, but still she was too afraid to tell Kaylin she was hungry. Kaylin patted her arm. "I bet you are. We caught some fish, and if you let us share your fire, we would share some fish with you. What do you say?" She smiled real pretty. Rachel looked up at Richard again. He gave her a wink, then sighed. "I'm afraid I caught more than we can eat. If you don't help us, we'll just have to throw some out." "All right, then. If you're just going to throw them out, I'll help you eat them." Kaylin started taking off her pack. "Where are your parents?" Rachel told the truth because she couldn't think of anything else to say. "Dead." Richard's hands stopped working, then started again. Kaylin got a look like she was sad, but Rachel didn't know if it was real or not. She gave her a squeeze on her arm with a soft hand. "I'm sorry, Rachel." Rachel didn't feel too sad. She didn't remember her parents, only the place she lived with the other children. Richard snipped at her hair, while Kaylin took out a pan and started to fry the fish. Richard was right. There were a lot of fish. Kaylin put some kind of spices on them while they cooked, as Rachel had seen cooks doing. It smelled so good, and her stomach was making noises. Little pieces of hair were falling down around her. She smiled to herself at how mad Princess Violet would be if she knew Rachel's hair was cut straight. Richard snipped off one of the longer curls and tied a thin little vine around one end of it. He put it in her hand. She frowned up at him. "You're supposed to keep that. Then someday, if you like a boy, you can give him a lock of your hair, and he can keep it in his pocket right next to his heart." He winked at her. "To remember you by." Rachel giggled. "You're the silliest man I ever saw." He laughed. Kaylin smiled while she looked over at him.
Rachel stuffed the lock of hair in her pocket. Are you a lord? Sorry, Rachel, I'm just a woods guide. His face got a little sad then. She was glad he wasn't a lord. He turned and dug a little mirror out of his pack and handed it to her. Have a look. Tell me what you think. She held it up, trying to see herself in the mirror. It was the littlest mirror she ever saw, and it took a minute to get it in the right place so she could see herself in the firelight. When she did, her eyes went wide, and she got tears. She threw her arms around Richard. Oh, thank you, Richard, thank you. It's the prettiest my hair has ever been. He gave her back a hug that felt as good as any Giller had ever given her. One of his big, warm hands rubbed her back. It was a long hug, too, the longest she had ever got, and she wished it would never end. But it did. Kaylin shook her head to herself. You are a very rare person, Richard Cypher, she whispered to him. Kaylin stuck a big piece of fish on a stick for her and told her to blow on it until it was cool enough not to burn her mouth. Rachel blew a little, but she was too hungry to blow for long. It was the bestest fish she ever had. It was as good as the piece of meat the cooks had given her that one time. Ready for another piece? Kaylin asked. Rachel nodded. Then she pulled a knife from her belt. Should we all have a slice of your bread with the fish? She started to reach for it. Rachel dove for the loaf of bread, snatching it away just before Kaylin got her hand on it. Rachel hugged it to her with both arms. No! She pushed with her heels, scooting back away from Kaylin. Richard stopped eating. Kaylin frowned. Rachel reached one hand into her pocket, her fingers clutching the fire stick Giller had given her. Rachel, what's the matter? Kaylin asked. Giller had told her not to trust anyone. She had to think of something. What would Giller say? It's for my grandmother. She could feel a tear run down her cheek. Well then, Richard said. Since it's for your grandmother, we won't touch it. Promise. Isn't that right, Kaylin? Of course. I'm sorry, Rachel. We didn't know. I promised too. Forgive me? Rachel took her hand back out of her pocket and nodded. The lump in her throat was too big to talk past. Rachel, Richard asked, where is your grandmother? Rachel froze stiff. She didn't really have a grandmother. She tried to think of the name of a place she had heard of. She thought about places she had heard the Queen's advisor's name. She said the first one that came into her head. Horner's Mill. Before the words were finished coming out of her mouth, she knew it was a mistake. Richard and Kaylin both got scared looks on their faces and turned to look at each other. It was real quiet for a minute. Rachel didn't know what was going to happen. She looked to the sides of the wayward pine, the spaces between the branches. Rachel, we won't touch your grandmother's bread, Richard said in a soft voice. We promise. Come, have another piece of fish, Kaylin said. You can leave the loaf of bread over there. We won't bother it. Rachel still didn't move. She thought about running away, fast as she could, but she knew they could run faster and would catch her. She had to do as Giller told her, hide with the box until winter, or all those people would get their heads chopped off. Richard picked up Sarah and put her on his lap. He pretended to give her a piece of fish. Sarah's going to eat all the fish. If you want any, you better get over here and have your share. Come on, you can sit on my lap and eat, all right? Rachel searched their faces, trying to decide if they were telling the truth. Women with long hair could lie easily. She looked at Richard. He didn't look like he was lying. She got up and ran over to him. He pulled her into his lap, then put Sarah on her lap. Rachel snuggled up against him while they all ate fish. She didn't look at Kaylin. Sometimes, when you looked at a lady with long hair, it was improper, Princess Violet said. She didn't want to do anything that would get her a slap, or anything to get taken off Richard's lap. It was warm in his lap, and made her feel safe. Rachel, Richard said, I'm sorry, but we can't let you go to Horner's Mill. There's no one left in Horner's Mill. It's not safe there. That's all right. I'll go somewhere else then. I'm afraid it's not safe anywhere, Rachel, Kaylin said. We will take you with us, so you will be safe. Where? Kaylin smiled. We are going to Tamarang to see the Queen. Rachel stopped chewing. She couldn't breathe. We will take you with us.
I'm sure the Queen will be able to find someone to take care of you if I ask.
Kaelin, are you sure about this? Richard whispered. What about the wizard? Kaelin nodded and spoke softly to him. We will see to her before I skin Giller. Rachel forced herself to swallow so she could breathe. She knew it. She knew she shouldn't trust a woman with long hair. She almost cried. She was just starting to like Kaelin. Richard was so nice. Why would he be nice to Kaelin? Why would he even be with a woman mean enough to hurt Giller? It must be like when she was nice to Princess Violet so she wouldn't get hurt. He must be afraid of getting hurt, too. She felt sorry for Richard. She wished he could run away from Kaelin like she was running away from Princess Violet. Maybe she should tell Richard about the box, and he could run away from Kaelin with her. No. Giller said not to trust anyone. He might be too afraid of Kaelin, and tell her. She had to be brave for Giller, for all the other people. She had to get away. We can deal with it in the morning, Kaelin said. We better get some sleep so we can be off at first light. Richard nodded as he hugged her. I'll take the first watch. You get some sleep. He picked her up and handed her to Kaelin. Rachel bit her tongue to keep from screaming. Kaelin hugged her tight. Rachel looked down at her knife. Even the princess didn't have a knife. She put her arms out to Richard with a whine. Richard smiled and put Sarah in her hands. That wasn't what she wanted, but she hugged Sarah tight and bit down on her foot to keep from crying. Richard mussed her hair. See you in the morning, little one. And then he was gone, and she was alone with Kaelin. She squeezed her eyes shut tight. She had to be brave. She couldn't cry. But then she did. Kaelin held her tight. Rachel shook. Fingers stroked her hair. Kaelin rocked her while Rachel eyed a dark gap in the bowels on the other side of the wayward pine. Kaelin's chest was making funny little movements, and Rachel realized with wonder that she was crying too. Kaelin put her cheek against the top of her head. She almost started to believe, but then she remembered what Princess Violet said sometimes, that it hurt more to punish than to be punished. Her eyes went wide at what Kaelin must be planning that would make her cry. Even Princess Violet never cried when she dealt out a punishment. Rachel cried harder and shook. Kaelin took her hands away and wiped the tears from her cheeks. Rachel's legs were too wobbly to run. Are you cold? Kaelin whispered. Her voice sounded like there were still tears in it. Rachel was afraid that no matter what she said, she would get a slap. She gave a nod, ready for what might happen. Instead, Kaelin took a blanket out of her pack and wrapped it around the both of them. She guessed so it would be harder to get away. Come lie close, and I will tell you a story. We will keep each other warm, all right? Rachel lay on her side, her back against Kaelin, who curled all around her and put her arm over her. It felt nice, but she knew it was a trick. Kaelin's face was close to her ear as she lay there. Kaelin told her a story about a fisherman who turned into a fish. The words made pictures in her head, and for a while she forgot about her troubles. Once, she and Kaelin even laughed together. When she was finished with the story, Kaelin kissed the top of her head and then stroked the side of her forehead. She pretended Kaelin wasn't really mean. It couldn't hurt to pretend. Nothing had ever felt as good as those fingers on her, and the little song Kaelin sang in her ear. Rachel thought this must be what it felt like to have a mother. Against her will, she fell asleep and had wonderful dreams. She came awake in the middle of the night when Richard woke Kaelin, but she pretended she was still asleep. You want to keep sleeping with her? He whispered real soft. Rachel held her breath. No, Kaelin whispered back. I'll take my watch. Rachel could hear her putting on her cloak and going outside. She listened to which way Kaelin's feet went. After he put some more wood in the fire, Richard lay down close. She could see the inside of the wayward pine brighten. She knew Richard was watching her. She could feel his eyes on her back. She wanted so much to tell him how mean Kaelin really was and ask him to run away with her. He was such a nice man, and his hugs were the bestest things in the whole world. He reached over and pulled the blanket up around her tighter, tucking it under her chin. Tears ran down her cheeks. She could hear him lie on his back and pull his blanket up.
Rachel waited until she heard his even breathing and she knew he was asleep, before she slipped out from under the blanket. Chapter 36. Kalen turned expectantly when he batted a limb out of the way as he pushed into the wayward pine and flopped down in front of the fire. He pulled his pack across the ground and started jamming things in it. "Well?" Richard shot her an angry glare. "I found her tracks going west, back the way we came. They joined the trail a few hundred yards out. They're hours old." He pointed to the ground at the back of the wayward pine. "That's where she went out. She circled around you through the woods, well clear of us. I've tracked men who didn't want to be found, and their trails were easier to follow. She walks on top of things, roots, rocks, and she's too little to make a print where another would. Did you see her arms?" "I saw long bruises. They are from a switch." "No, I mean scratches." "I saw no scratches." "Exactly. Her dress had burrs on it. She's been through the bramble, yet she had no scratches on her arms. She's tender, so she avoids brushing up against anything. An adult would just push past, leave a trail of disturbed or broken branches. She almost never touches anything. You should see the trail I left, going through the bushes trying to track her. A blind man could follow it. She moves through the underbrush like air. Even when she was back on the trail, I couldn't tell for a while. Her feet are bare. She doesn't like stepping in water or mud. It makes her feet colder. So she steps where it's dry, where you can't see her passing." "I should have seen her leaving." He realized Kalen thought he was blaming her. He let out an exasperated breath. "It's not your fault, Kalen. If I had been standing watch, I wouldn't have seen her go either. She didn't want to be seen. She's one smart little girl." It didn't seem to make her feel any better. "But you can track her, right?" He gave her a sidelong glance. "I can." He reached to his breast. "I found this in my shirt pocket." He lifted an eyebrow. "By my heart." He pulled out the lock of Rachel's hair, tied with the vine. He twisted it in his fingers. "To remember her by." Kalen's face was ashen as she rose. "This is my fault." She pushed out of the wayward pine. He tried to grab her arm, but she tore away from him. Richard set his pack aside and followed. Kalen stood off a ways, her arms folded below her breasts, her back to him. She stared off into the woods. "Kalen, it isn't your fault." She nodded. "It was my hair. Didn't you see the fear in her eyes when she looked at my hair? I have seen that look 1,000 times. Do you have any idea what it's like to frighten people, even children, all the time?" He didn't answer. "Richard, cut my hair for me." "What?" She turned to him, pleading in her eyes. "Cut it off from me." He watched the hurt in her eyes. "Why haven't you just cut it yourself?" She turned away. "I cannot. The magic will not allow a confessor to cut her own hair. If we try, it brings pain so great it prevents us from doing so." "How could that be?" "Remember the pain you suffered from the magic of the sword when you killed a man the first time? It is the same pain. It will render a confessor unconscious before the task can be accomplished. I tried only once. Every confessor tries once, but only once. Our hair must be cut by another when it needs trimming, but none would dare to cut it all off." She turned to him once more. "Will you do it for me? Will you cut my hair?" He looked away from her eyes to the brightening slate blue sky, trying to understand what it was he was feeling, what it was she must be feeling. There was so much he didn't know about her, still. Her life, her world, was a mystery to him. There had been a time when he wanted to know it all. Now he knew he never could. The gulf between them was filled with magic. Magic designed, it seemed, explicitly to keep them apart. His eyes returned to her. "No." "May I know why?" "Because I respect you for who you are. The Kalen I know wouldn't want to fool people by trying to make them think she is less than she is. Even if you did fool some, it would change nothing. You are who you are, the Mother Confessor. We all can be no more or less than who we are." He smiled. "A wise woman, a friend of mine, told me that once."
Any man would leap for the chance to cut a confessor's hair.
Not this one. This one is your friend. She gave a nod, her arms still folded against her stomach.
She must be cold. She didn't even take a blanket.
She didn't take any food either, other than that loaf of bread she's saving for some reason, and she was starving. Kaelin smiled at last.
She ate more than you and me together. At least her belly is full. Richard, when she gets to Horner's Mill...
She isn't going to Horner's Mill. Kaelin came closer.
But that's where her grandmother is.
Richard shook his head. She doesn't have a grandmother. When she said her grandmother was in Horner's Mill and I told her she couldn't go there, she didn't even falter. She simply said she would go somewhere else. She never gave it a thought. Never asked about her grandmother or even raised an objection. She's running from something.
Running? Maybe from whoever put those bruises on her arms.
And on her back. Whenever my hand touched one, she flinched. But she didn't say anything. She wanted to be hugged that badly. Kaelin's brow wrinkled with sorrow. I'd say she was running from whoever cut her hair like that.
Her hair?
He nodded again. It was meant to mark her, maybe as property. No one would cut someone's hair like that except to give a message, especially in the Midlands, where everyone pays so much attention to hair. It was deliberate, a message of power over her. That's why I cut it for her, to remove the mark. Kaelin stared at nothing in particular.
That was why she was so happy to have it cut even, she whispered.
There is more to it, though, than simply running away. She lies easier than a gambler. She lies with the ease of someone who has a powerful need. Her eyes came to his again.
Like what?
I don't know, he sighed, but it has something to do with that loaf of bread.
The bread? Do you really think so?
She had no shoes, no cloak, nothing but her doll. It's her most precious possession. She's devoted to it. Yet she let us touch it. But she wouldn't let us get within an arm's length of that loaf of bread. I don't know much about the magic in the Midlands. But where I come from, a little girl will not value a loaf of bread more than her doll, and I don't think it's any different here. Did you see the look in her eyes when you reached for the bread and she snatched it away? If she had had a knife and you hadn't backed off, she would have used it on you.
Richard, she admonished, you can't really believe that about a little girl. A loaf of bread couldn't be that important to her.
No. You said yourself she ate as much as both of us put together. I was beginning to think she was related to Zed. Explain why, if she was half-starved, she hadn't even nibbled on that loaf of bread. He shook his head. There is something going on, and that loaf of bread is at the center of it. Kaelin took a step toward him.
So, we're going after her?
Richard felt the weight of the tooth against his chest. He took a deep breath, letting it out slowly. No. As Zed is fond of saying, nothing is ever easy. How can we justify going after one little girl to solve the riddle of her loaf of bread while Rahl goes after the box? She took his hand in one of hers, looked down at it.
I hate what Darken Rahl does to us, the way he twists us. She squeezed his hand. She got into our hearts awfully quick.
Richard gave her a one-armed hug. That she did. She's one special little girl. I hope she finds what she's after and that she is safe. He let go of Kaelin and started for the Wayward Pine to get their things. Let's get moving. Neither wanted to think about how they felt, that they were deserting Rachel, condemning her to the embrace of dangers she knew nothing about and was defenseless against. And so both set their minds to covering as much ground as fast as they could. The bright day wore on with an endless expanse of rugged forest, and with their exertion they didn't notice the cold. Richard was always glad when he saw a spider web stretched across the trail. He had begun to think of spiders as his guardians. When he had been a guide, he had always been annoyed to have them tickle his face. "Thank you, Sister Spider," he said to himself every time he passed one now. Near midday, they stopped for a break on sunlit rocks in an icy stream. Richard splashed the frigid water on his face, trying to work up some energy. He was tired already. Lunch was cold, too, and lasted only as long as it took to bolt it down. They both stuffed the last bites in their mouths, brushed their hands off on their pants, and hopped down off the flat pink rock.
As much as he tried not to think about Rachel, he found himself frowning with worry before he realized he was doing it again. He saw Kaylin's brow wrinkle sometimes when she turned, checking to the sides. One time he asked if she thought he had made the right decision. She didn't have to ask which decision he was talking about. She asked how long he thought it would have taken to catch her. He thought 2 days, if everything went right, at least one to catch her and another back. 2 days, she had told him, was more than they could afford. It felt reassuring to hear her say it. Late in the afternoon, the sun slipped behind a distant peak of one of the mountains of the Rang Shada, muting and softening the colors of the woods, calming the wind, and settling a stillness over the countryside. Richard was able to set aside his thoughts of Rachel as he concentrated on what they would do when they reached Tamarang. Kaylin, Zed told us we both had to stay away from Darken Ral, that we have no power against him, no defense. She gave a short glance over her shoulder. That's what he said. Richard frowned. Well, Shota said the Queen wouldn't have the box for long. Maybe when she said that, she meant we would get it soon. No, it was a warning. That the Queen wouldn't have it long, meaning we must hurry. So what if Darken Ral is already there? She looked over her shoulder, then slowed and walked next to him. So what if he is? There is no other way. I'm going to Tamarang. Do you wish to wait behind for me? Of course not. I'm only saying we should keep in mind what we are walking into, that Darken Ral might be there. I've had that thought in my mind for a long time now. He walked next to her for a minute without saying anything. At last, he asked, "And what have you concluded? What will we do if he is there?" She stared straight ahead as she spoke. If Darken Ral is in Tamarang, and we go there, then in all likelihood, we will die. Richard lost a stride. She didn't wait for him, but walked on. As the woods grew darker, a few small clouds glowed red, the dying embers of day. The trail had begun following the Calicidran River, sometimes taking them close enough for a view of it, and even when it didn't, they could still hear the rush of its brown waters. Richard hadn't seen a wayward pine all afternoon. Glancing about at the treetops, he saw no sign of one now either. As it grew dark, he gave up hope of finding one before nightfall, and so began looking for other shelter. Off the trail a safe distance, he found a short cleft face of rock at the bottom of a rise. Trees were sheltering all about, and he felt it a well-hidden camp, even if it was open to the sky. The moon was well up by the time Kaylin had a stew cooking on the fire, and by a bit of luck that surprised him. Richard had 2 rabbits in the snare before he expected to, and was able to add them to the pot. "I think we have enough to feed Zed," she said. As if bidden by her words, the old man, white hair in disarray, strode into the circle of light, stopping on the other side of the fire, hands on his hips, his robes looking a little tattered. "I'm starved," he announced. "Let's eat." Richard and Kaylin both blinked wide-eyed and came to their feet. The old man blinked too, when Richard drew the sword. In a heartbeat, Richard was over the fire, the sword's point to his ribs. "What's this?" the old man asked. "Back up," Richard ordered. They moved, the sword between them, to the trees. Richard eyed the trees carefully. "Mind if I inquire as to what we're doing, my boy?" "I've been called by you once and seen you once, yet neither was you. 'Third time tricked marks the fool,'" Richard quoted. He saw what he was looking for. "I'll not be tricked the 3rd time. I'll not be the fool. Over there." He pointed with his chin. "Walk between those 2 trees." "I will not," the old man protested. "Sheathe your sword, my boy." "If you don't walk between those 2 trees," Richard said through gritted teeth, "I'll sheathe my sword in your ribs." The old man lifted his elbows in surprise, then picked up his robes as he stepped through the low brush, muttering to himself while Richard prodded him along with the sword. He took only a quick glance back before stepping between the trees. Richard watched as the spiderweb parted. A grin spread on his face. "Zed, is it truly you?" Zed, hands on his hips, peered at him with one eye. "True as toasted toads, my boy." Richard sheathed the sword and threw his arms around his old friend, nearly squeezing the life out of him. "Oh, Zed, I'm so glad to see you." Zed's arms flailed as he tried to get a breath. Richard let up, looked him in the eye, beaming, then squeezed again.
I fear what would have happened had you been any more glad to see me.
Richard walked him back to the fire, an arm around his shoulders. Sorry about that, but I had to know for sure. I can't believe you're here. I'm so glad to see you. I'm so happy you're all right. We have so much to talk about.
Yes, yes. Can we eat now?
Kalen came and gave him a hug, too. We were so worried about you. Zed longingly eyed the cooking pot over her shoulder as he hugged her back.
Yes, yes, but this would all go better on a full stomach.
But it isn't done yet, she smiled. Zed gave her a look of disappointment.
Not done? Are you sure? Perhaps we should check.
Quite sure. We've only just started it.
Not done,
he said to himself, holding an elbow with one hand, rubbing his chin with the other.
Well, we'll just see about that. Stand back, the both of you.
The wizard pushed the sleeves of his robes up his arms while he eyed the fire as if it were a child who had misbehaved. His skinny arms stretched out, fingers extended. Blue light sizzled around his bony hands, seeming to gather momentum. With a hiss, it shot out in a jagged blue streak, striking the cooking pot, making it jump. The blue fire cradled the pot, twisting around it, caressing it, stroking it. The stew bubbled with blue light, churned and sloshed. The wizard pulled his hands back, and the blue fire sizzled out. Zed smiled in satisfaction.
There, now it's done. Let's eat.
Kalen kneeled, tasting the stew with a wooden spoon. He's right, it is done.
Well, don't just stand there staring, my boy. Get some plates.
Richard shook his head and did as he was told. Kalen dished up a plateful, putting some dried biscuits on the side, and Richard handed it to Zed. The old man didn't sit, but stood next to them by the fire, shoveling in the stew by the forkful. Kalen spooned stew on the other two plates, and by the time she was done, Zed was handing over his empty plate to be refilled. Having finished one helping, Zed was able to spare himself the time to sit. Richard sat on a small outcropping of ledge. Kalen sat next to him, folding her legs under her. Zed sat on the ground facing them. Richard waited until Zed had swallowed down half the stew on his plate, and finally allowed himself a pause before asking, "So, how did you get along with Addie? Did she take good care of you?" Zed looked up at him, blinking. Even in the firelight, Richard could have sworn Zed's face reddened.
Addie? Well,
He looked at Kalen's puzzled face.
Well, we got along fine.
He scowled at Richard.
What kind of question is that to ask?
Richard and Kalen glanced at each other. I didn't mean anything by it, he said. It's just that I couldn't help noticing that Addie is a handsome woman and interesting. I just meant I thought you would find her interesting. Richard smiled a small smile to himself. Zed put his face back to his plate.
She's a fine woman.
He rolled something around his plate with the end of his fork.
What is this? I've eaten 3, and I still don't know what it is.
Tava root, Kalen said. Don't you like it? Zed grunted.
Didn't say I didn't like it, just wanted to know what it was, that's all.
He looked up from his plate.
Addie told me she gave you a nightstone. That's how I found you, by the nightstone.
He shook his fork at Richard.
I hope you're being careful with that thing. Don't take it out unless there is great need. Exceptionally great need. Nightstones are extremely dangerous. Addie should have warned you, and I told her so.
He stabbed a tava root with his fork.
It would be best to be rid of it.
Richard pushed at a piece of meat. We know. Richard's mind was awash with questions he wanted to ask. He didn't know where to start. Zed beat him to it, asking first.
Have you two been doing as I said? Have you been staying out of trouble? What have you been doing?
Well, Richard said, taking a deep breath, we spent a good deal of time with the mud people.
The mud people?
Zed mulled this over.
Good,
he proclaimed at last, holding a fork full of meat in the air.
You can't get in much trouble with the mud people.
He took the meat off the fork with his teeth and dipped it back in his plate for more stew and a bite of dried biscuit. He spoke and chewed at the same time.
So, you two had a nice stay with the mud people.
He noticed that they weren't saying anything, and his eyes went from one to the other.
You can't get in much trouble with the mud people.
It sounded like an order. Richard glanced over at Kaelin. She dipped her biscuit in the stew. I killed one of the elders, she said, putting the biscuit in her mouth without looking up. Zed dropped his fork, then caught it in midair just before it hit the ground.
What?
It was self-defense, Richard protested to her. He was trying to kill you.
What?
Zed stood with his plate, then sat back down.
Bags, why would an elder dare to try to kill a...
He snapped his mouth shut with a glance to Richard. Confessor, Richard finished for him. His mood withered. Zed looked from one bowed head to the other.
So, you finally told him?
Kaelin nodded. A few days ago.
Just a few days ago.
Zed grunted an acknowledgement, then ate more stew in silence, eyeing them suspiciously from time to time.
Why would an elder dare to try to kill a confessor?
Well, Richard said, that was when we found out what a Nightstone could do. Just before they named us as Mud People.
They named you Mud People? Why?
Zed's eyes widened.
You took a wife.
Well, no. Richard pulled the leather thong out of his shirt and showed Zed the Birdman's whistle. They settled for giving me this. Zed gave a cursory glance to the whistle.
Why would they agree to you not... And why would they name you Mud People?
Because we asked them. We had to. It was the only way to get them to call a gathering for us.
What? They called a gathering for you?
Yes. That was just before Dark and Rawl came.
What?
Zed yelled again, jumping to his feet.
Dark and Rawl was there. I told you, stay away from him.
Richard looked up. We didn't exactly invite him. He killed a lot of them, Kaelin said in a quiet voice, still looking down at her plate, chewing slowly. Zed stared at the top of her head, then slowly sank back down.
I'm sorry, he said softly. So what did the ancestors' spirits tell you?
Richard gave a shrug. That we had to go see a witch woman.
Witch woman?
Zed's eyes narrowed.
What witch woman? Where?
Shota, in Agaden Reach. Zed winced, almost dropping his plate, the air making a sound going through his bared, gritted teeth as he drew a sharp breath.
Shota.
He looked around as if someone might hear. He lowered his voice, directing a harsh whisper to Kaelin as he leaned closer to her.
Bags, what would possess you to guide him into Agaden Reach? You are sworn to protect him.
Believe me, she said, looking him in the eye, I did not want to do it. We had to, Richard said, coming to her defense. Zed cast an eye to him.
Why?
To find out where the box is. And we did, too. Shota told us.
Shota told you?
Zed mocked, scowling at him.
And what else did she tell you? Shota tells you nothing you want to know without telling you something you don't.
Kaelin gave Richard a sidelong glance. He didn't return it. Nothing. She told us nothing else. He held Zed's eyes without backing down. She told us that Queen Milena in Tamarang has the last box of Orden. She told us because her life, too, depends on this. Richard held Zed's glare. He doubted that his old friend believed him, but he didn't want to tell him what Shota had said. How could he tell Zed that one or two of them might end up being traitors? That Zed would use wizard's fire against him? That Kaelin would touch him with her power? He feared that maybe it would be justified. After all, he was the one who knew about the book. They didn't. Zed, he said softly, you told me you wanted me to get us to the Midlands, and that you had a plan once we were here. You were struck down by that underworld beast, you were unconscious, we didn't know when or if you would wake. I didn't know what to do. I didn't know what your plan was. Winter is coming. We have to stop Dark and Rawl. His voice turned harder as he went on. I have been doing the best I could without you. I've lost track of the number of times we have nearly been killed. All I knew to do was to try to find the box. Kaelin helped me, and we found out where it is. It has cost us both dearly. If you don't like what I've done, then take your cursed sword of truth back. I am near to being fed up with it. With everything. He threw his plate on the ground, walking off a ways into the dark, standing with his back to them, a lump growing in his throat.
The dark trees in front of him became watery. It surprised him the way the anger had reached up and taken him. He had wanted to see Zed so badly, and now that he was here, he was angry with him. He let the ire rage, waiting for it to die of its own accord. Zed and Kalen exchanged a look.
"Yes," he said softly to her. "I can see that you have indeed told him."
He set his plate on the ground, stood, and gave her a pat on the shoulder.
"I'm sorry, dear one."
Richard didn't move when he felt Zed's hand on his shoulder.
"I'm sorry, my boy. I guess you have been having a hard time of it."
Richard nodded as he stared into the darkness. "I killed a man with the sword, with the magic." Zed waited a short while before he spoke.
"Well, I know you. I'm sure you had to."
"No," Richard said in a painful whisper. "I didn't have to. I thought I was protecting Kalen, protecting her life. I didn't know she was a confessor, that she needed no protection. But I surely wanted to, and I surely enjoyed it."
"You only thought you did. That was the magic."
"I'm not so sure. I'm not sure what is becoming of me."
"Richard, forgive me for sounding if I were angry with you. It is myself I'm angry with. You have done well. It is I who have failed."
"What do you mean?" Zed patted his shoulder.
"Come and sit. I will tell you both what has happened."
They walked back to the fire, Kalen watching them together, looking lonely. Richard sat next to her again and gave her a small smile, which she returned. Zed picked up his plate, gave it a hard look, and set it back down.
"I'm afraid we're in a lot of trouble," he said in a soft voice.
A sarcastic remark immediately sprang to Richard's mind, but he stifled it, and asked instead, "Why? What's happened? What of your plan?"
"My plan."
Zed gave a wry smile, drew his knees up, and pulled his robes over his legs, making a little tent over them.
"My plan was to stop Rahl without having to deal with him, and without you two having to get in danger's way. My plan was for you two to stay out of trouble while I dealt with this. It would seem as if your own plans may be our only way now. I have not told you all there is to know of the boxes of Orden, because it was not for you to know. It was none of your business. It was only for me to know."
He looked at each of them, anger flashing in his eyes for an instant before it faded.
"But I guess it doesn't matter now."
"What was not for us to know?" Kalen asked with a frown, her own anger flashing a little. Apparently, she didn't like it any more than Richard did, that they were in danger without knowing it all.
"Well, you see," Zed said, "the 3 boxes work just as I said, each with their own purpose. But you have to know which to open. That is the part I know. It's all in a book called the Book of Counted Shadows. The Book of Counted Shadows is an instruction book for the boxes. I'm its keeper."
Richard went rigid. The tooth felt as if it would jump right off his chest. He couldn't move a muscle, could hardly breathe. "You know which box is which?" Kalen asked. "You know which he must open?"
"No, I'm the keeper of the book. That information is all in the book. But I've never read it. I don't know which box is which, or even how to figure it out. If I were to open the book, it would risk spreading the knowledge. It must not be opened. That could be very dangerous. So I never did. I am the keeper of many books, this only one among them, but a very important one."
Richard realized that his eyes were open wide and tried to relax them back to normal with a few blinks. Almost his whole life he had been looking forward to the day he would find the keeper of the book, and it had been Zed the whole time. The shock left him frozen. "Where was it?" Kalen asked. "What happened?"
"It was in my keep, the wizard's keep, in Aidendrill."
"You went to Aidendrill?" Kalen asked, her voice anxious. "How is Aidendrill? Is it safe?" Zed averted his eyes.
"Aidendrill has fallen."
Kalen's hand went to her mouth. Tears filled her eyes. "No." Zed nodded.
"I'm afraid so."
He picked at his robes.
It is not going well for them. At least I gave the occupiers something to think about," he added under his breath.
Captain Rifkin? Lieutenants Dellis and Miller, the Home Guard? Zed kept his eyes to the ground and shook his head as she named each in turn. Kaylin put her hands to her breast as she took deep breaths and bit her lip. Whoever these men were, she looked to be pretty upset by the news. Richard thought he should cover his own shock by saying something. "What's this Wizard's Keep?"
"It's a refuge, a place where the wizards preserve important things of magic, such as the books of prophecies, and books of even more importance, books of magic and instruction, such as the Book of Counted Shadows. Some of the books are used to teach new wizards, some are used as reference, and some are used as weapons. Other items of magic are kept there also, such as the Sword of Truth between seekers. The keep is sealed by magic. None can enter but a wizard. At least, none but a wizard was supposed to be able to enter. But someone did. How they did without being killed is beyond me. It must have been Darkenral. He must have the book."
"Maybe it wasn't Darkenral," Richard managed, his back straight as a board. Zed's eyes narrowed.
"If it wasn't Darkenral, then it was a thief, a very clever thief, but a thief nonetheless."
Richard swallowed back the dryness in his mouth. "Zed, do you think this book, the Book of Counted Shadows, would be able to tell us how to stop Rahl? How to keep him from using the boxes?" Zed shrugged his bony shoulders.
"As I said, I've never opened the cover. But from what I know from other books of instruction, it would only be of aid to the person with the boxes. It's designed to help use magic, not to help another in stopping its use. In all likelihood, it wouldn't have helped us. My plan was to simply get the book and destroy it, to keep Rahl from getting the information. Having the book lost to us leaves us with no alternative. We must find the last box."
"But without the book, can Rahl still open the boxes?" Kaylin asked.
"With as much as he knows, I am sure he can. But he still wouldn't know which one."
"Then with or without the book, he's going to open a box," Richard said. "He has to. If he doesn't, he dies. He has nothing to lose. Even if you had recovered the book, he would still open a box. After all, there is a chance he will pick right."
"Well, if he has the book, then he will know which to open. I was hoping that if we couldn't find the last box, at least I could destroy the book and keep it from Rahl. Give us at least that one chance. The chance he might pick right for us."
Zed's face soured.
"I would give anything to destroy that book."
Kaylin put her hand on Richard's arm. He almost jumped. "Then Richard has done as the Seeker should. He has found where the box is. Queen Milena has it." She gave Richard a smile of reassurance. "The Seeker has done his job well." His mind was spinning too fast to return the smile properly. Zed drew a finger and thumb down opposite sides of his chin.
"And how do you propose we get it from her? Knowing is one thing, getting is quite another."
Kaylin gave Zed a smooth smile. "Queen Milena is the one to whom the snake in the silver robe sold his services. He is about to have an unpleasant meeting with the Mother Confessor."
"Giller? Queen Milena is the one Giller went to?"
The wrinkles on Zed's face deepened with his scowl.
"I think he will be astonished to meet my eyes again."
She frowned. "You just leave this task to me. He is my wizard. I will deal with him." Richard's eyes went back and forth between the two of them. He felt suddenly out of place. The great wizard and the Mother Confessor discussing how they would deal with an upstart wizard, as if they were talking of pulling weeds in a garden. He thought of his father, of how his father had told him he had taken the book to prevent it from falling into covetous hands. Darkenral's hands. He spoke without thinking. Maybe he had a good reason for doing what he did. They both turned and looked at him, as if they had forgotten he was there. "A good reason," Kaylin snapped. "Greed was his good reason. He deserted me and left me to the quads."
Sometimes people do things for reasons that aren't what they seem. Richard gave her an even look. Maybe he thought the box was more important. Kalin looked too surprised to speak. Zed frowned, his white hair looking wild in the firelight.
Perhaps you are right. It could be that Giller knew about the Queen having the box and wanted to protect it. He certainly knew what the boxes were about.
He gave Richard an ironic smile.
Maybe the Seeker has given us a new perspective. Maybe we have an ally in Tamarang.
And maybe not, Kalin said.
We will know soon enough, the wizard sighed.
Zed, Richard asked. Yesterday we went to a place called Horner's Mill. Zed nodded.
I saw it. And I have seen many more just like it.
Richard leaned forward. It wasn't Westlanders, was it? It couldn't have been Westlanders. I told Michael to get the army together and protect Westland. I didn't tell him to attack anyone. Certainly not helpless people. It couldn't have been Westlanders. They wouldn't do that.
No, it wasn't anyone from Westland. I haven't seen or heard from Michael.
Then who?
It was Ral's own men who did it, by his command.
That doesn't make any sense, Kalin said. The town was loyal to Dahara. There were forces of the People's Peace Army there, and they were killed to a man.
That's the very reason he did it.
They both gave him puzzled looks. That doesn't make any sense, Kalin said.
Wizard's first rule.
Richard frowned. What?
Wizard's first rule. People are stupid.
Richard and Kalin frowned even more.
People are stupid. Given proper motivation, almost anyone will believe almost anything. Because people are stupid, they will believe a lie because they want to believe it's true, or because they are afraid it might be true. People's heads are full of knowledge, facts, and beliefs, and most of it is false, yet they think it all true. People are stupid. They can only rarely tell the difference between a lie and the truth, and yet they are confident they can, and so are all the easier to fool. Because of the wizard's first rule, the old wizards created confessors and seekers as a means of helping find the truth when the truth is important enough. Ral knows the wizard's rules. He is using the first one. People need an enemy to feel a sense of purpose. It's easy to lead people when they have a sense of purpose. Sense of purpose is more important by far than the truth. In fact, truth has no bearing in this. Darken Ral is providing them with an enemy other than himself, a sense of purpose. People are stupid. They want to believe, so they do.
But they were his own people, Kalin protested. He was killing his supporters.
You will notice, not all the people were killed. Some were raped, tortured, but left alive to flee, to spread the news. You will also note how none of the soldiers were left alive to dispute the story. That it isn't the truth doesn't matter, and the ones hearing the story will believe it because it provides them with a sense of purpose, an enemy to rally against. The survivors will spread the word like a wildfire. Even though Ral has destroyed a few towns that were loyal to him, and a few of his soldiers, he has gained many more towns to his side, 100-fold over. Even more people will rally around him and support him, because he has told them he wants to protect them from this enemy. Truth is hard to sell. It gives no sense of purpose. It is simply truth.
Richard sat back a little stunned. But it isn't true. How can Ral get away with it? How could everyone believe it? Zed gave him a stern look.
You knew better. You knew it wasn't Westlanders, yet even you doubted your knowledge. You were afraid it was true. Being afraid something is true is accepting the possibility. Accepting the possibility is the first step to believing. At least you are smart enough to question. Think of how easy it is to believe for people who don't question, who don't even know how to question. For most people, it's not the truth that is important, it's the cause. Ral is intelligent. He has given them a cause.
His eyes glinted with purpose.
It is the wizard's first rule, because it is the most important. Remember it.
But the ones who did the killing, they knew. It was murder. How could they do it? Zed shrugged.
Sense of purpose. They did it for the cause.
But that goes against nature. Murder goes against nature. The wizard smiled.
Murder is the way of nature, of all living things.
Richard knew Zed was sucking him in. It was his way to draw you in with an outrageous statement, but his blood was up and he couldn't help protesting. Only some of nature, like predators, and that's only to survive. Look about at these trees. They can't even think of murder.
Murder is the way of all things, the way of nature, Zed repeated. Every living thing is a murderer.
Richard looked to Kaelin for support. Don't look at me, she said. I learned a long time ago not to debate with wizards. Richard looked up at the beautiful big pine spreading over them, illuminated in the firelight. A spark of understanding lit in his mind. He saw the branches stretched out with murderous intent in a years-long struggle to reach the sunlight and dispatch its neighbors with its shade. Success would give space for its offspring, many of which would also shrivel in the shade of the parent. Several close neighbors of the big pine were withered and weak, victims all. It was true. The design of nature was success by murder. Zed watched Richard's eyes. This was a lesson, the way the old man had taught Richard since he was young.
You have learned something, my boy?
Richard nodded. Life for the strongest. There is no sympathy for the slain, only admiration for the winner's strength. But people don't think that way, Kaelin said, unable to hold her tongue. Zed gave a sly smile.
No?
He pointed to a small, withered tree near them.
Look at this tree, dear one.
He pointed to the big pine.
And this. Tell me which you admire more.
This one, she said, pointing at the big pine. It's a beautiful tree.
This one, you see? People do think this way. It's beautiful, you said. You chose the tree that murders, not the one murdered.
Zed smiled triumphantly.
The way of nature.
Kaelin folded her arms. I knew I should have kept my mouth shut.
You may keep your mouth closed if you wish, but don't close your mind. To defeat Darkenral, you must understand him to know how to destroy him.
This is how he's winning so much territory, Richard said, tapping his finger on the hilt of his sword. He's letting others do it for him, giving them a cause. Then all he has to worry about is going after the boxes. There is no one to interfere. Zed nodded.
He uses the wizard's first rule to do most of the work for him. This is what makes our job so hard. He gets people on his side because people don't care about the truth. They do his bidding because they believe what they want to and fight to the death for these beliefs, despite how false they are.
Richard slowly stood, looking off into the night. All this time, I thought we were fighting evil. Evil on the loose, run amok, but that's not it at all. What we're up against is more like a plague of fools.
You have gotten it right, my boy. A plague of fools.
Directed by Darkenral, Kaelin noted. Zed peered at her a moment.
If someone digs a hole and it fills with rainwater, where is the fault? Is it the rain's fault? Or is it the fault of the person who digs the hole? Is it Darkenral's fault? Or the fault of those who dig the hole and let him rain in?
Maybe both, Kaelin said. That leaves us with a lot of enemies. Zed lifted a finger.
And very dangerous ones. Fools who don't see the truth are deadly. As a confessor, perhaps you have already learned this lesson, yes?
She nodded.
They don't always do what you think they will or should, and you can be caught off guard. People you don't think should be trouble can kill you quick.
This doesn't change anything, Kaelin said. If Rahl gets all the boxes and opens the right one, he is the one who will kill us all. He is still the head to the snake. It is still this head we must remove. Zed shrugged.
You are correct, but we must stay alive to have a chance to kill this snake, and there are plenty of small snakes that can kill us first.
This is a lesson we already learned, Richard said. But as Kalen said, it doesn't change anything. We must still get the box to kill Rawl. He sat down again next to her. Zed's face turned deadly serious. Just remember, Dark and Rawl can kill you. He pointed a bony finger at Richard, then Kalen. And you, then at himself. And me. Easy. Richard sat back a little. Then why hasn't he? Zed lifted an eyebrow. Do you go around a room and kill all the flies in it? No, you ignore them. They don't merit your attention. Until they bite. Then you swat them. He leaned closer to the two of them. We are about to bite him. Richard and Kalen gave each other a sideways glance. Wizard's first rule. Richard felt a trickle of sweat run down his back. I'll remember it. And don't repeat it to anyone, the wizard admonished. Wizard's rules are for none but a wizard to know. The wizard's rules may seem cynical or trivial to you, but they are powerful weapons if you know how to use them, because they are true. Truth is power. I have told you to because I'm the head of the wizards, and I think it important for you to understand. You must know what Rawl is doing, since it is the three of us who must stop him. Richard and Kalen both nodded their oath. It's late, Zed yawned. I have been traveling a long time to reach you. We will talk more later. Richard jumped up. I'll take first watch. He had something to do and wanted it done before anything else happened. Use my blanket, Zed. Done. I'll take second watch. Second watch of 3 was the least pleasant. It split your sleeping in 2. Kalen began to protest. I spoke first, dear one. Richard pointed to the rock outcropping where he would be, after he scouted the area, and headed off. His mind churned with 1,000 thoughts, but with one above all the rest. The night was still and cold, yet not uncomfortably so. He left his cloak open as he picked his way through the trees, intent on where he was going. Night creatures called to one another, but he hardly noticed. At one point, he scrambled to the top of a boulder and peered back through the gaps in the trees, watching the fire, waiting until he saw the other 2 roll themselves in the blankets. Then he slid off the rock and continued on toward the sound of rushing water. At the edge of the river, he cast about until he found a chunk of driftwood big enough for his purpose. Richard remembered Zed telling him that he must have the courage to do what was necessary for their goal, and he must be prepared to kill any one of them if it came to that. Richard knew Zed. And he knew that Zed wasn't just making a point. He meant what he said. He knew that Zed was capable of killing him, or, more important, Kalen. He took the tooth from his shirt, pulling the leather cord over his head. He held the triangular-shaped tooth in his hand, feeling the weight of it, looking at it in the moonlight, and thought about his father. The tooth was the only way for Richard to prove to Zed that his father wasn't a thief, that he had taken the book to keep it from Dark and Rawl. Richard wanted so badly to tell Zed, to tell him that his father had been a hero, had given his life to stop Rawl, and died a hero to protect them all. He wanted his father to be remembered for what he had done. He wanted to tell Zed, but he couldn't. The wizard wanted the Book of Counted Shadows destroyed. Richard was the Book of Counted Shadows now. Shota had warned him that Zed would use the wizard's fire against him, but that he had a chance to beat him. Perhaps this was the way. To destroy the book, Zed would have to kill him. Richard didn't care about himself. He had nothing to live for. He no longer cared if he died. But he did care if Kalen died. If Zed knew that Richard had the book inside him, he would make him tell what it said, and then he would know that to make sure the book was true, Rawl would have to use a confessor. And there was only one confessor left alive, Kalen. If Zed knew, he would kill her to prevent Rawl from getting the knowledge. Richard couldn't allow the chance of Zed knowing, of killing Kalen. He wrapped the cord around the piece of driftwood and jammed the tooth into a long crack, wedging it into the wood so it wouldn't come out. Richard wanted the tooth as far away from him as he could get it. "Forgive me, Father," he whispered. Hard as he could, he threw the wood with the tooth attached. He watched it arc through the air and splash into the dark water with a distant sound. In the moonlight, he could see it bob to the surface. He stood with a lump in his throat as he watched it being carried downriver. Richard felt naked without the tooth. When it was no longer in sight, he circled the camp, his mind in a daze. He felt empty. Richard sat on the rock outcropping where he had told them he would be and watched their camp below. He hated this, hated having to lie to Zed, to feel that he couldn't trust him. What was he coming to? To no longer be able to trust his oldest friend. The hand of Rahl was reaching out to him, even at this distance, and making him do things he didn't want to. When this was ended and Kalen was safe, and if he lived, he could go home. Near the middle of his watch, he became suddenly aware again of the thing that followed them. He couldn't see its eyes, but he could feel them. It was on the hill opposite the camp, watching. He felt a chill run through him at being watched. A distant sound made him sit bolt upright. A snarl, a growl, followed by a yelp, then silence again. Something had died. Richard's eyes were wide, trying to see, but he saw only blackness. The thing that followed had killed something, or been killed itself. He felt an odd worry for it. As long as it had followed, it had never tried to hurt them. Of course, that didn't really mean anything. It could simply be waiting for the right time. For some reason, though, Richard didn't think it meant them any harm. He felt the eyes again. Richard smiled. It was still alive. He had the urge to go after it, to find out what it was, but dismissed the idea. This was not the time. This was a creature of the dark. Better to meet it on his own terms. Once more on his watch, he heard something die, closer. Without Richard having to go wake him, Zed appeared for his watch, looking rested and refreshed, eating a piece of dried meat. Zed came and sat next to him, offering a piece of meat. Richard declined. Zed, what about Chase? Is he all right?
He is well. Far as I know, he went off to follow your instructions.
Good. I'm glad he's well. Richard hopped down off the rock, ready for some sleep.
Richard, what did Chota tell you?
Richard studied his friend's face in the dim light of the moon. What Shota said to me is private. It is not for others to hear. The edge to his own voice surprised him. And that is the way it will remain. Zed took a bite while he watched Richard.
The sword has a lot of anger to it. I see you are having trouble controlling it.
All right. All right, I'll tell you one thing, Shota said. She told me she thought I ought to have a talk with you about Samuel.
Samuel?
Richard gritted his teeth and leaned closer. My predecessor.
Oh, that Samuel.
Yes, that's Samuel. Would you like to explain that to me? Would you like to tell me that's the way I too will end up? Or had you planned on keeping it from me until I was done doing wizard's work, and you have to give the sword to some other fool? Zed watched calmly as Richard became more and more upset. He grabbed Zed's robes and pulled his face close. Wizard's first rule. Is that how wizards find someone to take the sword? Just find someone stupid enough not to know better, and there you go? A new seeker? Do you have any other little things you forgot to tell me? Any other little unpleasant things I ought to know? Richard released the robes with a shove. He had to resist mightily the urge to draw the sword. His chest heaved with his anger. Zed watched calmly.
I'm truly sorry, my boy, he whispered, that she has hurt you so.
Richard stared back, everything that had happened pushing in on him, extinguishing the anger. Everything seemed so hopeless. He burst into tears and fell against Zed, throwing his arms around him. He cried in choking sobs, unable to control himself. Zed, I just want to go home. Zed held him, patted his back gently, spoke tenderly.
I know, Richard, I know.
I wish I had listened to you. But I can't help myself. I can't make myself stop feeling this way, no matter how hard I try. I feel like I'm drowning and can't get any air. I want this nightmare to end. I hate the Midlands. I hate the magic. I just want to go home. Zed, I want to be rid of this sword and its magic. I never want to hear about magic again. Zed held him and let him cry.
Nothing is ever easy.
Maybe it wouldn't be so bad if Kaylin hated me or something, but I know she cares for me too. It's the magic. The magic keeps us apart.
Believe me, Richard, I know how you feel.
Richard sank to the ground, leaned against the rock, crying. Zed sat next to him. What is to become of me?
You will go on. There is nothing else you can do.
I don't want to go on. And what of Samuel? Is that what is to become of me? Zed shook his head.
I'm sorry, Richard, I don't know. I gave you the sword against my own heart because I had to for everyone else. The magic of the sword of truth does that to a seeker in the end. The prophecies say that the one who truly masters the sword's magic and in so doing makes the blade turn white will be protected from that fate. But I don't know how it's to be done. I don't even know what it means. I didn't have the courage to tell you. I'm sorry. If you want, you may strike me dead for what I've done to you. Only promise me first that you will go on and stop Dark and Rahl.
Richard laughed bitterly through the tears. Strike you dead, that's a joke. You're all I have. All I'm allowed to love. How could I kill that? It's myself I should kill.
Don't say such a thing, Zed whispered. Richard, I know how you feel about the magic. I walked away from it too. Sometimes events happen that you have to deal with. You are all I have left. I went after the book because I didn't want you to be in danger. I would do anything to spare you hurt. But I cannot spare you this. We must stop Dark and Rahl, not just for ourselves, but for all the others who have no chance.
Richard scrubbed his eyes. I know. I won't quit until it's finished. I promised. Then maybe I can give up the sword before it's too late for me.
Go and get some sleep. Each day will get a little better for you. If it's any consolation, although I don't know why seekers end up like Samuel, I truly don't believe it will happen to you. But if it does, it won't happen for some time, and therefore that can only mean you have defeated Dark and Rahl, and all the people of the lands will be safe. Know that if that happens, I will always take care of you. If we can stop Rahl, maybe I can help you find the secret to turning the blade white.
Richard nodded and rose to his feet, pulling his cloak around himself. Thank you, my friend. Sorry I've been so hard on you tonight. I don't know what's gotten into me. Maybe the good spirits have deserted me. I'm sorry I can't tell you what Shota said. And Zed, be careful tonight. There's something out there. It's been following us for days. I don't know what it is. I haven't had the time to snap a circle on it. But I don't think it means us harm. At least it hasn't so far. But you never know in the Midlands.
I will be careful.
Richard started to walk away. Zed called his name. He stopped and turned.
Just be glad she cares for you as much as she does. If she didn't, she might have touched you.
Richard stared back at him a long moment. I'm afraid, in a way, she already has. Kaelin picked her way along in the dark among the rocks and trees and found Zed sitting on a rock watching her come, his legs crossed under him.
I would have come and woke you when it was time, he said.
She went and sat next to him, hugging her cloak around herself. I know, but I couldn't sleep, so I thought I would come and sit with you.
Did you bring anything to eat?
She reached in her cloak, pulling out a small bundle. Here, she smiled, some rabbit and biscuits. While Zed rubbed his hands together and started right in, she watched out into the night, thinking how to put the question she had come to ask him. It didn't take him long to finish the snack.
Wonderful, dear one, wonderful. That's all you brought?
Kaelin laughed. I also brought some berries. She pulled out a cloth bundle. I thought you might like something sweet. Can I share them with you? He eyed her up and down.
I guess you're small enough you couldn't eat that many.
She laughed again and took a small handful from the open bundle in his hands. I think I know why Richard is so good at finding food. Growing up around you, he had to be good, or he would starve.
I would never let him starve, he protested. I care for him too much.
I know, me too. He chewed a few berries.
I want to thank you for keeping your word.
My word? Zed peered up at her as he hunched over the bundle, eating berries one at a time.
Your word not to touch him, not to use your power on him.
Oh. She looked off into the night, gathering her courage. Zed, you are the only wizard left other than Giller. I am the last confessor. You have lived in the Midlands. You have lived in Aidendrill. You are the only one who knows what it is like to be a confessor. I tried to explain it to Richard, but it takes a lifetime to truly understand. And then I think none but another confessor or a wizard can really understand. Zed patted her arm.
You may be right.
I have no one. I can have no one. You can't imagine what that's like. Please, Zed. Her eyebrows wrinkled together. Please, can you use your magic to remove this from me? Can you take the confessor's magic from me and let me be a normal woman? She felt as if she was hanging by a thin strand over a gaping, dark, bottomless pit. She twisted on the end of the strand while she watched his eyes. His head bent. He didn't look up.
There is only one way to release you from the magic, Mother Confessor.
Her heart leapt into her throat. How? She whispered. His eyes came to hers. They were filled with pain.
I could kill you.
She felt the strand of hope break. She put all her effort to making her face show nothing, a confessor's face, as she felt herself disappearing down into the blackness. Thank you, Wizard Zorander, for hearing my request. I didn't really think there was. I just thought I would ask. I appreciate your honesty. You better go get some sleep now. He nodded.
First, you must tell me what Shota said.
She maintained her expression. Ask the Seeker. It is to him she spoke. I was covered with snakes at the time.
Snakes?
Zed lifted an eyebrow.
Shota must have liked you. I have seen her do worse.
Kalen held his eyes. She did worse to me, too.
I asked Richard. He won't tell me. You must.
You would have me step between two friends. You would ask me to betray his trust? No, thank you.
Richard is smart. Perhaps the smartest seeker I have ever seen, but he knows very little of the Midlands. He has seen only a tiny portion of it. In some ways, it's his best defense and strongest asset. He found where the last box is by going to Shota. No seeker from the Midlands would have done that. You have spent your whole life here. You know many of the dangers. There are creatures here who could use the magic of the Sword of Truth against him. There are creatures who would suck the magic from him and kill him with it. There are dangers of every kind. We don't have the time to teach him all he needs to know, so we must protect him, so he can do his job. I must know what Shota said, so I can judge if it's important, if we need to protect him.
Zed, please, he is my only friend. Don't ask me to betray his trust.
Dear one, he is not your only friend. I'm your friend, too. Help me protect him. I will keep it from him that you told me.
She gave him a meaningful glare. He has an uncanny way of finding out things you wish him not to know. Zed gave a knowing smile at that. Then his face hardened.
Mother Confessor, this is not a request, this is an order. I expect you to treat it as such.
Kalen folded her arms, half turning away from him as she bristled. She could hardly believe he was doing this to her. She no longer had a say in the matter. Shota said Richard was the only one who has a chance to stop Dark and Rahl. She doesn't know how or why, but he is the only one with a chance. Zed waited in silence.
Go on.
Kalen gritted her teeth. She said you would try to kill him, that you would use wizard's fire against him, and that he has a chance to beat you. There is a chance you will fail. Silence settled around them again.
Mother Confessor,
she said that I too will use my power on him, but he has no chance against it. If I live, I will not fail. Zed took a deep breath.
I see why he didn't want to tell me.
He thought in silence a moment.
Why didn't Shota kill you?
Kalen wished he would stop asking questions. She turned back to him. She planned on it. You were there. Well, it wasn't really you. It was just an illusion, but we thought it was you. Your image, tried to kill Shota. Richard knew she was the only way to find the box, so he protected her. He turned back your wizard's fire and gave Shota a chance to use her power on you. Zed lifted an eyebrow.
Really?
Kalen nodded. In return for saving her, she granted him a wish. He used it to save us. He made her spare our lives. Richard wouldn't back down. Shota was not happy. She said that if he ever comes back to Agaden Reach, she will kill him.
That boy never fails to amaze me. He really picked the information over my life.
She was a little surprised by his smile. She nodded. He jumped right in front of the wizard's fire. He used his sword to turn it away. Zed rubbed his chin.
How wondrous! That's precisely what he should have done. I had always feared he wouldn't be able to do what was necessary if it came right down to it. I guess I need fear no longer. Then what?
Kaelin looked down at her hands. I wanted Shota to kill me, but she wouldn't because she had granted him the wish. Zed, I couldn't stand the thought of doing that to him. I begged him to kill me. I didn't want to live to carry out the prophecy to hurt him. She swallowed hard as she twisted her fingers together. He wouldn't do it. So I tried to. For days I tried. He took my knife away. He tied me up at night. He watched me every second. I felt like I had lost my mind. Maybe for a time I had. At last he convinced me that we couldn't know what the prophecy meant, or even that it wasn't he who would turn against us, and would have to be killed in order to defeat Dark and Ra. He made me see that I couldn't act on a prophecy we didn't yet understand.
I'm very sorry, dear one, that I had to make you tell me, and for what you two have been through. But Richard is right. Prophecies are dangerous things to take too seriously.
But a witch woman's prophecies are always true, aren't they?
Yes.
He shrugged as he spoke softly.
But not always in the way you think. Sometimes prophecies can even be self-fulfilling.
She gave him a puzzled look. Really?
Sure. Just imagine for the sake of illustration that I tried to kill you because I wanted to protect Richard from this prophecy coming true. He sees this. We fight. One of us wins. Say it's him. That part of the prophecy is fulfilled, so he fears the other part will be too, and thinks he must kill you. You don't want to be killed, so you touch him to protect yourself. There you have it, prophecy fulfilled. The problem is, it's a self-fulfilling prophecy. Without it, none of these things would have happened. There was no outside influence other than the prophecy. Prophecies are always true, but we seldom know how.
He gave her a look, as if asking if she understood. I always thought prophecies were to be taken seriously.
They are, but only by those who understand such things. Prophecies are dangerous. The wizards guard books on prophecies, as you know. When I was at my keep, I reread some of the pertinent books, but I don't understand most of them. There used to be wizards who did nothing else but study the books of prophecies. There are prophecies in them I have read that would scare you blind if you knew them. They sometimes make even me wake at night in a sweat. There are things in them I think might be about Richard that frighten me, and there are things in them I know are about Richard. But I don't know what they will turn out to mean, and I dare not act on what I have read. We can't always know what the prophecies mean, and so they must be kept secret. Some of these could cause great trouble if people heard them.
Kaelin's eyes were wide. Richard is in the books of prophecies? I have never met anyone before who was in the books. He gave her an even gaze.
You are in the books, too.
Me? My name is in the books of prophecies?
Well, yes and no. That's not how it works. You seldom know for sure, but in this case I do. It says things like, the last Mother Confessor this, and the last Mother Confessor that. But there can be no doubt who the last Mother Confessor is. It is you, Kaelin. There can also be no doubt who the seeker who commands the wind against the heir to Dahara is. It is Richard. Heir to Dahara is Ral.
Commands the wind? What does that mean?
I haven't the slightest idea.
Kaelin frowned and looked down as she picked at the rock. Zed, what does it say about me in the books of prophecies? He was watching her when her eyes came back up.
I'm sorry, dear one, I can't tell you that. You would be too frightened to ever sleep again.
She nodded. I feel very foolish now, for wanting to kill myself because of Shota's prophecy. To keep it from coming true, I mean. You must think me stupid.
Kaelin, until it comes to be, we can't know. But you shouldn't feel foolish. It could be that it's just as it says, that Richard is the only one with a chance, and you will betray us and take him and thus give victory to Rahl. There is a chance you should have done it to save us all.
You are not making me feel any better.
It could also be that Richard will somehow be a traitor and you will save us all.
She gave him a dark look. Either way, I don't like it.
Prophecies are not meant for people to see. They can cause more trouble than you could believe. There have been wars over them. Even I don't understand most of them. If we had the wizards of old, the experts in the prophecies, maybe they could help us, but without them to guide us, it is best to leave Shota's prophecy be. The first page of one of the books of prophecies says, "Take these prophecies to mind, not to heart." It is the only thing on the whole page, in a book half as big as a good-sized table. Each letter is gilded. It is that important.
The prophecy from Shota is different somehow from those in the books, isn't it?
Yes, prophecy given directly from one to another is meant to be an aid to that person. Shota was trying to help Richard. Shota herself wouldn't even know how it is meant to help, though. She was only the channel. Someday it may mean something to Richard. It may aid him. There is no way to tell, though. I was hoping I would be able to understand it and help him. He doesn't take to riddles. Unfortunately, it is of the kind called a forked prophecy, and I can be of no aid.
Forked. That means it can go different ways?
Yes, it could mean what it says, or just about anything else. Forked prophecies are almost always useless, hardly better than a guess. Richard was right in his choice not to be guided by it. I would like to think it's because I have taught him well, but it could be his instinct. He has the instincts of a seeker.
Zed, why don't you just tell him these things, like you have told me? Doesn't he have a right to know all this? Zed stared off into the night for a long time.
It's difficult to explain. You see, Richard has a feel for things.
He made an odd frown.
Have you ever shot a bow?
Kaelin smiled. She drew her knees up, folded her fingers together over them, and rested her chin on her fingers. Girls are not supposed to do such things, so I took it up as a diversion when I was young, before I began taking confessions. Zed gave a little laugh.
Have you ever been able to feel the target? Have you ever been able to ignore all the noise in your head and hear the silence and know where the arrow is going to go?
She nodded with her chin still resting on her fingers. Only a couple of times, but I know what you're talking about.
Well, Richard can feel the target like that almost at will. Sometimes I think he could even hit it if he closed his eyes. When I have asked him how he does it, he shrugs and can't explain. He simply says he can feel where the arrow is to go. He can do it all day long. But if I start telling him things like how fast the wind is, how many feet away the target is, or that the bow was outside the night before and it was a humid night affecting the draw, well, then he can't even hit the ground. The thinking interferes with the feeling. He does the same thing with people. He's relentless in the search for an answer. He has been heading for the box like an arrow. He has never been to the Midlands before, yet he found a way through the boundary and has found the answers he needed to keep going, to seek out the target. That is the way of a true seeker. The problem is, if I give him too much information, he starts doing what he thinks I want him to do, instead of what he feels. I have to point him in the right direction, toward the target, and then let him go. Let him find it himself.
That's pretty cynical. He is a human being, not an arrow. He only does that because he thinks so much of you, and he would do anything to please you. You are an idol to him. He loves you very much. He gave her a somber look.
There is no way I could be any more proud of him, or love him any more. But if he doesn't stop Dark and Rahl, I will be a dead idol. Sometimes, wizards must use people to accomplish what must be done.
I guess I know how you feel not telling him what you wish you could. Zed rose.
I'm sorry the two of you had a hard time of it. Maybe with me here it will be easier. Good night, dear one. He started off into the darkness. Zed? He stopped and looked back toward her, a dark form against the moonlit forest. You had a wife. I did. She cleared her throat and swallowed. What was it like, loving someone more than life itself and being able to be with them and having them love you back? Zed stood still and silent for a long time, staring at her in the darkness. She waited, wishing she could see his face. She decided he wasn't going to answer. Kaelin held her chin up. Wizard Zorander, I am not making a request. This is an order. You will answer the question. She waited. His voice came softly. It was like finding the other half of myself and being complete, whole, for the first time in my life. Thank you, Zed. She was glad he couldn't see her tears as she struggled to hold her voice steady. I was just wondering. Chapter 37. Richard woke when he heard Kaelin come back and toss some wood in the fire. Light was just starting to creep across the tips of distant mountains, casting them in a soft pink glow, dark clouds behind, making the snow-capped peaks stand out all the more. Zed lay on his back, eyes wide open, snoring. Richard rubbed the sleep from his eyes and yawned. How about some tava root porridge? He whispered, wanting to let Zed sleep. Sounds good, she whispered back. Richard pulled the roots from his pack and began peeling them with his knife while Kaelin retrieved a pot. When he finished cutting them up, he tossed the roots in with the water she had added from her skin. This is the last of them. We'll have to start digging some more roots tonight, but I doubt we'll find tava, not in this rocky ground. I picked some berries. Together they warmed their hands at the fire. More than a queen, he thought. He tried to imagine a queen in fine robes and a crown picking berries. You see anything while you were on watch? She shook her head. Then she seemed to remember something and her face came up. But one time I did hear something strange. It was down here near the camp. It was like a growl, then a yelp. I almost came and woke you, but it was gone as soon as it started, and I didn't hear it again. Really? He glanced over each shoulder. Down here. Wonder what that was about. I guess I was so tired it didn't wake me. Richard mashed the pot of roots when they were done and added a little sugar. Kaelin dished up the porridge and added a big handful of berries on top of each. Why don't you wake him? She said. Richard smiled. Watch this. He tapped his spoon a few times against the side of the tin bowl. Zed made a short snort and sat bolt upright. The old man blinked twice. Breakfast? With their backs to him, they both giggled. You're in a good mood this morning, she said, looking over. He smiled. Zed's back with us. Richard walked over and handed Zed a bowl of porridge, then sat with his own on the low ledge. Kaelin made herself comfortable on the ground, wrapping a blanket around her legs while she balanced her bowl with one hand. Zed didn't bother to unwrap himself from his blanket as he ate. Richard waited, biding his time, eating slowly, while Zed bolted his porridge. Good, Zed proclaimed as he rose to get himself another bowlful from the pot. Richard waited until his old friend was spooning from the pot, then said, Kaelin told me what happened. I mean, she told me about how you made her tell you about Shota. Kaelin froze with a look as if she had been struck by lightning. Zed flinched up straight and spun to her. Why did you tell him? I thought you didn't want him to know you. Zed, I never... Zed's face grimaced. He turned slowly to Richard, who hunched over his bowl, methodically spooning porridge into his mouth. He didn't bother to look up. She didn't tell me, but you just did. Richard put the last spoonful in his mouth, and after he swallowed, he licked his spoon clean and dropped it in the tin bowl with a clank. His face, calm and triumphant, came up to the wizard's squinting eyes. Wizard's first rule, Richard announced with a wisp of a smile. The first step to believing something is wanting to believe it is true, or being afraid it is. I told you, Kaelin fumed at Zed. I told you he would find out. Zed paid her no attention. His eyes were locked on Richard. I thought about it last night, Richard explained as he set down his bowl.
I decided you were right, that you should know what Jota said. After all, you're a wizard. Maybe there's something in it you could help us with to stop Dark and Rahl. I knew you wouldn't rest until you knew what had happened. I decided I would tell you today, but then I figured you would get it out of Kalen first, one way or another. Kalen fell back on the blanket, laughing. Zed straightened his back and put his fists on his hips.
Bags! Richard, do you have any idea what you have just done?
Magic, Richard smiled. A trick, if done properly, is magic. He shrugged, or so I've been told. Zed nodded slowly.
Indeed.
He pointed a thin finger skyward, the sparkle returning to his intense hazel eyes.
You have tricked a wizard with his own rule. Not one of my wizards was ever able to do that.
He stepped closer, a grin spreading on his face.
Bags, Richard, you have it. You have the gift, my boy. You can be a wizard of the First Order, like me.
Richard frowned. I don't want to be a wizard. Zed ignored his words.
You have passed the first test.
You just said none of the other wizards was able to do it. So how could they be wizards if they couldn't pass the test? Zed gave him a one-sided smile.
They were wizards of the Third Order. One, Giller, is of the Second Order. None were able to pass the tests to be a wizard of the First Order. They didn't have the gift, only the calling.
Richard made a smirk. It was just a trick. Don't make something out of it that it wasn't.
A very special trick.
Zed's eyes narrowed again.
I'm impressed. I'm also very proud of you.
And how many of these tests are there if this is the first? Zed shrugged.
Oh, I don't know, maybe a few hundred or so. But you have the gift, Richard.
A shadow of worry passed across his eyes, as if he hadn't expected it.
You must learn to control it, or...
His eyes lit up again.
I will teach you. You really could be a wizard of the First Order.
Richard realized he was starting to listen too closely, and shook his head to clear it. I told you, I don't want to be a wizard, he added under his breath. I don't want anything to do with magic ever again when this is over. He realized that Kalen was staring at him. He looked from one wide-eyed face to another. It was just a stupid little trick, nothing more.
Just a stupid little trick if done on someone else. No small trick if done on a wizard.
Richard rolled his eyes. The both of you are... Zed leaned forward eagerly, cutting him off.
Can you command the wind?
Richard leaned back a little. Of course I can, he said, playing along. He held both hands up to the sky. Come to me, brother wind, gather about, blow a gale for me. He spread his arms dramatically. Kalen wrapped her cloak around herself expectantly. Zed looked about. Nothing happened. The two of them seemed a little disappointed. What's the matter with the two of you? Richard scowled. Did you eat some bad berries? Zed turned to her.
He must learn that later.
Kalen considered what Zed said, then looked up at Richard. Richard, to be a wizard, it's not an offer made to many. Zed scrubbed his hands together.
Bags, I wish I had the books here with me now. I'd bet a dragon's tooth they have something to say about this.
His face darkened.
But then there is the matter of the pain, and...
Richard squirmed uncomfortably. And just what kind of wizard are you, anyway? You don't even have a beard. Zed came out of his own thoughts and frowned.
What?
A beard. Where's your beard? I've been wondering about it ever since I found out you were a wizard. Wizards are supposed to have beards, you know.
Who told you this?
Well, I don't know. Everybody knows it. Wizards are supposed to have beards. It's common knowledge. I'm surprised you don't know it. Zed made a face as if he had just sucked on a lemon.
But I hate beards. They itch.
Richard shrugged. Seems you don't know as much as you think you do about being a wizard if you don't even know wizards are supposed to have beards. Zed folded his arms.
A beard, is it?
He unfolded his arms and began drawing his fingers and thumb down opposite sides of his chin. As he drew his fingers repeatedly, whiskers began appearing. The more he did this, the longer the whiskers grew. Richard watched, wide-eyed, until a snow-white beard reached to the middle of Zed's chest. Zed cocked his head and gave Richard an intent look.
Will this do, my boy?
Richard realized his mouth was open. He made it shut, but could only nod. Zed scratched his chin and neck.
Good. Now give me your knife so I can shave this thing off. It itches like ants.
My knife? What do you need my knife for? Why don't you just make it disappear like you made it appear? Kaelin gave a little laugh, then made her face straight when he glanced at her.
It doesn't work that way. Everyone knows it doesn't work that way,
Zed mocked. He turned to Kaelin.
Doesn't everyone know? You tell him.
Magic can only do things that use what is there. It cannot undo things that have happened. I don't understand. Zed peered at him with sharp eyes.
Your first lesson, should you ever decide to become a wizard. The three of us all have magic. It is all additive magic. Additive magic uses what is there and adds to it or uses it somehow. The magic Kaelin has uses the spark of love in a person, no matter how small, and adds to it until it's changed into something else. The magic of the Sword of Truth uses your anger and adds to it, takes power from it, until it becomes something else. I do the same thing. I can use whatever I need in nature to change things. I can change a bug to a flower. I can change a fear to a monster. I can make a broken bone knit. I can take heat from the air around us and add to it, multiply it, into wizard's fire. I can make my beard grow, but I can't make it ungrow.
A rock big as his fist started rising into the air.
I can lift something. I can change it.
The rock crushed to dust. Then you can do anything, Richard whispered.
No. I can lift or crush or move the rock, but I can't make it vanish. Where would it go? That's called subtractive magic, the undoing of things. My magic, Kaelin's magic, the sword's magic, is from this world. All magic from this world is additive magic. Dark and Ral can do any of it I can.
Zed's expression turned dark.
Subtractive magic is from the underworld. Dark and Ral knows how to use that, too. I don't.
Is it as powerful as additive magic?
Subtractive magic is the counter to additive, as night is to day. Yet it is all part of the same thing. The magic of Orden is the magic of both, additive and subtractive. It can add to the world, and it can take the world to nothing. To open the boxes, you must be a master of both magics. People never worried about it ever happening because no one was ever able to tap subtractive magic. But Dark and Ral commands it as easily as I command the additive.
And how do you suppose that came to be? Richard asked with a frown.
I have no idea, but it troubles me greatly.
Richard drew a deep breath. Well, I still think you were getting worked up over nothing. All I did was a little trick. Zed gave him a serious glare.
If done on a normal person, it would have been as you say, but I'm a wizard. I know how the wizard's rules work. You would not have been able to do this to me, except with magic of your own. I have taught many to be wizards. I have had to teach them to do what you have done. They could not do it without learning it first. Once in a great while, one is born with the gift. I was one such as this. Richard, you have the gift too. Sooner or later, you will have to learn to control it.
He put out his hand.
Now, give me the knife so I can rid myself of this ridiculous beard.
Richard put the knife handle in Zed's hand. The blade is dull. I've been digging roots with it. It's too dull to shave with.
Really?
Zed pinched the edge of the blade between his thumb and forefinger, drawing them along the length of the knife. He turned the knife around and held it delicately between his thumb and 2 fingers. Richard grimaced at him, shaving dry. With a light stroke, a swath of beard fell away. You just used subtractive magic. You made some of the edge go away to sharpen it. Zed arched an eyebrow.
No. I used what was already there and reformed the edge, making it sharp again.
Richard shook his head and went about gathering up their things, while Zed shaved off the beard. Kaelin helped put things away. You know, Zed, Richard said as he picked up the bowls, I think you're getting too obstinate in your ways.
I think when this is over, you need someone. Someone to take care of you. Help keep your perspective straight. Put the light of day to your imagination. I think you need a wife.
A wife?
Sure, I think that's what you need. Maybe you should go back and take another look at Addie.
Addie?
Yes, Addie, Richard scolded. You remember Addie, the woman with one foot.
Oh, I remember Addie quite well.
He gave Richard his most innocent look.
But Addie has 2 good feet, not 1.
Richard and Kalen both came to their feet in a rush.
What?
Yes, Zed smiled, turning away.
Seems it grew back.
He bent, pulling an apple from Richard's pack.
Quite unexpectedly.
Richard took Zed's sleeve and turned him around. Zed, you... The wizard smiled.
Are you thoroughly sure you wouldn't like to be a wizard?
He took a bite of the apple, pleased at seeing the astonishment on Richard's face. Zed handed him the knife, the blade as sharp as he had ever seen it. Richard shook his head and turned to his work. I just want to go home and be a guide, nothing more. He thought a while, then asked, Zed, all the time I grew up with you, you were a wizard and I never knew. You didn't use the magic. How could you stand not to? Why didn't you?
Ah, well, there are dangers to using the magic. Also pain.
Dangers like what? Zed regarded him for a moment.
You have used magic with the sword, you tell me.
But that's the sword. That's different. What dangers are there for a wizard in using the magic, and what pain? Zed gave a small, sly smile.
Only just finished with the first lesson, and already he is eager for the second.
Richard straightened. Never mind. He hoisted the pack onto his back. All I want to be is a woods guide. Apple in hand, Zed started toward the trail.
So you have told me.
He took a big bite.
Now, I want you two to tell me everything that has happened since I was knocked unconscious. Don't leave out a thing, no matter how trivial.
Richard and Kalen exchanged a crimson look. I won't tell if you don't, he whispered. She held him back with a hand on his arm. I swear, not a word about what happened in the spirit house. By the look in her eyes, he knew she meant to keep her word. For the rest of the day, as they trudged along the trails, keeping off the main roads, the two of them told Zed the stories of everything that had happened since they were attacked that day at the boundary. Zed made them go back to previous events at the oddest places in a story. Working off each other's words, Richard and Kalen managed to weave the story of the Mud People without mention of anything that happened between them in the spirit house. As they drew nearer to Tamarang, they crisscrossed roads and began to see refugees carrying their belongings on their backs or on small carts. Richard saw to it that they didn't stay long in the sight of people and placed himself between them and Kalen whenever he could. He didn't want anyone recognizing the Mother Confessor. He was relieved each time they were back in the woods. The forest was where he was most comfortable, even though it had proven its dangers to them. Late in the day, they had to take to the main road in order to cross the Calcidron River. It was too big and swift to risk fording, so they took the big wooden bridge. Zed and Richard kept Kalen protectively between them as they walked among the people crossing the bridge. Kalen kept the hood of her cloak up so people wouldn't see her long hair. Most of the people were heading for Tamarang, seeking shelter and safety from the marauding forces, supposedly sweeping in from Westland. Kalen said that they would reach Tamarang by the middle of the next day. From now on, they would have to travel most of the time on the road. Richard knew that they would have to move far from the road at night to be clear of any people. He began watching the sun so as to leave them time to move deep enough into the forest before it became too dark.
Does that feel good?
Rachel pretended Sarah answered that it did, and tucked a little more grass around her doll to be doubly sure she was warm enough. She nestled the loaf of bread with the cloth tied around it next to Sarah.
You'll be warm for now. I have to go get some wood before it's too dark, and then we'll have a fire. Then we can both be warm.
She left Sarah with the bread and the wayward pine and went outside. The sun was down, but it was still light enough to see. The clouds were a pretty pink. She looked at them once in a while as she picked up sticks, holding them against her body with the other arm. She checked her pocket to be sure the fire stick was still there. She had almost forgotten it last night and was scared now, unless she checked to make sure she hadn't forgotten it again. She looked up again at the pretty clouds. Just as she did, some big dark thing swooped low over the trees a little way up the hill. It must be some big bird, she thought. Ravens were big and dark. It must be one of those noisy ravens. She picked up some more sticks. Then she saw a bunch of blueberry bushes, low against the ground in an open place, their leaves starting to turn a flaming red. She threw the sticks down. She was so hungry she sat down on the berry bushes and started eating them as fast as she could pick. It was getting late in the year, and the berries were starting to get dry and shriveled, but they were still good. In fact, they tasted wonderful. She started putting one in her pocket for each one she ate. She moved on her hands and knees, picking berries, eating them, and putting them in her pocket. It was getting darker. Once in a while, she looked up at the pretty clouds. They were getting a darker color, purple. When her stomach felt better and her pocket was full, she picked the sticks up and went back to the wayward pine. Once back inside, she untied the cloth that was around the bread and dumped the berries from her pocket onto the cloth. She sat down and ate the berries off the cloth as she chatted with Sarah, offering to share her berries as she ate. Sarah didn't eat many. Rachel wished she had a mirror. She wished she could look in a mirror at her hair. Earlier in the day she had seen herself in a dark pool. Her hair looked so wonderful, all even. Richard was such a nice man to cut it for her. She missed Richard. She wished he were here now, to run away with her, to hug her. He gave the bestest hugs in the whole world. If Kalin weren't so mean, he could give her hugs too. Kalin would find out then how wonderful his hugs were. For some reason, Rachel missed her too, her stories and her songs and her fingers on her forehead. Why did she have to be so mean and say she was going to hurt Giller? Giller was one of the nicest men in the world. Giller gave her Sarah. Rachel broke the sticks as best she could, so they would fit in the circle of stones she had made. After stacking them carefully, she pulled out the fire stick. Light for me. She set the fire stick down on the cloth with the berries and then warmed her hands and ate a few berries while she told Sarah some of her troubles, how she wished Richard were hugging her, how she wished Kalin weren't mean, how she hoped Kalin didn't hurt Giller, how she wished she had something other than berries to eat. Some bug bit her on the neck. She let out a little squeal and swatted it. There was a little bit of blood on her hand when she took it away. And a fly. Look, Sarah. Look at how that stupid fly bit me. It made blood. Sarah seemed sorry for her sting. Rachel ate a few more berries. Another fly bit her neck. Rachel swatted it, not squealing this time. There was another spot of blood on her hand. That hurt, she told Sarah. With a frown, she threw the squished fly in the fire. The fly that bit her on the arm made her jump. She slapped it flat. Another bit her neck. Rachel flailed at the flies in the air around her face. Two more bit her neck, making blood before she smacked them. Tears welled up in her eyes from the pain of the stings. Get away, she yelled as she waved her hands around. Some were inside her dress, biting her chest and back. More bit her neck. Rachel started screaming as she batted at the flies, trying to get them off. Tears streamed down her cheeks. A fly bit the inside of her ear, making her scream even louder. The sound of it buzzing in her ear made her cry and scream as she dug with her finger, trying to get it out. She thrashed her arms as she yelled. Rachel screamed in a high pitch as she stumbled out of the wayward pine, wiping flies off her eyes. She ran, arms lashing out, trying to get the flies away. The flies followed her as she ran and screamed. Something in front of her made her stop dead in her tracks. Her wide eyes worked their way up the giant fur-covered body of the thing. Its belly was pink and had flies on it. Against the fading colors of the sky, it slowly unfolded huge wings, spreading them wide. Not wings covered with feathers, wings covered with skin. Rachel could see big blood veins in them, throbbing. With all her courage, she put her shaking hand in her pocket. The fire stick wasn't there. Her legs wouldn't move. She didn't even feel the flies that were biting her. She heard a sound like a cat purring, but a lot louder. Her eyes went up further. Glowing green eyes glared down at her. The purring sound was a low growl. The mouth opened with a louder growl, lips pulling back, showing its long, curved teeth. Rachel couldn't run. She couldn't move. She couldn't even scream. She shook as her wide eyes looked up into those mean eyes that glowed green. She forgot how to move her feet. A big claw reached for her. She felt something warm running down her legs. Chapter 38. Richard folded his arms and leaned back against the rock. Enough! Zed and Kalen both turned their heads, seeming to have forgotten he was even there. He had been listening to the two of them arguing for at least the last half hour as they sat in front of the fire and was tired of it. In fact, he was just plain tired. Dinner was long since done and they should be getting some sleep. But, instead, they were trying to decide what they would do tomorrow when they reached Tamarang. Now, instead of arguing, they started presenting their cases to him.
I say we march in there and I deal with Giller. He is my student. I will get him to tell me what's going on. I'm still Wizard of the First Order. He will do as I say. He will give me the box.
Kalen pulled her confessor's dress from her pack and held it up to Richard. This is the way we deal with Giller. He is my wizard, and he will do as I say because he knows the consequences. Richard let out a deep breath as he rubbed his eyes with his fingertips. You both want to eat a chicken we haven't even plucked yet. We aren't even sure whose chicken it is. What do you mean? Kalen asked. Richard leaned forward. Now he had their attention at last. At the very least, Tamarang is giving a sympathetic ear to Dahara. At the very worst, Darken Ral is there. Most likely, the fact is somewhere between the two. If we march in there and tell them what we want, they might not like it. Tamarang has a whole standing army to express to us how much they don't like it. Then what? Are the three of us going to fight a war with their army? How is this going to get us the box? How is it going to even get us to Giller? If we have to fight, I'd rather it be on the way out, not on the way in. Richard expected one of them to express some sort of objection while they sat as if being scolded, but neither did. So he went on. Maybe Giller is waiting and hoping someone will come, so he can help them get away with the box. Then again, maybe he will not be so willing to part company with it. But we won't know if we never make it to him now, will we? He addressed Zed. You told me the box has magic, and a wizard or Ral can feel that magic. But a wizard can also cover the feeling of that magic with a wizard's web, so the box can't be detected. That could be why Queen Malena wanted a wizard, to hide the box from Ral and use it as a bargaining tool. If we create a big commotion and scare Giller, no matter how he feels about us, he may be frightened and use the opportunity to escape. It could also be that Ral is just waiting for the quarry to be flushed from cover, and then he will pounce. Zed turned to Kalen.
I think the Seeker has some good points. Perhaps we should hear him out.
Kalen smiled a little. I believe you are correct, good wizard. She turned to Richard. What is your way? You've dealt with this Queen Malena before, right? What sort of person is she? Kalen needed no time to give it any thought. Tamarang is a minor and relatively insignificant land. Still, Queen Malena is as pompous and arrogant as any queen comes. A small snake, but a snake that can kill us nonetheless, Richard noted. Kalen nodded. But a snake with a big head. Small snakes have to be careful, cautious when they don't know what they are up against. The first thing we have to do is to give her a worry. Make her unsure enough not to bite us. What do you mean? Kalen asked. You said you've dealt with her before. Confessors go to the lands to take confessions and to inspect the prisons to find out what they will. She wouldn't want to close Tamarang to a confessor, would she? Not if she has half a brain, Zed chuckled. Well, that's what we do then. You put your dress back on and do your duty. Simply a confessor doing what confessors are expected to do. She may not like it, but she will treat you well. She will want you to be happy. She will want you to see what you will and then be on your way. The last thing she will want is to raise a fuss. So you inspect her dungeon, smile or frown or whatever it is you do, and then before we're on our way, you say you want to speak to your former wizard.
You think she should go alone?
Zed protested. No. Kalen doesn't have a wizard with her. The Queen would see that as a tempting vulnerability. We don't want her mouth to water. Zed folded his arms.
I will be her wizard.
No, you will not be her wizard. Dark and Rahl is killing people as we speak, looking for you. If you remove the wizard's web, let them know who you are, we'll have trouble down around our ears before we can get away with the box. Who knows what reward there is on your wrinkled hide? You will be her protection, but you will be anonymous protection. You will be... Richard tapped the sword hilt, thinking. His eyes came back down. You will be a cloud reader, a trusted advisor to the Mother Confessor in the absence of a wizard. Richard frowned slightly at Zed's grumble. I'm sure you know how to play the part. Then you will hide your sword, your identity, from her as well? Kaelin asked. No. The presence of the Seeker will give her pause, something else to worry about, something to keep her fangs in her mouth until we're away. The whole point is to give her something she's familiar with, a confessor, so as not to raise an alarm. At the same time, give her something to keep her worried, a cloud reader and the Seeker, so she would rather be rid of us than find out what sort of trouble we might be able to cause. The way you two want to do it gets us in a fight where one or all of us could be hurt. My way puts us at minimum risk of a fight, and if it comes, at least it will be when we're on our way out with the box. He gave each of them a stern look. You do remember the box, don't you? In case you've forgotten, that is what we're after, not Giller's head in a basket. Whose side he's on is not an issue. We must only get the box, no more. Kaelin folded her arms with a frown. Zed rubbed his chin while he looked into the fire. Richard let them mull it over for a while. He knew that the way they wanted to do it was sure to cause trouble, and that soon enough they would both realize it. Zed turned back to him.
Of course you are right, I agree.
His thin face turned to Kaelin.
Mother Confessor?
She studied Zed's face a moment before looking up at Richard. Agreed. But Richard, the two of you will have to play the part of courtiers to the Mother Confessor. Zed knows the protocol, but you don't. I hope not to be there long. Just tell me what I need to know to get by for a short time. Kaelin drew a deep breath. Well, I guess the most important thing is to look like you are part of my escort. Be respectful. She cleared her throat, diverting her eyes. Just pretend like I am the most important person you have ever been around and treat me in that manner, and no one will question. Every confessor allows her attendants different liberties, and as long as you are deferential, no one will think anything of it if you should happen to do something not quite proper. Even if you think my behavior odd, just play along, all right? Richard watched her a moment while she studied the ground. He rose to his feet. It would be my honor, Mother Confessor. He gave a bow. Zed cleared his throat.
A little deeper, my boy. You are not traveling with a mere confessor. You are an escort to the Mother Confessor herself.
All right, Richard sighed. I'll do my best. Now get some sleep. I'll take first watch. He started walking toward the trees.
Richard,
Zed called after him. He stopped, turning back.
There are many in the Midlands who have magic. Many different and dangerous types of magic. There is no telling what manner of sycophants Queen Milena has surrounded herself with. You pay attention to what Kaelin and I tell you, and do your best not to cross anyone. You may not know who or what her attendants are.
Richard drew his cloak around himself. In and out with minimum fuss. That's what I want too. If all goes well, tomorrow at this time we will have the box, and our only worry will be to find a hole to hide in until winter.
Good. You have it right, my boy. Good night.
In a spot thin of brush, Richard found a moss-covered log to sit on while he kept an eye toward the camp and the surrounding woods. He checked to make sure the moss was dry. He didn't want to sit in damp moss and then have wet pants to make him colder. The moss was dry, so he rearranged his sword, sat down, and wrapped his cloak tight. Clouds hid the moon. If it wasn't for the fire lending the little illumination it did to the surrounding woods, it would be the kind of dark that made you think you were blind. Richard sat and brooded. He didn't like the idea of Kaelin having to put on the dress and put herself at risk. He liked it less that it was his own idea. He wondered and worried at what she meant about her acting odd and his playing along. He wondered and worried even more at what she had said about pretending she was the most important person he had ever been around. He liked that not at all. He always pictured Kaylin in his mind as his friend at the least. He didn't like to picture her as the Mother Confessor. It was Confessor's magic that made it impossible for them to be more than friends. He was afraid to see her as others saw her, as the Mother Confessor. Any reminder of what she was, her magic, only brought the hurt deeper into his heart. It was the smallest of sounds that made him sit bolt upright. The eyes were on him. They were close, and though he couldn't see them, he could feel them. The knowledge that something was close watching him sent a chill across his skin. It made him feel naked, vulnerable. His eyes were wide, his heart pounding as he looked straight ahead to where he knew the thing was. The silence, except for his heart beating in his ears, was oppressive. Richard held his breath, trying to hear. Again came the soft sound of a foot being lowered stealthily to the forest floor. It was coming toward him. Richard's wide eyes stared frantically into the blackness, trying to see a movement. It was no more than 10 paces away when the yellow eyes inched into view, hunkered low to the ground. The eyes were glowering right at him. The thing stopped. He held his breath. With a howl, it sprang. Richard jumped to his feet, his hand going for the sword. When it bounded into the air, Richard saw that it was a wolf. The biggest wolf he had ever seen. It was to him before his hand even reached the hilt. The wolf's front paws hit his chest square. The powerful impact drove him backward over the log he had been sitting on. As he fell backward, his breath knocked from him, he saw behind him something more frightening than the wolf. A hearthound. The huge jaws snapped at his chest, just as the wolf reached the hearthound and went for its throat. Richard's head hit something hard. He heard a yelp and the sound of teeth ripping tendon. Everything went black. His eyes opened. Zed was looking down at him, and had a middle finger to each side of Richard's forehead. Kaylin was holding a torch. He felt dizzy, but stood anyway on wobbly legs until Kaylin made him sit on the log. With a frown of concern, she stroked her fingers on his face. "Are you all right?" "I think so," he managed. "My head, it hurts." He thought he might throw up. Zed took the torch from Kaylin and held it behind the log, casting light on the body of a hearthound, its throat ripped out. Zed looked down at Richard's sword, still in its sheath. "How is it the hound didn't have you?" Richard felt the back of his head. It hurt like daggers twisting. "I don't know. It all happened so fast." Then he remembered like a dream when waking. He stood up again. A wolf! It was a wolf that has been following us. Kaylin stepped closer, put an arm around his waist to steady him. A wolf? The odd tone of suspicion in her voice made him look to her narrowed eyes. "Are you sure?" Richard nodded. "I was sitting here, and then all of a sudden I knew it was watching me. It came closer and I saw its yellow eyes. Then it leapt at me. I thought it was attacking. It knocked me flat right over the log. I never even had time to draw the sword, it was so fast, but it wasn't attacking me. It was going for the hearthound behind me, protecting me. I never even saw the hearthound until I was falling backward. It must have killed the hound. That wolf saved my life." Kaylin straightened herself and put her fists on her hips. "Brophy!" she called into the darkness. "Brophy, I know you're out there. Come here this instant." The wolf trotted into the torchlight with its head down and its tail between its legs. Its thick fur was a charcoal color from the tip of its nose to the tip of its tail. Fierce yellow eyes glowed from its dark head. The wolf dropped to its belly and crawled to Kaylin's feet. Once there, it rolled onto its back with paws in the air and whined. "Brophy," she admonished. "Have you been following us?"
"Only to protect you, mistress."
Richard's jaw dropped. He wondered how hard he had been hit on the head. "He can talk! I heard him! That wolf can talk!" Zed and Kaylin both looked up at his wide eyes. Zed glanced at her. "I thought you said you told him." Kaylin winced a little. "Well, I guess I didn't remember to tell him everything." She frowned at Zed. "It's hard to remember everything he doesn't know." We have lived it our whole lives. You just forget he hasn't.
Come on, Zed grumbled. Let's go back to the camp. All of us.
The wizard led them with the torch, Kalen following, the wolf slinking along at her side, ears lowered, tail dragging the ground. When they sat around the fire, Richard addressed the wolf as it sat on its haunches next to Kalen. Wolf, I guess?
Brophy. The name's Brophy.
Richard sat back a little. Brophy, sorry. My name is Richard, and this is Zed. Brophy, I would like to thank you for saving my life.
Don't mention it,
he growled. Brophy, Kalen said in a disapproving voice, what are you doing here? The wolf's ears flattened.
There is danger for you. I have been protecting you.
You have been released, she scolded. Was that you last night? Richard asked. Brophy regarded him with yellow eyes.
Yes. Whenever you camped, I cleared the area of hardhounds and a few other nasty things. Last night, close to morning, one came near to your camp. I took care of it. This hound tonight was hunting you. He could hear your heart beating. I knew Mistress Kalen would be unhappy if he ate you, so I kept him from doing it.
Richard swallowed hard. Thank you, he said in a weak voice.
Richard, Zed asked, rubbing his chin, the hounds are underworld beasts. They haven't bothered you up until now. What's changed?
Richard almost choked. Well, Addie gave Kalen a bone to carry, to get us through the boundary and to protect us from underworld beasts. I had an old bone that my father gave me, and Addie said it would do the same thing. But I lost it a day or two ago. Zed's face was wrinkled up in thought. Richard looked to the wolf, hoping to change the subject. How come you can talk? Brophy drew his long tongue around his lips.
Same reason you can talk. I can talk because...
He looked up at Kalen.
You mean he doesn't know what I am?
She gave him a look, and he sank to the ground, resting his head on his paws. Kalen locked her fingers around a knee, clicking her thumbnails together. Richard, do you remember when I told you that sometimes when we took a confession, the person turned out to be innocent? And once in a great while, one who was to be executed would ask to give a confession so as to prove his innocence? Richard nodded. She cast an eye to the wolf. Brophy was to be executed for killing a little boy.
I don't kill children,
the wolf growled, coming to his feet. Do you wish to tell the story? The wolf sank back down.
No, mistress.
Brophy would have rather been touched by a confessor's power than be thought a child killer, not to mention what else was done to that little boy. He requested a confessor. It's something done only rarely. Most men choose the executioner, but it meant that much to him. I told you we have a wizard with us when we take confessions. One reason is for protection, but there is another reason. In a case like this, where the person is unjustly accused and found to be innocent, he is still left touched by our power. He cannot be returned to who he was. So the wizard changes him to something else. The changing takes away some of the magic of the confessor and gives him enough concern for himself to start over with a new life. Richard was incredulous. You were innocent? And yet you are to be left like this for life?
Completely innocent,
Brophy confirmed. Brophy? Kalen spoke his name in a rising tone Richard was familiar with. The wolf sank back down.
Of killing that boy.
His cowering eyes looked up at Kalen as she watched him.
That's all I meant, innocent of killing that boy.
Richard frowned. What does that mean? Kalen looked over to him. It means that when he gave his confession, he confessed to other things he was not accused of. You see, Brophy had been engaged in occupations of a dubious nature. She glanced down at the wolf. At the gray edges of law.
I was an honest businessman,
the wolf protested. Kalen cast an eye toward Brophy while she spoke to Richard. Brophy was a traitor. My father was a traitor, Richard said, his anger rising. I don't know what traders in Westland trade, but in the Midlands, some traders deal in things of magic. Richard thought about the Book of Counted Shadows. So what? Kalen lifted an eyebrow to him. Some of them happened to be alive at the time. Brophy rose up to his front paws.
How am I to tell? You can't always tell. Sometimes you think something is just an artifact, like a book that a collector will pay handsomely for. Sometimes it's something more. A stone, a statue, or a staff. Or perhaps, well, how am I to know if they are alive?
Kaylin still had her eye on the wolf. You traded things of magic other than books and statues, she scolded. In this innocent business of his, he would also get himself into disagreements with people. Disagreements such as rights of ownership. When Brophy was a man, he was as big for a man as he is for a wolf. He sometimes used his size to persuade people to do as he wished. Is this not true, Brophy? The wolf's ears wilted.
It's true, mistress. I have a temper as big as my muscles. But it only came out when I was wronged. A lot of people think they can cheat traders. They think we are little more than thieves and will not stand up for ourselves. When I settled disagreements with my temper, they tended to stay settled.
Kaylin gave the wolf a little smile. Brophy had a reputation that, although not unearned, was larger than the truth. She looked up at Richard. The business he was in was dangerous and therefore very profitable. Brophy made enough money at it to support his hobby. Almost no one knew about it until after I touched him, and he made his confession. The wolf put his paws over his head.
Oh, mistress, please, must we?
Richard frowned. What was this hobby? Kaylin's smile widened. Brophy had a weakness: children. As he traveled around in search of things to trade, he would stop at orphanages and see to it they had what they needed to take care of the children. All the gold he made ended up in different orphanages, so the children could be cared for and not go hungry. He twisted the arms of the people running the orphanages to swear them to secrecy. He didn't want anyone knowing. Of course, he didn't have to twist very hard. Brophy's paws were still over his head, and his eyes squeezed tightly shut.
Mistress, please, he whined. I have a reputation.
He opened his eyes and rose up on his front paws.
And a well-earned one at that. I've broken my share of arms and noses. I've done some pretty despicable deeds.
Kaylin lifted an eyebrow to him. Yes, you have. Some were reason enough to get you thrown in prison for a time. But none were reason enough to chop off your head. She looked back up at Richard. You see, since Brophy had been seen around orphanages, and because of his reputation, no one was too surprised when he was accused of the murder of a little boy.
Demon Nass,
Brophy growled.
Accused by Demon Nass.
His lips curled back, showing his long teeth as he growled. Why didn't the people at the orphanages stand up for you?
Demon Nass, Brophy growled again. He would have slit their throats.
Who is this Demon Nass? Kaylin exchanged a look with the wolf. Remember when Darkin Rall came to the Mud People and he took Sidon? Remember when he said Sidon was a gift for a friend? Demon Nass is that friend. She gave Richard a meaningful look. Demon Nass has a very sick interest in little boys. Richard felt a stab of fear and pain for Sidon, and for Savidlin and Wesselan. He remembered his promise to try to find their boy. He had never felt so powerless.
If I ever find him, Brophy growled fiercely, I will settle a few scores. He's not fit to die. He must pay first for the things he's done.
You just stay away from him, Kaylin warned. He is a dangerous man. I don't want you hurt any more than you have been already. The wolf's yellow eyes flared angrily at Kaylin for a moment before they cooled.
Yes, mistress.
He lay back down.
I would have faced the executioner with my head held high. The spirits know I may have earned it, but not for that. I would not let them kill me thinking I had done those things to children. So I demanded a confessor.
I didn't want to take his confession. Kaylin picked up a stick and pushed at the dirt. I knew he wouldn't have requested a confessor unless he was innocent. I talked to the judge. He said that in view of the crime, he would not commute the sentence. It was death or a confession. Brophy insisted upon the confession. Richard could see the firelight reflecting in the wetness of her green eyes. Afterward, I asked him to pick another creature he would choose to be, if he had a choice. He chose a wolf. Why a wolf, I don't know. She smiled a little. I guess it fits his nature. Because wolves are honorable creatures, Richard smiled. You haven't lived in the forest. You've lived among people. Wolves are very social creatures, have strong ties and relationships. They are fiercely protective of their young. The whole pack will fight to protect them, and all members of the pack care for the young.
You understand,
Brophy whispered. Really, Brophy? She asked.
Yes, mistress, I have a good life now.
His tail swished back and forth.
I have a mate. She's a fine wolf. She smells divine, and her nips give me shivers, and she has the cutest little... Well, never mind.
He looked up at Kalin.
She is the leader of our pack, with me at her side, of course. She is pleased with me. She says I'm the strongest wolf she has ever seen. We had a litter this last spring, 6. They're fine pups, almost grown now. It's a fine life, hard, but fine. Thank you, mistress, for releasing me.
I'm so glad, Brophy. But why are you here? Why aren't you back with your family?
Well, when you were coming down out of the Rang Shada, you passed near my den. I sensed your presence. I found I could smell you. The urge to protect you was too strong to overcome. I know you are in danger, and I can't be at peace in my pack until I know you're safe. I must protect you.
Brophy, she protested, we're fighting to stop Darken Rahl. It's too dangerous for you to be with us. I don't want you to lose your life. You have already sacrificed too much to Darken Rahl through Dem and Nas.
Mistress, when I was changed to the wolf, it removed most of my need for you, my need to please you. Yet I would still die for you. It is still extremely difficult for me to go against your wishes, but in this I must. I will not leave you to danger. I must protect you, or I could never be at peace. Command me to leave if you will, but I will not go. I will shadow you until you are safe from Darken Rahl.
Brophy, Richard said. The wolf looked over to him. I too want Kalin protected, so she can do her job and help stop Rahl. I would be honored to have you along. You have already proven your value and your heart. If you can help protect her, you just ignore what she says and go right on protecting her. Brophy looked up at her. Kalin smiled at him. He is the Seeker. I'm sworn on my life to protect him, as is Zed. If that is his word, then I must go along. Brophy's muzzle opened in surprise.
He commands you? He commands the Mother Confessor?
He does. The wolf studied him in a new light, shook his head.
Wonder of wonders.
He licked his lips.
By the way, I would like to thank you for the food you have left me.
Kalin frowned. What are you talking about?
Whenever he trapped food, he always left some for me.
You did? She asked. Richard shrugged. Well, I knew he was out there, and I didn't know what he was, but I didn't think he meant us harm. So I left him food to let him know we didn't mean him any harm either. He smiled at the wolf. But when you came at me back there, I surely thought I had made a mistake. Thank you again. Brophy seemed uncomfortable with the gratitude and stood.
I have been here long enough. I have woods to patrol. There might be things about. The 3 of you need not stand watch with Brophy on the job.
Richard pushed a stick at the fire, watching the sparks swirl into the air. Brophy, what was it like when Kalin touched you, when she released her power into you? No one spoke. Richard looked into the wolf's yellow eyes. Brophy's head turned to Kalin. Tell him, she whispered in a broken voice. Brophy lay back down, folding one paw over the other, his head held high. He was silent for a long time before he spoke.
It's hard to remember everything at that time, but I will try to explain it the best I can.
His head cocked a little to one side.
Pain. I remember the pain. It was exquisite, beyond anything you can imagine. The first thing I remember after the pain is fear. Overpowering fear I might be breathing wrong, and it would somehow displease her. I almost died from fear that I would displease her.
And then when she told me what she wanted to know, it was a flush of the greatest joy I had ever known. Joy, because then I knew what I could do to please her. I was overjoyed that she had made a request of me, that there was something I could do to satisfy her. That's what I remember the most. The desperate, frantic need to do as she wanted, to satisfy her and make her happy. Nothing else was in my mind, only to please her, to be in her presence was beyond bliss. The pleasure of being in her presence made me cry with elation. She told me to tell the truth, and I was so happy because I knew I could do that. I was thrilled to have a task within my power. I started talking as fast as I could, to tell her all the truth I could. She had to tell me to slow down because she couldn't understand me. If I had had a knife, I would have used it on myself for displeasing her. Then she told me it was all right, and I cried because she was not displeased with me. I told her what happened.
His ears wilted a little.
After I told her I hadn't killed the boy, I remember she put her hand on my arm. The touch nearly made me faint with pleasure. And she said she was sorry. I misunderstood. I thought she meant she was sorry I hadn't killed the boy. I begged her to let me go kill another boy for her.
Tears ran from the corners of the wolf's eyes.
Then she explained that what she meant was that she was sorry for me for being wrongly accused of the murder. I remember crying uncontrollably because she had shown me a kindness. She was sorry for me. She cared for me. I remember what it felt like to be near her, to be in her presence. I guess it was a feeling of love, but words are so hollow next to the power of the wanting of her.
Richard stood. He could only make himself take the briefest of glances at Kaelin, at her tears. Thank you, Brophy. He had to pause a moment to make sure his voice wouldn't fail him. It's late. We better get some sleep. Tomorrow is an important day. I'm going to take my watch. Good night. Brophy stood.
You three sleep. I will stand watch tonight.
Richard swallowed the lump. I appreciate that, but I will stand my watch. If you wish, you may guard my back. He turned and started to leave. Richard! Zed called out to him. Richard stopped without turning.
What bone is it that your father gave you?
Richard's mind raced in a panic. Please, Zed, he said to himself, if you have ever believed a lie I have told you, believe this one. You remember it. It was that little round one. You've seen it before. I know you have.
Oh. Yes, I guess I must have. Good night.
Wizard's first rule. Thank you, my old friend, he thought to himself, for teaching me how to protect Kaelin's life. He walked on into the night, his head pounding with pain, from without and from within. Chapter 39. The city of Tamarang couldn't hold all the people who wanted in. There were simply too many. People coming from every direction, seeking protection and safety, had overflowed to the countryside around the established quarters. Tents and shacks had sprung up on the bare ground outside the city walls and out onto the hills. In the morning, people had flowed down from the hills into the impromptu market quarter outside the walls. People who had come from other towns, villages, and cities lined up in streets laid out in haphazard fashion at makeshift stands, selling whatever they had. Vendors sold everything from old clothes to fine jewelry. Fruits and vegetables were stacked at other stands. There were barbers and healers and fortune-tellers, people who had paper and wanted to draw your face, and people who had leeches and wanted to draw your blood. Wine and spirits were for sale everywhere. Despite the circumstances of their presence, the people seemed in a festive mood. The imagined protection and ample supply of drink, Richard suspected. Talk floated freely of the wonders of Father Rahl. Speakers stood at the center of small knots of citizens, telling the latest news, the latest atrocities. The tattered folk moaned and wailed at the outrages done by the Westlanders. There were cries for vengeance. Richard didn't see a single woman with hair past her jawline. The castle proper sat at the top of a high hill within its own walls, within the walls of the city. Red banners with a black wolf's head flew at evenly spaced intervals around the formidable castle walls. The huge wooden doors at the outer city wall stood closed. To keep the riffraff at bay, it appeared. Patrols of soldiers prowled the streets on horseback, their armor glinting in the noonday sun, specks of light in an ocean of noisy people. Richard saw one detachment, red banners with Black Wolf's head flying over them as they swept through the new streets. Some people cheered, some bowed, but all backed away as the horses passed. The soldiers ignored them, as if they didn't exist. People who didn't move out of the way quick enough got a boot to the head. But none of the people moved out of the way of the soldiers the way they moved out of the way for Kaelin. People backed away from the Mother Confessor the way a pack of dogs backs away from a porcupine. Her white dress shone in the bright sun. Back straight, head held high, she walked as if she owned the whole city. She kept her eyes straight ahead and acknowledged no one. She had refused to wear her cloak, saying it wouldn't be proper, and that she wanted there to be no doubt as to who she was. There was no doubt. People fell over each other getting out of her way. Everyone bowed in a wave in the wide circle around her as she passed. Hushed whispers carried Kaelin's title back through the throng. Kaelin didn't acknowledge the bows. Zed, wearing Kaelin's pack for her, walked at Richard's side, 2 paces behind her. Both his and Richard's eyes swept the crowds. In all the time he had known Zed, Richard had never seen him wear a pack. To say it looked odd would be an understatement. Richard kept his cloak hooked back behind the Sword of Truth. It raised a few eyebrows, but nothing like the Mother Confessor did. "Is it like this everywhere she goes?" Richard whispered to Zed. "I'm afraid so, my boy." Without hesitation, Kaelin walked smoothly over the massive stone bridge to the city gates. Guards at the near end of the bridge fell back out of her way. She ignored them. Richard surveyed everything in case he needed to find a fast way out. The 24 guards at the city gates were obviously under instruction to allow no one to enter. The guards who had been standing at attention looked nervously at each other. They hadn't expected a visit from the Mother Confessor. With a clank of metal against metal, some of them moved back, bumping into each other, and some didn't, not knowing what to do. Kaelin stopped. She stared ahead at the gates as if she expected them to evaporate out of her way. The guards in front of her pressed their backs against the gates as they looked sideways to their captain. Zed stepped around Kaelin, turned to her, bowed deeply, as if to excuse himself for stepping in front of her, then turned to the captain. "What's the matter with you? Are you blind, man? Open the gates!" The captain's dark eyes shifted between Kaelin and Zed. "I'm sorry, but no one is to enter." "And your name is?" Zed's face turned bright red. Richard had to work at keeping his own face straight. The wizard's voice was a low hiss. "Are you telling me, Captain, that you were told, if the Mother Confessor comes by, don't let her in?" The captain's eyes looked less sure. "Well, I was ordered—" "I'm not—" "Open the gates right now!" Zed bellowed, fists at his side. "And get a proper escort here this instant!" The captain almost jumped out of his armor. He yelled orders, and men started running at his direction. The gates swung inward, horses thundered up from behind and came around the little company, forming a rank in front of Kaelin, with their banners at the lead. More horsemen formed up behind. Foot soldiers came at a run, falling in beside her, but not too close. Richard was seeing her world for the first time, the loneliness of it. What had his heart gotten him into? With cold pain, he understood her need for a friend. "You call this a proper escort?" Zed roared. "Well, it will have to do." He turned to Kaelin, bowed deeply. "My apologies, Mother Confessor, for this man's insolence and his feeble effort at an escort." Her eyes went to Zed, and she gave a slight bow of her head. Though he knew he had no right, the shape of her in that dress was making Richard sweat. As best they could, the men in their ranks kept a wary eye to Kaelin, waiting, and when she started forward, they stepped in with her. Dust rose around the horses as they started through the gates. Zed fell in next to Richard as the procession started moving, leaning toward the captain as he passed. "Count your blessings the Mother Confessor doesn't know your name, Captain," he snapped. Richard saw the captain sag with relief when they moved well past him. Richard smiled to himself. He had wanted to give them a worry, but he had no idea it would be so effective a worry. There was as much order to the city inside the walls as there was disorder outside its gates. Shops with their wares displayed in windows lined the paved streets, radiating out from the fortress castle. The streets lacked the dust and smells of those outside. There were inns that looked to be finer than any Richard had ever seen before, much less stayed in. Some had doormen standing at attention in red uniforms and white gloves. Elaborately carved signs hung above the doors. The Silver Garden Inn, the Collins Inn, the White Stallion, and the Carriage House. Men in fine, richly colored coats, escorting ladies in elaborate dresses, went about their business with calm grace. One thing that wasn't different about the people inside the walls was that they, too, bowed deeply when they saw the Mother Confessor approaching. As the sound of the horses' hooves on the stone and armor clanking drew their attention, and they saw Kalin, they backed away and bowed, although not as quickly. There was no snap in their deference, no sincerity in their submission. There was a wisp of contempt in their eyes. Kalin ignored them. The people inside the walls also noticed the sword more than those outside had noticed it. Richard saw the men's eyes glide over it as he passed, saw the women's cheeks color with disdain. Women's hair was still short, but occasionally there was some that touched the shoulders, none longer. That, too, made Kalin stand out all the more, the way her hair cascaded off her shoulders and partway down her back. There was no woman with hair that even approached it. Richard was glad he hadn't cut it for her. One of the horsemen was given orders, and he broke rank in a dead run toward the castle to announce the arrival of the Mother Confessor. As she proceeded, Kalin wore the calm expression that showed nothing, an expression he was used to seeing on her. He now realized what it was. It was the expression worn by a confessor. Before they reached the castle gates, trumpets announced the arrival of the Mother Confessor. The tops of the walls were alive with soldiers, lancers, bowmen, and swordsmen. All stood in ranks, bowed as one when Kalin was close enough, and stayed bowed until she passed through the iron gates that stood open for her. Inside the gates, soldiers standing at attention lined each side of the road and bowed in unison as she passed. Some of the terraces held stone urns that marched off to either side, some of them still holding greenery, or flowers that must have been brought out daily from greenhouses. Broad, flat areas displayed hedges trimmed in intricate patterns, even mazes. Closer to the castle walls, hedges were larger, cut to mimic objects or animals. They extended off to the sides as far as the eye could see. The walls of the castle soared into the air above them. The complicated stonework left Richard awestruck. He had never been this close to anything man-made that was this huge. Shota's palace was big, but not this big, and he had never gotten close to it. Towers and turrets, walls and ramps, balconies and niches, all rose high into the air above them. He marveled at what Kalin had told him, that this was an insignificant kingdom, and wondered at what the castles in the more important lands must be like. The horsemen had left them at the rampart, and as they were swallowed into the castle, the foot soldiers, 6 abreast with room for another 6 to each side, marched through the enormous pair of brass-clad doors and fanned out to the sides, leaving the 3 to walk on, Kalin in the lead. The room was immense. A gleaming sea of black and white marble tiles swept away ahead of them. Polished stone columns, so large it would take 10 people holding hands to reach around each and fluted with spiraling carved roping, rose in a line to both sides of the room, supporting row upon row of arches at the edge of the ribbed vaulted center ceiling. Richard felt as little as a bug. Huge tapestries depicting heroic scenes of vast battles hung on the side walls. He had seen tapestries before. His brother had too. Richard rather favored them, and had always thought they were a grand extravagance. But Michael's tapestries were to these as a stick drawing in the dirt was to a fine oil painting. Richard hadn't even known such majestic things as these existed. Zed leaned a little closer to him and whispered, "Put your eyes back in your head and shut your mouth." Chagrined, Richard snapped his mouth closed and put his eyes to the front. He leaned close to Zed and asked in a low whisper, "Is this the kind of place she is used to?" "No, the Mother Confessor is used to much better than this." Overwhelmed, Richard straightened himself. Ahead lay a grand stairway. By Richard's estimation, his entire house would fit with room to spare on its central landing. Carved marble railings swooped down each side. Between themselves and the stairs waited a knot of people. At their front stood Queen Milena, an amply fed woman in layered silks of garish colors. She wore a cape trimmed in rare spotted fox. Her hair was as long as Kalen's. At first, Richard couldn't figure out what she was holding, but when he heard the yapping, he realized it was a small dog. As they approached, everyone but the Queen dropped to a knee in a deep bow. When they stopped, Richard stared openly. He had never seen a queen before. Zed gave him a sideways kick. He dropped to one knee and, following Zed's example, bowed his head. The only two who did not kneel or bow were Kalen and the Queen. No sooner was he down than everyone was back up, with him coming to his feet last. Richard guessed that the two women must not have to bow to each other. The Queen stared at Kalen, who, with her head held high, didn't break her calm countenance and didn't even look at the Queen. No one spoke a word. Kalen lifted her hand a little, only about a foot away from her body, with her arm held unbending, her hand held limply in place. The Queen's expression turned darker. Kalen's didn't change. Richard figured that if anyone had blinked, he would have heard it. The Queen turned slightly to the side and handed the little dog to a man in a bright green sleeved doublet and black tights with red and yellow striped pantaloons. There was a whole gaggle of men behind the Queen dressed in similar fashion. The dog growled viciously and bit the man's hand. He did his best not to notice. The Queen lowered herself to both knees in front of Kalen. A young man in plain black clothes immediately came to the Queen's side, holding a tray out in front of himself. He bowed, head bent impossibly low, holding the tray out to the Queen. She took a small towel from the tray, dipped it in a silver bowl of water, and used it to wipe her lips. She returned the towel to the tray. The Queen took the Mother Confessor's hand lightly in her own and kissed it with her freshly cleaned lips. "Fidelity is sworn to the confessors, on my crown, on my land, on my life." Richard had heard few people lie as smoothly. Kalen at last moved her eyes. She looked down at the Queen's bowed head. "Rise, my child." More than a queen indeed, Richard thought. He remembered teaching Kalen to make a snare, to read tracks, to dig roots, and felt himself turning crimson. Queen Milena laboriously pushed herself to her feet. Her lips smiled. Her eyes didn't. "We have not requested a confessor." "Nonetheless, I am here." Kalen's voice could have frozen water. "Yes, well, this is grand, simply grand." Her face brightened. "We will have a banquet. Yes, a banquet. I will send out runners with invitations immediately. Everyone will come. I'm sure they will be most pleased to dine with the Mother Confessor. This is quite an honor." She turned, indicating the men in the red and yellow pantaloons. "These are my barristers." The men all bowed deeply again at the introduction. "I don't remember all their names." She held her hand out to two men in gold robes. "And this is Silas Tannick and Brandon Gadding, the chief advisors to the Crown." The two gave a nod. "And my Minister of Finance, Lord Rondell. My star guide, Lady Kiley." Richard didn't see a silver-robed wizard among the Queen's entourage. The Queen waved her hand at a shabbily dressed man in the back. "And James, my court artist." From the corner of his eye, Richard saw Zed stiffen. James kept his lecherous eyes on Kalen as he gave a shallow bow. He was missing his right hand at the wrist. The oily smile he gave her made Richard reach for his sword instinctively before he realized what he was doing. Without looking over, Zed's hand grabbed his wrist and took the hand away from the sword. Richard glanced around at the other people to see if anyone had noticed. No one had. They were all watching the Mother Confessor. Kalen turned to the two of them. "Zedicus Zorander, Cloud Reader, trusted advisor to the Mother Confessor." Zed bowed dramatically. "And Richard Cipher, the Seeker, protector to the Mother Confessor." Richard imitated Zed's bow. The Queen looked at him, lifting an eyebrow with a sour look. Pretty pathetic protection for a mother confessor. Richard made no change in his expression. Calen remained unruffled. It is the sword that cuts. The man is unimportant. His brain may be small, but his arms are not. He tends to use the sword too often, though. The Queen didn't seem to believe her. Behind the royal party, a small girl came gliding down the stairs. She wore a pink satin dress and jewelry that was too large for her. She strode up beside the Queen, flipping her long hair back over her shoulder. She did not bow. My daughter, the Princess Violet. Violet, dear, this is the Mother Confessor. Princess Violet scowled up at Calen. Your hair is too long. Perhaps we should cut it for you. Richard detected the slightest smile of satisfaction on the Queen's face. He decided it was time to elevate her level of worry. The sword of truth came out, sending its distinctive ring around the huge room, the stone amplifying the sound. With the sword point an inch from Princess Violet's nose, he let the anger of it rage through him to make his words more dramatic. Bow to the Mother Confessor, he hissed, or die. Zed acted bored. Calen waited calmly. No one else had eyes as wide as the princess as she stared at the sword point. She dropped to her knees and bowed her head. Standing back up, her eyes went to him as if asking if the bow was all right. Be careful how you use that tongue, Richard sneered. The next time I will separate it from you. She nodded and walked around her mother, standing on the far side of her. Richard sheathed his sword, turned, bowed deeply to Calen, who didn't look at him, and returned to his station behind her. The demonstration had the desired effect on the Queen, her voice becoming a bright sing-song. Yes, well, as I was saying, it is grand having you here. We are all simply delighted. Let us show you to our finest room. You must be tired from your journey. Perhaps you would like to rest before dinner, and then after dinner we can all have a nice long— I am not here to eat, Calen cut her off. I am here to inspect your dungeon. Dungeon? She made a face. It's filthy down there. Are you sure you wouldn't rather— Calen started walking. I know the way. Richard and Zed fell in behind her. She stopped and turned back to the Queen. You will wait here, her voice was like ice, until I am finished. As the Queen began bowing her assent, Calen strode off with a swish of her dress as she turned on her heels. If Richard hadn't known her as well as he did, the entire encounter would have scared the breath out of him. In fact, he wasn't sure it hadn't. Calen led them downstairs and through rooms that became less and less grandiose the deeper they went into the castle. Richard was amazed at the size of the place. I was hoping Giller would have been there, Calen said. Then we wouldn't need to do this. Me too, Zed grumbled. You just make a quick inspection, ask if anyone wants to give a confession, and when they say no, we go back up and ask to see Giller. He gave her a smile. You've handled it well so far, dear one. She returned the smile to the two of them. And Richard, he cautioned, you keep away from that artist, James. Why? He might draw a bad likeness of me? Wipe that grin off your face. You stay away from him because he might draw a spell around you. A spell? Why would you need an artist to put a spell on someone? Because there are many different languages in the Midlands, though the main one is the same as is spoken in Westland. To be spelled, you have to be able to understand it. If you can't speak their language, you can't put a spell on them. But everyone can understand a drawing. He can draw a spell on almost anyone. Not Calen or me, but he can on you. Stay away from him. Their footsteps echoed as the three quickly descended stone steps. The walls, far below ground, leaked water and were covered in places with slime. Calen indicated a heavy door to the side. Through here. Richard pulled it open by the iron ring, the strap hinges creaking. Torchlight lit the way down a narrow stone corridor with a ceiling he had to stoop to avoid hitting with his head. Straw covered the wet floor and smelled of decay. Near the end, she slowed to a walk and approached an iron door with a grill in it. Eyes peered out at them when she stopped. Zed leaned around her. The Mother Confessor here to see the prisoners, he growled. Open the door. Richard could hear the echo of a key turning in the lock. A squat man in a filthy uniform pulled the door inward. An axe hung from his belt next to the keys. He bowed to Kalen, but looked to be annoyed by it. Without a word, he led them through the little room just inside the door, where he had been sitting at a table, eating, and down another dark hall to another iron door. He pounded on it with his fist. The 2 guards inside bowed in surprise. The 3 guards took torches from iron stanchions and led them down a short hall and through a 3rd iron door that they all had to duck through. Flickering torchlight pierced the darkness. Behind cross-hatched flat iron bars to each side, men pushed themselves back into the corners, shielding their eyes with their hands from the sudden light. Kalen spoke Zed's name quietly, indicating that she wanted something. He seemed to understand and took a torch from one of the guards and held it up in front of Kalen so all the men in the cells could see her. There were gasps from the darkness when they recognized who she was. Kalen addressed one of the guards. "How many of these men are sentenced to die?"
He stroked his round, unshaven jaw. "Why, all of them."
"All of them," she repeated.
He nodded.
"Crimes against the crown."
She pulled her gaze away from him after a moment, turning to the prisoners. "Have all you men committed capital offenses?" After a moment of silence, a hollow-faced man came and gripped the bars. He spat at her. Kalen swept her hand back to stop Richard before he had a chance to move.
"Come to do the Queen's dirty work, confessor. I spit on you and your filthy Queen."
"I do not come here on behalf of the Queen. I come here on behalf of the truth."
"The truth? The truth is none of us has done a thing, except maybe speaking up against the new laws. And since when is speaking up against your family starving or freezing to death a capital crime? The Queen's tax collectors came and took most of my crops. They barely left enough to feed my family. When I sold the precious little I could spare, they said I was overcharging people. The prices of everything are going wild. I'm doing nothing more than trying to survive, yet I am going to be beheaded for price gouging. These men in here with me are all innocent farmers or tradesmen or merchants. We are all to die for trying to earn a living from our work."
Kalen looked to the men in the corner. "Do any of you wish to make a confession to prove your innocence?" There were hushed whispers. A gaunt man in the darkness stood, came forward. His frightened eyes looked out at them from the gloom.
"I do. I have done nothing, yet I am to be beheaded. My wife and children left to fend for themselves. I will give a confession."
He pushed his arm through the bars, reaching for her.
"Please, Mother Confessor, take my confession."
More men stood, coming forward, all asking to give a confession. Soon they were all at the bars, begging to give a confession. Kalen and Zed exchanged a grim look. "In my whole life, I have seen only 3 men ask to give a confession," she whispered to the wizard.
"Kalen?"
The familiar voice came from the cell on the other side, from the darkness. Kalen gripped the bars with spread fingers. "Sidden? Sidden!" She spun to the guards. "These men have all given the Mother Confessor their confessions. I find them to all be innocent. Open the bars."
"Now hold on, I can't be letting all these men out."
Richard drew the sword in an arc as he spun. The sword crashed a swath through the iron bars, and shards of hot steel and sparks filled the air. He spun around and kicked the iron door shut behind the startled guards. He had the sword at their faces before a single one of them managed to clear an axe from his belt. "Open the bars, or I will slice you in half and take the keys from your belt that way." The shaking guard with the keys jumped to do as he was told. The door swung open and Kalen rushed in, going back into the darkness. She came back holding a frightened Sidden in her arms, holding his head against her shoulder. She whispered in his ear, calming him. Sidden jabbered back in the mud people language. She smiled and told him things he smiled back at. As she came out, the guard was opening the other cell door. She held Sidden in one arm, and with her free hand she grabbed the guard's shirt collar. "The Mother Confessor finds all these men innocent." Her voice was as hard as the iron around her. "They are to be released upon my order. You 3 are to escort them to safety outside the city." He was a head shorter than she. She pulled his face closer to hers. If you fail in any way, you will answer to me." He nodded vigorously. "Yes, Mother Confessor, I understand. It will be done as you say, on my word." "On your life," she corrected. She released him. The prisoners poured out of the cells, falling to their knees around her, crying, taking the hem of her dress in their hands, kissing it. She shooed them away. "Enough of that. Be on your way, all of you. Just remember, confessors serve no one. They serve only the truth." They all swore they would remember and followed the guards out. Richard saw that many of their shirts were shredded or streaked with dried blood, their backs covered with welts. Before they entered the room where the Queen waited, Kaelin stopped and put Sidon into Zed's arms. With her hands, she smoothed his hair, then her dress, and with a deep breath, her face.
"Just keep in mind what we are here for, Mother Confessor," the wizard said.
She gave him a nod, put her chin up, and strode into the room with the Queen. Queen Milena waited where they had left her entourage still with her. The Queen's eyes caught on Sidon. "I trust you have found everything in order, Mother Confessor?" Kaelin's face stayed calm, but her voice had a cold edge to it. "Why is this child in your dungeon?" The Queen's hands spread wide. "Well, I'm not sure. I believe I remember he was found stealing, and was put there until his parents could be found, that's all. I can assure you it was nothing more than that." Kaelin regarded her coolly. "I have found all the prisoners innocent and ordered them released. I trust you are pleased to find I have saved you from executing innocent men, and will see to it that their families are compensated for the trouble this error has caused. If an error such as this is repeated, the next time I return, I will not only empty the prison, I will also empty the throne." Richard knew he wasn't seeing Kaelin putting on a show to get the box. He was seeing her doing her job. This was why the wizards created the Confessors. This was who she was, the Mother Confessor. The Queen's eyes opened wide. "Why, yes, of course, I have some overly ambitious army commanders, and they must have done this. I had no knowledge of it. Thank you for saving us from making a grave mistake. I will personally see to it that it is taken care of just as you wish, which of course is no less than I would have done myself, had I—" Kaelin cut her off. "We will be leaving now." The Queen's face brightened. "Leaving? Oh, what a shame. We were also looking forward to the honor of your presence at dinner. I'm so sorry you must go." "I have other pressing business. Before I go, I wish to speak with my wizard." "Your wizard?" "Giller," she hissed. For the briefest of moments, the Queen's eyes flicked toward the ceiling. "Well, that would not be possible." Kaelin leaned closer to her. "Make it possible, right now." The color drained from the Queen's face. "Please believe me, Mother Confessor, you wouldn't want to see Giller in his present condition." "Right now," Kaelin repeated. Richard loosened the sword in its scabbard just enough to catch her attention. "Very well, he is upstairs." "You will wait here until I am finished with him." The Queen looked at the floor. "Of course, Mother Confessor." She turned to one of the men in the pantaloons. "Show her the way." The man led them up the grand stairway to the top floor, and down several halls, then up a spiral stone stairway to the top room in a tower, finally stopping with a weak look at a heavy wooden door on the landing. Kaelin dismissed him. He bowed, glad to leave. Richard opened the door, they entered, and he closed it behind them. Kaelin gasped and hid her face against Richard's shoulder. Zed pressed Sidon's face to his robes. The room was destroyed, completely. The roof was gone as if it had been blasted away, letting in the sunlight and sky. Only a few of the exposed beams remained. A rope hung from one of the beams. Giller's naked body swung slightly as it hung upside down from the end of the rope, a meat hook driven through the bone of his ankle. Were it not for the open roof, the stench would have driven them from the room. Zed handed Sidon to Kaelin, and ignoring the body, began walking slowly around the circular room, a thoughtful frown on his face.
He stopped and touched splinters of furniture that had been driven into the walls, as if the stone were made of butter. Richard stood transfixed, staring at Giller's body. "Richard, come look at this," Zed called to him. The wizard reached out and ran a finger through a gritty black area on the wall. There were two black areas, in fact. They stood next to each other. Two blackened spots in the shapes of men standing at attention, as if the men had gone and left their shadows behind. Just above each elbow, instead of the black, was a band of gold-colored metal melted into the stone of the wall. Zed turned, raising an eyebrow to him. "Wizard's fire." Richard was incredulous. "You mean these were men?" Zed nodded. "Burned them right into the wall." He tasted the black smudge on the end of his finger. He smiled to himself. "But this was more than just wizard's fire." Richard frowned. Zed pointed at the black on the wall. "Taste it." "Why?" Zed rapped Richard's head with his knuckles. "To learn something." With a grimace, Richard ran his finger through the black grit, as Zed had done. "It tastes sweet." Zed smiled in satisfaction. "This is more than simple wizard's fire. Giller gave his life energy to it. He gave his life into the fire. This was a wizard's life fire." "He died making this wizard's fire?" "Yes, and it tastes sweet. That means he gave his life to save another. If he had done it only for himself, for instance, to spare himself the torture, it would taste bitter. Giller has done this for another." Zed went and stood in front of Giller's body, swishing the flies away, twisting his own head around, trying to turn it upside down for a look. With a finger, he pushed a knotted cord of gut out of the way so he could see Giller's face. He straightened. "He has left a message." "A message?" Kalen asked. "What message?" "There is a smile on his face. A smile frozen in death meant to tell anyone who knows of such things that he did not give up what was wanted." Richard stepped closer as Zed pointed to the opening cut across the abdomen. "See here, the way this cut goes? This is done by one who practices the magic called anthropomancy, the divining of answers by the inspection of living entrails. Darkenral makes his cut very similar to the way his father did." Richard remembered his own father, and how Rahl had done this very thing to him. "You are sure it was Darkenral?" Kalen asked. Zed shrugged. "Who else? Darkenral is the only one who would have been unharmed by a wizard's life fire. Besides, this cut is his signature. Look here. See the end of the opening? See the way it starts to turn?" Kalen turned her face away. "What of it?" "That's the hook. At least it should be. It should turn back in a hooked cut. While incantations are spoken, the hook is cut, binding the questioned to the questioner. The hook forces them to give up the answer to the question asked. But see here, the hook is begun, but it is not finished." Zed gave a sad grin. "That is when Giller gave his life to the fire. He waited until Rahl was almost done, then at the last instant denied him what he sought, probably the name of who has the box. Without life in them, his entrails could tell Rahl nothing." "I never thought Giller capable of such a selfless act," Kalen whispered. "Zed," Richard asked fearfully, "how could Giller have done it, taken the pain of having this done to him, and managed to leave a smile on his face?" Zed gave him a hard look that ran a chill up Richard's spine. "Wizards must know about pain. They must know it very well indeed. It is to spare you that lesson that I would happily accept your choice not to be a wizard. It is a lesson few survive." Richard wondered at the mysterious secret things Zed must know, but had never shared with him. Tenderly, Zed cupped a hand to the side of Giller's face. "You have done well, my student. Honor in the end." "I bet Darkenral was livid," Richard said. "Zed, I think we had better get out of here. This looks a little too much like bait on a hook to me." Zed nodded. "Wherever the box is, it is not here. At least Rahl does not have it. Yet."
He put his hands out. "Give me the boy. We need to leave as we came in. We don't want to tell them why we were really here." Zed whispered something in Sidon's ear, and the boy giggled, hugging the wizard's neck. Queen Milena was still white, fumbling with the corner of her cape as Kaelin strode purposefully but calmly up to her. "Thank you for your hospitality," Kaelin said. "We will be leaving now." The Queen bowed her head. "Always a pleasure to see the Mother Confessor." Her curiosity overcame her fear. "What of Giller?" Kaelin appraised her coolly. "I regret you have beaten me to him. I only wish I had had the pleasure of doing it myself, or at least witnessed it being done. But the results are all that matter. Disagreement, was it?" The color returned to the Queen's face. "He stole something that belonged to me." "I see. Well, I hope you got it back. Good day." She started to move, then stopped. "And Queen Milena, I will be back to check and make sure you have brought your overly ambitious commanders back in line, and that they are not mistakenly executing innocent people." Richard and Zed, holding Sidon, fell in behind Kaelin as she turned and left. Richard's thoughts swirled desperately through his head as he walked woodenly next to Zed, following Kaelin through all the bowing people and out of the city. What were they going to do now? Shota had warned him that the Queen wouldn't have the box for long. She had been right. Where could it be now? He certainly couldn't go back and ask Shota where it was. Who could Giller have given the box to? How were they going to find it? He felt desperately depressed. He felt like giving up. He could tell by the slump in Kaelin's shoulders that she felt the same way. Neither of them spoke. The only one talking was Sidon, and Richard couldn't understand him. "What's he saying?" he asked Zed. "He says he has been being brave, just as Kaelin had told him, but he is glad that Richard with the temper has come to take him home." "I guess I know how he feels. Zed, what are we going to do now?" Zed gave him a puzzled look. "How should I know? You're the Seeker." Great. He had just done his best, and they still didn't have the box, but he was expected somehow to find it. He felt as if he had run square into a wall he hadn't known was there. They kept walking, but he didn't know where to go next. The setting sun was golden among golden clouds. Richard thought he could see something ahead in the distance. He moved up and walked next to Kaelin. She was watching it too. All the people had disappeared from the road for the night. It wasn't long before he knew what it was. It was 4 horses galloping toward them. Only one had a rider. Chapter 40. Richard touched the hilt of the sword for reassurance as he watched the 4 horses raising a cloud of dust that turned golden in the setting sun. Soon the sound of thundering hooves reached him. The lone rider bent over his mount, urging him on. Richard lifted the sword a little in its scabbard, checking that it was clear, then let it drop back. As the darkly clad rider approached, Richard realized he looked familiar. "Chase!" The boundary warden brought the horses to a skidding halt in front of them. He looked down as the dust drifted away. "You all look to be well." "Chase, is it ever good to see you?" Richard grinned. "How did you find us?" He looked insulted. "I'm a boundary warden." He thought that was explanation enough. "Find what you were after?" "No," Richard admitted with a sigh. He saw little arms clutching at Chase's sides. A little face peeked around the black cloak. "Rachel, is that you?" Her face came farther out, a grin spreading on it. "Richard, I'm so happy to see you again. Isn't Chase wonderful? He fought a gar and saved me from being eaten."
"Didn't fight him," Chase grumbled. "Just put a bolt through his head, that's all."
"But you would have. You're the bravest man I ever saw." With a pained frown, Chase rolled his eyes.
"Isn't she just about the ugliest child you have ever seen?"
He leaned around and looked at her.
"I can't believe a gar would even want to eat you."
Rachel giggled and hugged her arms to his sides. "Look, Richard." She put a foot out toward him, showing off a shoe. "Chase brought down a buck. He said it was a mistake because it was too big, so he traded it to a man. But all the man had to trade were these shoes and this cloak. Aren't they wonderful? And Chase says I can keep them." Richard grinned at her. "Yes, that is indeed wonderful." He noticed Rachel's doll and the bundle with the bread nestled between her and Chase. He also noticed her eyes going to Sidon, as if she had seen him before. Kaylin put a hand on Rachel's leg. "Why did you run off? You scared us with worry for you." Rachel flinched at Kaylin's touch. She hugged one arm to Chase and thrust a hand in her pocket. She didn't answer Kaylin's question, but looked instead toward Sidon. "Why do you have him?" "Kaylin rescued him," Richard said. "The Queen had him locked up in the dungeon. That's no place for a child, so she took him out." Rachel looked down at Kaylin. "Wasn't the Queen mad?" "I don't allow anyone to hurt children," Kaylin said, "not even a queen." "Well, don't just stand there staring. I brought you all horses. Mount up. I figured I'd catch you today. I have a wild boar roasting back at the place you stayed last night, just this side of the Calicidron." With one hand on the saddle and the other arm holding Sidon, Zed leapt to a horse. "Wild boar? What kind of fool are you, leaving a wild boar roasting unprotected? Anyone could just come along and take it." "Why do you think I want you to hurry? The place is filthy with wolf tracks, though I doubt they'd come near a fire." "Don't you dare hurt that wolf," Zed warned. "He's a friend of the Mother Confessor." Chase cast an eye to Kaylin, then to Richard, before turning his horse and leading them into the setting sun. Richard was heartened by having Chase back. It made him feel once again that anything was possible. After she had mounted, Kaylin took Sidon, the two of them talking and laughing as they rode. At the camp, Zed wasted no time before checking the roasting boar and pronounced it fit to eat. He shifted his robes and sat down, waiting with a grin on his wrinkled face for someone with a knife to carve dinner. Sidon, with a grin frozen on his face, too, leaned against Kaylin after she sat down. Richard and Chase started carving up the boar. Rachel sat close to Chase's side, watching him, keeping an eye to Kaylin, her doll in her lap, and the loaf of bread wrapped in the cloth at her hip. Richard cut a big piece and handed it to Zed. "So, what happened? With my brother, I mean." Chase grinned. "When I told him the things you told me to tell him, he said that if you were in trouble, he was going to help. He pulled together the army, and we sent most of them into defensive positions along the boundary, with the wardens commanding them. After the boundary came down, he refused to wait behind. He led 1,000 of his best men into the Midlands. They're all bivouacked up in the Rang Shadar right now, waiting to help you." Richard had stopped carving, frozen in astonishment. "Really? My brother said that? He came to help, and with an army?" Chase nodded. "He said if you're in this, then he is too." Richard felt a pang of regret that he had doubted Michael, and elation that his brother would drop everything to come help. He wasn't angry? "I thought sure he would be, and give me grief over this, but he only wanted to know about you, what risk you were at, and where you were. He said he knew you, and if you thought it was this important, then he did too. He offered to come along, but I wouldn't let him. He's with his men, probably waiting in his tent right now, pacing back and forth. I have to tell you, it surprised me too." Richard's eyes were wide in wonder. "My brother and 1,000 of his men in the Midlands come to help me." He looked at Kaylin. "Isn't that wonderful?" She only smiled at him. Chase gave him a stern look while he carved. "For a while, I thought you were finished when I saw your trail going into Agaden Reach." Richard looked up. "You went into the Reach? Do I look stupid? You don't become head of the boundary wardens by being stupid. I started thinking of how I was going to tell Michael you were dead, then I found your trail coming out of the Reach." His brow wrinkled together. "How did you manage to come out of the Reach alive?" Richard gave him a grin. "I think the good spirits—" Rachel screamed. Richard and Chase spun with their knives. Before Chase could use his knife, Richard stopped him. It was Brophy.
"Rachel? Is that you, Rachel?"
She took her doll's foot from her mouth. Her eyes were wide. "You sound like Brophy." The wolf's tail swished back and forth.
"That's because I am Brophy."
He trotted over to her. "Brophy, how come you're a wolf?" He sat on his haunches in front of her.
"Because a kind wizard changed me into a wolf. That's what I wanted to be, and he changed me."
"Giller changed you into a wolf?" The breath caught in Richard's throat.
"That's right. It's a wonderful new life I have."
She threw her arms around the wolf's neck. Brophy licked her face as she giggled. Rachel, Richard said, you know Giller? Rachel hugged an arm around Brophy's neck. Giller's a nice man. He gave me Sarah. She gave a fearful look to Kaelin. You want to hurt him. You're the Queen's friend. You're mean. She pushed against Brophy for protection. Brophy gave her face a long lick.
You're wrong, Rachel. Kaelin is my friend. She is one of the nicest people in the world.
Kaelin smiled and held her hands out to Rachel. Come here. Rachel looked to Brophy, who gave her a nod that it was all right. She went with a pout on her face. Kaelin took Rachel's hands in hers. You heard me say something mean about Giller, didn't you? Rachel nodded. Rachel, the Queen is a bad person. I didn't know how bad until today. Giller used to be my friend. When he went to live with the Queen, I thought it was because he was bad too, and was on her side. I was wrong. I would never hurt Giller, now that I know he is still my friend. Rachel turned her eyes up to Richard. She's telling you the truth. We're on the same side as Giller. Rachel turned to Brophy. He nodded, too, that it was the truth. You and Richard aren't friends of the Queen? Kaelin laughed a little. No. If I have my way, she will not be the Queen much longer. And as for Richard, well, he drew his sword and threatened to kill the princess. I don't think that makes him friends with the Queen. Rachel's eyes got big. Princess Violet? You did that to Princess Violet? Richard nodded to her. She said some bad things to Kaelin, and I told her that if she did it again, I'd cut off her tongue. Rachel's mouth dropped open. And she didn't say to chop off your head? We are not going to let them chop off any more heads, Kaelin said. Rachel's eyes filled with tears as she looked to Kaelin. I thought you were mean and that you would hurt Giller. I'm so happy you're not mean. She put her arms around Kaelin's neck, hugging her tight. Kaelin hugged her back just as tight. Chase leaned toward Richard. You pulled a sword on a princess. Do you know that's a capital offense? Richard gave him a cool look. If I'd had the time, I would have put her over my knee and spanked her, too. Rachel giggled at that. Richard smiled at her. You know the princess, don't you? The laughter left her. I'm her playmate. I lived in a nice place with other children, but after my brother died, the Queen came and picked me out to be the princess's playmate. Richard turned to Brophy. He was the one? The wolf nodded solemnly. So, you lived with the princess. She's the one who cut your hair all crooked, isn't she? She hits you. Rachel nodded with a pout. She's mean to people. She's starting to say to chop off people's heads. I was afraid she would chop off my head too, so I ran away. Richard eyed the loaf of bread she kept at her hip. He squatted down next to her. Giller helped you run away, didn't he? She was near tears. Giller gave me Sarah. He wanted to run away with me, but then a mean man came. Father Rahl. He looked real mad at Giller. Giller told me to run and hide until winter, then to find a new family to live with. A tear ran down her cheek. Sarah told me he couldn't come with me anymore. Richard glanced again at the loaf of bread. It was about the right size. He put his hands on her shoulders. Rachel, Zed and Kaelin and Chase and I are fighting against Dark and Rahl, so that he won't be able to hurt people anymore. She turned her head back to Chase. Chase nodded. He's telling you the truth, child. You tell him the truth, too. He tightened his grip on her shoulders. Rachel, did Giller give you that loaf of bread? She nodded. Rachel, we were going to Giller to get a box to help us stop Dark and Rahl from hurting people. Will you give it to us? Will you help us stop Rahl? Her watery eyes looked at him. Then, with a brave smile, she picked up the bread and handed it to him. It's in the loaf of bread. Giller hid it in there with magic. Richard threw his arms around her, nearly hugging the breath out of her. He stood, hugging her to him, and spun in circles until she giggled. Rachel, you are the bravest, smartest, prettiest girl I have ever known. When he set her down, she ran to Chase and crawled into his lap. He mussed her hair and put his big arms around her as she smiled and hugged him. Richard picked up the loaf of bread in both hands. He held it out to Kaelin. She smiled and shook her head. He held it to Zed. The Seeker found it, Zed smiled. The Seeker should open it. Richard broke the bread open. and there inside was the jeweled box of Orden. He wiped his hands on his pants, pulled the box out, and held it up to the firelight. He knew from the Book of Counted Shadows that the glittering box they saw was only a covering for the real box underneath. He even knew from the box how to remove the cover. He put the box in Kalen's lap. As she picked it up, she gave him the biggest smile he had ever seen. Before he even knew what he had done, he had leaned over and given Kalen a quick kiss. Her eyes went wide and she didn't kiss him back, but the feel of her lips shocked him into realizing what he had done. "Oh, sorry," he said. She laughed. "Forgiven." Richard hugged Zed as they both laughed. Chase laughed watching them. Richard could hardly believe that just a short time ago he had almost given up, had no idea what to do next, where to go, or how to stop Rahl. And now they had the box. He set it on a rock where they could all see it in the firelight, while they had the best dinner Richard could ever remember. Richard and Kalen told Chase some of what they had been through. To Richard's delight, Chase was disturbed to learn that he owed his life to Bill back at Southaven. Chase told them some of his own stories of bringing an army of 1,000 men across the Rang Shada. He enjoyed telling drawn-out tales of the foolishness of bureaucracy in the field. Rachel cuddled in Chase's lap while she ate and he talked. Richard thought it was interesting that she chose the most fearsome among them for comfort. When at last he finished his story, she looked up and asked, "Chase, where should I go to hide until winter?" He regarded her with a glower.
"You're too ugly to be left to wander about. A gar would eat you sure."
That made her laugh.
"I have other children. They're all ugly, too. You'll fit right in. I guess I'll take you to live at my house."
"Really, Chase?" Richard asked.
"I've come home enough times and had my wife present me with a new child. I think it's about time I turned affairs about on her."
He looked down at Rachel, who clung to him as if he might float away.
"But I have rules, you know. You have to follow my rules."
"I'll do anything you say, Chase."
"Well, there you go. That's the first rule. I don't allow any of my children to call me Chase. If you want to be a member of my family, you have to call me Father. And about your hair, it's too short. My children all have long hair, and I like it that way. You'll have to let your hair grow out some. And you'll have a mother. You'll have to mind her. And you'll have to play with your new brothers and sisters. Do you think you can do all that?"
She nodded against him, unable to talk as she hugged him, tears glistening in her eyes. They all excitedly ate their fill. Even Zed seemed to have had enough. Richard felt exhausted, and at the same time full of energy, to finally have the box in their hands. They had done the hard part. They had found the box before Rahl. Now they had only to keep it from him until winter. "We have been weeks in this quest," Kalen said. "The first day of winter is a month away. Earlier today, that seemed scarcely enough time to get the box. Now that we have it, it seems forever. What shall we do until it is finished?" Chase spoke up first.
"We have all of us to protect the box, and we have 1,000 men to protect us. When we get back across the border, we will have many times that."
She looked at Zed. "Do you think that's wise? We would be easy to find, 1,000 men, I mean. Would it not be better to hide somewhere by ourselves?" Zed leaned back and rubbed his full stomach.
"We could hide better by ourselves, but we would also be more vulnerable if discovered. Perhaps Chase is correct. There would be a lot of protection among a force that large, and if we had to, we could still leave them and go to cover."
"We better get an early start," Richard said. It was barely light when they were off, the horses to the road, Brophy to woods, shadowing them, or at times scouting ahead. Chase, bristling with weapons, led them at a trot, Rachel holding him tight. Kalen, back in her forest garb and with Sidon sitting at her lap, rode next to Zed. Richard had insisted that Zed carry the box. It was wrapped in the cloth that held the bread before, and tied to the horn of his saddle. Richard followed behind, watching everything as they rode quickly into the cold morning air. Now that they had the box, he felt suddenly vulnerable, as if somehow everyone would know just by looking at them. Richard could hear the waters of the Calicidron before they rounded the curve to the bridge. He was glad to see the road deserted. Chase spurred his horse to a gallop as he approached the big wooden bridge, the rest of them giving a heel to their horses to keep pace. Richard knew what Chase was doing. The boundary warden had always told him that bridges were the bane of the unwary. Richard watched in every direction as the other three galloped across in front of him. He saw nothing. In the exact center of the bridge, at a full gallop, he ran solidly into something that wasn't there. Stunned, Richard sat up, dumbfounded at finding himself on the ground, and seeing his big roan running with the other horses, then stopping with them as they halted and turned. The others looked back in confusion as Richard, still dazed and bewildered, rose painfully to his feet. He brushed himself off and started limping to retrieve his horse. Before he reached the center of the bridge, he smacked into it again. It felt like walking into a stone wall, but there was nothing there. He found himself sitting on the ground again. The others were around him this time as he got to his feet. Zed was off his horse, holding his reins in one hand and helping Richard with the other.
"What's the matter?"
"I don't know," Richard managed. "It felt like I ran into a wall, right in the center of the bridge. I must have just fallen off, that's all. I think I'm all right now." Zed looked around, led him forward with a hand on his elbow. Before going far, he hit it again, but this time he had been moving slowly and wasn't knocked from his feet, only back a few steps. He took one slow step forward and came in contact with it again. Zed gave a serious frown. Richard put his hands out, feeling the solid form of the smooth wall that wouldn't let him pass, but would let the rest of them through. The touch of it made him feel dizzy and sick. Zed walked back and forth through the invisible barrier. The wizard stood where the unseen wall stood.
"Walk back to the end of the bridge, then walk to me."
Richard felt the lump on his forehead as he walked back to the end of the bridge. Kaelin jumped off her horse next to Zed. Brophy came up beside her to see what the trouble was. This time, as he walked, Richard held his hands out in front of himself. Before he was halfway back, he made solid contact and could go no farther, having to back away from the sickening feeling at its touch. Zed rubbed his chin.
"Bags!"
The rest of them came to Richard, since he couldn't come to them. Zed led him forward again. When he made contact, he backed away a little. Zed took Richard's left hand.
"Touch it with your other hand."
Richard did as he was told until the sick feeling made him withdraw his hand. Zed seemed to feel it through Richard. By now they were at the foot of the bridge. Every touch of the thing had made it move back the way they had come.
"Bags and double bags!"
"What is it?" Richard demanded. Zed took a glance to Kaelin and Chase before he spoke.
"It's a keeper spell."
"What's a keeper spell?"
"It's a spell drawn by that filthy artist James. He's drawn it around you, and then, when you touched it the first time, it activated the spell. Once you touch it, it pulls tighter like a trap. If we don't get it off you, it will shrink until you are all that's in it, and then you won't be able to move."
"Then what?" Zed straightened.
"The touch of it is poison. When it finishes closing around you like a cocoon, it will crush you, or the poison of it will kill you."
Kaelin grabbed the sleeve of Zed's robes, panic in her eyes. "We have to go back. We have to get it off him." Zed pulled his arm free.
"Well, of course we do. We'll find the drawing and erase it."
"I know where the sacred caves are," Kaelin offered, as she grabbed hold of her saddle and put a foot in the stirrup. The wizard turned to retrieve his horse.
"We don't have any time to waste. Let's go."
"No," Richard said. They all turned back to stare at him. "Richard, we have to," Kaelin said.
"She's right, my boy. There's no other way."
"No." He looked at their startled faces. "That's what they want us to do. You said the artist couldn't spell you or Kaelin, so he did it to me, thinking that would get us all back. The box is too important. We can't take the risk." He looked to Kaelin. "You just tell me where these caves are, and Zed, you tell me how to erase the spell." Kaelin grabbed the reins of her horse and Richard's, pulling them forward. "Zed and Chase can protect the box. I'm going with you." "No, you're not. I'm going alone. I have the sword to protect me. The box is all that matters. It is our first responsibility. We must protect it above all else. Just tell me where the caves are and how to fix the spell. When I'm finished, I'll catch up with you." "Richard, I think—" "No! This is about stopping Dark and Rahl, not about any one of us. This is not a request, it's an order. They straightened, Zed turning to Kalin.
Tell him where the caves are.
Kalin angrily handed the reins of her horse to Zed and snatched up a stick. She drew a map in the dirt of the road, pulling the stick along one of the lines she had drawn. This is the Calicidron, and here the bridge. This is the road, and here Tamarang and the castle. She drew the line of a road to the north of the city. Here, in these hills northeast of the city, there is a stream that runs between twin hills. They're about a mile south of a small bridge that crosses the stream. The twin hills have cliffs on the sides toward the stream. The sacred caves are in the cliff on the northeast side of the stream. That is where the artist draws his spells. Zed took the stick from her and broke off 2 finger-length pieces. He rolled one between his palms.
Here. This will erase the curse. Without seeing it, I can't tell you what part you must erase, but you should be able to figure it out. It's a drawing, and you will be able to make some sense of it. That is the whole purpose of a drawn spell. You must be able to make sense of it, or it won't work.
The stick Zed had rolled in his palms no longer felt like wood. It felt soft and tacky. Richard put it in his pocket. Zed rolled the other piece in his palms. He handed it to Richard, it too no longer a stick. This time it was black, almost like charcoal, but hard.
With this, the wizard said, you can draw on the spell and change it if you have to.
Change it how?
I can't tell you without seeing it. You'll have to use your own judgment. Now hurry. But I still think we should...
No, Zed. We all know what Darkenral is capable of. The box is all that is important, not any one of us. He shared a deep look with his old friend. Take care of yourself. And Kalin. He looked up to Chase. Get them to Michael. Michael will be able to protect the box better than we can alone. And don't hold back waiting for me. I'll catch up. Richard gave him a hard stare. If I don't want any of you coming back for me. You just get the box away from here, understand? Chase gave him a serious look. On my life. He gave Richard brief instructions to find the Westland Army up in the Rang Shada. Richard looked to Kalin. Take care of Sidon. Don't worry. I'll be back with you soon enough. Now get going. Zed mounted his horse. Kalin handed Sidon over to the wizard. She gave Chase and Zed a nod. Go on, get started. I will catch up in a few minutes. Zed started to protest, but she cut him off and told him again to start ahead. She watched the 2 horses and the wolf gallop across the bridge and down the road before she turned back to Richard. Concern cut deeply into her features. Richard, please let me... No. She nodded and handed him the reins to his horse. Tears were filling her green eyes. There are dangers in the Midlands you know nothing about. Be careful. A tear ran down her cheek. I'll be back with you before you have time to miss me. I'm afraid for you. I know, but I'll be all right. She looked up at him with eyes he could lose himself in. I shouldn't be doing this, she whispered. Kalin threw her arms around his neck and kissed him. Hard, fast, desperate. For a moment, as he reached his arms around her and pulled her tight against him, the touch of her lips on his, the little moan that came from her and the feeling of her fingers through the back of his hair made him forget his own name. He was in a daze as he watched her put a boot in the stirrup and throw her other leg over the saddle. She pulled the reins, bringing her horse around close to him. Don't you dare do anything stupid, Richard Cypher. Promise me. I promise. He didn't tell her that he thought letting harm reach her was what he considered stupid above all else. Don't worry. I'll be back with you just as soon as I get rid of this spell. Protect the box. Rahl must not get it. That's what matters. Now get going. He stood, holding the reins of his horse, watching her gallop across the bridge and disappear into the distance. I love you, Kalin Amnell, he whispered. With an encouraging pat to the splotch of gray on the roan's neck, Richard headed the big horse off the road after crossing the small bridge and spurred it along the bank of the stream. The horse ran with ease, splashing its hooves in the shallow water when the brush blocked the way along the bank. Sunlit hills, mostly barren of trees, rose up around the stream. As the banks became steeper, he led the horse up along the higher ground, where it could make easier progress. Richard kept a watch for anyone following or observing, but saw no one. The hills seemed deserted. Chalk-white cliffs rose up to either side of the stream, cleft faces on identical hills straddling the water. Richard was off the horse before it stopped. Looking about, he tethered it to a sumac, whose red fruit was already dried and shriveled. His boots slid on the loose ground as he descended the steep bank. There was a narrow foot trail through the slide of rock and dirt. Following it brought him to the tall mouth of a cave. With a hand on the hilt of the sword, he peeked around the opening, checking for the artist or anyone else. There was no one. Immediately inside the cave were drawings on the walls. They covered every surface and continued back into the darkness. Richard was overwhelmed. There were hundreds of drawings, maybe thousands. Some were little, no bigger than his hand. Some were larger, tall as he. Each depicted a different scene. Most had only one person in them, but a few had many people. It was obvious that they had been drawn by different hands. Some were delicately rendered, rich in detail, with shading and highlights depicting people with broken limbs or drinking from cups with skulls and crossed bones on them, or standing next to fields of withered crops. Others were done by someone with little talent for the task. Their figures were drawings of people made of simple lines, but the scenes in these were similarly gruesome. Richard guessed that the talent of the artist was of little importance. It was the message that counted. Richard found drawings done by different hands, but of the same subject. These people might have a map of some sort around them, but around each was a line drawn in a circle, the circle having a skull and crossed bones on it somewhere. Keeper spells. But how was he to find his? There were drawings everywhere. He didn't know what the drawing of his spell looked like. He searched the walls with growing panic, moving deeper into the darkness. He ran his hands over the pictures as he moved, trying to look at each so as not to miss his. His eyes darted everywhere, overwhelmed by the number of spells, searching for something familiar, not knowing exactly what to look for or where. Richard worked his way back into the darkness, reasoning that maybe there was an end to the drawings and maybe the latest were at the end. It was too dark to see. He went toward the mouth of the cave to retrieve reed cane torches he had seen there. Before he had gone far, he ran smack into the invisible wall. With rising panic, he realized that he was trapped in the cave. He was running out of time. The torches were out of reach. He ran back into the darkness, searching. He had trouble seeing the spells, and still there was no end to them. A thought he definitely didn't like came to him. If there be need enough. The Nightstone. With no time to lose, he pulled the leather pouch from his pack. He looked at it in his hand, trying to decide if this would be a help or simply more trouble. Trouble he couldn't handle. He thought about the times he had seen the stone out of the pouch. Each time, it had taken a while for the shadow things to come. Maybe if he just pulled it out for a short time, had a look into the darkness, and then put the stone back, he would have the time he needed before the shadows found him. He didn't know if it was a good idea. If there be need enough. He dumped the stone into his hand. Light filled the cave. Richard wasted no time looking at individual drawings, but instead quickly went deeper, looking for where they ended. From the corner of his eye, he saw the first shadow materialize. It was still a ways off. He kept going. At last he came to the end of the drawings. The shadows were almost upon him. He thrust the stone back in the leather pouch. In the darkness, he held his breath, eyes wide, expecting the painful touch of death. It didn't come. The only light was a dim glow with a bright spot in the center, the entrance, but it didn't provide enough light to see the drawings. He knew he would have to take out the stone again. First, with his fingers, he searched through his pocket and found the soft, tacky piece of stick Zed had given him. With it firmly in hand, he pulled the stone out again. The light blinded him for a second. His head swiveled around, looking. Then he saw it. The man in the drawing was as tall as he, but the rest of the drawing was larger still. It was crude, but he knew it was him. The sword, held in the right hand, had the word Truth written on it. There was a map around the figure, similar to the one Kalin had drawn on the ground. On one side, the line around the outside edges went down the calicidron and across the center of the bridge. That was where he had run into it. The shadows called his name. He looked up to see hands reaching for him. He thrust the stone into the pouch and pressed his back against the wall, over his drawing, listening to his heart pounding in his ears. In dismay, he realized that the drawing was too large for him to erase the entire circle around him. If he only erased part of it, he had no way of knowing where the gap would be, or how to make the gap where he was in the cave. He backed away to prepare himself to get a better look the next time he pulled the stone out. He bumped into the invisible wall. His heart felt as if it skipped a beat. The wall was almost around him. He had no time. He pulled the stone out and immediately started erasing the sword, hoping that would take away his identity, take the spell off him. The lines erased only with great difficulty. He backed away a step to look and hit the wall. The shadows reached for him, calling his name seductively. He dumped the stone back into the pouch and stood in the blackness, breathing hard, near panic at the feeling of being trapped. He knew he couldn't use the sword to fight the shadow things while he worked on the drawing. He had fought the shadows before, and it took everything he had. His mind raced. He couldn't think of what to do. He had erased the sword, and that didn't work. The spell must still recognize him. He knew there wasn't enough time to erase the line all the way around him. His breath came in a desperate pant. There was flickering light. He spun around. A man holding one of the reed torches came closer, an oily smile on his face. It was James, the artist.
"I thought I might find you here. I came to watch. Anything I can do to help?"
By his laugh, Richard knew James wasn't about to help him. James also knew that with the wall between them, Richard couldn't use the sword on him. He laughed at Richard's helplessness. Richard cast a quick glance sideways. The torch gave enough light for him to see the drawing. The invisible wall pushed at his shoulder, pushed him toward the wall. A wave of nausea and dizziness went through him at the touch. He was only a step away from the cave wall as it was. In moments he would be encased, crushed, or poisoned. Richard spun to the drawing. While he worked with one hand, he searched his pocket with the other. He pulled out the stick Zed had told him he could use to alter the drawing. James leaned forward with a chuckle, watching him work. The chuckle stopped.
"What are you doing there?"
Richard didn't answer as he erased the right hand on the figure. "Stop that!" James yelled. Richard ignored him and kept erasing. James threw the torch on the ground and pulled out a drawing stick of his own. The artist started drawing in fast, slashing strokes, strands of his greasy hair whipping around as he worked. He was drawing a figure. He was drawing another spell. Richard knew that if James finished first, there would be no second chance. "Stop that, you fool!" James yelled as he raced to complete his drawing. The unseen wall pressed up against Richard's back, forcing him against the wall of the cave. He barely had room to move his arms. James was drawing a sword, starting to write the word truth. Richard took his drawing stick and with a line connected the sides of the wrist of the figure, making a stump, just like the one James had. As he finished it, the pressure on his back lifted, and the sick feeling left. James screamed. Richard turned to see him writhing on the floor of the cave, folding himself into a ball as he vomited. Richard shuddered and picked up the torch. The artist's pleading eyes came up to him.
"I wasn't going to let it kill you, only trap you."
"Who had you do this spell on me?" James gave a wicked little smile.
"The Maud Sith," he whispered. "You are going to die."
"What's a Mord Sith?" Richard heard the breath being squeezed from him, bones snapping. James was dead. Richard couldn't say he was sorry. Richard didn't know what a Mord Sith was, but he didn't want to wait around to find out. Suddenly he felt alone and vulnerable. Zed and Kalin both had warned him that there were many things in the Midlands, many creatures of magic, that were dangerous, that he knew nothing about. He hated the Midlands, the magic. He just wanted to get back to Kalin. Richard ran toward the cave entrance, dropping the torch along the way. Running out into the bright sunlight, shielding his eyes, he came to a halt. Squinting, he saw a ring of people around him. Soldiers. They wore uniforms of dark leather and mail, swords over their shoulders, battle axes at their wide belts. At their lead, facing the cave, facing him, was someone different, A woman with long auburn hair pulled back into a loose braid. She was sheathed in leather from neck to ground, cut to fit like a glove, blood-red leather. The only deviation from the blood red of it was a yellow crescent and star across her stomach. Richard saw that the men wore the same crescent and star on their chests, only theirs was red. She watched him with no emotion except the slightest wisp of a smile. Richard stood with his feet spread defensively, his hand on the hilt of the sword, not knowing what to do without a clue to their intent. Her eyes gave a little flick, looking above and behind him. Richard heard two men drop from the cliff wall to the ground behind him. He could feel the anger of the sword racing urgently into him through his hand on the hilt. He held it at full rage as he gritted his teeth. The woman snapped her fingers at the men behind him, then pointed at him. "Take him." He heard the sound of steel being drawn. That was everything Richard needed to know. The commitment had been made. Bringer of death. His sword came out in an arc as he spun. He let the anger loose with a vengeance. It exploded through him. His eyes met those of the two men. Their jaws were set in a rage of their own as their swords cleared the scabbards over their shoulders. Richard kept the sword of truth low, waist height with all his weight and strength behind it. Their swords came down defensively. He screamed with lethal rage, lethal hate, lethal need. He gave himself completely over to the lust to kill, knowing anything less would be the end of him. His sword tip whistled. Bringer of death. Shards of hot shattered steel spiraled through the clear morning air. Twin grunts. At impact, twin wet thwacks like ripe melons hitting the ground. Insides turned out in long red ropes. The top halves of their bodies tumbled as the legs collapsed. The sword continued around, tracing its route with strings of blood. He refocused the rage, the hate, the need. She commanded them. Richard wanted her lifeblood. The magic surged through him unhindered. He was still screaming. She stood with a hand on her hip. Richard met her eyes, made a slight alteration to the course of the sword, so it too would meet them. Her widening smile only fed the violent fire of his wrath. Their eyes locked together. The sword tip whistled around toward her head. His need to kill was beyond retrieval. Bringer of death. The pain of the sword's magic hit him like a waterfall of icy water on naked flesh. The blade never reached her. The sword clattered to the ground as the pain took him to his knees, ripping through him, doubling him over.
Hand still on her hip, smile still on her face, she stood over him, watching as he clutched his arms across his abdomen, vomiting blood, choking on it. Fire burned through every inch of him. The pain of the magic consumed him, took his breath from his lungs. Desperately, he tried to get a grip on the magic, tried to put away the pain as he had learned to do before. It did not respond to his will. With rising panic, he realized he no longer had control of it. She did. He collapsed to his face in the dirt, trying to scream, to breathe, but couldn't. He thought about Kaelin for an instant. Then the pain took even that from him. Not one of the men moved from the circle. The woman put a boot on the back of his neck and an elbow on her knee as she leaned over. With her other hand, she grabbed a fistful of his hair and lifted his head. She leaned closer, the leather creaking. My, she hissed. And here I thought I was going to have to torture you for days and days before I finally made you angry enough to use your magic against me. Well, not to worry. I have other reasons to torture you. Through his pain, Richard realized he had made a fearful mistake. He had somehow given her the control of the sword's magic. He knew he was in more trouble than he had ever been in his life. Kaelin was safe, he told himself. That was all that mattered. Do you want the pain to stop, my pet? The question enraged him. His anger at her, his want to kill her, twisted the pain tighter. No, he managed with all of his strength. She shrugged, dropping his head. Fine by me. But when you decide you want the pain of the magic to stop, all you have to do is stop thinking those nasty thoughts about me. From now on, I control the magic of your sword.
If you so much as think of lifting a finger against me, the pain of the magic will take you down. She smiled. That is the only pain you will have any control over. Just think something pleasant about me, and it will stop. Of course, I too will have control over the pain of the magic, and can bring it to you any time I choose, and I can bring you other pain too, as you will learn. She frowned. Tell me, my pet, did you try to use the magic on me because you are a fool, or because you fancy yourself as brave? The pain lit up the smallest bit. He gasped for air. She had relaxed it just enough to allow him to answer. Who are you? She took a fistful of his hair again, lifted his head, twisted it around to look into his eyes. As she leaned over, the boot on his neck sent a shard of pain through his shoulders. He couldn't move his arms. Her face was wrinkled in a frown of curiosity. You don't know who I am? Everyone in the Midlands knows me. I'm Westland. Her eyebrows lifted in delight. Westland, my, how delicious. This is going to be fun. Her smile widened. I am Denna, Mistress Denna to you, my pet. I am a Mord Sith. I'll not tell you where Kaelin is. You might as well kill me now. Who? Kaelin? The Mother Confessor. Mother Confessor, she said with distaste. Why in the world would I want a confessor? It is you, Richard Cypher, that Master Rahl sent me for. No one else. One of your friends has betrayed you to him. She twisted his head up harder, pushed her boot down harder. And now I have you. I had thought it might be difficult, but you hardly made it any fun at all. I'm to be in charge of your training. But then you wouldn't know about that since you are from Westland. You see, a Mord Sith always wears red when she's to train someone. That's so your blood won't show so much. I have a wonderful feeling I'm going to have a lot of your blood on me before I have you trained. She dropped his head and leaned her full weight on her boot, holding her hand out in front of his face. He could see that the back of her gloved hand was armored, even the fingers. A blood-red leather rod about a foot long hung loosely from her wrist by an elegant gold chain. It swung back and forth in front of his eyes. This is the Aegil. This is part of what I will use to train you. She gave him a smooth smile, arching an eyebrow. Curious? Want to see how it works? Denna pressed the Aegil against his side. The shock of the pain made him cry out, even though he had no intention of giving her the satisfaction of seeing how much it hurt. Every muscle in his body locked rigid with the agony of the thing against his side. His mind was filled with the want of having it off him. Denna pushed the slightest bit harder, making him scream louder. He heard a pop and felt a rib crack. She took the Aegil away. Warm blood oozed down his side. Richard was covered in sweat as he lay in the dirt, panting, tears running from his eyes. He felt as if the pain were pulling every muscle in his body apart. There was dirt in his mouth and blood. Denna gave him a cruel sneer. Now, my pet, say, "Thank you, Mistress Denna, for teaching me." Her face came closer. Say it. With all his mental strength, Richard focused his hunger to kill her, and envisioned the sword exploding through her head. Die, bitch! Denna shuddered and half closed her eyes, running her tongue over her upper lip in ecstasy. Oh, that was a deliciously naughty vision, my pet. Of course you will learn to be seriously sorry you did it. Training you is going to be exquisite fun. Too bad you don't know what a Mord Sith is. If you did, you would be very afraid. I would enjoy that. Her smile showed her perfect teeth. But I think I'm going to delight in surprising you even more. Richard maintained the vision of killing her until he was unconscious. Chapter 41. Richard's eyes came open a little. His mind was in a fog. He was face down on a cold stone floor lit by flickering torchlight.
The stone walls had no windows to tell him if it was day or night. There was a coppery taste in his mouth. Blood. He tried to think of where he could be and why. A sharp pain in his side caught his breath when he tried to inhale too deeply. His whole body hurt. He throbbed everywhere. It felt as if someone had given him a beating with a club. The memory of the nightmare seeped back into his mind. At the thought of Denna, his anger flashed. Instantly, the pain of the magic made him inhale in a gasp. The unexpected shock of it made him draw his knees up and let out a moan of agony. He recoiled from the anger, put her from his mind. He thought of Kaelin, remembering the way she had kissed him. The pain melted away. Desperately, he tried to keep his mind on Kaelin. He couldn't take the pain again. He couldn't bear it. He already hurt too much. He had to think of a way out of this. If he didn't get control of his anger, he had no chance. He remembered how his father had taught him that anger was wrong, how for most of his life he had been able to keep it choked off. Zed had told him that there were times when bringing the anger out was more dangerous than keeping it in. This was one of those times. He had a whole lifetime of experience at keeping his anger under control. He must do it now. That thought gave him a sliver of hope. Carefully, without moving too much, he took appraisal. His sword was back in its scabbard, his knife still in its sheath, the nightstone still in his pocket. His pack lay against a far wall. The left side of his shirt was hard with dried blood. His head pounded with pain, but felt no worse than the rest of him. Turning his head a little, he saw Denna. She was stretched out at an angle in a wooden chair with her ankles crossed. Her right elbow rested on a simple wooden table as she spooned something into her mouth from a bowl she held in her other hand. She was watching him. He thought maybe he should say something. "Where are your men?" Denna kept chewing for a time as she watched him. At last she set the bowl down and pointed at a spot on the floor next to her. Her voice was calm, almost gentle. "Come and stand here." With great difficulty, Richard rose to his feet and walked to stand where she had pointed. She watched him without emotion as he stood looking down at her. He waited in silence. She stood and with her boot pushed the chair back out of the way. She was almost as tall as he. She turned her back to him as she picked up a glove off the table and worked it onto her right hand, pushing the fingers down tight. Abruptly, she spun around, backhanding him across the mouth. The armored back of the glove split his lip open on his teeth. Immediately before the anger could grip him, he thought about a beautiful place in the Heartland woods. His eyes watered from the sting of the gash. Denna gave him a warm smile. "You forgot the appellation, my pet. I told you before you are to address me as Mistress, or as Mistress Denna. You are lucky to have me as your trainer. Most Mordsith are not as lenient as I. They would have used the Aegil at the first offense, but I have a soft spot in my heart for good-looking men, and besides, even though the glove isn't a very effective punishment, I must admit I rather favor using it. I like to feel the contact. The Aegil is exhilarating, but there is no substitute for using your own hands to feel what you're doing." She gave a little frown, her voice hardening. "Take your hand away." Richard took his hand off his mouth and held both at his sides. He could feel the blood dripping from his chin. Denna watched it in satisfaction. Unexpectedly, she leaned forward and licked some of the blood off his chin, smiling at the taste. It seemed to excite her. She pressed herself against him, but this time she sucked his lip in her mouth and bit it hard on the cut. Richard squeezed his eyes shut, his hands in fists, and held his breath until she backed away, licking the blood from her lips with a smile. He shook with the pain, but held the vision of the Heartland woods in his mind. "That was just a gentle warning, as you will soon learn. Now, repeat the question properly." Richard decided on the spot that he would call her Mistress Denna, and that it would, to him, be a term of disrespect, and that he would never, ever call her simply Mistress. It would be his way of fighting her, of keeping his self-respect. In his own mind, at least. Richard took a deep breath to steady his voice. Where are your men, Mistress Denna?
Much better, she cooed. Most Mord Sith don't allow those in training to talk or to ask questions, but I think that becomes boring. I'd rather like to talk to my trainee. As I said, you are lucky to have me. She gave him a cool smile. I've sent my men away. I no longer need them. They are only used for capture and to hold the captive until he uses his magic against me. Then they are no longer needed. There is nothing you can do to get away or fight back. Nothing.
And why do I still have my sword and knife? Too late, he remembered. With an arm, he blocked her fist to his face. The act of stopping her brought the pain of the magic. The Aegil came up into his stomach. He rolled over on the ground, crying out in agony. "Stand up!" Richard choked off the anger to shut away the pain of the magic. The pain of the Aegil didn't fade so quickly. He came to his feet with great difficulty. Now, get on your knees and ask for my forgiveness. When he didn't move quick enough for her, she laid the Aegil on his shoulder, pushing him down with it. His right arm went numb with hurt. "Please, Mistress Denna, forgive me." "That's better," she smiled at last. "Stand up." She watched him come to his feet. "You have your sword and knife because they are no danger to me, and perhaps someday you will use them to protect your mistress. I prefer my pets to keep their weapons, so it can be a constant reminder that they are helpless against me." She turned her back to him, removing her glove. Richard knew she was right about the sword. It had magic, and she controlled that. But he wondered if that was the only way. He had to know. His hands reached for her throat. She continued to slowly remove the glove as he fell to his knees, crying out with the pain of the magic. Desperately, he brought his mind to the picture of the Heartland woods. The pain eased, and he returned to his feet when she told him to do so. Denna gave an impatient look. "You're going to make this hard, aren't you?" Her face softened, the smooth smile returning. "But then I enjoy it when a man makes it hard. Now you're doing it wrong. I told you that to make the pain stop, you should think something pleasant about me. That's not what you're doing. You're thinking about some boring trees. This is your last warning. Either think something pleasant about me to stop the pain of the magic, or I will leave you in the agony of it all night. Do you understand?" "Yes, Mistress Denna." Her smile widened. "That was very good. See? You can be trained. Just remember, something pleasant about me." She took his hands and gazed into his eyes as she pressed his hands to her breasts. "I find